For some reason, this young man just fell straight out of the sky. To make matters worse, he landed on a three-headed wolf, enraging its mother. Realizing the danger, he ran for his life, but not without turning back to run his mouth. Damn you. All I did was accidentally transmigrate and land in your den, giving you a little scare. Do you really need to hold such a grudge? His name is Lu Feng, and the moment he transmigrated, he had the bad luck of being chased by a three-headed wolf. Faced with their ferocious attacks, he knew he couldn't keep running forever. But he wasn't ready to die so meaninglessly right after arriving in a new world. In his haste to escape, he wasn't watching where he was going and tripped, scraping his fair face against the ground. He nearly ruined his good looks. Meanwhile, the wolf stopped. Then, all three of its heads tilted back. It let out a piercing howl. The next second, a massive ball of energy formed in the wolf's mouth and shot straight toward the unlucky young man. He was so scared he nearly wet himself. Without a second thought, he scrambled to his feet and ran. Just then, a mantra suddenly flashed through Lu Feng's mind. Huaxiao internal arts, with endless uses. Step like a gale, with a sword like a rainbow. Power tripled, speed tripled. He immediately recognized it as the mantra for the Huaxiao internal arts he had practiced since he was a child. He thought its name was Gale Steps, but he had no idea why it was suddenly appearing in his subconscious. Immediately after, a surge of power rose within his body. Lu Feng didn't have time to think. He could only take a gamble. And so, on instinct, he successfully activated that power and vanished just before the wolf's attack could touch him. When he reappeared, he was in a different location. That was the power of Gale Steps, which had helped him escape the enemy's relentless pursuit. Lu Feng panted heavily, feeling both lucky and confused. The Huaxiao internal arts he'd practiced since childhood had never worked before. Why had they become so powerful after he transmigrated here? However, before the unlucky young man could even catch his breath, he suddenly saw a dark shadow fall over him. This feeling was all too familiar, just like a moment ago. The only difference was that this time, he had provoked a one-headed monster instead of a three-headed one. But the thing standing behind him now looked even more terrifying than the three-headed wolf. It let out a single roar, and the young man was so scared he trembled from head to toe. With all the willpower he could muster, he once again had to run and run. If they could communicate, he would have knelt and begged the monster to spare him. But since that wasn't an option, he could only run for his life. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate Gale Steps this time and had to rely on his own strength. And then, Lu Feng ran through a bush and fell off a cliff. Coincidentally, there was a girl right where he was about to land. Although he shouted loudly for her to get out of the way, the speed of his fall was much faster than the girl's reaction time. As a result, Lu Feng landed headfirst, pinning the girl beneath him in an incredibly awkward position. Her figure made his nose bleed, while the girl, in such close contact with a strange man, couldn't hide her embarrassment and panic. The result was a sharp slap across Lu Feng's face, accompanied by a crisp curse. Pervert. She was about to hit him again. But the terrifying monster had caught up. Seeing it leap down aggressively, Lu Feng didn't think twice and pushed the girl away, not wanting her to get involved because of him. But because of that, he was hit by the monster. As its massive claws raked across his back, Lu Feng's vision blurred. He had transmigrated here with his entire body. He wondered if he would be able to transmigrate back to Earth if it ate him. Luckily, Lu Feng wasn't eaten by the monster, because right after, a third person appeared, striking it with a powerful, large sword. The girl Lu Feng had just pushed away ran over happily, calling out, "Grandpa! Where? Are you all right?" the old man asked. Yes, I'm clever, so of course, nothing happened to me. But I think there was someone else here just now, Weir replied. Only then did she notice Lu Feng lying flat on the ground. He was covered in blood, and his condition was not good at all. Her grandfather said he would finish off the Black Panther and left Lu Feng in her care. But the flustered Weir didn't know what to do other than help him up, anxiously calling out, "Hey, are you okay? Can you open your eyes?" Lu Feng was half conscious, but he could still feel his cheek pressed against the young woman's soft chest. He couldn't help but smirk. "It hurts like hell, but to die protecting a cute girl like you, it's worth it," he replied. After saying those words, Lu Feng quickly lost consciousness. In his haze, he felt his body become weightless, floating among countless specks of light. And then, Lu Feng saw his childhood memories. Back then, when he had just started cultivating Huaxiao internal arts, he was ridiculed by other children. They said he had read too many wuxiao novels and had lost his mind. A little older, Lu Feng saw himself being rejected by a girl. The beautiful rose he gave her was thrown back in his face, its thorns scratching his skin. He had to listen to her harsh words. And so, Lu Feng had no friends and no girlfriend. He began to immerse himself in online games. After all, only online could he find people to talk to. At the internet cafe, other guys would whisper about Lu Feng, calling him the god who had lived in the game room for a month straight. To put it less kindly, he was a loser who could only hide there like a waste of space. These rumors eventually reached Lu Feng. In truth, he also realized he was living a pathetic life. Then, Lu Feng heard someone calling his name and shaking him awake. "Hey, you lazy worm. Get up. If you don't get up, I'm going to get rough. You lazy bum. Are you going to get up or not?" Lu Feng recognized the voice of a girl, both familiar and strange. He slowly opened his eyes and dazedly saw someone standing in front of him. Not yet fully awake, Lu Feng subconsciously reached out and grabbed the person, as if clutching a life-saving straw. His action caused the girl to lose her balance. She ended up falling right on top of him. The two of them stared at each other, once again in this embarrassing position. This time, it was Lu Feng who blushed first. He quickly pushed Wei'er off, apologized, and explained that he had just had a nightmare about his past and was a bit agitated. Before they could recover from their blushing, they heard a loud shout. "Lu Feng, you stinky brat. Get your ass down here and get to work." As soon as Wei'er heard it, she anxiously pushed Lu Feng out of bed. "Oh no, Grandpa's really getting angry. Hurry up and get ready and come down. I even bought you new clothes. Go wash your face." Lu Feng kept saying, "Okay," and hurried out of bed. And just like that, time flew by in the blink of an eye. He had been in this world for half a month now, but he still couldn't get used to the pace of life here. It made sense. Lu Feng was just a teenager addicted to gaming in an internet cafe. Then, with the worst luck imaginable, he was caught in an electrical short that caused his computer to explode, making him a member of the transmigrated male protagonists club and sending him to this Yelon continent. As you all saw, the moment he arrived, he was chased by a magical beast. Luckily, he was saved by Wei'er and Cake, who even took him home. During this half-month, Lu Feng had learned a little about the new world he was living in. On the Yelon continent, anyone could cultivate Do Qi and magic. People were divided into 11 levels based on their strength. From level 9 onwards, one could be called a Grandmaster. Level 10 was Saint level, and the highest was Supreme. Legend spoke of even higher levels, but no one had ever reached them. Most humans here were between level 3 and 4. Grandpa Cake was a level 5 great swordsman. Wei'er was even more impressive. She was a saint in training, a student with enough talent to potentially reach saint level within 40 years, and was directly admitted into one of the 4 saints' academies. As for Lu Feng, in his old world, he was just a useless person. Since childhood, he had been obsessed with pursuing Huaxiao internal arts, something that sounded like a scam from the get-go. Yet, as a child, he believed it was a divine technique and trained diligently with no results. But as if the heavens took pity on him, when Lu Feng died on Earth and transmigrated, he was able to use those internal arts. However, Huaxiao internal arts were completely different from the powers of this world, which made Lu Feng doubt whether he could continue to use them for cultivation. The Earth he had lived on was too painful, so after transmigrating to this world, Lu Feng had no desire to return. Besides, he had a new concern here now. Just as he thought of it, Lu Feng's new concern appeared. Wei'er, looking impatient, pressed a new set of clothes into his arms. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and change into your new clothes." After Lu Feng changed, she couldn't stop marveling. "Wow, you look really handsome in this outfit. Even someone like you looks pretty sharp in it. Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" Lu Feng asked grumpily, but he was only met with a giggle from her. Seeing him struggle with the buttons, Wei'er helped him adjust his clothes herself. Though she kept muttering about what an idiot he was, her actions were incredibly gentle. Seeing how beautiful and kind she was, and how well she treated him. How could someone like him, who had been starved of affection since childhood, not be moved? Wei and Grandpa Cake's home was a tavern, and it was always packed with customers. Today was like any other day. As soon as morning came, they went downstairs to help Cake. Wei was in charge of serving the dishes, and Lu Feng cleared the cups and plates of the customers who had finished. Seeing him carry a large stack of cups each time, Wei was very worried. Be careful. Don't carry so many at once. What if you fall? There are too many customers. If I don't get these dirty cups out of here quickly, Grandpa will kill me. Lu Feng replied with a smile. Cake watched them from a distance, noticing the somewhat romantic atmosphere between them. His eyebrows furrowed, and he muttered a curse. Humph, that stinky brat. A long while after the customers had left, Lu Feng had also finished cleaning up. He couldn't help but stretch. With this frequency and workload, he was afraid he'd get a herniated disc before he ever became a master cultivator. Wei came out from inside and flicked him hard on the forehead. Then she scolded him. Are you an idiot? Why did you carry so many cups at once? Weren't you afraid you'd fall and end up with a pig's head for a face? Ow, that hurt. Lu Feng rubbed his forehead. I was just thinking that if I carried them all out at once, it would save time. Your wound from the magical beast has barely healed, and you're already being careless with your health again. How can you be so stupid? Wei said resentfully, then brought up the past again. You were just as foolish back in the forest. You didn't even know me, but you still saved me. Weren't you afraid of dying? At that moment, I just wanted to save someone, so I didn't think too much about it. Besides, compared to me, your life is definitely more important, Lu Feng replied, rubbing his nose. After all, for someone like me, an orphan with no family and a lowly fate, who would care if I died? His words sounded so tragic, but Wei was so angry her face turned bright red. She shouted again, You're not allowed to talk like that. I would care. From this day on, I am your family, Wei declared firmly. These words, so easy to say, were anything but simple for the one hearing them, Lu Feng. It was the first time in his long life that he had a family. This feeling was truly wonderful. So happy he felt like he could fly. Lu Feng couldn't hide his smile. Thank you. But the happy atmosphere between them didn't last long before it was interrupted by a short man who, at a glance, was clearly from a noble family. He pointed a finger at Lu Feng's face and shouted, Hey, where did you come from, you stinky brat? If you know what's good for you, stay away from my fiancé Wei. Lu Feng felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face. He nervously turned to the person next to him and asked, Hey, Wei, he said you're his fiancé. Is that true? Wei immediately denied it. Then she told Lu Feng to go back inside first so she could handle this herself. However, that shorty didn't want things to end so easily. Before Lu Feng could leave, he spoke up provocatively. Wei, who is this? A new servant Cake hired? You're an outstanding saint in training personally recognized by Dean Nandi of the Blue Star Academy. Don't associate with this kind of person. It will tarnish your status. This is a guest of my family. It's none of your business. I'll say it again, Lay Nua, I will not be engaged to you. Wei shouted, sounding extremely frustrated. It seemed this wasn't the first time Lay Nua had come to bother her. It seemed that with Lu Feng present, Wei's public rejection was even more damaging. Lay Nua was furious, but his subordinates next to him quickly advised him, Young master, don't get angry. Remember what the old master told you. So Lay Nua had to swallow his anger. He then forced a smile and continued, Wei, don't be angry. I was just afraid you'd be deceived by this person of unknown origin. But, speaking of the engagement, why are you still so adamant about refusing? After all, the lord of this city is still my father. As soon as these words were spoken, the one who was shocked was Lu Feng. He never expected the shorty in front of him to be the city lord's son. A glorious status, a complete contrast to an orphan like him. But Wei seemed used to the other's ostentation and didn't pay it any mind. She pulled Lu Feng, wanting to take him inside. Seeing this, Lay Nua continued, Wei, don't forget. As long as you marry me, you'll have my father's support. You'll have resources when you study at the Blue Star Academy. The Blue Star Academy gathers so many elites, and they all come from famous noble families. An ordinary person like you can't compare. You don't want to stand before the children of wealthy families and be forced to become a poor beggar, do you? What Lay Nua said was harsh, but it was all true. Wei was so angry she was speechless. And this time, Lu Feng's sharp tongue had to come to the rescue. He stood in front of Wei Er and boldly scolded the other party. A despicable villain like you, daring to use your family status to force Wei Er to marry you? You're insulting her. This time, Lay Nua's subordinates drew their swords, reasoning that Lu Feng wasn't worth their time to argue with. This reaction from his subordinates pleased Lay Nua greatly. He even carefully told them not to kill Lu Feng too quickly, because he wanted him to know the price of opposing him. Then, under the short man's command, the knights all charged forward at once. Seeing the enemy completely overwhelm him in numbers, Lu Feng had no intention of fighting a head-on battle from the start. Instead, he gripped Wei Er's hand tightly. Then he used Gale's steps to lead her out of the knight's encirclement. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lay Nua and provoked him. You think you can deal with me with just these guys? A young master like you who only knows how to bully people all day. What else can you do besides having a lot of lackeys, huh? You stupid thug. You bastard. Furious, Lay Nua raised the sword in his hand. He wanted to defeat Lu Feng himself. At that moment, he let go of Wei Er's hand and, quick as a flash, rushed toward his opponent. Lu Feng used Gale's steps flexibly. In an instant, he, who had been standing in front of the short man, now appeared behind him. So, I hit a nerve, and now you're mad? Lu Feng continued to provoke him, and Lay Nua became even more furious. While dodging Lay Nua's attacks, he criticized his swordsmanship as too poor, saying he probably couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. After feeling he had provoked his opponent enough, Lu Feng suddenly turned back to counterattack. His punch was so fast that Lay Nua's knights could only watch helplessly. It didn't stop there. After dealing with the shorty, Lu Feng turned back to settle the score with his subordinates. Compared to their useless young master, this group was considered quite skilled. But all of them, even with swords in hand, couldn't avoid being knocked down by Lu Feng, lying scattered on the ground. Even after clearing out the enemy, Lu Feng still found it hard to believe. Gale's steps was truly powerful. Power and speed simultaneously tripled was no joke. Immediately after, he felt a surge of power rising in his body. This feeling, there was no mistaking it, was the internal energy of the Huaxia internal arts. With internal energy, it meant he had officially entered the first stage of this cultivation method. As expected, real combat was the fastest way to become stronger. It was just that Lu Feng didn't know what level of strength he was currently equivalent to on the Yelon continent. Lu Feng, not bad. I didn't realize you were so formidable. At that moment, Wei Er walked over, praising him. Heh. Lu Feng replied with an embarrassed smile. I think I might have gone a little too far. Lay Nua's father is the city lord. He won't come to cause trouble for us, will he? Wei Er didn't look scared at all. Besides, Lay Nua's group was the one who came looking for trouble first. She said that if his father dared to come looking for her, then she would dare to tell Dean Nandi. Hearing Wei Er say this, Lu Feng was relieved. Then he pulled her hand and made a run for it. Otherwise, if Cake saw so many unconscious people piled up in front of the tavern, he would get angry again. The moment he took her hand and pulled her away, a strange feeling bloomed in Wei Er's heart. Lu Feng clearly had neither Do Qi nor magic, yet he gave her such a sense of security. However, Wei Er had also noticed something unusual just now. Lu Feng didn't cultivate Do Qi and had no magic, yet he could move so naturally under the blades of a group of level 4 and above fighters, not to mention knocking them back. Just that instantaneous movement technique alone was not normal at all. This raised a question in Wei Er's mind. Who exactly was Lu Feng? But in any case, she could sense that Lu Feng had no ill intentions towards her, so his identity wasn't really that important. Just then, an idea popped into Wei Er's head. She squeezed Lu Feng's hand and said, Let's go to the market. I heard there's a lot of new stuff there today. As you command, my lady Wei Er. On the way, Wei Er noticed Lu Feng kept smiling and asked curiously, Lu Feng, why do you look so happy today? Lu Feng was still smiling but didn't plan to tell her that he was happy because he had successfully grasped how to use his new internal energy from the Huaxia internal arts. After all, even if he told her, Wei Er might not understand. She just needed to know that from now on, Lu Feng could protect her better. When he said this, Lu Feng, whether intentionally or not, moved closer to Wei Er. The distance was too close, making the young lady blush beet red. In the end, Lu Feng got another slap across the face. Even though he was hit by a beautiful girl, Lu Feng's spirits were still high. After all, mastering the internal energy of his power, which laid the foundation for his strength development, was still something to be happy about. After returning from the market, Lu Feng quickly ran towards the tavern, threw open the main door, and said loudly, "Cake, we're back." But the scene inside the tavern froze him in his tracks. Cake was covered in wounds, his face caked with blood. More importantly, he was being held up by the neck by a man. The tavern was also littered with dead bodies and broken weapons. Just a glance was enough to understand that a fierce fight had just taken place here. Wei, who ran in right after Lu Feng, trembled uncontrollably upon seeing this scene. Cake saw her and tremblingly told her to run, because the man was Lei Ting, Lay Nua's father, and also the lord of Ma City. Wei, long time no see. Lei Ting looked towards the main door, a provocative smile on his face. At this moment, Lay Nua, standing behind him, peeked out and pointed aggressively at Lu Feng. "Father, it's him. It was him who humiliated me. He said our family is full of trash, and that the position of city lord should be his next time." This shorty was really good at adding fuel to the fire and exaggerating the problem. But in reality, Lu Feng had indeed offended him, so it wasn't impossible for Lay Nua and his father to come here for revenge. It was just that he couldn't stomach the fact that Lay Nua, a man, could so shamelessly make things up. "You dare to humiliate my people? You definitely won't get away unscathed," Lay Nua said through gritted teeth. Lu Feng didn't have time to think. While shouting at Lei Ting to let Cake go, his hand had already balled into a fist, and he was charging forward. Seeing this, Lay Nua quickly hid behind his father. Lei Ting had never seen Lu Feng's moves before, but to him, this speed was still too slow. Lei Ting leisurely raised a finger and tapped it right in the middle of Lu Feng's forehead. He was shocked, confused, then panicked. Why? Why was his Gale Step's instantaneous movement seen through? It had worked perfectly fine against Lay Nua's knights just now. Could this Lei Ting really be that strong? His right hand still held Cake's neck tightly. Yet with just the index finger of his left hand, he could easily send Lu Feng flying. He was immediately buried in a pile of rubble. Seeing this, Wei was so angry she gritted her teeth. She swore she would report the crimes of the Lei family to her teacher. However, after hearing this, Lei Ting just gave a mocking smile. "What a pity. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to see your teacher again. I originally thought of using you to establish a relationship with one of the four saints, but since you're so uncooperative, I might as well take your little life. After all, the dead can't testify." Lei Ting's next target was Wei. Even from a distance, he could attack her with the force of a storm. Wei was bound by Lei Ting's power, lifted high into the air. Her throat was squeezed tight. She couldn't breathe, let alone chant a spell to fight back. How could Lu Feng bear to witness both Cake and Wei being so brutally beaten? And so, despite his body being battered from the previous blow, he charged forward, rushing straight at Lei Ting. "Bastard! Stop!" After Lu Feng's shout, the bastard actually did stop. He threw Cake in his hand towards him. Lu Feng caught him, but before he could react, a sword suddenly appeared in Lei Ting's hand. On his face now was a terrifyingly fake smile. Then, Lei Ting waved his hand, and the sword shot forward. "Kid, let me go!" Cake shouted. Immediately after, Lu Feng could feel a hot liquid spraying onto his face. It was the blood of the old man who had taken him in when he transmigrated here. Lei Ting's sword had pierced through Cake's chest. His eyes rolled back, his whole body trembling. You didn't need to guess to know he was in immense pain. Yet, Cake still managed to stand up. "Go. I'll try to hold him off. You take Wei and run. You are no match for him," he said, then turned his back on Lu Feng to face Lei Ting, the sword still embedded in his chest. In Lei Ting's eyes, this suicidal act by Cake was even more of an eyesore. Lu Feng stared nervously at his hand, only to see Lei Ting's fingers suddenly clench, as if squeezing his own heart. Fresh blood continued to spurt out, this time soaking the ground. Cake's large body was torn into pieces by Lei Ting's sword. Lu Feng, at a very close distance, witnessed this terrifying scene himself. His eyes were wide open, not blinking even once. And Wei, though a little further away, still had to watch her own grandfather's life being ended by Lei Ting. "No," she screamed, filled with extreme hatred and grief. Wei began to fly up, breaking free from Lei Ting's control. However, it was only a momentary shock. Lei Ting's face showed no sign of losing his composure, proving that this situation was still within his control. Not bad for a saint in training. But that's as far as you go. With that, Lei Ting increased his power. Once again, he choked Wei, causing her to lose control. Meanwhile, Lu Feng tried to sneak attack him from behind. But the shorty Lay Nua saw him and warned his father. And so, once again, Lu Feng was sent flying by Lei Ting. His whole body slammed into the wall, and then he was tightly bound, both hands and feet. Lei Ting snorted coldly. Fine, but don't be in such a hurry to reincarnate. You still have to watch the grand finale. With that, Lei Ting turned back to his son and continued. Lay Nua, haven't you always wanted her? Only a fool wouldn't understand the meaning behind those words. Moreover, as soon as Lay Nua heard it, his face flushed and his eyes lit up, looking at Wei like a hungry wolf seeing a piece of raw meat. Lei Ting had now lowered her to the ground, right in front of his son. All right, she's yours now. Lay Nua was so excited he couldn't stop clapping his hands. His lustful expression was impossible to hide. Lu Feng was furious to the extreme. He shouted, Lay Nua, if you dare touch Wei, I will definitely turn you to dust. If it were the Lu Feng from a few hours ago, who single-handedly wiped out an entire team of knights, maybe Lay Nua would be scared. But now, he was bound hand and foot by his father, unable to move. How could these words still have any power to threaten him? Lay Nua advanced, pinning the biting-lipped, silently crying Wei beneath him. Then he looked at Lu Feng with a provocative gaze. You piece of trash, what's the use of just cursing? If you have the guts, come and stop me. Wei had no ability to resist, even using all her strength. The shorty began to roughly tear her clothes. Haha, don't pretend to be so noble. You think just because you're a saint in training, I can't have you. Bastard, don't touch me. Get lost. Wei screamed. Lu Feng's anger was pushed to its peak. And yet, he actually managed to break free from Lei Ting's control. However, just as Lu Feng lunged forward, his finger rose again. It was the same move, a tap to the center of his forehead, carrying an immense suppressive force. A little impressive, but still too weak, Lei Ting declared. So what if you have the talent of a saint in training? Before you become a true saint, you're just a piece of meat for ants to tear apart. As for the teacher Wei wanted to tattle to earlier, I'll just say that some kid of unknown origin came to harm her, and then I'll present your head to him. Sound reasonable, Lei Ting said with a laugh. And Lu Feng finally understood why Lay Nua could be so shameless and despicable. This personality was completely inherited from his father. He was so angry he was speechless. And now, it seemed Lei Ting had truly developed a killing intent towards him. However, just at the moment Lei Ting wanted to take Lu Feng's life, he heard his son's terrified scream. When he turned his head, he saw Lay Nua had been thrown aside by Wei, lying motionless. And Wei was now standing up, in front of her a crystal emitting an incredibly dazzling blue light. Her face was covered in tears, along with an expression of ultimate despair and sorrow. Lu Feng, don't worry, Wei reassured him through her tears. Lei Ting quickly let go of Lu Feng, because he realized something more serious was happening now. Wei was about to self-destruct. Stop her, he shouted. But who was there to stop Wei? His useless son? Lay Nua didn't have that ability, so it was still only Lei Ting who rushed towards her. But by now, it seemed Wei's self-destruction process had already begun. Her whole body curled up, like a fetus in the womb, surrounded by an incredibly dazzling aura. Lu Feng didn't know exactly what would happen next, only that it certainly wasn't anything good. He reached out, wanting to grab Wei but couldn't, and kept calling her name. Lu Feng, it was really nice knowing you. Please live on. Wei gave a desperate smile and instructed him. Lu Feng roared her name and rushed towards her. But he only managed to grab a strand of Wei's hair ribbon. With a loud boom, a massive explosion was created. Lei Ting had managed to grab Lay Nua in time. The father and son were safely protected within a sturdy barrier. As for the tavern, it had been turned into a pile of desolate ruins by the explosion. Lu Feng, when he regained consciousness, found himself holding a strand of Wei's hair ribbon, appearing in the middle of a forest. It seemed that his survival instinct had helped him activate Gale's steps and escape the explosion. Lu Feng clenched the ribbon in his hand, and tears began to stream down his face. Wei and Cake were the ones who had saved him and given him a place to stay when he arrived here. But today, both of them had lost their lives. Along with his extreme sorrow, an immeasurable hatred grew in Lu Feng's heart. He swore that he would definitely chop the Lay father and son into 100 pieces to avenge Cake and Wei today. Lu Feng only knew he was in a forest now, but not exactly where. He wanted to go back for revenge immediately. But just as he turned his head, he suddenly felt the earth shake. A fireball had just been thrown down from the sky, turning a whole patch of grass to ash. Lu Feng looked up and saw a large black dragon being chased by several men. They joined forces to attack, but the dragon's power was also incredibly terrifying. After knocking down a man in a red cloak, the dragon suddenly stared intently at Lu Feng. At first, it thought he was an ambush, so it intended to crush him in one move. However, as it got closer, this black dragon felt that something wasn't right. From the scent on Lu Feng's body, the black dragon recognized that he was from Earth. Therefore, its attack immediately stopped. Not only that, the dragon turned back, protecting Lu Feng from the attack of the group of people, to the point that it was hit by a golden arrow with great penetrating power. Blood flowed freely. It was an arrow shot from a dragon-slaying bow, with immense destructive power. Lu Feng was covered in the dragon's blood, but he didn't care about that. Instead, Lu Feng just wondered why this black dragon was saving him. The black dragon probably wanted to explain, but right now it was under a continuous attack from the group of people, so it didn't have a free moment. Now, seeing Lu Feng in the same place as this dragon, they immediately assumed he was on the same side. So they launched an attack on both of them, with the aim of stealing the dragon egg. Dozens of people charged up at once, each possessing a different skill. But their simultaneous attack created an effect that dazzled Lu Feng. He saw that, despite facing such firepower, the dragon still stubbornly spread its wings, protecting Lu Feng completely. It didn't let him get hurt, even a little. Lu Feng became more and more amazed, especially when he saw the fierce attack from the group of people. He couldn't think of a reason why the black dragon would want to protect him. Then, suddenly, Lu Feng heard the dragon speak. "Kid, listen to me. I'll hold them off. You go first." These words stunned Lu Feng, because it reminded him of Cake before he died. Lu Feng's mind buzzed with a single question that wouldn't let go. Why was he always the one being protected? Why did people have to sacrifice their lives to protect him? And so, as the 8 people prepared to attack again, and the black dragon readied itself for battle, something suddenly snapped in Lu Feng's head. It seemed to be the thread of his sanity. Lu Feng let out a loud roar. No. His shout was like the desperate roar of a wild beast cornered. Then, Lu Feng's entire body suddenly flew up, along with a terrifying power that surged towards the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have completely lost his mind. His eyes were white, and his face and neck were covered in blood-red veins. At this moment, the dragon's blood entered his body, his meridians opened on their own, his strength became like the sea, and his body became resilient, unbreakable. Even the black dragon was extremely shocked to see this scene. And then, before it could react, Lu Feng charged straight at those who were attacking it. "You bastards! Time to die." Seeing Lu Feng so battle-hungry, the group of people didn't feel scared at all. Simply because they felt his fighting style was so chaotic, he could only be trash at best. And so, a girl with an axe suddenly rushed out from the middle. "Don't be a fool and get in our way, kid." As she spoke, the opponent swung the axe in her hand down. Lu Feng instinctively raised his hand to block. The moment his hand and the opponent's weapon clashed, it created a massive explosion. It pushed both of them back in opposite directions. Lu Feng fell towards the black dragon, which carefully wrapped him in its wing. Then, the dragon said, "Don't be rash. They are all level 7 experts, and they're holding holy weapons." At the same time, the girl who had just attacked Lu Feng was also extremely shocked. How could she not be shocked when a seemingly useless kid could block one of her attacks? It didn't stop there. At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly jumped up and rushed to attack again. His speed was so fast that the black dragon wanted to stop him but couldn't. But clearly, the girl with the axe saw him running towards her from the front. Yet somehow, Lu Feng had appeared behind her like a ghost. If it weren't for another person rushing out to interrupt, this girl would have definitely been hit by Lu Feng's attack. He was once again knocked back, but luckily, he wasn't injured. The man with the large hammer who had just rushed out seemed extremely furious. He hissed, "What an ignorant brat who doesn't know his place." Then, this man seemed to have used all his strength to unleash a fire attack. Perhaps this attack was very powerful, as evidenced by the fact that even the black dragon was startled, shouting loudly, "Be careful. These people have holy weapons to support them. Their strength can rival that of a saint-level expert." The black dragon didn't know exactly what had just happened to Lu Feng, but it was certain that he was not yet a match for these people. When he heard the dragon say that, Lu Feng was extremely shocked. The strength of this group, plus their holy weapons, could already be on par with a true saint-level expert, but after 2 exchanges, he could easily tell that they were not as strong as Lei Ting. If this was already saint-level, then how powerful must that bastard be? Just then, another difficult problem arose. Lu Feng suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his body immediately lost most of its strength. That was because his internal energy had been completely depleted. The effect of the diamond body had completely worn off. He quickly collapsed to the ground, to the black dragon's confusion. Moreover, Lu Feng's sudden fall distracted the dragon, and at that very moment, the group of people launched a sneak attack, causing it to receive a very large wound right on its chest. Taking that opportunity, the group of people began to deploy tactics to restrict the black dragon's movement. The situation was getting worse and worse. The dragon also realized this, so it didn't stubbornly stay to fight anymore. It immediately spread its wings, grabbed Lu Feng with its claws, and soared into the sky. Of course, the people who came for the dragon egg naturally didn't want the black dragon to escape, so they launched attacks from all sides. The black dragon was stabbed in the chest by a long sword. It was extremely painful, but by now it had successfully activated its spatial magic. After flying into the magic circle, both the dragon and Lu Feng disappeared, leaving no trace behind. "Damn it, they escaped," the group of people said through gritted teeth. "What are you panicking about? It took my holy weapon with it, and I'm not even panicking yet," said the man who had just stabbed the black dragon with his long sword. "Don't worry, they can't escape. My tracking magic has latched onto them," the purple-haired girl with the giant axe added this time. When Lu Feng woke up, his head was throbbing as if it had been hit by a hammer. The space around him was pitch black, as if he were in a cave. Then, Lu Feng heard a voice right next to him. "You woke up pretty fast." Lu Feng jumped. He turned his head and saw a very handsome white-haired man, with a long sword still piercing through his chest. Before he could ask, the man introduced himself first. "I am Adak, your savior." Seeing the other party introduce himself as his savior, and the sword looking somewhat familiar, Lu Feng realized that Adak was the black dragon from before. He became anxious. He moved a little closer to him, constantly examining the wound on Adak's chest. "Thank you for saving my life. But, with this sword stuck in so deep, don't you feel any pain? Do you want me to help you pull it out?" As soon as Lu Feng touched the sword, Adak shouted loudly, making him freeze. "Stop! This sword can't be pulled out. Otherwise, I'll lose too much blood. This is common knowledge. Are you trying to send me to my grave faster?" Lu Feng was so scared he immediately took 2 steps back, becoming more and more panicked. He kept apologizing. Then he saw Adak burst out laughing. All right, just kidding." With that, he grabbed the blade and pulled it out with a sharp tug. After pulling out the sword, he only coughed up a mouthful of blood. There was no massive bleeding as he had just said. Looking at Adak's condition, it wasn't too pessimistic, but Lu Feng was still very worried. Only when Adak said that this wound would take a month to recover could he relax a little. He also said that this cave was his base, and those people wouldn't be able to find it, so he could rest assured. But how could Lu Feng relax after going through such a life-or-death situation? "Who are those people? And why did they want to attack you?" he asked. Adak said those people were from the 4 great empires and a mercenary corps. They came to steal his dragon egg. At this, Adak started rummaging through a pile of junk next to him to find the dragon egg to show Lu Feng. He was speechless. Who on earth would hide their child in a pile of junk? "Here it is." After some digging, Adak pulled out a large egg with a shiny shell. Lu Feng was skeptical. "This thing is a dragon egg?" It just looked like a giant chicken egg. But Adak firmly asserted that this was his precious daughter. Seeing this, Lu Feng became even more curious. How do you know it's a girl? It hasn't even hatched yet. What's so good about a stinky boy? It's definitely a girl. Besides, I laid this egg myself. I should know, right? Lu Feng stared at him. From his appearance, wasn't Adak a man? How could he lay an egg? And so, he began to tell his story. It started half a year ago. At that time, Adak had just woken up to find he had turned into a black dragon. There was something stuck in his throat, and then he spat out this egg. This egg came out of my mouth, so it's my daughter. Doesn't matter where it came from. It's all the same, right? Lu Feng was truly at a loss for words. What Adak said sounded very reasonable, but it also felt strange everywhere. Then, he pushed the egg into his arms. He said that if Lu Feng just held it, he would feel less scared. To dare to run around in another world after transmigrating, you've got some guts. This place isn't Earth, you know, Adak said again. Hearing the word Earth, Lu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Then, from Adak's mouth, he learned an even more sensational piece of information. That was, he was also a transmigrator from Earth. The time was half a year ago, after he woke up and turned into a black dragon. Just as they were talking, a sharp pain shot through Adak's chest, so painful that he couldn't stand up straight. Seeing this, Lu Feng started to get anxious again. How are your injuries, really? Can you hold on? Probably not. After all, I'm a dragon. Don't web novels always say that dragons are the most resilient species? Lu Feng kept rubbing his forehead, because Adak was injured like this and still in the mood to joke. But besides the pain in his chest, Adak did seem to be doing okay. Looking at you, you must have a lot of questions for me, right? For example, why am I, a dragon, being attacked by humans? Seeing Lu Feng remain silent, Adak took the initiative to speak. He nodded slightly, because according to the information Lu Feng had gathered since arriving, there were less than 100 dragons in this world, so they were very united. Why would the people of the 4 great empires dare to join forces to steal a dragon egg? Weren't they afraid of the entire dragon race retaliating? Adak gave a bitter smile. The dragon race is indeed very united, but many years ago, a black dragon stole the dragon god's egg, so they were expelled from the dragon clan. Therefore, they are no longer protected by the dragon race. Thus, humanity, which has always coveted the power of the dragon race but dared not make a move, has directed all this ill will towards the black dragon clan. Because an empire, just by possessing a powerful dragon, can dominate the entire continent. However, an adult dragon certainly won't obey their commands. Therefore, the egg of a black dragon has become the top target. You see, the result is that I, a nobody, ran into this disaster, Adak said with a shrug. There are always people staring at my egg all day. It's so miserable. If I hadn't been able to find a way back to Earth, why would I be here suffering like this? A place where you can't even play games. How could someone like me want to stay? Lu Feng seemed to have a rough understanding of Adak's situation. Then, he had one more question. That was, besides magic and Do Chi, were there any other powers in this place? Because the power he possessed clearly didn't belong to either of those 2 types. As far as I know, there aren't. Your power is very strange. I can't sense any waves of magic or Do Chi from you. So how do you release your power? Adak replied, conveniently asking a question back. In fact, Lu Feng was still not clear on how to master his own power. He replied that he only guessed the power came from a type of internal art he had practiced since he was a child. After hearing this, Adak just nodded and continued. It might be because you transmigrated with your whole body, so your power is different from this world's. However, it seems you've lived in this world for some time. How did you end up running alone into such a dense forest? You almost got me injured, too. Adak's question reminded Lu Feng of the painful situation that day, when Cake and Wei had lost their lives to save his. Lu Feng couldn't stop blaming himself, because he believed that his own naivety had harmed them both. However, after hearing Lu Feng recount the entire story, Adak suddenly lit a spark of hope for him. Hearing you say that, maybe your Wei can still be saved. Because in this world, there exists something called the Goddess of Life. According to legend, the Goddess of Life can resurrect the dead in just a matter of minutes. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to find her first. Lu Feng was both surprised and skeptical. He had never heard of this. But just as he asked Adak where he should look for her, the cave suddenly rumbled violently. Lu Feng couldn't stand steady and fell backward. Adak's expression was very bad, because based on these spiritual power waves, he could tell that the uninvited guests were the same people from before. But how could they have found this place? Just then, a blue butterfly flew by. Without a word, Adak immediately crushed it. By the time he realized it was tracking magic, it was already too late. The enemy was right in front of them. Adak had to once again open a transportation circle, telling Lu Feng to quickly take his daughter and run first. What about you? Lu Feng asked anxiously. I have to stay and hold them off. Don't worry, as long as I want to run, no one can stop me. To be honest, Lu Feng was not at all at ease leaving Adak alone. But based on the situation just now, even if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to help him and might even drag him down. Then, Adak threw him a new weapon. It was the long sword that had been stuck in his chest earlier. He instructed, take this with you. After all, it's a holy weapon. But remember, don't use it too much, or it will backfire. My daughter is counting on you. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, his heart set. He couldn't deny that he was too weak now and always needed someone to protect him. Before, it was Cake and Weir, now it was Adak. But to resurrect Weir and protect this dragon egg, he had to become stronger, no matter the cost. Only then could he be the one to protect others in the future. As Lu Feng thought of this, the transportation circle was also activated. However, right after, the cave shook even more violently. Adak was horrified when he realized that the spiritual power waves of those people had reached the magic circle he had just created, causing the transportation's positioning to be shifted. He shouted anxiously, Lu Feng, don't go in there anymore. However, both of their voices were drowned out by the noise of falling rocks. Lu Feng didn't hear what Adak said clearly, and his face, which had just been cut by a flying rock, was starting to bleed. A drop of blood dripped onto the egg he was holding in his arms, immediately causing it to glow and heat up. The other end of the transportation circle opened, throwing Lu Feng and the dragon egg straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Feng landed safely with the dragon egg, and the sword was also lucky enough to come with him to this place. The Beastman Grasslands. I think I heard Adak say the location was shifted. Right, the egg. Just as he finished speaking, the egg suddenly jumped, startling Lu Feng. He had to use his body to catch it, and fell with a thud, coughing up blood. Cracks also began to appear on the eggshell. Lu Feng sat up, carefully holding the egg at a distance and shouting in alarm. Oh no! Did it break from the fall? Just as he thought the egg was broken, it started to glow. The light was so dazzling that it turned Lu Feng into a comical-looking idiot. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold the egg tight, and glanced down to see what was happening. It's not going to explode, is it? The thought had just left his mouth when the egg actually exploded. The earth-shattering explosion shook the entire region, sending him flying high into the sky. Lu Feng tried to get to the egg, both wanting to protect it and fearfully watching the energy enveloping it. Did it hatch an atomic bomb? As time passed, the eggshell cracked, revealing a tiny, sleeping golden dragon. The little dragon completed its hatching process, lifted its shiny head, and looked at him with sparkling eyes, letting out a cry. Lu Feng gently held the golden dragon in his hands, his eyes full of affection, wanting to stroke the little dragon. A Chinese dragon, is it a girl? So cute. But, with a poof, the little golden dragon disappeared in a puff of white smoke, revealing a baby with golden horns on its head. As soon as he appeared, he shouted angrily, kicking Lu Feng straight in the face, leaving a cute red mark on his cheek, and scolded, I am a boy. Lu Feng sat on the ground, his left hand holding his cheek, and glanced at the naked child next to him. Who taught you that? And he shouldn't have looked, because one look was a shock. What he saw immediately made him think of a mini cannon. Oh no. He couldn't keep his mouth shut and blurted out another sentence that made the little dragon angry enough to give him another kick. Fully equipped, the little dragon didn't want Lu Feng to have another chance to peek at his soft, white body, so he conjured a set of green clothes to wear amidst Lu Feng's indignant shouts. The one who got your gender wrong was Adak, your father. I shed so much blood for you to hatch, and you still hit me. Where's your conscience? Did your father eat it? After he finished scolding, he stopped to take a deep breath, not noticing the little dragon had climbed onto his back. Why did I bring this little ancestor with me? While he was lamenting, a small hand reached up and grabbed a handful of his hair at the temple, making Lu Feng yelp in pain. The arrogant little dragon triumphantly jumped onto his head, comfortably planting his bottom on his hair. Lu Feng clutched his chest, his body trembling as he sighed once more. My fragile heart can't take this excitement. All right, I'll find you something to eat. The little dragon crossed his arms, his grumpy expression uttering a sentence that scared Lu Feng out of his wits. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? I want to eat meat. You probably don't drink milk, do you? After the shock passed, he bent down to pick up the sword Adak had given him. Lu Feng lowered his center of gravity, carrying the little dragon on his head, ready to set off to find something to eat. Energy enveloped both of their bodies, and then with a whoosh, he ran off at high speed, leaving only a streak of light like a lightning bolt and a little dust flying up into the air. Just as Lu Feng and the little dragon left, a foot landed softly on the ground. An old man with a golden crown on his head appeared. He observed the place and said slowly, "We're too late. I can't sense it anymore." Following him were two strange people. One with a long scar across his left eye, the other shorter and wearing a cloak that covered him from head to toe. It's been almost 100 years. A supreme-level being has finally appeared in human territory. It's truly not easy. But this place also has the aura of the dragon race. I wonder if this supreme is human or dragon. The three of them looked towards the place where Lu Feng had just left. A little of his magic power still lingered there. Is this a sign that the continent will welcome a new legend? An hour later, in another place, Lu Feng, with a proud and ugly smile, inhaled the rising aroma. The adorable little dragon's eyes were also like stars, sparkling as he sniffed the fragrance, drooling. The two were sitting in a corner. The big one was turning a skewer of meat over a large fire, while the little one waited excitedly, his little tail unable to stay still with joy. After a while, Lu Feng took the hot, golden-brown wild beast meat off the fire. It should be ready. As soon as he brought it in front of the little dragon, the kid couldn't help but take a big bite, as if he had been starved for a very long time. Lu Feng watched him and kept smiling, kindly reminding the little one, "Be careful not to burn yourself. If it's not enough, I'll catch more for you." But his kindness was met with a side eye. The little dragon, while chewing the meat, tried to protect his food from Lu Feng's gaze. As a result, he had to explain to him once more, "What's wrong? I'm not hungry yet. You eat first." The little dragon looked down at the roasted meat in his hand, his mouth still full of meat, but he said a few words that deserved a beating. "The taste is mediocre." He looked dissatisfied. Lu Feng forced a smile to hide his anger, wanting to give this kid a beating. So hard to please. Then he looked up at the stars. The big one and the little one leaned against each other and whispered, "Right? Adak hasn't given you a name yet. How about I give you one first?" Lu Feng looked down at the little dragon, asking for his opinion with a gentle gaze. "Seeing as you were born with a sparkling golden body, how about we just call you Xiaojin?" The little dragon, with a blank expression, spat out a small bone without answering him. "What does that expression mean? Are you mocking my literary skills?" After eating his fill, Xiaojin used Lu Feng's leg as a bed and obediently lay down under his gentle gaze. "I'm full. I want to sleep. Don't bother me." After he fell asleep, Lu Feng admired the small, cute face while thinking to himself, "Adak? He probably escaped safely. Since Adak entrusted you to me, I will definitely take good care of you." He frowned, biting his lip as he looked at Xiaojin in his arms and silently made a decision. "I will definitely become stronger, protect Xiaojin well, and also resurrect Wei'er and the others. Next time, I absolutely will not let myself only be able to run away." Lu Feng looked up at the sparkling starry sky and pondered. There seem to be a lot of magical beasts around here. I'll use them for practice first. After finding a safe place to stay, I'll continue to gather clues about the goddess. Then I'll think of a way to meet up with Adak. The scene changes to a magnificent hall with high, intricately carved walls. A figure stood in the middle, intently examining something. The imperial capital of the Blue Star Empire. He turned his head, his face panicked, and looked at someone behind him, asking in a hurried tone, "Shinxiang, what did you say?" Shinxi's subordinate, dressed in a full cloak, knelt on one knee on the floor and respectfully reported back. Reporting to your majesty, the team sent to steal the dragon egg has sent a message. His expression was not good either. He looked at Emperor Ad worriedly and said bluntly, "The mission failed. The black dragon has escaped." Shun Xiang angrily pointed at him, the emperor's rage growing with each moment. "A bunch of trash. You had holy weapons, yet you couldn't even handle a dragon with depleted cultivation." Wei Chong trembled, his face dark, but he still tried to report the full situation he had received. According to the report, the black dragon also had a human accomplice. Hearing this, Shin Si's frown deepened. He looked at his subject with sharp eyes. How could he be with a dragon? Who is it? Wei Chong recalled the person's appearance, tall and thin with black hair, fighting alongside Adak as a pair. He lowered his head, his face covered in sweat. His voice trembled with each breath. A young man with black hair and black pupils. This subordinate will send people to hunt him down. Shin Xiang raised his chin, his fierce and arrogant face fuming. He glanced down at Wei Chong. No need. For this matter, I have other arrangements. The scene returns to the vast, green grassland under a clear blue sky with flocks of birds soaring peacefully. 10 days later. But in a corner of that lush grassland, a series of wooden arrow-shaped signs with writing that didn't fit the scene were stuck all over the ground. Food, 50 meters ahead, possible. The wind whistled past the wooden signs. On the ground, a big one and a little one lay prone with some dirt and fresh flowers on their heads, right among the directional arrows. Delicious meat, come and get it. Looking at this place, a strong wind blew, and the flowers on both of their heads had their delicate petals blown away. Both small flowers quickly withered, their heads bowed with no energy left to show off their beauty and fragrance. A person and a small dragon lay on the ground, trying their best to stay still and camouflage themselves to hunt. But Xiao Jin was about to lose it. His face was pale, and he weakly reached out to Lu Feng for help. "Lu Feng, I'm so hungry." He moved closer to Xiao Jin, his face just as withered as the little dragon's, but he still encouraged him. "Don't rush. Just hold on a little longer." Just as Lu Feng finished speaking, a beast slowly stepped onto the green grass and approached. A red wolf with blood-red eyes had accidentally wandered here. It stared at Lu Feng's head with a flower stuck in it. Seeing the prey take the bait, his eyes lit up, and he thought with a wicked smile. Finally took the bait. Xiao Jin also tried to lie very still, but his drool was about to fall out. "My dinner." Just as the red wolf was within their reach, there was suddenly a shout. It was startled and whipped its head around to look at where the sound came from. "Captain, there's someone over there." Following the voice, a burly man holding a spyglass was observing a certain direction. Lu Feng and Xiao Jin were still lying flat on the ground, glancing over at the other person and secretly observing. The red wolf also saw them. It turned its head and growled at the group of strangers. The other person's spyglass was aimed right at Lu Feng and Xiao Jin. Through the spyglass, he could see him trying to wave at him. "Go away, go away." And right near the two of them was the tall red wolf, its fangs pointing out, shiny as a sword's blade. He put down the spyglass, sweat beading on his forehead. His face was quite serious as he muttered, "That young man is asking us for help. They've been spotted by the red wolf and don't dare to make a move." He looked decisively in that direction, quickly making a decision and saying to his 3 teammates, "Let's go save him." The bald teammate next to him seemed more cautious. He turned to remind his captain, "Wait, Captain, I'm afraid there's something strange about this." Hearing his teammate say that, he glanced at him and asked back, "Why do you say that, Beita?" The man named Beita bowed his head and analyzed his thoughts for him. "Captain, this place is originally full of magical beasts. But this time we've been walking for a long time and haven't seen a single one. Isn't that very strange?" He also paid very close attention to the situation around where Lu Feng was lying. A series of arrows pointed straight at them, and the area around the young man was arranged very strangely. "I'm afraid there's a problem here." But his captain closed his eyes, waved his hand at him, and said firmly, "Beita, I know you're cautious. But right now, a life is at stake. The Sierra Mercenary Corps will absolutely not be people who see death and do not save." Then he quickly pointed straight at the red wolf opposite them, leading everyone to begin the rescue of the person in distress. "Arfa, cover. Zaijima with me." The four of them quickly formed a formation, with Arfa leading the charge with an axe. Right behind was the captain, who began to draw his sword under the cover of Zaijima and Beita. The captain followed behind, drew his sword, and charged to the front line with a serious face. Zaijima in the back knocked an arrow on his bow, channeled energy into it, and then released his hand, letting the arrow fly. Arfa also shouted loudly, carrying his sharp axe and attacking forcefully, shoulder to shoulder with the captain. Behind them, they had the support of Beita. He stood still in one place, channeling his magic, and shot his energy straight at the Red Wolf. The arrow and fireball from the two of them reached the Red Wolf first. It was also ready to fight the group of four. It lowered its center of gravity, gathered momentum, and then jumped up high, causing the blades of grass to be cut and fly away with the wind. Its large body leaped into the air, fiercely charging at the Sierra Mercenary Corps. Captain Kong Si saw the Red Wolf's action and hurriedly shouted, "The Red Wolf is charging." The group's majestic display didn't last long before they were running for their lives. The fastest runner was Kong Si himself. "Run fast." Immediately after, he turned his head and shouted loudly at Lu Feng's group, "We'll lure the Red Wolf away. Little brother, you guys run." Xiao Jin sat up, his hungry stomach rumbling as he watched those people lure the Red Wolf away until only a shadow remained. His eyes welled up with tears, his small, cute face watching his meal run away. Xiao Jin burst into tears, crying like a river as he wailed, "Dinner! They took my dinner away." Lu Feng propped himself up with his sword and jumped up, looking in the direction the group had led the Red Wolf away. "They got into trouble to save us. We can't just sit here and watch." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already leaped away. Next to Xiao Jin, there was only an empty space, with no sign of Lu Feng. Seeing this, Xiao Jin hurriedly chased after him. "Don't abandon me." Over here, the Red Wolf was chasing Kong Si's group closely, forcing the whole group to run with their tails between their legs. Kong Si and Arfa were using all their strength. One was running with an axe on his shoulder, the other, with longer legs, was also running at full speed with his sword, but looking back, he still couldn't understand. How can it be so close? We can't shake it off. Arfa carried his axe, crying without tears. His aged face was wrinkled into a ball. "You guys clearly can't beat a 7th-tier Red Wolf, so why do you still want to be heroes? I haven't even gotten to hold hands with a pretty girl yet." As if being poor wasn't bad enough, he was also unlucky. While running for his life, there was a rock in his way. Kong Si was running too fast, tripped on a rock, and flew forward a long distance, startling the whole group. The Red Wolf saw this, but didn't stop. It had been provoked to a frenzy by this group of people. It leaped up, intending to pounce on Kong Si, who had fallen to the ground. But just as it was about to finish him off, its body was hit by a fatal blow. Bright red blood shot out from its body in all directions. Kong Si, right below, caught a lot of it and was left gaping in surprise. The blade was still glowing with the blue light of magical energy, with small lightning bolts wrapped around it. The person's feet touched the ground, feeling very light and graceful. Lu Feng slung his sword over his shoulder, standing proudly on the corpse of the large Red Wolf. He lowered his head towards Kong Si, smiling as he spoke to him while he was too shocked to say a word. "Big brother, thank you for saving my life just now." While he was thanking him, Xiao Jin suddenly jumped onto Lu Feng's head, shouting excitedly, "Dinner!" The four members of the Sierra Mercenary Corps looked at their strange actions, bewildered. What's going on? Night fell. A fire was lit, illuminating a space in the vast plains. The group of 6 sat around the fire, roasting the Red Wolf's meat and enjoying the hot, fragrant barbecue together. Kong Si, while chewing on the roasted meat, smiled at Lu Feng and praised him. "Little brother, you're really talented. To think of using yourself as bait to lure beasts to hunt." He was praised and shyly scratched his head, honestly confessing to Kong Si. The nearby magical beasts were also brought here for Xiao Jin to eat. "The living magical beasts run away when they see me, so I can only play dead and use myself as bait to lure them in." Hearing this, he finally paid attention to the little boy next to him. He turned his head to look and saw Xiao Jin straining to bite a piece of meat bigger than his own body. "So that's it. No wonder we didn't see any magical beasts along the way." Kong Si looked at Lu Feng, propped one knee up, rested his arm on it, and said, "In that case, little brother, why don't you consider leaving this place?" Lu Feng lowered his head, hiding his eyes in the shadow of his bangs, and said with a smile, "I don't know where I can go." Hearing this, he was taken aback, looking at him with a very surprised expression and asking back, "Nowhere to go?" Lu Feng didn't hide anything. He slowly spoke his true feelings. "We're not used to life here. We basically don't know where to go." Hearing him say this, Kong Si rushed over and clapped him on the shoulder. The sudden action startled Lu Feng. "Not used to life? Brother Lu, don't you worry. I, Kong Si, have traveled north and south, and I'm particularly familiar with the entire continent. If you want to go anywhere, just ask me." Seeing Kong Si's confident assertion, his face lit up, his eyes sparkling with hope as he looked at him. "Really? Big brother Kong Si, then do you know where the goddess of life is?" Lu Feng's question actually caught the attention of him and the others in the group. But Kong Si was also an honest person and scratched his head in embarrassment, admitting to him, "The goddess of life? You've asked about something beyond my knowledge." At this point, Bei Ta, who had been quietly listening to the whole story, suddenly spoke up. "Many years ago, after the War of the Gods ended, the gods of the world also ceased their activities. Since then, no one has seen the goddess of life." Hearing him say this was like a bolt from the blue for Lu Feng. His eyes widened in a daze. His face fell, and he sadly bowed his head, muttering to himself, "Then what should I do?" His hand, gripping his knee, trembled slightly. His tall, thin body gradually slumped. Lu Feng was dejected and gloomy. He knelt beside his sword. Could it be? Wei can't be resurrected. Seeing his mood plummet, Kong Si came over to cheer him up. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Brother, no one has seen the goddess of life, but that doesn't mean she doesn't exist." He quickly seized the opportunity, a slightly calculating smile seen by Xiao Jin. "Why don't you consider joining our mercenary corps?" Kong Si and his 3 teammates all happily awaited his introduction. After becoming a mercenary, you can go to the mercenary guild. There, you can buy all sorts of intelligence. Maybe you'll find a trace of the goddess of life. He painted a picture of golden coins falling from the sky, the sparkling light of gold dazzling, captivating anyone. You can also receive mission rewards, no worries about food and drink, big fish and big meat. Lu Feng asked him back with a surprised look, a trace of the goddess of life. While Xiao Jin dreamed of filling his always hungry stomach, big fish and big meat. The two looked at each other, both smiling brightly as they answered Kong Si in unison, "I agree." Lu Feng, representing the two of them, stood up to speak with him. "All right, big brother Kong Si will join." Receiving his agreement, Kong Si was overjoyed. He grabbed his shoulder and welcomed him. "That's great. With an expert like you joining, our mercenary corps will definitely have a chance to become the top-tier mercenary corps." Zaijima and Arfa grinned from ear to ear, welcoming 2 new members to their corps. "Welcome. Let's work together to become the top-tier mercenary corps." Only Bei Ta said nothing. His eyes were also secretly glancing at the two of them. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was happily scratching his head and smiling foolishly at them. Xiao Jin next to him was jumping up and down, overjoyed. While the two were excited, Kong Si took out a stack of papers, slammed his hand on the first page to get his attention. Lu Feng and Xiao Jin followed Kong Si's voice and looked at the pile of papers on the ground. Seeing its height, their jaws almost dropped. "Here, sign this contract. After you sign, you'll be one of us in the Sierra Mercenary Corps." He scratched his head, picked up the first page of the contract to examine it, and then said to him, "Where did you guys hide this contract before? It's so thick. What's written on it?" He slapped the stack of contracts that was as high as his waist. Looking at the two of them still confused, he explained, "If you don't understand, I'll slowly explain it to you. You can sign after you understand." Kong Si began his explanation, a series of information he presented. This includes all sorts of things, 10 insurances and 5 funds, welfare benefits, travel, salary, vacation days, year-end bonuses, housing, subsidies, work support, food support, disability insurance, death benefits. Lu Feng listened to him read for a while, and his head was spinning. He couldn't take it anymore and quickly raised his hand to stop him. Stop. Don't say any more. I'll sign." He took a small step forward, his steps a bit hesitant, but he began to move forward with a sigh. "So grand. The scene changes to a small town. The streets don't seem very lively yet. A tavern located at the head of the street rang out. Inside, Kong Si led Lu Feng, who was sitting at the head of the bar. "Brother Lu, this is the Mercenary Corps' tavern at the Neverfall Stronghold. Although this place isn't big, it has a lot of different kinds of alcohol. Nearby mercenaries also like to come here for a drink." Just as Kong Si introduced, this small tavern was very crowded and lively. The entire Sierra Mercenary Corps was joyfully enjoying delicious beer and snacks here. Lu Feng turned his head to look at everyone happily. The little dragon Xiao Jin's eyes also lit up. "It's really lively. There are a lot of pretty sisters here. I like it a lot." At this moment, the tavern owner placed 2 cold mugs of beer, still foaming over the top, in front of the 2 of them. She smiled and said, "Gentlemen, here is your dragon's blood beer." She also carefully made a glass of fruit juice for Xiao Jin, pushed it in front of him, and said gracefully, "Little brother, here is your fruit juice." But the little dragon curiously leaned over towards Lu Feng, looking into the beer mug in his hand. Then he crossed his arms in a huff and demanded, "Why is there's all beer?" Then he turned to look at the tavern owner, his eyes sparkling like stars in the sky, trying to be as cute as possible to win her over. "Pretty sister, give me a glass of wine. It has to be the strongest one you have here." Seeing his request, the tavern owner crossed her arms and leaned on the table, getting closer to Xiao Jin and asking, "Little brother, how old are you? Young people drinking alcohol, it's not good for your height." Hearing about his age, Xiao Jin looked quite confident. He arrogantly crossed his arms and told the tavern owner, "If you count the time I was in the egg, I'm already several hundred years old." The owner was startled to hear that. She brought her face close to Xiao Jin, her eyes wide as she looked at the tiny person in front of her. "Time in the egg? Several hundred years old." Then, as if she had heard a hilarious joke, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, making Lu Feng rush over to cover Xiao Jin's mouth. "Are you trying to say you're a dragon?" "That's right. This kid likes to brag. Don't listen to his nonsense." She bent down, gently touching the tip of Xiao Jin's nose with her fingertip. "So cute." Then she stood up, blew a kiss, and winked at Xiao Jin. She said a farewell and was about to leave. "Little friend, big sister has to go to work first. I'll play with you later." Seeing her leave, he became flustered, frantically jumping on the table and waving his hands. "Wait, don't go. Do kids these days mature so early?" Xiao Jin's request for alcohol was denied, and he was even considered a bragging child. He angrily turned to grab Lu Feng's collar and pull. "Why didn't you let me admit my identity? If the pretty sister knew I was a dragon, she would definitely like me more." Lu Feng turned around, carefully looking left and right to check the surroundings. Then he whispered to the pouting Xiao Jin, who had his arms crossed and eyes shut tight on the table. "There are a lot of complicated people here. If you admit you're a dragon, we'll definitely be hunted down." He pointed at Xiao Jin, his tone threatening enough to make him tremble. "Do you want to die?" The little dragon stopped making a fuss. Hearing about life and death, he immediately behaved, touching his small head and sighing. "All right, I won't say that anymore." Just as they finished their private conversation, Kong Si approached. He enthusiastically invited them. "You guys have been sitting here all this time. Aren't you hungry? Just order whatever you want to eat. It's my treat." Xiao Jin's eyes lit up when he heard the word eat. His little tail couldn't help but wag continuously. "Really? Go ahead and order. No need to be polite with your big brother." Receiving the confirmation, he didn't hold back anymore, smiling from ear to ear and shouting loudly, "Pretty sister, give me the menu. I want to order." The tavern owner quickly brought over a large platter of meat. Xiao Jin immediately forgot everything and dove into his dinner. Meanwhile, Lu Feng turned to ask Kong Si, "Big brother Kong Si, will there really be an information broker here who knows about the goddess of life?" He stopped drinking his beer and confidently affirmed to him, "In the Neverfall Stronghold, the place with the most information brokers is right here. If you want to hear any news, coming to the Mercenary Corps Tavern is the right choice." The two followed his direction and looked at the crowd that was gradually gathering behind them. "So how many information brokers are in there? Let's go ask around." Time passed quickly. Outside, the sky was already bright, and the chirping of birds heralded a new day. Kong Si patted his shoulder, encouraging the person who was lying face down on the table, looking a bit dejected. Brother Lu, it seems the whereabouts of the goddess of life are really hard to investigate. I won't give up. Only now did he pay attention to his words and seriously ask back. Brother Lu, you're in such a hurry to investigate the goddess's whereabouts. What for? Could it be for immortality? Lu Feng was silent for a moment. He recalled the images of Grandpa Cake and Weir. I lost someone very important to me. I hope the goddess of life can help me resurrect them. Hearing him say such heartfelt words made Kong Si very pleased. He slapped him hard on the shoulder, raised his beer mug, and said, Brother Lu is truly a man of sentiment and righteousness. For me, Kong Si, to have such a friend is truly worthwhile. Lu Feng turned his head to look at him, smiling at his sincere face and words. Thank you, Kong Si. But before Lu Feng could finish his thanks, they were both attracted by a shout from behind. How can a child be like that? Wait, I invited you to eat, not for you to eat everything. Not even a little bit left for me. Is this child okay? Hearing those people talk, Lu Feng was a little startled. He immediately turned to his table to search. A child? Could they be talking about Xiao Jin? Sure enough, Xiao Jin, who had been sitting at his table eating meat just a moment ago, was nowhere to be seen. Wasn't he just here? Let's go check it out. He followed Kong Si and the others to where the commotion was. Everyone looked quite surprised. It turned out that Xiao Jin, not having eaten enough, had gone over to someone else's table to freeload. At this moment, he was sitting on the table, fiercely battling a large piece of meat under the admiring and excited gazes of the people around him. Seeing Xiao Jin's appetite, Kong Si's face turned pale, shocked to the core. As for Lu Feng, he was helpless and covered his face, making up an excuse. Oh my god, I didn't realize Xiao Jin could eat so much. Xiao Jin's body is still growing, so he eats a little more. The entire mercenary group was completely shocked as the tavern owner continued to bring out more meat for Xiao Jin. Kong Si looked at the pile of meat and asked Lu Feng, Are you sure it's just a little more? Just then, the tavern door was pushed open from the outside, causing the small bell hanging on it to ring. Seeing the group that had just entered, Kong Si grabbed Lu Feng by the neck and turned him around. Luckily, at that moment, he also managed to grab the little rascal Xiao Jin along with him. Let's go, we'll sneak out first. What's happening? He secretly turned his head to look at the other side of the tavern. The group that had just entered was respectfully serving a dark-skinned man. Even the beautiful tavern owner was respectfully presenting the tavern's menu to him with both hands. Lu Feng looked at the group worriedly and whispered an explanation to Lu Feng. The guys at the door are from the Wilderness Mercenary Corps. We've had a few conflicts with them before. They're always looking for trouble. They have a lot of people today, so we shouldn't confront them. He turned his head back, his face no longer confident and cheerful. He lowered his head slightly and whispered, It should be fine now. But just as Kong Si finished speaking, a group of people approached and cheerfully greeted him. Kong Si, long time no see. Brothers, let me introduce my new friend. The dark-skinned man from the Wilderness Corps held a beautiful woman in his arms, his lecherous face asking her tenderly, Honey, the roast beef here is extremely delicious. Want to try some? Okay, my love. Receiving his lover's reply, the man raised his hand and snapped his fingers loudly. The tavern owner, Mei Ling, quickly appeared. She held the menu and bowed her head to serve. Sir, what can I get for you? 3 servings of roast beef. Exactly 3 servings. After hearing his order, Mei Ling spoke more softly, her head bowed even lower as she replied, I'm very sorry, the roast beef is sold out. Hearing that the roast beef was sold out, the man flared up, his narrow eyes glaring at Mei Ling. But then he turned his head, his expression changing 360 degrees to a gentle one as he spoke to the girl in his arms. Honey, how about we have the eagle's leg instead? Mei Ling tried to maintain a professional smile, but sweat had begun to bead on her beautiful face. I'm so sorry, the eagle's leg is also sold out. He glanced at her, his attitude making it clear that he was getting more and more annoyed with every word she said. He still tried to hold back, asking Mei Ling as politely as possible, So what do you have now? But she could only look at Wu Kai timidly and reply, Everything is sold out. Only vegetables are left. He held his woman, his gaze fixed on Mei Ling. Both of their faces were anything but friendly. All sold out. How is that possible? The owner, afraid of him, stood to one side, timidly pointing towards the bar where Kong Si's group was standing. The meat was all ordered by those customers over there. Wu Kai looked over and saw that it was Kong Si and his familiar brothers, laughing and joking happily. He raised an eyebrow, smiled arrogantly, and stood up. His eyes never left Kong Si's group as he said, "Looks like I've run into an acquaintance." Over here, Kong Si still didn't know he had been recognized. He was still enthusiastically introducing Lu Feng to his friends. That 7th-tier red wolf, this friend of mine, Lu, took care of it with one sword strike. Kong Si, you must be bragging. That's right, killing a 7th-tier red wolf with one sword strike? Is your brother about to reach the Saint tier? Lu Feng sat there, his face slightly red with embarrassment. He scratched his chin and tried to interject. Actually, But once again, he didn't get a chance to finish his sentence before Wu Kai, with his woman in his arms, came up behind them. Isn't this Kong Si? Why didn't you die on the Beastman grasslands? Damn it, didn't this pig just sit down and start eating? Why is he over here now? He started to click his tongue in contempt for Kong Si, waving his hands and saying some provocative words. Our wilderness mercenary corps had already prepared a funeral for you, but you ruined it. A perfect funeral. Hearing him mock them with such vicious words made Kong Si angry. He slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, then turned around to confront him. Kong Si shouted, looking straight into his face. Wu Kai, don't go too far. But this guy was thick-skinned, and his ears were a bit small, so he didn't pay any attention to his words. He glanced at him with contempt. Too far? What's more outrageous than bragging? He looked at the small and thin Lu Feng next to him, rudely pointing straight at his face and saying, "You just said this guy could take down a 7th-tier red wolf with one blow. This person doesn't even have a trace of Do Chi or magic on him. On what basis do you say he killed the red wolf? Based on your mouth." Then, he and his entire group stood there, throwing their heads back and laughing loudly to provoke Kong Si. What I said is the truth. Brother Lu took down the red wolf with one sword strike. Wu Kai didn't believe it. He puffed out his chest and shouted over him. All right then. I happen to be at the 7th tier. Tell your brother to take me down with one blow. If he can't, it proves you're lying. He was still looking down on him, rudely pointing at his face and continuing to insult him. Then you have to tell everyone here that Kong Si is a braggart. Lu Feng couldn't take it anymore. He turned to reply before Kong Si could speak. I accept this bet. Since we're betting, let's make it a big one. He raised his head, looking straight at the tall, crude man in front of him. He asked him back with a serious expression, "If you lose, you crawl out of here. How about it?" Hearing his challenge, Wu Kai immediately got into a stance, showing off his Do Chi to Lu Feng. Then come on. Let's see who's the pathetic one who gets taken down in one move. Kong Si stood in front of Lu Feng, angrily pointing at Wu Kai and exposing him. Wait, you're lying. You're clearly at the 8th tier. Wu Kai was so angry that the veins on his head bulged. He looked down at the two of them from above. So what? It's too late to regret it now. Kong Si knew he couldn't reason with this guy, so he turned to Lu Feng, who was looking around for something. Brother Lu, listen to me. Let's go first. As he spoke, he reached for the straw from the orange juice cup on Mei Ling's tray. It's fine. Big brother Kong Si, don't you trust my strength? Sister, can I borrow this straw? The tavern suddenly turned into a fighting ring. Kong Si stood next to Lu Feng, still worried. He looked at the amount of magic Wu Kai was releasing. But Lu Feng was strangely calm. He held up the cute yellow straw and said with a mocking smile, I don't need a sword to deal with you. A straw is enough. His words made Wu Kai's blood boil. He gritted his teeth, being ridiculed by Lu Feng. But Wu Kai was confident in his 8th tier level. He smirked and glanced at Lu Feng. This kid, he successfully pissed me off. I'll make you regret meeting me right away. Lu Feng waited for him to finish his sentence. Then he also released his Do Chi, using a gentle blue color to overwhelm Wu Kai's fiery red. Then, without a sound, he pointed the tiny straw at his face. Lu Feng's expression was firm, the straw in his hand aimed straight at Wu Kai. I think the one who should regret it is you. No matter what was happening on the other side, Xiao Jin was still munching on his delicious roasted meat. The people in the tavern were also extremely surprised and stopped to focus on the scene. Look, someone actually dares to challenge Wu Kai. Wu Kai has already broken through to the 8th tier. If you're not careful, you'll die. Xiao Jin chewed a mouthful of meat and turned his head to say in a childish voice, "What's so interesting about fighting? It's not as good as eating." Over here, Lu Feng was still pointing straight at Wu Kai, while he took a step back and stomped his foot hard as a show of force. The two looked at their opponents. One was tall and large with spiky armor for defense. The other was fair and small with only a fruit juice straw as a weapon. Jia Jun stood behind, scratching his chin and whispering to Kong Si, while he was quite tense. "Kong Si, is your friend okay? Wu Kai seems really angry. Your friend looks so small. Can he beat Wu Kai?" He was also very worried about this new friend he had just met. But he also respected him, which was why he stood to the side. "Although I feel that Brother Lu is quite capable, Wu Kai's strength is beyond imagination. I'm afraid, Brother Lu." Kong Si looked at Lu Feng's back, who was twirling the straw in his hand, and clenched his fists. "Brother Lu is my friend. He also got into a conflict with Wu Kai because of me. If I don't trust him, am I even a person?" He believed in this brother of his. After thinking about what he needed to do, Kong Si became more confident. He said to the people next to him, "I saw with my own eyes Brother Lu kill a red wolf with one sword strike. So what if Wu Kai is stronger than a red wolf? He's definitely not a match for him." He turned to look at Cheng Wei and Arfa, his hands on his hips as he spoke to them with a serious expression. "If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. A bet's a bet. If you want to give us money, we have to take it. But I'm afraid this time you'll lose both your money and your friend." Over here, Wu Kai was cracking his knuckles to show off to Lu Feng. "Kid, are you ready to die yet?" "I'm ready." He channeled his energy into the straw, making it perfectly straight. His face also wore a ready-to-fight smile as he said to Wu Kai, "But not to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Kai had already stomped through the wooden floor and charged forward like a tiger with a loud roar. It seems this world doesn't have the saying that the one who strikes first will definitely lose. Lu Feng calmly watched him charge. He swung his hand to the side and calculated. "Just in time to try out the move I learned a few days ago in Huaxia." He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and recited the mantra in his head. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4. Deceive the eye, create a mirror image. Then with a whoosh, 1 person became 2, splitting apart just as Wu Kai stabbed forward. The appearance of 2 Lu Fengs confused him. He looked back and forth, wondering what was happening. What the hell? 2 of them. Just as he was distracted, Lu Feng, holding the straw, pointed the sharp end forward and stabbed straight. Wu Kai froze on the spot, glancing down amidst his own terrified screams. The 2 Lu Fengs, one on the left and one on the right, had stabbed him right where they shouldn't on his burly body, even breaking his belt. Wu Kai was hit, his nose bleeding. His face was contorted in pain, and his eyes rolled back. His large body was sent flying by a terrifying force, crashing into the tavern wall, shattering the wooden wall, but it still couldn't stop Wu Kai from flying out of the tavern. Lu Feng merged back into one person, standing at the broken tavern door and looking at the guy who was now knocked out. "Looks like you don't need to crawl out on your own." He lifted the tattered straw, looking at it, and feeling a bit speechless. That was almost a failure. Using a straw was a bit of a stretch. Wu Kai's group ran outside to check on him. Kong Si also followed them out amidst the crowd's speculation. Wu Kai was sent flying with 1 hit. Is this Wu Kai a fake? After confirming his condition, he returned to Lu Feng's side, patting him on the shoulder and praising him happily. "Brother Lu, you're amazing." Then he turned his head, a proud smile of an exploiter on his face. He looked at his 2 brothers and held out his hand. "Quick, give me the money. Give me the money. You must have colluded with Wu Kai to cheat us out of our money." Wu Kai's underlings struggled to pull their leader up, their faces pale but still trying to threaten him. You just wait. Our captain will come find you to settle the score." Then the whole group quickly packed up, ready to run for their lives when they saw Lu Feng step forward. It seems that no matter where you are, the lines of the villainous characters are all the same. Kong Si held up the 2 large bags of money he had just collected and showed them to him. "Brother Lu, you're really strong. Thanks to you, I made a lot of money. I'll split half with you." "Big brother Kong Si, don't be so polite. Keep the money as funds for the mercenary corps." But then he carefully leaned in and whispered an important matter to Lu Feng. Brother Lu, Wu Kai was humiliated this time. The leader of the Wilderness Mercenary Corps will definitely not let this go. We should still leave this place. I'll go get Xiao Jin. Let's go now. Then he turned to Mei Ling's counter, placing a bag of money on the table under her slightly surprised gaze. Kong Si stood generously next to the two large bags of money and said with a smile, "Miss, the bill. I'll pay for the damages." Mei Ling picked up the bag of money to check it. She was a little confused and hesitated to ask back, "Mr. Kong Si, the change. It's just a little extra. No need for change." But his grand display didn't last more than a few seconds before Mei Ling's words made him panic. She was a bit embarrassed, but still needed to be clear. "Mr. Kong Si, I wanted to ask, how will you be paying the rest? The cost of your meal plus the repairs for the damages. This isn't enough." His face darkened, and he held out his hand to her, his mouth starting to twist to one side as he said, "What? Not enough? Let me see the bill." The bill in his hand was so long it swept the floor, leaving Kong Si speechless. Lu Feng next to him could only hide his face, while the little troublemaker let out a comfortable burp and rolled over to sleep. "Brother Xiao Jin, how much did you actually eat? I'm only 9/10 full." So embarrassing. The tavern was noisy inside, continuing to welcome new waves of customers despite the recent brawl. Kong Si and Lu Feng walked shirtless on the street. He shyly turned to apologize to him. "Big brother Kong Si, I'm so sorry. Not only did you have to pay for all the money you won, but you also had to pawn all your clothes." But Kong Si was a straightforward and righteous person. He didn't mind at all and even smiled, pointing at himself. "It's nothing. We're all brothers. What's a little thing like this?" But thinking about the debt to the tavern, his face wasn't happy anymore. He frowned and muttered, "It's just that we still owe the tavern a lot of money. We have to think of a way." The two continued to walk in the quiet forest, a strong wind whistling through the tall trees. Just then, a person in a purple cloak covering their face appeared behind Kong Si and Lu Feng. The person spoke, stopping their footsteps. "I have a commission I'd like to entrust to you. I wonder if you're willing to accept." The scene changes to a large, magnificent villa, but the front was like a mud pit with 3 shadows below. The backyard of the Wilderness Mercenary Corps, Captain Heishou. "We know we were wrong. Please spare us." They struggled in the mud, trying to get out, but they only sank deeper. "Next time, even if we die, we will definitely complete the mission." Then, gradually, the person's entire body sank, leaving only a single hand raised above the bubbling mud. At this moment, several people ran in at once, their footsteps thudding on the shiny wooden floor. "Captain Heishou." It turned out to be the underlings of Wu Kai from earlier, returning to report the situation. "Vice Captain Wu Kai is injured." The mud pit below began to bubble again. A voice came from under the swamp. "Wu Kai is injured? Who did it?" The 3 underlings on the shore quickly reported the situation amidst the ever-loudening bubbling. "We don't know him. It seems to be Kong Si's new helper." The people at the tavern all saw it. That guy defeated Vice Captain Wu Kai with just one move. A head gradually emerged from the black mud, revealing a shiny, smooth forehead. One move. The person revealed their upper half, shirtless, from the mud pit. They looked at them with small, dark-circled eyes. Although Wu Kai just broke through to the 8th tier, his realm isn't stable. But to defeat him in one move, where did that trash Kong Si find such an expert? Where are they now? I want to see who dares to oppose my Wilderness Mercenary Corps. He stepped out of the mud pit, shirtless, placing his mud-stained foot into the... According to reports, they went to the Mercenary Guild. He looked at Wu Hui, who had just reported. He was immediately frightened and looked away, avoiding his captain's gaze. The Mercenary Guild? What are they doing there? I don't know. The scene changes to a rather large house, with quite a few people coming and going in front of the door. The Mercenary Guild. On the corridor of the Mercenary Guild, Lu Feng and Xiao Jin followed behind Kong Si. He asked him curiously, "Big brother Kong Si, how do we get our clothes back?" "Of course, I sacrificed my beauty to get them back from the tavern owner." "You're lying. I don't believe you." "But, is it really true that as long as I get the qualification of a 7th-tier mercenary, I can accept the C-rank commission that person mentioned?" "Yes. A mercenary corps cannot accept commissions above its rank. Our Sierra Mercenary Corps was originally only D rank." He happily shared what he knew with him, not hiding a single thing. To accept a C-rank commission, the Corps must have a 7th tier or higher expert. If you test as 7th tier or higher, our Corps will also be promoted to C rank. In Kong Si's mind were sparkling gold coins that made him smile even brighter. After completing this C rank mission, we'll have the money to compensate the tavern owner. But contrary to Kong Si's optimism, Lu Feng was more concerned about the masked person who had given them the commission letter. I always feel that something is not right. How could a mission just fall into our laps like that? At that time, the mission invitation will be delivered to the mansion. What is the origin of that mysterious person? Kong Si patted his shoulder, pulling him out of his tangled thoughts. What are you thinking about? Look ahead. Right in front of them appeared a large stone slab carved with the image of a sun, surrounded by chains. Kong Si looked at the stone slab and introduced it to Lu Feng. We're here. Using the verification stone, we can test our strength. The two behind him followed in turn, carefully observing the man in front who was punching the verification stone hard. 5th tier. Next, Lu Feng stepped forward at the call. Before he left, he turned his head to say a word to Kong Si and Xiao Jin, and quickly received enthusiastic encouragement from both of them. I'm going to test for a moment. I'll be right back. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Lu Feng approached the verification officer to register. He smiled and scratched his head, saying, Hello, this is my first time applying for a mercenary qualification. I want to test my strength. Stand in the middle and punch with all your might. He approached the verification stone, followed the person's instructions, and stood in the middle. Then Lu Feng punched with all his might. Everyone watched the whole process in silence. But when the punch was over, Lu Feng held his right shoulder and rotated his arm to relax. The verification officer behind him, however, was sweating as he looked at the completely motionless verification stone, anxious. Why is there no reaction? Yang Sheng stepped forward, bending down to assess Lu Feng, which startled him a little. Wait, no Do Chi? Do you know magic? No. Receiving Lu Feng's nonchalant reply, he was so angry he broke the brush in his hand. The crowd behind him also burst into laughter as if they had heard a joke. What are you testing if you don't have Do Chi or magic? Are you messing with me? No Do Chi and doesn't know magic? Isn't this a magic and martial arts cripple? A magic and martial arts cripple wants to be a mercenary? What an idiot. At this moment, a man with a thick beard and a ferocious scar on his face snorted coldly. He approached, reaching out towards Lu Feng, wanting to do something. He grabbed Lu Feng by the collar, pulling him from facing Yang Sheng to face him and yelling, Kid, if you're a cripple, then stay at home obediently. Don't come out and be an eyesore to us. Lu Feng wasn't angry at being grabbed. He just calmly and softly said to him, Let go. Jun Chong did let go, but his expression was extremely rude as he laughed to tears and said to him, He told me to let go. Did you all hear that? This cripple told me to let go. Lu Feng didn't say much. He waited for him to finish his tirade, then decisively clenched his fist and swung with all his might. A straight punch to the face. He was immediately knocked out on the floor, his face also deformed by his punch. Jun Chong lay there, unconscious, with no chance to verbally abuse anyone else, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. What? Lu Feng went over to Yang Sheng, raised a finger, and said to him, I'll test again. Kong Si and Xiao Jin behind him, seeing his decisiveness, jumped up and down, cheering for Lu Feng together. Nice one. Just as they were getting excited, a pair of long, slender legs appeared, walking in silver high heels towards the testing area. A girl with a hot body and long, fiery red hair like a flame, waved her hand. What's all the noise? Who was fighting just now? Have you all forgotten the rule against fighting in the guild hall? Su Fei stepped forward, beautiful and powerful, looking at the clueless men who were causing trouble here and asking, Are you itching for a fight? The men who saw her arrive changed their attitude. Every one of them looked like they had seen fine wine and delicious meat, looking extremely lecherous. Kong Si also had a look of admiration when he saw who had arrived. Xiao Jin on his shoulder also stretched up to admire her. It's Miss Su Fei. Lu Feng also had a look of infatuation when he saw who had arrived. His eyes couldn't leave her as he thought to himself, so charming. Just then, Su Fei crossed her arms, standing there stylishly and looking towards Lu Feng, asking him, Are you the ones causing trouble? He closed his eyes, pointed at the unconscious Jun Chang on the ground, and said, "He was the one causing trouble. We were just defending ourselves." But Yang Sheng quickly ran over and whispered something in Su Fei's ear. Su Fei looked at the person on the ground, whose teeth were mostly knocked out, foaming at the mouth from his punch. No do chi and no magic, yet wants to apply for a mercenary qualification? I've never heard of such a thing before. Hearing her say that, Lu Feng was calm. He raised a finger and said to Su Fei, "To become a mercenary, the important thing is to have strength. I think I've proven that a little." Hearing his confident words made her gaze soften a little. Su Fei brought her little finger to her lips seductively. "You're not wrong. Strength is the most important thing. With strength, you have everything." Then, she gently turned to face Lu Feng, ready to say to him, "If the verification stone can't test your strength, then let me test it." Lu Feng looked at the beautiful girl opposite him, his face serious as he asked back at Su Fei's beckoning hand gesture, "You'll test me?" Su Fei tossed her long, fiery red hair to one side, her face quite confident as she said to him, "If you beat me, I'll give you the mercenary qualification. If you lose, then get out. I hate cripples who only know how to say nice things, but have no strength at all." Hearing Su Fei's rather disrespectful words, Lu Feng shifted his feet slightly. "All right. After all, you're the supervisor." He looked straight at the girl opposite him, his gaze unwavering as he asked back, "But didn't you just say fighting is forbidden here?" Su Fei lowered her body slightly, frowning at him with a look of annoyance as she reminded him, "In this place, I am the rules." The onlookers quickly pulled Jun Chang back. Kong Si had a nosebleed and was dazed. "Miss Su Fei is so cool. What should I do? Logically and emotionally, I should support Brother Lu. But I'm a loyal fan of Miss Su Fei. I don't want Miss Su Fei to lose. It's so hard to choose." Xiao Jin on his shoulder immediately spoke up aggressively, telling Kong Si some philosophical words. How can a man be so hesitant, unable to distinguish between inside and outside like this? A man must follow his original intentions. But his lecherous expression was revealed, his admiring gaze absolutely fixed on Su Fei, which startled Kong Si. "Miss Su Fei will definitely win. Miss Su Fei, go for it. Whose side are you on, anyway?" Su Fei gave Lu Feng time to prepare. After he grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back, she asked, "Are you ready?" Receiving his answer, Su Fei quickly began to attack first, wanting to seize the initiative. She held a small dagger, and in a flash was right in front of Lu Feng, aiming accurately at the person still standing straight there and stabbing forward. Kong Si was anxious and panicked. Xiao Jin also covered both his eyes, not daring to look at what was supposed to be a bloody scene. "Be careful. This is Miss Su Fei's specialty, the surprise attack." She flashed past, cutting into what looked like Lu Feng's body. But unfortunately, it was cut into 3 pieces, looking more like a shadow than a real person. Su Fei looked back in surprise. Only then did she realize she had missed. The other person was still intact, having jumped to one side. He managed to dodge it? She quickly changed direction, her eyes shining as she slashed out. But once again she cut through Lu Feng's afterimage. Su Fei looked at him, his whole body glowing with a blue light, his speed astonishingly fast, and bit her lip. "He can dodge my attacks without any effort. Just how strong is he?" She calmed down, channeling magic around her body. Her hair also flew up into the air accordingly. "To defeat him, I must use that move." Lu Feng frowned as he dodged one of Su Fei's attacks. He thought to himself, an illusion? I feel like her speed has suddenly increased. In a flash, she was back in her original position, her eyes still fixed on him, but the do chi on her body had changed a lot. Lu Feng carefully observed Su Fei. A large amount of energy was emanating from her body, but it seems like she's using some kind of secret art to increase her speed. He didn't hesitate anymore, nor was he blinded by her charming beauty. What a crazy woman, willing to do anything to win. I have to stop her. At this moment, she also began to channel more and more magic, her eyes glowing with an unusual light. Then with a whoosh, she charged forward, attacking with a magical technique that seemed dangerous. But Lu Feng managed to stop her. He slid close to Su Fei and pointed the hilt of his sword at her chest. Su Fei froze, looking down at the sword hilt just a short distance from her body. Lu Feng looked at her, his brow furrowed. His face was serious as he said to her, "Stop." Do you really need to use a technique that harms your own body like that? Su Fei was surprised, her beautiful eyes staring at Lu Feng as she asked back. You saw through everything? He stood up, facing Su Fei as he heard her calmly and happily accept defeat. I lose. Lu Feng put his sword back behind him. He tilted his head to one side and said to Su Fei, looks like I can get my mercenary qualification now. At this point, Su Fei bent down, getting a little closer to him and seductively telling Lu Feng the answer. Of course. But, besides the mercenary qualification, do you need anything else? The scene changes to Su Fei's room. She sat on a large chair, her long legs propped up on a table with a golden statue, and asked, Mr. Lu, it's just the two of us here. If you have any requests, just say so. Lu Feng didn't understand what she was trying to say. He crossed his arms and looked at Su Fei in confusion. Requests? What requests? Then he tried to be serious, carefully thinking back on what she had just said. This woman was so fierce just now, and now she's striking such a seductive pose. There must be a problem. Lu Feng tilted his head, glanced at her, and then waved his hand nonchalantly, restating his purpose. I only came here today for the mercenary qualification. I'm not interested in anything else. Su Fei lightly touched her index finger to her lips, her beautiful, moist eyes looking at him. Not interested in me either? Lu Feng placed both hands on the table, his eyes smiling as he teased her back. We don't know each other. How could I be interested in you? No more joking around. Lu Feng's face turned serious as he returned to his main point. Miss Su Fei, please keep your word and grant me the mercenary qualification. Su Fei didn't expect him to be so serious. Her eyes showed a hint of annoyance, but she also gradually became serious. You have passed the assessment. Hearing her announcement, Lu Feng was quite surprised. He stepped back in astonishment and looked at Su Fei. What kind of assessment was that? She slammed her hand on the table with a loud bang, startling Lu Feng's fragile heart. She stood up, bent over, and stared at Lu Feng opposite her. I want to invite you to join our Knight's Order. Your Knight's Order? What's that? Su Fei raised her hand, her voice confident, and began to explain to him from the beginning. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Su Fei, one of the heirs to the Mercenary Guild. Each heir has their own mercenary corps. The Knight's Order is the mercenary corps I founded myself. I need a strong helper like you. She also expressed her opinion of Lu Feng very clearly, which surprised him a little and made him ask back. Your character and strength are both not bad. As long as you join, you can name any conditions you have. Did you recruit the other members of the Knight's Order like this? Hearing him ask, Su Fei's expression immediately turned annoyed. She snorted coldly. Others? They're all a bunch of bastards who lust after my beauty. They basically don't listen to my control, so I fired them. She put her hands on her hips, her body's curves prominent, but her voice was very powerful. If you agree to join, the position of commander will be yours. Besides a fixed salary each month, you'll also have priority in choosing missions and the mission rewards. But just as Su Fei finished listing the privileges of that position, Lu Feng shyly scratched his head and said to her, Sorry, I'm not interested. Why? The conditions I offered are already very generous. He thought to himself about the position Su Fei offered, but didn't say it out loud to avoid offending her. A commander of the Knight's Order? Only a fool would want to do that. Besides, I have more important things to do. Lu Feng cleared his throat, smiled, and glanced at her reaction, then found an excuse to decline. Sorry, I've already joined the Sierra Mercenary Corps. I don't want to switch corps right now. Hearing him say that, Su Fei was so angry she gritted her teeth, but she couldn't say anything more. She knew she had no way to persuade this person, so she slammed the badge down on the table and said, All right, I won't force you anymore. This is your 7th-tier mercenary badge. Su Fei rested her hand next to the badge, her face still not relaxed as she explained further. Your strength cannot be tested by the verification stone. According to the regulations, your ability can only be assessed based on the rank of the assessor. As for the badge, I'm only at the 7th tier right now, so I can only give you a 7th tier one. Lu Feng picked up the badge, carefully examined it, and then smiled happily at Su Fei. 7th tier is enough. After speaking, he turned to leave without any hesitation. As he neared the door, he waved at Su Fei. Thanks. I'm leaving now. Left alone in the room, Su Fei clenched her fists in frustration as she watched him leave. Lu Feng, I'll remember you. Just you wait. I will definitely make you join the Knight's Order. The scene changes to a rather grand house, nestled quietly in a forest. Kong Si stood there, banging on the door and shouting for the people inside, while Lu Feng stood silently behind him, smiling. Arfa, Beita, where are you? Come out. We've become a C-rank mercenary corps. Come out and celebrate. But the only answer he received was silence. Kong Si was speechless, his anger rising to its peak. These guys must be secretly drinking behind my back again. He couldn't wait any longer and kicked the cumbersome wooden door open, walking inside. He didn't even close the door when he left. How outrageous. But when they entered the house, both of them froze on the spot at the scene inside. This is bad. The furniture in the house was a mess, broken and overturned. On the wall, a large message was written. They are in my hands. Hey Shou. Lu Feng and Kong Si looked at the last two words of the message on the wall. Hey Shou. He repeated it, his frown deepening. Then Lu Feng bit his lip in indignation. Hey Shou, they're this brazen. His hand clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Lu Feng turned around, his aura surprising both Kong Si and Xiao Jin. I'm going to see that Hey Shou. At that moment, a hand slammed against the doorframe, blocking the way out. Kong Si blocked Lu Feng's path, trying to stop him and warn him of the danger. Brother Lu, don't go. The Wilderness Mercenary Corps is very strong. Hey Shou is a peak 8th tier expert. They definitely have an ambush. He was sweating. Despite being very worried about his teammates, he still tried to help him calm down. Beita has already been captured. I can't let Brother Lu go to his death. I have to stop him. Going like this is just walking into a trap. Hearing Kong Si say that, Lu Feng's hand clenched even tighter, showing his anger even more clearly. Lu Feng looked at him, and he, along with Xiao Jin dangling on his shoulder, asked Kong Si a question. Are we just going to ignore Beita and the others? No, we have to save them. Kong Si tried to stop him, his voice becoming more urgent than ever. I'll go find the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team will definitely bring us justice. Lu Feng and Xiao Jin both remained silent. He lowered his head and bit his lip, closing his eyes to think for a moment. Then he calmed down and looked at him, to Xiao Jin's surprise, agreeing with what Kong Si said. All right, I'll listen to you, big brother Kong Si. It's getting late. Let's wait until tomorrow to find the law enforcement team. Giving up like that. Hearing him agree, he patted his shoulder in encouragement, but his eyes were no better than Lu Feng's mood. In the Neverfall stronghold, killing is strictly forbidden. Even if He Shou has captured Beita and the others, he wouldn't dare to kill them. I hope so. After calming him down and encouraging him, Kong Si was also extremely worried deep down. He lowered his eyelids and said sadly, I hope so. Then Kong Si pulled Lu Feng and Xiao Jin away from their house and into the town. Let's go get something to eat. After being tormented all day, everyone is tired. The little dragon's eyes lit up when he heard the word eat. He immediately forgot all about what had just happened. What are we eating? What are we eating? Kong Si looked at Xiao Jin's drooling, sparkling-eyed expression and asked him, what does Brother Lu want to eat? Meat. He quickly changed the subject, looking at the excited Xiao Jin on his shoulder and saying, all right, you can taste my cooking. But only Lu Feng noticed something strange. He silently looked at him without saying anything. Night fell. The moon was high in the sky, illuminating in place of the daytime sun. Lu Feng stood watching Kong Si and Xiao Jin leaning against the wall, fast asleep after eating their fill. Beita, Arfa, you guys better be okay. Then, alone, he took his sword and quietly left Kong Si's group's small house. He went to the luxurious house of the Wilderness Mercenary Corps, the headquarters of the Wilderness Mercenary Corps. Right at the gate, someone was already waiting. As soon as Lu Feng arrived, two dark figures immediately jumped down from above and attacked him. He fell into their ambush. They shouted and all pointed their weapons at Lu Feng. But he had anticipated this would happen, calmly fighting against them barehanded. Just as Brother Kong Si said, they have an ambush. Alone, he took down all the ambushing lackeys here barehanded. Each one got a chop to the neck, not a single extra blow. The three ambushers, 3 in a row, were all knocked out and lay scattered on the ground. Lu Feng looked around, lifted his foot to continue walking, and then noticed something sticky under his shoe. He looked down at the ground under his feet, and then was surprised to discover something unusual. Right on the ground, a magic circle lit up. He had accidentally stood right in the middle of that magic circle. Magic from within the circle surged up, rising into waves that attacked Lu Feng. He quickly jumped high into the air to dodge in time. Lu Feng leaped, frowning as he looked down and thought to himself, this magic appeared so suddenly. The mage must be hiding nearby. He was in the sky, looking around for a while to find the mage who had set the trap. Very quickly, the hiding place of that person was discovered by him. Over there. Lu Feng was in the air, reaching behind him to draw his sword with a cold gaze. He brought his sword down on the base of the tree where the person was hiding. The tree was instantly split in two, and the mage was also sent flying by him. Lu Feng landed on the ground, his toes barely touching before his whole body was steady. He held the holy sword in his hand, glanced around once, and then spoke provocatively. Hey Shou, you only dare to send your subordinates to their deaths? He swung his sword behind him, glancing towards a direction deep in the forest and smiling mockingly. Is this all you've got? Lu Feng, holding his blade, stood proudly in the open space. Everyone else, back off. He looked towards the wide-open city gate, his voice booming. Your target is me, so come on. Let's have a proper fight. Lu Feng, weapon in hand, resolutely walked step by step towards the gate. The wind howled. As he walked, he looked around to observe, but all he saw was an empty space. Lu Feng was quite annoyed by the way he was hiding and not daring to show himself, so he challenged loudly. Hey Shou, I'm here. Where are you hiding? As soon as he finished speaking, from a distance, under a rotten tree, a familiar voice slowly spoke up. I'm not hiding. I've been right in front of you all along. Suddenly, beneath him, a pool of sticky mud appeared. Lifting one foot slightly, Lu Feng's expression changed, his eyes filled with anger. From within that slimy mud pit, a mocking voice called out to him. As expected, you're still so green. Daring to walk in here so brazenly, without a shred of caution. From one surprise to another, high above, a group of people with weapons aimed straight at him. I know you're very strong, but now you can only watch yourself die. The whole group looked at Lu Feng's pathetic state and laughed smugly. Down below, he could only grit his teeth and hold back, not wanting to be buried just because of a mud pit. Lu Feng swung his blade wildly. Damn it! This must be He Shou's creation. I have to get out of here quickly. It's useless. If you can't hit my real body, no matter how you attack, it's futile. The slashes skimmed across the surface of the mud pit. He was looking for something. After a thorough search, Lu Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. The real body. Where the hell is he hiding? Suddenly, the group of people on the wall spoke up. The whole group began to attack him. Fire. Unable to react in time, Lu Feng could only use his blade to shield himself as best as he could. As if he had a sixth sense, seeing no movement around him, he slowly lowered his hand and opened his eyes to look around. The city wall, which was full of people just a moment ago, was now completely empty. Lu Feng looked on in confusion. Where did everyone go? Seeing no one attacking anymore, a frustrated voice from the mud pit commanded again. Where is everyone? Fire. From a distance, a long and sturdy leather whip appeared, lashing out as fast as the wind. High above, the one controlling the whip was Su Fei. Lu Feng catch. The voice was quite familiar, making him open his eyes wide and look up. That voice sounds familiar. Lu Feng's hand quickly grabbed the rope and held on tight, not missing by an inch. And just like that, with her dedicated support, he lifted both his feet out of that mud pit. Seeing Lu Feng about to escape his control, the mud pit transformed into a mud man. It opened its mouth wide. Where do you think you're going? Then, the mud man stood up, its palm wide open, aiming straight at him. Seeing its hand about to get close, Lu Feng raised his blade, preparing to defend. Who said I wanted to run? As soon as he finished speaking, his sharp blade came crashing down, splitting the mudman's body into many pieces. But it seemed to have no effect on it. In just a few seconds, the mudman's body reformed, hovering in the air. Lu Feng was stunned, confused for a few seconds, not expecting it. It recovered so fast. In a flash, his feet touched the ground thanks to Su Fei's help. Still a little dazed, he held the whip tightly and looked up at where she was standing. Then Lu Feng looked back at the group of people who were about to attack him just now lying unconscious on the ground. You did all this? Seeing him dazed, Su Fei, with her hands on her hips, looked down at Lu Feng and explained, a strong sleeping potion. They were all out in an instant. Below the city wall, the mudman rushed forward with its fists, intending to attack him. It was using all its strength, launching itself high into the air. The pieces of mud that made up the mudman's body continuously attacked both of them, but it didn't affect them. Although it was split into small pieces, it quickly reformed. Seeing that the mudman was difficult to deal with, Lu Feng was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and interrogated it. Every time it's cut, it immediately reforms. This mudman seems to be just a summon. Where the hell is He Shou hiding? How should I deal with him? Hearing his name, Su Fei, on the other side, tilted her head and suggested, He Shou is hiding in the swamp. In the swamp, he's almost invincible. But if you destroy that swamp, he'll be helpless. Hearing her proposed plan, he widened his eyes and asked again, destroy the swamp? Standing on the city wall, Su Fei raised her arms straight up. Ice-like spheres shot past Lu Feng and down below. In a flash, they turned into sharp ice spikes that pierced straight into the mudman's body. In just a few seconds, it stood still, no longer moving, becoming an ice statue for the two of them to admire. Seeing her skill was so amazing, he widened his eyes, his voice full of praise. So strong. What was that? Su Fei looked at Lu Feng with a gentle gaze. She said with a mocking tone, of course, it's a little gift I specially prepared for He Shou. Not wanting to drag it out, standing on the city wall, Su Fei spread her arms and commanded, He Shou, if you don't show yourself now, you'll turn into an ice statue. As soon as she finished her request, from under the ice, a hand emerged. The thick layer of ice was shattered by He Shou. He revealed himself, slowly moving his body out of the ice, stepping forward slowly. With a breath full of cold ice vapor, his sharp face and interrogating voice rang out. Who on earth are you? Su Fei didn't want to waste time with someone like He Shou. She just answered perfunctorily, who I am is not important. Besides, your opponent is not me. As soon as she finished her introduction, Lu Feng swooped down from above, his blade aimed straight at him below. Right now, He Shou still didn't know fear, his voice still confident and challenging. You think freezing the swamp will make me afraid of you? Seeing his attitude, he didn't want to say much either. He held his blade tightly and rushed forward. Less talk, more action. Time to die. A surprising scene occurred. He Shou, who was so arrogant just now, was now kneeling on the ground. His head was bowed, and he was constantly begging before Lu Feng's sharp blade. Friend, spare my life. We can negotiate anything. His sudden action left him stunned, dazed for a few seconds. You even know the face-changing skill? He Shou raised his head, grabbing his blade that was close to his neck. His eyes were gentle. Today was my fault. I apologize. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and gold coins poured out. If you need money or women, just say so. I'll give you all the money I have on me. Lu Feng knew he had the advantage. He loudly demanded of He Shou, release Bei Ta's group. Freed from Lu Feng's sharp blade, he jumped up and nodded. No problem, no problem. There's something even more valuable here. From behind his back, He Shou pulled out a red scroll. Inside was a hidden blue magic circle. Go to hell. Betrayed by him, and even attacked in return, he widened his eyes, his face annoyed. Ignoring He Shou's trick, Lu Feng moved like the wind, gliding past his back. As if he had a sixth sense, he glanced back slightly, panicked when he saw him. You, when did you get behind me? As soon as he rushed forward, he stabbed his blade straight through He Shou's chest. Lu Feng answered concisely, you don't need to know. And just like that, he had ended his own life for not keeping his word. His body lay on the cold ice, farewell. Standing on the city wall, observing his every move, Su Fei praised him endlessly. Good move. Looking up, Lu Feng still didn't forget to investigate her background. Who are you? Seeing him keep asking, Su Fei swooped down from above. Don't be so tense. It's me. As she removed the mask covering half her face, she began to scold Lu Feng. Good thing I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have been in big trouble. Her identity was now clear. Su Fei rushed forward like an arrow, her arms outstretched as she ran towards him. Little brother, big sister saved your life. How will you repay me? Holding his blade tightly, Lu Feng was still on guard, asking in confusion, why are you here? Why did you help me? She didn't think, pointing her finger at him and laughing. Of course, it's because I've taken a liking to you. A treacherous villain. I don't want the commander I worked so hard to find to die in vain. Standing opposite Su Fei, Lu Feng held his blade horizontally and asked, I haven't even agreed to join your knight's order. Seeing that he didn't seem to be cooperating, after a few seconds of thought, she spoke up. All right, since you're so heartless, let's just settle the business. A long list of items Su Fei had just used to support Lu Feng was clearly listed. Special sleeping potion, 200 gold coins per bottle. I used 5 bottles. Magic ice spheres, 100 gold coins each. I used 30. And my appearance fee, 2,000 gold coins. You pay the bill. Her move was so unexpected that it left him gaping and shouting, wait. Your appearance fee. Hearing this, Su Fei pressed her face close to Lu Feng's and recalled, that's right. I'm a 7th-tier mercenary, and also the president of the Mercenary Guild. My appearance fee is very expensive. The total cost is 8,000. I can give you a discount to 7,000. With a decisive action, she pressed the rolled-up invoice against him and demanded, the bill is here. You can calculate it yourself. Holding the payment invoice in his hand, Lu Feng slumped slightly and sighed in exasperation. I don't have that much money. Knowing he was in a difficult situation, Su Fei, as if prepared beforehand, took out a piece of paper. Then you can work for me to pay off the debt. Be the commander of my knight's order. Seeing her corner him like this, he let out a long, tired sigh. However, not wanting to be tied down, Lu Feng raised his head and declared, I'll figure out a way to get the money. As for the knight's order, I don't want to join. Hearing this, Su Fei smiled faintly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and saying, it's fine. There's still plenty of time. The carriage stopped in front of a building. Lu Feng and Su Fei stood in front, talking. The Wilderness Mercenary Corps, your friends were all hypnotized by He Shou. They don't know anything. You can just take them back. She faced him, rubbing her palms and lightly mentioning what had just happened. I'll be responsible for cleaning up the mess here. Of course, the fee will be on your bill. All right. Hearing this, Lu Feng looked at her with a gentle gaze. He spoke with a grateful tone. Thank you for this time. I used to think you were that kind of woman, but I didn't expect you to be not so bad after all. Hearing this, Su Fei immediately crossed her arms, her tone interrogating. That kind of woman? What kind? Caught off guard, Lu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. You know, that kind. Without any anger, she closed her eyes and replied, it doesn't matter. A lot of people think of me that way. It didn't stop there. With a confident demeanor, Su Fei put her hands on her hips and declared, to stand firm in the mercenary world, which is full of men, you naturally have to face such gossip. I'm used to it. Seeing her attitude, he was very impressed and immediately offered some comfort. In my hometown, there's a famous saying, the more gossip you can endure, the more praise you will receive. Miss Su Fei, you are strong. Su Fei's eyes widened. She was a little surprised to hear praise from Lu Feng. The more gossip you can endure, the more praise you will receive. Su Fei's entire face flushed red. She shyly said her thanks. Thank you for the compliment. You're the first person to understand me like that. Seeing Su Fei's expression, he scratched his head and smiled faintly. Don't be so polite. In response to his respect, she offered Lu Feng a special favor. Then I'll give you a saying. I can give you a 1,000 gold coin discount on your bill. Hearing the mention of money, his eyes lit up like headlights, brighter than the stars in the sky. Really? My hometown actually has a lot of sayings like that. If I say a few more, can I get a discount? Standing next to him, Su Fei reminded him, don't say any more. Even if you say more, there won't be any more discounts. And so, Lu Feng activated his begging mode. His voice echoed, even disturbing the horse that was eating grass. Just one more discount. Can't you really give another one? After teasing her for a while, they looked at each other in silence and burst out laughing. The atmosphere was very cheerful. Suddenly, Lu Feng raised an arm straight forward, his palm facing Su Fei. It's a pleasure to meet you, Su Fei. His unexpected action made the blush on her cheeks suddenly deepen. Without hesitation, Su Fei raised her hand. A handshake in place of mutual respect. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Lu Feng. After a few seconds of thought, a question appeared in her mind. So now are we friends? Lu Feng didn't hesitate, agreeing for the first time. Yes, we are friends. The next morning, the sky was full of sunlight shining on the roof of a familiar building. Kongxi had his eyes closed. Behind him, Zaijima, Arfa, and Bei Tao were sound asleep. Brother Lu, tell me the truth. Did you go to the Wilderness Mercenary Corps' place? Lu Feng stood by the door, waving his left hand back and forth. Not at all. I didn't go anywhere last night. Bei Tao's group was brought here by carriage this morning. He looked at Bei Tao's group, who were unconscious, with a scheming gaze. No matter what, they're back now. Let's think of a way to wake them up. Kongxi left Lu Feng there to watch over them, then turned and left the door. Right. They were hit by a deep sleep magic. I'll go invite a mage to dispel the magic. Stay here in the house. I'll be back in a bit. Standing alone in the room, he recalled being blocked by Heisho's Mudman. As Heisho said, my combat experience is still not enough. I need more real combat. Thinking that much, his face was covered in sweat. Lu Feng touched his chin, trying to think of a way. But where can I find someone to train with who is both free and can take a beating? Train with? An idea flashed in his mind. Lu Feng immediately ran off to start implementing it. That's right. I can just try this. He used his internal energy and the skill he had learned. In a flash, a perfect copy of Lu Feng appeared. Mirror image doppelganger. Looking at his own copy opposite him, after a moment of observation, he praised it. Exactly like me. Standing opposite, with someone to train with, Lu Feng immediately ordered his copy, attack me. The command was immediately executed. The copy's hand shot straight at his face. But with my current internal energy, I can only maintain the doppelganger for 3 minutes. It seems that in a real fight, I can only use it at a crucial moment to catch the opponent off guard. As Lu Feng was thinking, he grabbed the copy's arm with one hand. The doppelganger only has about 30% of my strength. The advantage is that it's obedient and not afraid of getting hurt. It can barely be considered a training partner. Then, he swung his arm, aiming his elbow at the copy's face. A punch landed on its face. While he was training hard, suddenly, from outside the door, Kongxi rushed in, shouting Lu Feng's name. Brother Lu, something's happened. The Wilderness Mercenary Corps, all their people disappeared overnight. Now the whole city is talking about it. Seeing 2 people who looked exactly like him in front of him, he widened his eyes in panic. 2 Brother Lius? Kongxi quickly rubbed his eyes hard, trying to calm himself down. Am I still not sober? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Feng standing next to him. What's wrong, big brother Kongxi? He was stunned once again. I really am still not sober. Remembering the problem from before, without hesitation, Kongxi opened his mouth wide to announce. The Wilderness Mercenary Corps, all their people disappeared overnight. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of feet slowly stepped forward, the sound of footsteps echoing around. Attracted by the sound, by instinct, he quickly turned his head and questioned loudly. A person in a black cloak walked confidently towards the 2 of them. The person's appearance made Kongxi think endlessly. Such a strong sense of oppression. This person is really strong. Without many words, the black cloak spoke up, requesting Lu Feng opposite him. Lu Feng, I know what you did. Come with me. Being requested by a stranger, he stood there dazed for a few seconds. Kongxi, seeing the appearance of the black cloak, frowned in confusion and asked loudly, Who are you? What do you want with Brother Lu? Seeing Kongxi being too nosy, the person bluntly requested, Kongxi, this has nothing to do with you. If you don't want the Sierra Mercenary Corps to disappear from now on, then don't interfere. Being insulted by the black cloak's attitude, he frowned and gritted his teeth in anger. To stop Kongxi's anger, Lu Feng patted him hard on the shoulder from behind. The other party came for me, so this matter should be handled by me. The unexpected request from him left Kongxi stunned. Brother Lu. It didn't stop there. Lu Feng brought his mouth close to his ear and whispered a few things. The other party doesn't have good intentions. If we fight here, I'm afraid it will affect Bei Tao's group. The conversation between the 3 was being observed by a bird on a tree. I'll go with him. Even if he wants to cause trouble, with my strength, escaping won't be difficult. The black cloak didn't want to waste time. The person reminded and urged him immediately. Are you done talking? After talking for a while, he took his blade and scabbard from his back and then instructed the two of them. I'm going first. You guys wait here for me to come back. Xiao Jin, with his small transformed body, shouted loudly. Lu Feng, you have to come back early. You promised to take me to the market today. Lu Feng bent down slightly, smiled, and gently stroked Xiao Jin's head with affection. No problem. Over here. Kong Si tried to hold back his emotions, lightly patting his shoulder and instructing. Brother Lu, you must be careful. Lu Feng was extremely grateful. I will. A while later, he, along with the black cloak, had arrived at a grassland area with a rustling wind. Lu Feng slid his feet hard on the green grass surface, trying to use his leg strength to keep himself steady. Then, the black cloak turned his head to look at Lu Feng, who was following behind. This place will do. Any further ahead is the beastman's territory. Hearing this, with extreme curiosity, he stood behind and asked loudly about the identity of the person opposite him. May I ask who you are, sir? Without any concealment, the black cloak slowly took off the cloak he had been wearing. It was none other than him, a rather familiar person. I am the commander of the law enforcement team of the Neverfall Stronghold, Aohe. Every word of Aohe's introduction made Lu Feng dazed for a few seconds. The commander of the law enforcement team? What do you want with me? Without any concealment, he smiled faintly and stated his purpose for coming to find him. Little brother, your strength is superb. I wonder which high-level expert on the continent you are a disciple of. Let's be friends, what do you think? Lu Feng was still quite clear-headed. He silently lowered his face slightly and thought to himself, nothing good comes for free. Suddenly being so flattering. He must not be a good person. Could it be that he wants to find out my background? After a few seconds of thought, Lu Feng smiled faintly. He replied to he. I'm sorry, my master hates that I have no skills and doesn't allow me to reveal his great name outside. Seeing that it was difficult to get information from a clever person like Lu Feng, he immediately lowered his tone. If you don't want to say, then I won't force you. Let's talk about something else. A face, with a very angry expression, appeared on Aohe. Was the matter of the Wilderness Mercenary Corps you're doing? The unexpected question made him extremely confused. He had to stand still for a few seconds, trying to regain his composure. Lu Feng's eyes were angry as he asked him back. Commander Aohe, why do you say that? Aohe on the grassy plain began to analyze. The Wilderness Mercenary Corps disappeared overnight. Besides being wiped out, I can't think of any other reasonable explanation. And recently, among those who have had conflicts with the Wilderness Mercenary Corps, the most suspicious person is. He heard it and immediately understood the problem. A question Lu Feng himself asked. Commander Aohe, everything requires evidence. You say I'm the culprit, so where's the evidence? He didn't seem to care much about the question. He took his sword, and with a whoosh, in less than a few seconds, a sharp blade was drawn from its scabbard by Aohe, gliding past him. Evidence. You work very cleanly. I really didn't find any clues at the scene. But no evidence doesn't mean I can't convict you. Then, he pointed his sword straight at Lu Feng with determination. As long as I kill you, whether you're the real culprit or not, you'll bear all the charges. Witnessing what Aohe was doing, he spoke with a contemptuous voice. Commander Aohe, you are the commander of the law enforcement team. Is this how you maintain justice? It didn't stop. Lu Feng lowered his head slightly, his voice low as he reprimanded. No wonder the Wilderness Mercenary Corps could run rampant in the Neverfall Stronghold for so many years. He heard, but seemed to ignore it, even smirking smugly about himself. Maintain justice? Whoever has the bigger fist is justice. If you can't beat me, then I am naturally the side of justice. Looking at the sharp blade opposite him, he remained calm and made a suggestion. Before we start, I want to confirm something. Are you at the peak of the 9th tier? Aohe didn't hide anything. As he raised his sword forward, he even smiled and affirmed, That's right. I am indeed at the peak of the 9th tier. Are you scared? As he drew the blade from his back, Lu Feng's face darkened and he lowered his voice. Good. If I can beat you, then I can go get my revenge. He didn't want to waste time. He held his sword and charged towards him. Less useless talk. Let's do this. A cold slash swept past Lu Feng. Luckily, he reacted quickly and dodged it cleanly. With lightning speed, Lu Feng was instantly behind Aohe, his hand raising his blade. Aohe reacted quite nimbly. He held his sword and quickly turned towards the blade's tip. A force so strong that sparks flew, illuminating Lu Feng's wide-eyed face. He knew he was in danger. He swung his blade forward, blocking Aohe's entire attack. Although he had used all his power to attack, when Lu Feng countered, his feet were still slightly off balance. Holding his blade, looking at Aohe, his face was lightly sweating. Such terrifying strength. He was the same on his side. He lowered his head slightly in frustration, his mouth still praising Lu Feng. To be able to withstand a full-powered sword strike from me, your ability has surpassed my imagination. As soon as he finished speaking, Aohe looked at the weapon in his hand in confusion. Moreover, your sword is no ordinary object. But it seems you still can't make it unleash its true power. What a pity. Then, he looked at Lu Feng's mysterious black blade opposite him. It's really strange. The power you use is neither do chi nor magic. Aohe didn't hesitate. He held his sword and advanced quickly, laughing with delight as he charged. The way you suddenly disappeared just now was also extremely special. I'm getting more and more interested in you. He didn't hesitate at all, his sword gliding lightly past his face, his handling extremely clean and swift. But a surprise occurred. Lu Feng's body was completely powerless, and he even launched himself to stand behind Aohe. Too angry, he swung his sword down hard on the green grass. The slash went straight towards him. Lu Feng had to retreat slightly to dodge the attack. While observing the situation, he opened his mouth wide with worry in his heart. Such a fast attack. I have to conserve my remaining internal energy. This move can only be met head-on. Lu Feng quickly used his blade to shield his body, gritting his teeth to defend. Suddenly, Aohe's blade stopped its attack and then plunged hard into the ground. He stood opposite him, the wind rustling as he opened his mouth to speak emphatically. I understand. Aohe's eyes widened, looking at Lu Feng and analyzing how he did it. You were able to take that sword strike of mine just now because you have a way to increase your strength in an instant. His words made Lu Feng sweat lightly, extremely surprised. How could he see through it? It didn't stop there. Aohe lowered his head slightly, analyzing further. And your strange movement technique, although its effect is not bad, it seems you can't use it at will. It seems there's a limit to its use, or it requires a large consumption of energy. As soon as he finished speaking, Aohe's entire body was enveloped in red flames. It seems I didn't guess wrong. Your power, although strange, is not too hard to figure out. And your fighting skills are not at all like mine. A suit of fiery red armor enveloped his body, burning brightly. The warm-up is over. I have to go all out now. Standing opposite and observing the details, he was confused, his mouth agape in astonishment. This is... With the sturdy armor carved onto his body, Aohe introduced, this is something only a peak 9th tier expert has, Do-Chi armor. He looked at Lu Feng opposite him, not forgetting to remind him. Use your full strength. Otherwise, you really will die. Raising the sharp blade in his hand, Lu Feng showed no fear. He stepped forward and declared, all right, then let's have a real fight. Back at Beita's group, who were unconscious, Xiao Jin lay beside a pile of chicken bones, sighing. The last chicken leg. He looked at the fragrant roasted chicken thigh in front of him and thrashed about. The chicken legs are almost gone. Why isn't Lu Feng back yet? Suddenly, outside the door at this moment, a figure was peeking inside. Wu Kai appeared, his body wrapped in white bandages covering his wounds. The captain and everyone are missing. It must be related to the Sierra Mercenary Corps. If I hadn't been hiding outside treating my wounds last night, I'd be dead by now. He was even holding a sharp knife in his hand. With a plan already in his head, Wu Kai opened the door wide, slowly advancing towards Xiao Jin in front of him. While Kong Si and Lu Feng are not here, I'll kill this kid and Beita's group, as revenge for the captain. He was still unaware or sensing anything behind him, too busy looking at the food below. The last chicken leg. I have to eat it sparingly. But it seemed the food was too tempting, and Xiao Jin gobbled it all up. Behind him, Wu Kai was raising his knife to attack. A surprising thing happened. From inside the room, a terrified scream echoed. Wu Kai was dead, lying on his back on the cold ground, his head bleeding profusely. Next to him, Xiao Jin was crying his eyes out. What happened? Where's Lu Feng? Seeing Su Fei's appearance at the door, his eyes lit up. Pretty big sister. She just stood outside, looking at the scene before her. Xiao Jin shyly explained, I don't know. I was eating meat when he appeared, holding a knife and trying to stab me. Looking at Wu Kai's bloody and tragic state on the ground, Su Fei became even more curious. And then what? Who hit him? Was it Lu Feng? He immediately shook his head, his hands clasped together, his voice full of guilt as he recounted the story. It wasn't Lu Feng. Lu Feng was called away by someone else. I hit this bastard. I raised my hand to block a few times, and he ended up like this. Hearing his answer, she looked unconvinced, glancing at Xiao Jin for a long time. How could a child hit Wu Kai? He looks like a kid with zero combat power. Suddenly, on the floor below, an empty wine bottle was rolling around, sparking an idea in Su Fei's mind. Maybe Wu Kai was unlucky, stepped on a wine bottle and fell, so this child thinks he was the one who hit him. Ignoring the unnecessary issue, she looked at him, curious about Lu Feng's situation. Let him go. You just said Lu Feng was called away by someone else. Who called him? Xiao Jin didn't hesitate, immediately telling her about He's presence earlier. The person who called Lu Feng was a man in a black cloak, with a sun and a scale on his back. Hearing his description, Su Fei's eyes suddenly widened, her face becoming fearful. What? Could it be him? Back on the grassland, where the green grass was, the two of them, he and were fighting. After a while, both of them couldn't withstand the other's strength and separated. Holding the sharp blade, Lu Feng gritted his teeth, his face already tired. So strong. Is this the strength of a peak 9th tier? It seems I'm still a bit out of my league against a peak 9th tier now. Although his body was a bit tired, he was still resilient, his eyes wide open as he declared, but I won't admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng, holding his sword, charged towards him. Every step he took forward was so powerful it was as if he was putting all his energy into it. Just a few seconds later, Lu Feng's entire body began to transform, and a copy exactly like him appeared. Mirror image doppelganger. He witnessed the scene happening now and was stunned, his face covered in sweat. An illusion that creates a doppelganger? Over here, Lu Feng began to attack. He left his own copy behind. Not bad, kid. You know a lot of things. You even know how to use an illusion to create a doppelganger. He used his sword, both blocking Lu Feng's attack and thinking to himself, it's not two doppelgangers attacking at the same time. Could it be that he summoned the doppelganger just to distract the enemy's attention? Thinking that his strength was only that much, holding the sword in his hand, he smiled smugly. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen a fool throw his doppelganger behind and charge forward himself to receive an attack. His tone at this moment became even more provocative. Come on. It seems you're out of strength. A surprise occurred. All this time, it was his copy that was attacking, while he was still standing outside observing. I was tricked. In a flash, from the outside, Lu Feng charged straight at the unguarded he like a gust of wind. Gale steps. What? He appeared and disappeared, then suddenly appeared behind him, his hand raising his blade. As if he had a sixth sense, he defended quite well, immediately turning around and blocking both sword strikes with one arm. Due to the overly strong attack from Lu Feng's blade, a piece of his armor on his arm was broken off. He wasn't much better off on his side. By inertia, he was lightly knocked away by the armor. Lu Feng was originally a person with great strength, so he only stumbled slightly before standing firm. He even has a move that can create a doppelganger with real strength. This is the first time I've heard of it. Back in another place, on the roof, a pair of high-heeled feet were moving. It was none other than Su Fei, investigating Lu Feng's whereabouts. According to Xiao Jin's description, Lu Feng probably went in this direction. As she leaped, gliding over one roof after another, she couldn't stop thinking. The person who took Lu Feng away is very likely the captain of the law enforcement team of the Neverfall Stronghold, Aohe. That Aohe is rigid and ruthless. Did he come looking for Lu Feng really because of the matter with the Wilderness Mercenary Corps? Suddenly, Su Fei turned her head to look behind her, her face becoming extremely confused. How is that possible? I cleaned up so cleanly. It turned out that behind her, on the street below, was a group of people in black cloaks. Why is the law enforcement team heading in that direction? Whatever. I have people I arranged there. The law enforcement team won't dare to do anything to Xiao Jin. Not wanting to waste time on trivial matters, Su Fei used her internal energy to fly into the air. Lu Feng has extremely strong strength. It's rare to find a 9th-tier expert who can be my helper. I can't let anything happen to him. I have to stop Aohi quickly. With a serious look on her face, she moved forward, silently praying in her heart. Lu Feng, wait for me. Back on the grassland, the battle between the two had been going on for a long time without end. It seemed that Lu Feng was exhausted, his breathing becoming heavier than ever. There's not much internal energy left. I can't use it carelessly anymore. Over here, Aohi wasn't much better off. His face was covered in sweat, and he was breathing heavily. It seems you're also reaching your limit. I have to admit, if it weren't for this Dochi armor protecting me, I probably would have lost already. Pulling himself together, Aohi raised his sharp sword towards him and declared loudly, "But now, the loser is you." Seeing his spirit and attitude, Lu Feng didn't give up either. He opened his eyes wide. I'll bet it all on one last move. He gripped his blade tightly and charged forward, his posture as straight as an arrow aimed at the bullseye. It didn't stop there. Lu Feng began to leave the ground, his feet moving into the air. And just like that, using a little internal energy, he shot up into the sky, a few meters away from him. It seemed that Aohi wasn't scared at all by Lu Feng's attack. He even smirked slightly. "Kid, take this move of mine." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword high and swung it down hard. Fortunately, with his rather flexible body, he bent slightly in an instant, neatly dodging the dangerous slash. Although he had managed to stay safe, Lu Feng gritted his teeth, his face becoming worried. So strong. The range is too large. Gale steps can only increase speed. Surrounded by a blue spiritual energy, he became more and more panicked. I can't jump out of this range. Is there really no other way? Lu Feng's eyes widened, his mind racing to find a solution. Is there any other way in the Huaxia internal arts? A surprise occurred. His legs had regained their movement, lifting slightly. He regained control of the game. From above, Lu Feng charged straight forward, his blade in hand. He raised his sharp blade, aiming straight at the still-dazed Aohi below. What? In just a few short seconds, Lu Feng was face-to-face with him. The slash was right next to Aohi's fiery armor. A critical strike, 4 times the attack power. And so, when the blade made contact with his armor, the seemingly gentle impact created a shocking explosion, with smoke and fire filling the sky. A few minutes passed. The smoke gradually cleared. Aohi, with a mouth full of blood and his armor cracked into pieces, had become an ordinary person, no longer protected by his weapon, and was bent over, breathing with difficulty. On his side, having used too much energy, he had also collapsed to the ground, his heavy breathing turning into a cloud of vapor from his mouth. Although Aohi was severely injured, he still managed to stand up, his voice interrogating. How could you do it? How could you break my Dochi armor? Lu Feng, with a long, bleeding scratch on his face, heard this and explained to him. In this world, there is no absolute defense. The best defense is a good offense. The unexpected answer from him seemed to enlighten Aohi, and he widened his eyes. No absolute defense. The best defense is a good offense. In a flash, he understood Lu Feng's words. His mouth was full of blood, but he was grinning broadly. Well said. Since reaching the 9th tier and comprehending the Dochi armor, I haven't practiced any other techniques for a long time. No wonder I haven't made any progress after so many years of cultivation. So that's how it is. Aohi wiped the blood from his mouth, his tone grateful. Thank you for your guidance, little brother. Lu Feng, on the outside, appeared normal. No need to thank me. But when he turned his back, his face became dazed. Are you kidding me? I just said one sentence and you're enlightened? You could become a Buddha, brother. Seeing Lu Feng still standing there, he didn't want to waste time and immediately requested. You should go. Go back and check on your friends. Hearing Aohi's words about his friends, he became very worried, raising the blade in his hand. My friends? What did you do to my friends? Seeing Lu Feng's expression, he didn't blame him at all, and even kindly explained in detail. You foolish kid. If my men hadn't saved your friends, they would probably be a pile of corpses by now. Hearing every word he said, he had to gape in astonishment. You saved them? It didn't stop there. He continued on his side. You have to pull out the weeds by the roots, but you made such a low-level mistake. Hearing this, Lu Feng remembered something and quickly asked loudly, what you mean is? Wu Kai. As soon as he said that name, he nodded, his guest agreeing. Looks like you still have some memory, huh? Slinging the sharp blade over his shoulder, Lu Feng shrugged and continued. You think I didn't take any precautions about this? His unexpected words made him confused. What do you mean? Not letting he wait long, Lu Feng declared loudly. Let alone Wu Kai. Even you couldn't lay a hand on Kong Si's group. Do you believe me? But it seemed he was still skeptical. I don't believe you. Seeing he's attitude towards the question he had just asked, he didn't want to argue much either. If you don't believe me, then fine. I won't tell you the reason either. With Xiao Jin at home, I don't believe anyone can take Kong Si away. Although that kid doesn't know how strong he is, just based on that strength, I'm afraid no one can be his opponent. Seeing that Lu Feng had no intention of explaining in detail, he shrugged and said, All right, the matter of the Wilderness Mercenary Corps, I'll help you cover it up. You can go now. Seeing how easily he let him go, he was very surprised. What? Weren't you here to arrest me? You're just letting me go like that. He listened, and just smiled faintly, his voice mocking. The bastards of the Wilderness Mercenary Corps aren't worth my time. The answer that came from his mouth made Lu Feng scratch his head in confusion and ask further, Then why did you go to the trouble of fighting me? Without any concealment, with a satisfied face, he confessed. Of course, it's because I'm interested in you. The words that came from he's mouth made Lu Feng's face suddenly darken. You're interested in me? He quickly moved away, shaking his head vigorously. Sorry, I'm not gay. On his side, he seemed to understand the mistake in his words and quickly explained. No, I'm interested in your strength. Returning to a normal expression, he lowered his head slightly, his tone praising Lu Feng. At first, I was trying to provoke you to make you fight me with your real strength. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You fought me to a standstill. The sun began to shine brighter. On the vast green grassland, sitting on the ground, he spoke to him without any guard. It's still not enough. I was only able to fight you to a draw because I know a lot of tricks. This can only be considered luck. Lu Feng couldn't hold back his emotions. He had to clench his hand into a fist and say, I'm still not strong enough now. I need to train more. I have to become stronger to be able to kill that city lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a question popped into his head. He immediately turned to look at he. Did you come to test my strength because you want me to help you with something? His legs were still a little injured. He stood up and asked a question. You probably know about the natural enemy of humanity, right? Hearing this, Lu Feng hesitated and made a guess. You mean the beastmen? As soon as he got the answer, he's hands clenched tightly, and he nodded his head continuously. Lu Feng, in a few days, it will be the tournament between humans and the beast tribe. I hope you can represent humanity and fight against the beast tribe. A rather unexpected request left him stunned for a few seconds. He had to repeat the question. The tournament between humans and the beast tribe? The image of the cruel beast tribe appeared repeatedly in his subconscious. The beastmen have many races. Their reproductive power is very strong. But because the northern lands are barren and there's not enough food, he's eyes were serious. He continued to explain the reason for them. So they always covet the fertile lands of humanity. Every 3 years, humanity and the beast tribe will hold a tournament. If the beast tribe wins, they will invade on a large scale, constantly plundering. Lu Feng, after listening attentively for a while, asked a question. So what if the human race wins? He immediately replied. If the human race wins, the beast tribe will retreat and stay peaceful for 3 years, waiting for the next tournament. After getting a specific answer from him, he touched his chin and analyzed. To scout the military strength of the beast tribe through a duel, the beast tribe is really stupid. Suddenly, another question flashed in Lu Feng's mind. So after the human race wins, why don't they take the initiative to attack and wipe out the beast tribe once and for all? He was still gentle, explaining the reason for him to understand. The northern grasslands are vast and sparsely populated. The beastmen hide there, and it's very difficult for the human army to find them, let alone wipe them out. Hearing this, Lu Feng also understood the problem. In that case, the human race is really frustrated. If they lose, they get plundered. If they win, they only get to keep the peace. He continued opposite him. For the human race, being able to protect the peace is enough. He thought of something else, so much so that he held his head, his teeth clenched. The grand duel. Both the human race and the beast tribe take it extremely seriously. They will send their strongest people to fight. Unfortunately, we lost last time. The beast tribe took the opportunity to invade, and the human race suffered great losses. So we can't afford any losses in this grand duel. He stood tall, his gaze fixed on the distance, his brow furrowed as he continued. The 4 great academies of the human race will select their elites. But last year, the Beastmen sent 2 9th-tier experts. It's very likely they will fight again this time. In the Neverfall stronghold, only you and I are at the 9th tier. So I hope Brother Lu can fight with me. If you and I fight against them together, the human race will have a better chance of winning. The words that came from Aohe's mouth were only met with a sigh and silence from him opposite. But finally, after a few seconds of thought, Lu Feng also gave his answer. I am of the human race. If I can fight for the human race, I will definitely not refuse. Receiving his agreement, he was overjoyed, running over and opening his arms wide, hugging him tightly. Brother, thank you. Back at another location on the grassland, a pair of healed feet were gliding over the grass surface. It was none other than Su Fei, who, after moving for a while, had finally arrived at a location near Lu Feng. Why can't I see Lu Feng and Aohe yet? If I keep going forward, it'll be the Beastman's grasslands. She kept looking around and finally saw his figure. Lu Feng. Su Fei didn't hesitate, immediately moving closer, her tone interrogating. Lu Feng, are you okay? Su Fei's sudden appearance made Lu Feng so surprised that he asked back, Su Fei, why are you here? She didn't answer his question, just looked around frantically, searching for Aohe's figure. Where's Aohe? You didn't kill him, did you? Hearing this, Lu Feng was stunned. What? Su Fei didn't let him explain at all, and put her hand on her chin, trying to figure out a way. If you killed Aohe, you'll definitely be hunted down. How about I take you away? But where can I take you? Lu Feng didn't want her to worry about him, so he gently explained, Su Fei, Aohe is fine. He went to the great Beastman grasslands to investigate the enemy's situation. The memory came flooding back. Just now, the two of them were standing on the grassland together. In the distance, a cloud of black smoke was approaching. Brother Lu, something seems unusual over there. I have to go check it out. Can you find your way back on your own? Seeing his urgency, he reminded him, Big brother, just go. Don't worry about me. Hearing this, the way they addressed each other made Su Fei startled and dazed. What? Big brother Aohe? Didn't Aohe arrest you? How did you two end up calling each other brothers? Lu Feng, after a long day with many fights, was tired and suggested. Anyway, let me rest a bit before we talk. You buy me a meal, and I'll tell you. She immediately nodded in agreement. I want to see what tricks you can pull. That evening, in front of a multi-story house that looked very luxurious. Su Fei's house. On the table at this moment were steaming, attractive dishes. So that's how it is. A fight like that really drains your energy. I'm starving. Su Fei, on one side, looked at Lu Feng, who was eating ravenously. So that's how it is. But I didn't expect you to be able to beat Aohe. So cool. He was now chewing on a delicious piece of chicken and analyzing. It can only be considered that my tricks won. If it were just based on my strength and fighting skills, I probably wouldn't have been able to beat Big Brother Aohe. She took the wine glass in her hand, shrugged her shoulders, ignoring Lu Feng's words, and emphasized, as long as you win, it means you're capable. But you agreed to participate in the grand duel with Aohe like that? Wasn't that a bit too careless? He had just taken a big bite of chicken. He was very confused and asked further, Careless? Why do you say that? Su Fei gently set down her wine glass and sighed as she recounted. It seems Aohe hid a lot of things from you. The unexpected words from her made Lu Feng's eyes widen in shock. Su Fei held her wine glass, constantly swirling the orange-colored liquid inside. Did Aohe tell you about the beast tribe's berserk state? Lu Feng listened and immediately shook his head. One of the beast tribe members, using his internal energy, had been able to shatter a stone on the surface with a single skill. Berserk is a skill that all Beast Tribe members have. It can increase their attack power by 50% in an instant. This skill makes the Beast Tribe Empire's combat power very strong. But it also has a fatal weakness. When they use this skill, they can reach a state where they can't control themselves. As long as they use this skill, the Beast Tribe will fall into a frenzied state of slaughter until their stamina is depleted, and only then will they stop. In previous duels, many Beast Tribe members used Berserk to win. Under those circumstances, even if the human participants won, it was a very tragic victory. But if they failed, they would be torn to shreds by the Beast Tribe who had lost their minds. Holding the delicious chicken thigh, his eyes became full of thought. It seems it's very dangerous. Sitting at the dining table opposite the silent Lu Feng, she began to reason more carefully about the reason. That's why only the 4 great academies and the Neverfall Stronghold send experts to participate in the tournament. The 4 great empires and other forces are not willing to sacrifice the elite experts they have cultivated. Even in the last few times, the only 9th-tier expert who participated in the duel was Aohe. After speaking her thoughts, Su Fei held her wine glass and made a suggestion. I think you can consider going to find Aohe tomorrow to decline this invitation. It seemed he was very firm and made his final decision. No need. Since I've agreed, I can't go back on my word. Besides, I don't believe I can't beat them. Seeing this, she no longer forced Lu Feng. Her face turned red. Very brave. I'll toast to our nation's hero first. The two of them raised their wine glasses together, and the 2 glasses clinked together. Cheers. Cheers. An hour later, the water bottles and the open wine bottles were lying scattered on the table. With a little alcohol in her system, Su Fei began to share her feelings. If only I were as strong as you. Then those old men at the Mercenary Guild headquarters wouldn't always bring up the fact that I'm a woman. As she spoke with dissatisfaction, she rested her chin on her hand and looked up. I wouldn't be in this situation now either. The conversation between Su Fei and him echoed throughout the building. His tone at this moment was full of spiritual comfort. A woman? So what if you're a woman? Aren't there many places where men have to cherish women like princesses? Understanding Lu Feng's feelings for her, she just shrugged her shoulders and smiled dejectedly. What princess? We're all descendants of the mercenary king, Su Han. Those old men at the Mercenary Guild think that women are not worthy of being heirs. Su Fei lowered her head slightly, her eyes sad, constantly recalling the arduous training days of the past. I was born into the glorious glory of my ancestors, grew up with swords and do qi. From a young age, my father was very strict with me, hoping that I could take over his position as the president of the Mercenary Guild. But in the family, I'm not the only one with the qualification to inherit the Mercenary Guild. I also have 2 cousins. Because they are men, they receive more support than me. In order not to let them surpass me, I have never dared to be lazy. But after they invited a 9th-tier expert to the headquarters, those old men at the headquarters immediately sent me to the border. As she spoke with a resentful mood, she couldn't control her emotions, picked up her wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Now, they even want to remove my name from the list of heirs. Over here, Lu Feng finally understood Su Fei's situation. At that time, I didn't know your situation, so I refused. He didn't hesitate, placed both hands firmly on the table, and jumped up from his chair to declare, "Can I still help you now? Even if I don't join the Knight's Mercenary Corps, I can still help you." She heard every word Lu Feng said, and her face turned red with happiness. "You agree to help me?" Without any shyness at all, standing opposite Su Fei, he reiterated his promise. "I am your friend. Let me help you." She quickly stood up as well, pushing the chair she was sitting on away. Su Fei's face had changed. There was no more sadness, but instead, excitement. "With your help, I can definitely win back the position of president." As soon as she finished speaking, her brow suddenly furrowed, and her face turned pale in extreme pain. Su Fei placed her hand on Lu Feng's shoulder next to her, and blood kept pouring from her mouth. Su Fei's sudden action made him panic, his eyes wide as he shouted, "Are you kidding me? I agree to help you, and you immediately vomit blood?" Lu Feng quickly reached out, gently supporting Su Fei's body, which was collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. This is a side effect after I used the tearing art. After drinking a lot of alcohol and getting emotional, it leads to internal injuries. Not wanting to affect him just because of herself, her face was covered in sweat as she reassured him. It's nothing. I can bear it for a while. Lu Feng looked at his injured friend with great worry. An idea flashed in his mind. Internal injuries. I wonder if the Huaxiao internal arts can help soothe her. Without delay, Lu Feng immediately implemented his idea. He held Su Fei's hand tightly, and the Huaxiao internal arts appeared. And just like that, the internal energy was continuously transferred into her body. Let's try transferring the internal energy into Su Fei's body and see. He also carefully observed the change in Su Fei's expression and asked, "Is this a little more comfortable?" Just a few seconds later, her body returned to normal. She asked in a daze, "What did you do?" "My internal injuries are less painful now. Is it my illusion?" Seeing that Su Fei had recovered, opposite her, his hand still holding hers tightly, he was overjoyed. "It really works? I'm so smart." Seeing the way Lu Feng treated internal injuries reminded her of the words her master had once told her in the past. "Elder, the clan's teachings say there is a way to resolve the internal injuries caused by the tearing art. Is that true?" "The clan's teachings say so, but for so many years, no one has known what that way is. Perhaps the clan's teachings were wrong." Su Fei couldn't hide her surprised expression, her eyes wide. So what the clan's teachings said is true. Seeing her strange expression opposite him, he was very worried and asked loudly, "What did you say is true?" Being asked, Su Fei became flustered, immediately stood up, pulled her hand away from Lu Feng, and stood up. "All right, it's nothing anymore. Thank you." Seeing her leave, he also stood up and asked, "Are you really okay now?" Su Fei stepped forward slowly, nodding in reply. "Yes, I'm fine now. I have something important to tell you." Her serious tone made Lu Feng confused. What important matter? From the table, Su Fei picked up a letter with the Golden Flower Merchant Guild's symbol clearly printed on it. "See for yourself." Looking at the letter with the familiar symbol, he was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. It was already late at night. The light inside her house was so bright that it shone through the crack in the door, straight onto the flower pot there. Lu Feng, after a moment of searching in his subconscious, immediately recognized it. This commission letter. Before he could say anything, she interrupted him. "Looks very familiar, right?" Without any concealment, he recounted the image of the masked person who had once come to find him and give him a similar commission letter. "Before, a mysterious person came to find me and Kong Si, saying that as long as we became C-rank mercenaries, he would give us this commission with a generous reward. At that time, that person showed us the symbol, which is the same symbol on this letter. The image of the red symbol on the commission letter, along with the appearance of the masked people, appeared again." Su Fei spoke up. "This is the symbol of the Golden Flower Merchant Guild. The commission letter you're holding was secretly sent by them to the Mercenary Guild." It didn't stop there. She also emphasized, "But the content of the commission is exactly the same as the one given to you." Lu Feng listened to the name and just scratched his head in confusion. The Golden Flower Merchant Guild? What's that? It sounds very powerful. Knowing that he still didn't understand the symbol very well, she closed her eyes and requested, "You sit down. I'll slowly explain it to you." Su Fei began to introduce the powerful organization of the masked people in economics and finance. The Golden Flower Merchant Guild is one of the 3 largest merchant guilds on the continent. Its structure is strict, its scale is large, and its financial power is also very strong. The more she spoke, the more confused she became. She touched her forehead lightly, very hesitant. They have their own transport teams, so the commissions they send to the Mercenary Guild are all A rank or even S rank. This time, it's just a C rank escort mission, but the reward is so generous. Unlike Su Fei, Lu Feng, while nibbling on his food, had a completely different way of thinking. It could also be that they have money they don't know where to spend. After all, the world of the rich is very hard to understand. She still didn't listen to him, raising her head and affirming her own point of view. It's not that simple. For this commission, the Golden Flower Merchant Guild also specifically requested 3 more B-rank mercenary corps through the Mercenary Guild. A C-rank mission that requires 4 mercenary corps. This is very unusual. Seeing Su Fei's way of speaking and attitude, Lu Feng seemed to understand the seriousness of the problem. Hearing you say that, it really does seem a bit unusual. As soon as he finished speaking, she continued to interject. I've secretly asked those 3 mercenary corps. They also know very little about this commission. The Golden Flower Merchant Guild is also being very secretive. There's definitely a problem with this commission. Finally, after a thorough analysis, pointing out the clear danger, Su Fei made a request. To be safe, I hope you guys don't accept this commission. But she was only met with a refusal from Lu Feng, who was sitting at the table. We must accept it. His answer surprised her. Why? Lu Feng, as if throwing away his own self-respect, spread his arms wide, his tone full of helplessness. Because we're poor. We're still in debt to the tavern right now. I also forgot to get the money from He Shou. He reached out and took the commission paper. After listening to Su Fei's words, he also agreed a little. But what you said also makes sense. It's best if Bei Ta's group doesn't participate in this commission. Seeing the firmness of Lu Feng's decision, she didn't force him. She leaned forward slightly, her hands on the table as she proposed. However, if you insist on accepting, I have a suggestion. Back at the castle, outside the gate, carriages loaded with goods, and people were bustling with transport. Lu Feng appeared from somewhere, weaving through the crowded lines of people, constantly shouting, "Excuse me." After some effort, Lu Feng finally reached Wen Bin. He immediately took out the commission paper in his hand and presented it. Uncle, Lu Feng from the Sierra Mercenary Corps, here to report. Taking the paper and glancing over the contents, he was very confused and asked, "Isn't the captain of the Sierra Mercenary Corps Kong Si? He even bought weapons from me last time. Why didn't he come?" He, along with Su Fei standing next to him, began their act. He recounted truthfully. Captain Kong Si is busy with something. He could only send me ahead. Glancing at the number of people in front of him, Wen Bin pointed his finger in astonishment. Isn't the Sierra Mercenary Corps just the 2 of you? Lu Feng was amused by his expression. He spoke without any emotion. It's about quality, not quantity. The 2 of us are enough. Seeing his determined attitude, Wen Bin also agreed to accept. All right, since Kong Si and I are acquaintances, I'll give you a reminder. Hiding next to the transport horses, he instructed the 2 of them. There are only 2 of you. When you interact with other mercenary corps, you have to be careful. Don't go causing trouble with them. Their personalities are not very good. Although Lu Feng's ability was already at a high level, he just smiled and nodded to get it over with. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle. We'll be careful. During the agreement and careful instructions, Wen Bin bid farewell to the 2 and moved forward. Seeing that he had gone, Su Fei began to speak, her tone full of pride. So, my idea wasn't bad, right? The 2 of us will represent the Sierra Mercenary Corps to accept the commission. Even if something happens, with our strength, escaping won't be difficult. Hearing that, standing behind her, he immediately asked, then I could have just come alone. Why did you have to come with me? Su Fei was a little angry, glancing at Lu Feng and replying, You've never accepted a commission before. Of course, you need someone like me to guide you. Seeing her enthusiasm, he was very grateful. All right, I guess I owe you another favor. Su Fei, next to him, listened, then moved closer, her face close to Lu Feng's as she promised. A favor from me is very hard to repay, you know. A long time later, the convoy of carriages, led by Wen Bin, was heading towards the vast grassland, with green grass growing everywhere. He sat inside a carriage, beginning to enter a state of channeling his internal energy. She, opposite him, watched intently. Behind Lu Feng at this moment, along his long spine from his head to his waist, were separate spherical acupoints. Ming Min, Jin Suo, Ling Tai, Xinting, Changqiang. After a moment of feeling that his internal energy was sufficient, he lightly formed a seal with 2 fingers. Thanks to his internal energy, the spherical acupoints in Lu Feng's body moved, following each other without stopping. Su Fei sat on the seat, her hand cupping her face as she intently watched his training process with a gentle gaze. It seemed Lu Feng's internal energy was still not enough. After just a few seconds, he came out of his state, his eyes wide open and his hands relaxed. Still can't open the blood meridian. Hearing him complain, she pointed her finger and guessed, Is this your internal art? It's indeed very different from the cultivation methods of the continent. Lu Feng raised his left arm, stretching the joint as he spoke. The method I cultivate is called Huaxia Internal Arts. Although the cultivation method is simple, it is the foundation of all internal arts. His voice echoed across the grassland, along with the group of people moving forward. The core of Huaxiao Internal Arts is opening the acupoints. Only by opening the 7 largest acupoints of the body can it be considered mastered. Although I have been trying constantly, I have only opened 5 acupoints so far. The last 2 acupoints have still not been opened. Seeing Lu Feng blame himself, Su Fei immediately offered comfort. Although I don't understand what you're talking about, you're already so powerful with just the first 5 acupoints opened. If you open all 7, wouldn't you be at the Saint tier? Knowing she was trying to calm him down, he still sighed in helplessness. It's not that simple. Each time the Huaxiao Internal Arts opens an acupoint, my strength also increases by a level. The further I go, the harder it gets. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to open the last 2 acupoints within a few years. Su Fei didn't want to see Lu Feng's dejection, so she reached out and pinched his cheek hard. Then don't force it. You're already very strong now. After hearing her words, he became silent, his eyes wide as he looked into the distance. The image of Wei constantly appeared in Lu Feng's mind, making him even more determined. I must quickly become stronger. Seeing Lu Feng remain motionless, standing still in one place, Su Fei quickly shook his hand to get a response. Lu Feng, what are you spacing out for? Regaining his senses, he looked at her, touched his face lightly, and smiled in embarrassment. I was just a bit distracted. Sorry. Where are we now? Outside. The sky was now shining brightly, the sunlight extremely harsh. We're about to enter the great Beastman grasslands. Hearing Su Fei's announcement, Lu Feng quickly lifted the curtain on the window to look out. Outside at this moment, next to the cargo carriages, were other mercenary corps arriving in droves. Seeing their demeanor and the way they walked outside made him stunned. As expected of a B-rank mercenary corps, they really have more presence than the Sierra mercenary corps. She sat next to him and nodded firmly. Of course. After all, these mercenary corps only accept war missions. Hearing this information, Lu Feng's eyes widened as he repeated it again. Only accept war missions? What does that mean? Seeing his expression, it was clear he didn't understand. Su Fei tried to hold back her emotions and explained, it means they're hired guns when 2 countries are at war. They sell their lives for money. What else? Hearing this, Lu Feng fell into thought. He touched his chin lightly and thought carefully. It's clearly just a normal C-rank escort mission, but they hired 13 B-rank mercenary corps that specialize in war missions. This commission is really not normal. Without hesitation, he immediately looked at her and asked loudly, do you know much about these 3 mercenary corps? Once again, Su Fei's face showed clear frustration. I am the president of the Mercenary Guild of the Neverfall Stronghold. Is there any mercenary corps I don't know well? A list of corps leaders was fully enumerated by her. The Bloodthirsty Mercenary Corps, the leader is the 8th tier swordsman, Shirkong. The Death Row Mercenary Corps, the leader is the 7th tier Godot. It didn't stop there. Su Fei rested her chin on her hand and continued. The Riot Mercenary Corps, the leader is the 8th tier knight, Shiring. He has the bloodline of a great dragon, and his attack power is extremely strong. These 3 are as close as brothers. They even like the same girl at the tavern. Lu Feng was startled by the information she provided. No way, how do you know that too? And so, the conversation between the 2 of them echoed across the vast grassland. To need such strong military power, what exactly is the Golden Flower Merchant Guild escorting? I can't figure it out no matter how I think about it. I'm also very curious. The convoy of carriages came to a screeching halt, startling the 2 people inside. Wenbin stepped out from outside, lifted the curtains slightly, and announced, the representative of the Sierra Mercenary Corps, our manager would like to invite you over. There's something he wants to discuss. He held back his emotions and nodded in agreement. That night, Lu Feng and Su Fei huddled together and whispered, I'll go see what's going on. Maybe they're about to show their true colors. She was also a little worried, but still let him go. You have to be careful. Under his guidance, Lu Feng began to enter a tent in the middle of the grassland. In front of him at this moment were the 3 corps leaders and a manager, gathered together, enjoying wine and meat. The leader of the Death Row Mercenary Corps, Tu Sha. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Mercenary Corps, Shui Lang. The leader of the Riot Mercenary Corps, Bao Gang. As expected of the Golden Flower Merchant Guild's wine. It's extremely delicious. You can't drink wine this good outside. He sat among the three of them and began to introduce himself. I am Huan, the manager of the Golden Flower Merchant Guild this time. These three are the other three core leaders that the Golden Flower Merchant Guild invited. Seeing Lu Feng's appearance, Huan introduced him to the three core leaders. This is the representative of the Sierra Mercenary Corps, Lu Feng. As soon as they heard his name, the three of them next to him immediately jumped up, their faces all extremely tense. Lu Feng's face darkened, but he still tried to greet them cheerfully. Hello, everyone. Although it was like that on the outside, in his heart at this moment, he was constantly thinking about the attitude of the four people. These people, they don't have good intentions towards me. Seeing Lu Feng's expression in front of him, Huan himself was sweating and had to be afraid of him. What kind of strength does this kid have to dare to disregard the fierce aura of these three core leaders? I don't know where Kong Si found such an expert. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed to have become tense, he pretended to cover his mouth and cough a few times. Huan began to speak, breaking the silent atmosphere at this moment. Everyone, there's no need to be so tense. I invited you all here today to discuss how we should proceed with the next route. Hearing this, his face darkened, his eyes showing a hint of anger as he spoke. Discuss? The route has already been decided. What else is there to discuss? Are you hiding something from us? An unexpected question and attitude from Lu Feng made Hua and sweat profusely. Brother Lu, you're joking. I've already told everyone the details of the mission. I'm not hiding anything. He sat at the table, looking at him standing opposite and explaining. I called everyone here to discuss the situation a bit. After all, we have 4 mercenary corps. If we clarify everything beforehand, it will be easier for everyone to work together. I'm very happy that everyone came here. Let's sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. Lu Feng observed the situation while listening in silence for a long time. Finally, he agreed to sit down at the table, suggesting with a somewhat annoyed voice, all right, please speak. Seeing that Lu Feng had also agreed to negotiate, from his hand, Huan took a scroll and spread it on the table. A detailed map suddenly appeared before the 5 of them. Please take a look, everyone. This is the route we plan to take this time. He used his finger to point firmly at the red X, the largest mark on the map. When we get here, everyone must be very careful. Shui Lang, holding a half-drunk glass of wine in one hand, spoke with confusion. Isn't this just a normal road through the Beastman grasslands? Did something happen here? Huan heard the question and smiled faintly. He slowly explained a few problems that had occurred. There's something you all don't know. Besides inviting you, our Golden Flower Merchant Guild also sent a team to escort. But when they get there, they will turn back. The situation in the Great Beastman grasslands is complicated, with the risk of ambush everywhere. I'm just reminding you all, I have no other intention. Hearing the overly long-winded words from Huan, Shui Lang became annoyed. Do you need to waste your breath? When we pass through the Beastman's grasslands, we'll naturally be on high alert. Well said. Tu Sha, opposite him, also agreed with his point of view. Blah, blah, blah. Seeing the attitude and behavior of all 3 of them, Lu Feng secretly thought, they're really 3 brutes. So confident in their own strength, they basically don't pay attention to the suspicious points of this commission. He sat at the banquet table and began to voice his own doubts. I wonder what else is being transported this time besides the usual goods. With so many people, this formation is a bit large. He was taken aback by Lu Feng's unexpected question and frowned as he replied with annoyance. This is a secret of our merchant guild. I really can't tell everyone. As soon as he heard the word secret, he immediately voiced his objection. A small escort mission that invites so many mercenary corps and even sends your own guards, but you won't even tell us what we're escorting? Is that even okay? Hearing Lu Feng's very reasonable analysis, the 3 of them looked at each other, silently signaling. This kid has a point. Without hesitation, he slammed his hand on the table, jumped up, and declared, if that's the case, then our Sierra Mercenary Corps can't risk it for something so unclear. We're withdrawing. Seeing that he was about to lose Lu Feng, Huan slammed the table and stood up. He held up 3 fingers. Wait. As long as you can complete this commission, Our merchant guild will pay you 3 times the reward, divided equally among your 4 mercenary corps. Suddenly, when he heard about the money, his expression changed, which even surprised Bao Gang. Then we can negotiate. Does the boss have any other requests? With money, anything can be negotiated. Seeing that they had finally been bought by money, Huan sweated lightly and said, "If you have no other objections, then we'll decide on that. The newly increased amount will be sent to you later." A while later, the banquet finally ended. The wine bottles lay scattered on the map. Outside at this moment, Shui Lang was completely drunk and was being led out of the tent by his 2 friends, Tu Sha and Bao Gang. Lu Feng walked behind the 3 of them, constantly thinking about the mission he had been given. This mission is full of strange points. If it weren't for the overly generous reward, I really wouldn't want to take the risk. But with just me and Su Fei, escaping won't be difficult. I'll just observe for now. As a courtesy, from inside the tent, Huan appeared and bowed to bid farewell to the 4 of them. "I'm old, so please excuse me for not seeing you off." Tu Sha heard his voice and was very annoyed. "No need, no need." Shui Lang also spoke up in frustration. "Always pretending. You rich people are really boring." Only he was quite polite, turning around to bid farewell to Huan. "Then Lu will also take his leave here." Seeing the way Lu Feng was acting, he gritted his teeth in frustration. "Hey, you stinky kid." Tu Sha's expression would have scared him, so he quickly pulled his hand and reminded him, "Don't scare him away. Let's talk somewhere else." Following Shui Lang's arrangement, he turned around and suggested to Lu Feng, "Brother Lu, we have a big secret we want to share with you. How about we go somewhere else to talk?" Without much thought, he widened his eyes and agreed to their request. "All right, no problem. I also want to get to know the core leaders a bit." And so, following their footsteps, Lu Feng was led to a place far from the tent on the grassland. This place is fine. Standing amidst the green grass with the wind whistling, he looked at the 3 of them in confusion and spoke up. "I wonder what you all want to talk about." With nothing holding them back, the 3 of them began to show their true colors, clearly stating their request. Although the reward for this commission is very generous, splitting the money among 4 corps is definitely not as fun as splitting it among 3. If you know what's good for you, withdraw on your own. Consider it making new friends. Otherwise, you'll have to die. Hearing their words, Lu Feng smiled faintly, understanding the problem immediately. "So, you formed an alliance and want to kick me out?" Shui Lang, seeing that he caught on quickly, put his arm around the shoulders of his 2 brothers next to him. "Of course, the 3 of us are as close as brothers. If we don't kick you out, who else would we kick out?" Still with an innocent expression, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Core leader Shui Lang has a point. It's true that the fewer people who split the money, the easier it is. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Shui Lang smiled smugly. "So you agree to withdraw?" Tu Sha was overjoyed to see this. He really knows what's good for him. Suddenly, Lu Feng's expression changed, darkening as he lowered his voice. "How about we reconsider? You guys withdraw. How about that?" A request from him that startled the 3 core leaders. "The 3 of us withdraw?" Shui Lang was extremely angry, lowering his voice to give a final warning. "You, surnamed Lu, I gave you face but you didn't want it." Tu Sha interjected and followed him. "This is a death wish." Lu Feng, hearing the threats from the 3 of them, didn't care much anymore. He reached behind him and quickly drew his blade. "Then let's talk with our strength. I wonder if you all will come at once or who will go first." Seeing his declaration of war, Shui Lang clenched his fists, his teeth gritted. "If you want to die, we'll grant your wish." Standing not far in front of him, Bao Gang smiled smugly. "Since you look down on us so much, today we must teach you a lesson." Quickly, Shui Lang opened his palm, summoning something from within the blue ring on his finger. In a flash, a long, sharp sword appeared in his hand, startling Lu Feng. "Is this the legendary space ring?" A large sword out of nowhere. Someone who didn't know better would think it was magic. Over here, on Tu Sha's side, he had also finished transforming. He had turned into a half-man, half-beast form. This is even more outrageous. Transforming into an ugly old warrior in the blink of an eye. Finally, on Bao Gang's side, he summoned a magic circle. In just a few seconds, his mount, the vanquishing dragon, appeared behind him. "O ancient god of the covenant, please listen to your servant's plea. Allow me to form a blood pact with you. Such a cheesy incantation, and people still use it? Shouldn't it be something like Bala Bala, great demon god? Seeing that all his brothers were armed and ready, Xuelang rested his sword on his shoulder and smirked. Kid, you can still back out now. But he was wrong. Lu Feng showed no fear, even curling his lip in a defiant smile. Let's see if you guys can even make me use my full strength first. Seeing his attitude, Xuelang was both worried and thrilled. You're an arrogant one, kid. Just as he finished speaking, he channeled his internal energy and leaped high into the air. With his sharp sword in hand, Xuelang dove straight down from above toward Lu Feng. Fortunately, as if he had anticipated it, Lu Feng quickly shifted his body, dodging the sharp blade. Seeing how Lu Feng dodged the attack, he curled his lip in a disdainful smile. Using a fraction of his power, Xuelang forcefully pulled his sword, which was stuck deep in the ground. As the blade was pulled out, shattered rocks and debris flew everywhere. The stones shot out in unison, heading straight for Lu Feng, who was using his saber to block. As if he had a third sense, Lu Feng glanced behind him. It turned out that Tu Sha was now behind him, attaching two sharp, spiked weapons to his hands and attacking his back. Without hesitation, Lu Feng immediately used his saber to block his weapons. Just like that, neither of the two would back down, clashing and then being thrown apart. Another surprise occurred. Around him, the stones began moving in a perplexing circle. Next was the sudden appearance of Bao Gang, riding a cloud dragon and charging straight ahead. Without a second thought, Lu Feng channeled his internal energy, lightly pushing off the ground and leaping into the air. He moved past Bao Gang and landed right behind him. But in the end, Lu Feng chose not to attack. Instead, he moved away from the three of them. With a respectful attitude, he smiled and said to them, "Captains, the warm-up is over. Let's get serious." Lu Feng's words made the three of them hold his abilities in high regard. Brother Lu's strength is truly extraordinary. No wonder you dare to fight the three of us alone. It seems if we don't use our real skills, we won't stand a chance. And so, with neither side willing to back down, the three captains and Lu Feng stood facing each other in the middle of the green grassland. The wind whistled as they stood in a standoff. Not far away, a group of people hid behind trees and water barrels to watch the fight. Aren't those the three captains? The one fighting them is from the Shi-Ri mercenary group. Keep your voice down. The captains hate being disturbed when they're fighting. Suddenly, on the grassy plains, a pair of feet in red clogs appeared. It was none other than Su Fei, wearing a mask, standing tall and shouting, "How lively!" Her noise quickly annoyed the people around her, who gestured for her to be quiet. But Su Fei seemed to care little for their words. She continued to shout wildly, "Go, Lu Feng! Beat them to death!" A rather familiar voice made Lu Feng, who was standing on the other side, glance back. The moment he saw Su Fei, he was startled. "Why did you make yourself look like a ghost?" She quickly explained, "This is a high-end mask. It protects and beautifies the skin. It's very expensive." Seeing everyone's appearance, Lu Feng pointed behind him, using it as an excuse to stop the fight. "Looks like we can't fight anymore. How about we stop here? Let's just pretend today never happened." Hearing the request, Xuelang immediately shook his head in disagreement. "That won't do. You haven't lost, and we haven't won. We can't just let today's matter go." Seeing the crowd as an obstacle to the fight, he glanced at them and muttered, "As for these hindrances, they're easy to deal with." Xuelang raised his sword high, his voice booming as he used their salaries as a threat. "You have 10 seconds. If anyone is still here causing a disturbance, don't blame me for docking a year's worth of your pay." Hearing the mention of money, the entire group vanished, leaving only Su Fei. "We didn't see anything. Captain, we were wrong." Seeing that she was on Lu Feng's side, Xuelang spoke up. "You're with this guy, aren't you? It's already unfair for the three of us to fight one. If you want to stay and help him, that's fine." But Su Fei didn't seem to care, boldly declaring, "To deal with you guys, he's more than enough on his own." She gently touched the mask on her face and said with concern, "My mask is about to dry out. It's really too dry out here. I'm heading back. You guys carry on." Hearing Su Fei's reply, Lu Feng didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Should I say you have faith in me, or that you have no conscience? As she walked away, she blew a kiss to encourage Lu Feng. Do your best. I'm counting on it. Seeing that the obstacles were gone, Xuelang slung his saber over his shoulder and smiled happily. The hindrances are all gone. Let's continue. With no more reasons to stop the fight, Lu Feng sighed and had to agree to continue. All right, let's continue. As soon as he made his decision, the three of them charged forward with their weapons. Holding his saber at his side, Lu Feng observed the three's actions and smiled faintly. As expected of the three captains of B-rank mercenary groups. Truly powerful. A pity they're still a long way from my level. Tusha held two spiked weapons in his hands. Xuelang charged forward with his sword, while Bao Gang did the same. Behold our combined skill. Slaughter Storm Wolf. The three captains charged together with their weapons towards the lone Lu Feng standing opposite them. Bao Gang, riding his cloud dragon, shot out sharp spiritual energy blasts straight at him. Fortunately, with his nimble body and quick reflexes, Lu Feng arched backward to evade the attack. Standing on the ground, he looked at the three of them, bewildered, not knowing their next move. I wonder what their combined skill really is. Xuelang saw the worry flicker across Lu Feng's face. He held his sword and smiled smugly. Without hesitation, he pushed off the grassy plains and flew into the air. Then, Xuelang soared high, raising his sword and charging towards Lu Feng below. As if prepared, Lu Feng immediately raised his saber, carefully shielding his body. Seeing the opportunity, Xuelang shouted loudly, calling his two brothers behind him. Now! From behind, Tusha heard his command and rushed forward. He threw powerful punches straight at Lu Feng. Lu Feng quickly used his saber to block across his body, defending himself. A surprise occurred. Lu Feng glanced over at Xuelang and Bao Gang. The two were sitting leisurely, enjoying some food. This act made Lu Feng's anger flare up on his face. Where's the combined skill you talked about? Isn't this just ganging up on me? Taking a bite of fragrant roasted meat, he laughed until tears came to his eyes at Lu Feng's naivety. You believe that nonsense? How could there be a combined skill? The other one chimed in after Xuelang. He's right. We are indeed ganging up on you. Sooner or later, we'll wear you out. Bao Gang's words made Lu Feng think to himself. Ganging up on me, huh? Without another word, he used a hand seal technique to create a copy of himself. Mirror image clone. Once the clones appeared, Lu Feng dashed across the grass. His clones took turns attacking the three captains. You have numbers, but so do I. Bao Gang and Xuelang's faces went blank when they saw the skill Lu Feng unleashed. What? Mirror image magic? You're a mage. Unwilling to admit defeat, Xuelang raised his sword, gripping it tightly in his palm, and attacked. But in the end, because Lu Feng's power was too great, Xuelang couldn't hold him back. Seeing his pained expression, Lu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Not wanting to lose so quickly, Xuelang roared his brother's name non-stop. Bao Gang, let's go together. Following Xuelang's command, Bao Gang charged from a distance, riding his cloud dragon and wielding his weapon. Not wanting to drag this out with them any longer, Lu Feng pulled his saber back and declared, "This farce ends here." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his most powerful slash, doubling his power and sending it straight at all three of them. The immense wave of power shattered Xuelang's saber. He coughed up blood. Even Bao Gang couldn't escape the tragedy. Being hit so hard, he was sent flying, his scepter-like weapon breaking in two. It didn't stop there. Lu Feng raised his saber, channeled his internal energy, and a series of slashes flew towards the defending Tusha. After attacking him, Lu Feng retracted his saber, taking a deep breath with a cold, emotionless gaze. In an instant, just a few seconds later, both of Tusha's weapons cracked and shattered. Seeing that everything was settled, Lu Feng immediately recalled his clones, returning to his single form. On the other side, attacked with no chance to retaliate, Xuelang sighed in disbelief. Could it be that you're a saint rank? With an innocent face, Lu Feng replied calmly. How could that be? I'm only a 9th rank. Hearing Lu Feng's rank, the three of them were utterly shocked. Only a 9th rank. This made them even more furious. Suddenly, from behind Lu Feng, a familiar voice appeared, causing him to turn around. It was none other than Huan, walking over with his hands clasped behind his back. Captains, instead of resting, you're here surrounding and attacking Brother Lu. Could it be you're ganging up to intimidate him? Looking at the four of them, he gave a final reminder. If word of this gets out, I'm afraid it won't be good for the three captains' reputations, will it? Shui Lang tried to suppress his emotions, forcing a smile. How could that be? Brother Lu and I hit it off the moment we met. We deeply admire his strength, so we were just having a little spar. He didn't stop there, moving closer and draping an arm around Lu Feng's neck. Right, Brother Lu? My brother, do me a favor. To save Shui Lang some face, Lu Feng agreed to play along. Elder Huan, no need to worry. We were just sparring for fun. Hearing Lu Feng's confirmation, Huan felt somewhat relieved. That's good. This mission is extremely important. We'll be relying on all of you. Hearing that his suspicions were gone, the group on the other side became boisterous. No problem at all. Then we'll head back to rest. They returned to the tent area from before and held a party as the wind whistled. Lu Feng raised his arm, pulling the saber from his back as he asked, "The winner is clear. Who's the one who has to back out?" Shui Lang was terrified by Lu Feng's sudden question. Big brother. It was my big mouth. It's all my fault today. Please forgive a lowly man like me, okay? He then turned to remind Bao Gang. Apologize. And Tu Sha next to him. Yes. We were blind. But it seemed forgiveness wouldn't come so easily. Lu Feng demanded, words don't count. You all have to show some sincerity. Hearing this, the three captains gathered together, discussing for a long time. Finally, on behalf of the other two, Shui Lang made a decision. How about this? We'll give a portion of our three groups' payment to Brother Lu. What do you think? But a surprise occurred. This time, money was no longer the deciding factor for him. Lu Feng squeezed his hand, rejecting the offer. I don't need that stuff. He lightly slung his saber over his shoulder and made his own deal. From this day forward, your mercenary groups are all under my command. That includes the three of you. Wherever I tell you to go, you go. Understood. The sudden demand from Lu Feng left the three of them standing there with their mouths agape. A surprise occurred. Without any protest, Shui Lang nodded his head repeatedly. Okay. Starting today, you are our boss. If you say east, we won't go west. I can't believe we get to latch onto the thigh of a 9th-rank master. The three's reaction was completely contrary to what he had expected, leaving Lu Feng scratching his head in confusion. Why isn't this going the way I thought it would? Not far away, Huan looked at the four people opposite the tent and spoke. That person named Lu Feng, what do you think of him? From behind him, Inger appeared and gave her assessment. He's very strong. Even with the three of them, Shui Lang, Tu Sha, and Bao Gang, teaming up, it wasn't enough to make him use his full strength. Hearing her assessment, Huan broke out in a cold sweat, asking in disbelief, is he that formidable? If you were to fight him, who would be stronger? Inger bowed her head slightly and continued to describe Lu Feng's skills. His techniques are very strange. I'm not completely confident I could win. Without hesitation, he made a request, then joined forces with him. With his help, our chances of success on this mission will be much greater. And so, the two of them walked together across the grassland as the wind rustled. We're about to reach the great plains of the beast men. Whether we live or die, our fate is hard to predict. Sitting at a table, Kong Si was diligently writing with a quill, calculating something. The payment entrusted by Beita's group. This plus this minus this. Night had fallen. Around the city, the sound of his calculations echoed. In debt, payment entrusted by Brother Lu. After a long while, exhausted by money matters, Kong Si closed his eyes and sighed. As long as Brother Lu and Beita's group can successfully complete their commissions, I can pay off the in debt. He looked towards the window, where Xiao Jin was sitting alone, looking sad. Seeing this, Kong Si left his desk and walked over to him, guessing, Xiao Jin, are you still worried about Brother Lu? Without hiding anything, Xiao Jin pulled a chicken bone from his mouth and whined. Why didn't Lu Feng take me on the mission with him? Does he think I'm a child? Seeing him like this, Kong Si quickly reassured him. How could that be? Brother Lu cares about you. He was afraid you'd be in danger, so he left you here. Hearing this, a question popped into Xiao Jin's head. Then why didn't Beita's group take me either? Kong Si calmly explained the reason to him. Their mission is even tougher. We've moved to the place Captain Ao he arranged for us now. Isn't the chicken here delicious? To lighten the mood, he laughed and looked at Xiao Jin. Brother Lu left you in my care. I can't let you suffer. But Kang Xi's attitude made him think otherwise. I think you guys look down on me. I'm clearly very strong. With a doting tone, Kang Xi continued. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Jin is the most amazing. Once again, Kang Xi's way of handling things angered Xiao Jin. He pointed a finger emphatically. You're looking down on me. I'm really powerful, you know. He then opened his mouth wide, sucking in a huge amount of air. Sparks even appeared at the corners of his mouth. After holding his breath for a few seconds, Xiao Jin finally managed to puff out only a small wisp of white smoke. He seemed unhappy, placing his hands on his hips and looking out the window. Seeing this, Kang Xi brought over a fragrant chicken leg. All right, don't be angry. Come eat something to calm down. Suddenly, Xiao Jin's mouth puffed up, his cheeks stretching until they shone. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide. A large amount of fire spewed out, leaving Kang Xi bewildered. He looked across with wide eyes, his mouth unable to close. See? Amazing, right? It turned out that below where they were standing, the roof of a citizen's house had been set on fire by Xiao Jin. Quick, put out the fire. It's burning. Two citizens looked around and spotted Kang Xi peeking his head out, confirming, I saw it. The fireball fell from upstairs. It was them who started the fire. Hearing this, the two quickly ran inside to hide. We've been discovered. But the sounds of the citizens trying to put out the fire outside echoed, frightening both Kang Xi and Xiao Jin. The fire's getting bigger. Quick, put it out. The house next door is on fire too. Trying to regain his composure, he peeked his head over the windowsill to observe. Looking at the blazing fire in front of him, Kang Xi suddenly burst into tears. It's over. I have to pay for damages again. Back on the plains, the convoy of carriages was moving forward, carrying Lu Feng's group. He was sitting on a seat when he suddenly woke up with a start, his eyes wide open. Beside him, Su Fei was about to eat a piece of fruit and was confused by Lu Feng's actions. What's wrong? He touched his chin, his gaze fixed on the ground. What's going on? I suddenly have a bad feeling. She took a large bite of the fruit, her eyes showing clear fatigue. What bad feeling? You're not going to let the money that's already in your hand slip away, are you? Without hesitation, as if by instinct, Lu Feng's eyes became more serious than ever. He raised his arm, lightly pulling back the curtain by the window to look into the distance. In the middle of the vast grassland, not far from their carriage, a pack of savage wolves had appeared. The pack moved in a line, slowly approaching the convoy. Not wanting to waste any time, he quickly made a decision. Something's not right. I'm going out to check. You stay in the carriage. Su Fei followed his command, smiling faintly as she agreed. All right, you go. Seeing her strange expression, Lu Feng was perplexed. He touched his face. Why are you smiling so weirdly? Is there something on my face? Su Fei shook her head and explained. No, I just feel that. Trying to hold back her laughter, she commented. Even though you don't look like much, you're very reliable. Hearing Su Fei's assessment, Lu Feng was conflicted. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? Su Fei didn't want to explain further and just waved her hand. It's so relaxing not having to worry about things myself. You go on. Receiving her approval, Lu Feng quickly mounted a horse and rode alongside the convoy. He held the reins, looking up and around, searching for him. Xuelang. After searching for a while, Lu Feng finally found Xuelang up ahead. Seeing him outside, Xuelang was very surprised and even teased him. What's up? With a beauty in your arms, what is Brother Lu doing out here? He stated his reason. I came to check on the situation. Hearing this, Xuelang laughed and assured him. With me here, Brother Lu doesn't need to worry. A while later, the two arrived at the Great Plains of the Beast Men. Lu Feng reminded him. This is the place Huan mentioned. Is there anything unusual? Seeing his worried attitude, Xuelang reassured him. Nothing unusual for now. The guards from the Golden Flower Merchant Guild have already left as planned. I've sent people to stand guard around the area. As if he had a third sense, Lu Feng grabbed the reins and turned his head to look back. With his extremely curious nature, Xuelang asked, Brother Lu, what are you looking at? Lu Feng raised his hand, pointing his finger at the pack of wolves not far away. The wolves following our convoy are increasing in number. Knowing that Lu Feng was worried, he continued to comfort him. No need to worry. They're just third-rank savage blood wolves. They're probably following us for scraps of food. With so many people in our convoy, they wouldn't dare to come over here. Seeing their numbers increasing significantly, Lu Feng voiced his opinion. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I've observed them before. They've been following us for a long time, but they haven't eaten any of the food we've thrown out. The next words Lu Feng uttered made the space strangely quiet. It's not like they're following us to pick up scraps, but more like they're monitoring us. His next sentence echoed across the plains in the dead of night. I'm afraid this commission of ours is related to the savage blood wolves. Xuelang had just heard the news when his face turned utterly panicked. No way. Unexpectedly, from behind them, the bears ridden by his soldiers were charging forward. With urgent expressions, they reported the situation to Xuelang one by one. Captain, a large number of vicious blood wolves have been spotted to the rear right. Captain, a large number of vicious blood wolves have been spotted to the front left. A large number of vicious blood wolves have been spotted on the right flank of the formation. After receiving the news, the entire company decided to halt. He commanded them to set up tents. Hurry up. Move it. Seeing that Xuelang had deviated from the plan, Huan shouted, Why have we stopped? This isn't the originally designated campsite. Lu Feng stepped forward to explain for him. There are a lot of vicious blood wolves around here, and it's almost dark. He ran over, panting as he questioned, Then shouldn't we be speeding up to get to the campsite? Lu Feng continued to explain, I'm afraid we'll be attacked before we even reach the campsite. To be safe, we can only make camp here. Hearing this, Huan's face turned ashen. He looked out at the vast prairie. The vicious blood wolves are here. Lu Feng seized the opportunity and began to interrogate him relentlessly. Now, can you tell us? What exactly are the goods you're transporting? Caught off guard by his question, Huan's face broke out in a sweat. I can't say. This is a top-secret matter of the Huachi Merchant Guild. He could only clasp his hands and bow his head, pleading with Lu Feng and the three captains. Since you've taken the payment, please do your best to protect these goods. As soon as he finished his plea, Huan immediately pointed and ordered his soldiers. Men, guard cart number 1. Following his command, each cargo cart was surrounded by a group of men on watch. After guiding his men and setting up the tents, Xuelang approached Lu Feng. Has this old man still not said what's in these goods? Lu Feng let out a long, weary sigh. I'm afraid he won't talk even if it kills him. Unable to contain his frustration, he lowered his voice, his tone laced with annoyance. If it weren't for the fact that we can't afford to offend the Huachi Merchant Guild, I'd really like to just leave them behind and abandon this troublesome mission. Seeing Xuelang's temper flaring, Bao Gang placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Don't be angry. The important thing now is to figure out how to survive the night. Lu Feng, on the side, listened to his suggestion and nodded in agreement. That's right. We have to defend the campsite. And so, the group of them stood guard among the tents, seemingly unwilling to sleep. It was now midnight, and the moon had reached its highest point. The moon was perfectly full. Suddenly, upon seeing the full moon, the three captains grew uneasy. What terrible luck! It's even a full moon tonight. Their attitude left Lu Feng and Su Fei, who were standing nearby, confused. What's wrong with a full moon? Seeing that he was clueless, one of the three quickly explained, as images of the ferocious wolves under the moonlight appeared. The vicious blood wolves have a racial skill called Howl at the Moon and Go Berserk. On the night of a full moon, their attack power increases dramatically. Their fangs were sharp, and their mouths dripped with saliva, as if craving something. Moreover, they become tireless. They won't stop until they're dead. Looking out from her position, she saw the number of vicious wolves growing. She quickly reported, and look, there are more and more of them. Hearing this, Lu Feng lowered his head slightly, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. Xuelang stood with his hands on his hips and shouted, Get a grip. These vicious blood wolves are only third rank. There's just a lot of them. We've been on the battlefield countless times. Are we really going to be scared of a pack of dogs? After this mission is complete, everyone will get a 30% bonus. I'll treat everyone to the best tavern in the city. Women and fine wine are all yours for the taking. Hearing him say this, his subordinates raised their weapons and roared, Kill them all. Lu Feng gave a faint smile. The Xuelang group certainly has skill. They've completely mobilized the mercenaries' fighting spirit. Su Fei gently lifted his chin. So, do I need to mobilize your fighting spirit? Lu Feng's face turned as red as a beet, and he waved his hands in embarrassment. No need, no need. Seeing this, she burst out laughing. Your shy expression is really interesting. The night sky seemed to hold its breath, and then a long howl suddenly rang out, shattering the silence. As the howl echoed, the mercenaries froze in fear. The vicious wolves, hidden in the night, had eyes as red as blood, flickering menacingly in the darkness. They're here. Xuelang reacted in a flash, his sword instantly swinging up. His eyes were sharp and vigilant. Wolves are growling on all four sides. It seems we're surrounded. Lu Feng reached back for his sword. Don't get too far away from me. Su Fei stood with her hands on her hips. Don't underestimate me. These third-rank magical beasts can't hurt me. A screech rang out, and immediately after, the vicious wolves charged out of the darkness like a nightmare unleashed from hell. Gripping their weapons tightly, the mercenaries immediately formed a defensive line, their eyes fixed on the charging pack. Xuelang raised his clenched fist high. Archers, prepare your arrows. Mages, prepare your spells. Swordsmen, hold the line. Follow my command. The vicious wolves roared madly, their red eyes blazing, and continued to charge as if nothing could stop them. He raised his hand and pointed straight at them, his cold voice issuing the command, fire arrows. Cast spells. In a flash, his subordinates had drawn their bows, arrows aimed at the pack of vicious wolves. The arrows flew swiftly, whistling through the night air and plunging into the darkness. The rain of arrows embedded themselves deep into the bodies of the vicious wolves, causing them to fall one by one. The leader of the vicious wolf pack, with its powerful build, roared and charged forward like a fierce storm. Someone shouted, "Kill that alpha wolf! Kill it!" After a solid leap, it launched itself into the air, hurtling straight towards the group as if nothing could stand in its way. The arrows stuck in its body couldn't make it flinch. It continued to charge madly towards the mercenaries. They're coming. They're coming. Lu Feng suddenly channeled magical power into his legs and leaped into the air with superior strength. With a determined gaze, he drew his sword and shot forward, straight towards the ferocious alpha wolf. Under the bright moon, their figures clashed, creating a moment of breathtaking tension. Tension flashed in both their eyes. With steady breaths, they prepared for an unforgiving attack. His sword was blocked as the alpha wolf caught it in its teeth, its eyes full of defiance and ferocity. His eyes widened in unconcealed surprise. It's that strong. The alpha wolf suddenly opened its mouth, releasing the sword and causing Lu Feng to lose his balance and fall. The pack of vicious wolves surrounded him, their eyes tracking his every move, waiting for the moment he fell to attack. Xuelang's men began to shout, "This is bad. If Brother Lu falls into that pack of wolves, we're in trouble. Quick, think of a way to save him." Su Fei immediately dashed forward. "I'll go save him." A smile appeared on Lu Feng's lips as he whispered softly, "Good thing I came out." He immediately used the mirror image clone technique, and instantly, a clone of Lu Feng appeared. He immediately used his clone's shoulder as a launch pad, propelling himself up with a powerful and mighty leap. The alpha wolf leaped right next to him, its eyes fierce and aggressive. He yelled, "Big dog, you're back for more." The sharp tip of his sword radiated a brilliant magical light, seemingly containing endless power. Lu Feng charged forward, slashing with his sword, and decisively finished off the defeated vicious wolf. He landed calmly on the ground, his gaze unwavering despite the intense battle he had just endured. Just as Su Fei arrived, she saw the head of the alpha wolf lying there. She quickly called his name, Lu Feng. Seeing her worry, he spoke to reassure her. "Sorry to make you worry." Su Fei crossed her arms, blushing as she replied, "Who was worried about you? I was just passing by." She shyly turned her face away. "I've changed my mind. I'm going back now." Lu Feng laughed awkwardly. "Then you can just keep heading in that direction." From a distance, a pack of ferocious vicious wolves charged forward at a terrifying speed, their growls echoing through the air. Without hesitation, Lu Feng and Su Fei simultaneously got into a ready stance. Here they come again. Suddenly, they stopped short, as if held back by some invisible force. Immediately, The vicious wolves retreated, leaving behind a tense silence. He was confused. Why did they retreat? Xuelang ran over, panting heavily. Brother Lu, that move of yours was incredible. Can you teach it to me? Bao Gang admired. That clone could both attack and disappear in an instant. Where did you learn that, Brother Lu? Lu Feng rubbed his head. It's just a small trick. I've made a fool of myself in front of you captains. Su Fei teased from the side. You know, prying into someone else's ultimate move is the thing mercenaries hate most. Xuelang rubbed his head and replied, If Brother Lu doesn't want to say, then I won't ask. Tu Sha nodded repeatedly. I won't ask either. Bao Gang gave a thumbs up. Thanks to Brother Lu killing the pack leader, the wolves retreated. He smiled and said, This was just a probe. The more dangerous part is yet to come. The battle has only just begun. Xuelang, Tu Sha, and Bao Gang said in unison. So what do you plan to do, Brother Lu? We'll all follow your lead. In the enveloping silence, a bone-chilling howl suddenly rang out, causing the air to freeze. He immediately turned his head, on high alert, observing every movement around him. Lu Feng whispered to everyone, his voice soft but serious. Xuelang was stunned. Brother Lu, isn't arranging things this way too risky? Bao Gang was also worried. Brother Lu, we know you're very strong, but you're all alone. He smiled and gestured toward Su Fei. Who said I'm alone? I have a partner, too. Xuelang was still not at ease. But Lu Feng raised his hand to interrupt him. Say no more. Our manpower is limited. He spoke seriously, and the number of blood wolves is enormous, spread out in all directions. The other 3 defensive fronts will have to rely on you 3 captains. His face showed firm resolve, his hand clenched tightly. So just leave this side to me to defend. Seeing how determined Lu Feng was, they had no choice but to agree. All right then, Brother Lu. Everything will be arranged as you say. You must be careful. The flames roared up, as if wanting to incinerate everything around with their intense heat. You 3 captains have worked hard. What's so hard about it? It's just using magic to change the terrain. The gentle whistling of the wind blended with the brilliant heat of the flames. Lu Feng and Xuelang walked slowly and silently together. He expressed his gratitude. You 3 captains have worked hard. He waved his hand. What's so hard about it? It's just using magic to change the terrain. Brother Lu, you're truly a resourceful strategist. So magic can be used like this. It's just a pity that time is limited. Otherwise, we could have made all 4 sides like this. Let's see what those beasts can do then. From a distance, Xuelang's subordinates ran over. Reporting, Captain. A large number of vicious wolves are approaching from the east of the camp. Reporting, Captain. A large number of vicious wolves are also approaching from the west of the camp. A large number of vicious wolves are also approaching from the north of the camp. Xuelang's eyes widened in surprise. The vicious blood wolves have begun an all-out attack. Bao Gang was worried. They're so fast. The 3 of them hurriedly bid farewell to Lu Feng. Brother Lu, we're heading back to our defensive posts. If the situation becomes critical, remember to send a signal for help. He waved goodbye. You 3 captains be careful as well. With a steady step, Lu Feng set foot on the ground, carrying a cold aura. His face showed a heroic expression. The group of vicious wolves attacking us should be here soon. The moon shone brightly in the dead of night, reflecting the crimson eyes of the charging vicious wolves. Lu Feng instructed Su Fei, You stay here and be responsible for dealing with any fish that slip through the net. She paused. Are you really going to do this? Beneath his feet, strands of blue magical power swirled like the gathering spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lu Feng's figure strode forward heroically. In my homeland, there was a hero named Zhao who fought against thousands of soldiers and horses, becoming an eternal legend. From the distant horizon, the blood wolves charged like a river of blood, swallowing both the moonlight and the night wind. The magical power around him fluctuated slightly as he tightened his grip on his sword's hilt. Today, I will be a hero too. Spiritual energy faintly pulsed around him as Lu Feng assumed a fighting stance. One sword against 10,000 wolves. From all directions, the vicious wolves swarmed in, surrounding Lu Feng as if to devour him. However, he simply raised his hand and beckoned lightly, a confident smile playing on his lips. The vicious wolves immediately charged forward like a storm, the ground trembling under their frantic steps. Lu Feng's expression was ice-cold as his entire body instantly shifted into a defensive stance. A sword flash, like a bolt of lightning, and he spun decisively, cleanly dispatching the nearest vicious wolf. Its head fell into the crimson crater, instantly swallowed by the berserk heat. Witnessing their kin being slain, the vicious wolves roared to the heavens, their eyes blazing with angry fire. A determined look flashed in his eyes. With me here, don't even think about taking another step. Enraged, all the vicious wolves roared and charged at Lu Feng as if they wanted to tear him to shreds. Every step they took crushed the earth, emitting a suffocating, murderous atmosphere. The sword shone brightly in the air as he quickly and decisively cut down one vicious wolf after another. Su Fei stood there, watching intently, unable to help but admire him. So strong. On the other side, Lu Feng, sword in hand, dealt with the vicious wolves one by one. He thought grimly, there's truly no end to them. Luckily, these vicious wolves are only third rank. He clenched his jaw, the grinding sound echoing in the silence. Lu Feng was determined. It's so troublesome without an area of effect skill. I need to quickly delve deeper into my Huaxiao internal arts and learn how to perform group attacks. Su Fei shouted from behind. Lu Feng, let me take over. You rest for a bit, or you'll die from exhaustion. Without hesitation, he immediately executed the mirror image clone technique and commanded, guard this place. In an instant, his clone charged into the pack of vicious wolves, unleashing fierce blows to support Lu Feng. Then, he immediately retreated, breathing a sigh of relief after the exhausting battle. That almost killed me. Seeing this, Su Fei couldn't help but say worriedly, Lu Feng, this skill of yours is just too monstrous. Lu Feng gulped down some water, then asked her, I can only maintain it for a short while. You'll have to step in later. In the starry night, his voice echoed. The number of vicious wolves keeps increasing. This isn't good if it continues. After recovering, Lu Feng instructed, you continue to guard here. I'm going to see how Brother Xuelang's group is doing. Su Fei wondered, you're worried they can't hold on? He replied gently, the other fronts underestimated the power of the vicious wolves. If they keep fighting like this, I'm afraid the mercenary casualties will be even more tragic. Her eyes lit up, showing she understood everything. Don't worry, I've got this side covered. On the other side, Xuelang was fighting tirelessly, doing his best to deal with the vicious wolves. Charge! A vicious wolf suddenly attacked one of his subordinates, injuring him. Kill these damn dogs. Xuelang rushed to rescue him, unaware that another vicious wolf was stalking him from behind. You mongrel, die. His eyes suddenly froze when he saw it, his face filled with shock. A sword flashed, streaking across and eliminating the vicious wolf that was attacking Xuelang. He stared wide-eyed, filled with astonishment and confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Feng appeared. Captain Xuelang, you owe me one. Xuelang laughed in response. Brother Lu, why are you here? Did your front fall? Did you run over here? He teased back gently. Your side hasn't fallen yet. How could I be any worse than you? Xuelang looked at his subordinates fighting the pack of vicious wolves. Although this side hasn't fallen yet, the casualties are tragic. It must be the same for Tu Sha and Bao Gang. Lu Feng said worriedly, the vicious blood wolves are endless. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll all fall sooner or later. Xuelang clenched his fist and shouted, what in the world did we get involved with to make the vicious blood wolves this frantic? He suggested anxiously, if the situation becomes critical, we can only force Hua and to spill the beans. As he finished speaking, Lu Feng plunged his sword into the head of a vicious wolf. They paid us, but we can't just throw our lives away. He and Xuelang strode towards Bao Gang. How's the situation? He hurriedly pointed. Quick, clean up the battlefield. While the vicious blood wolves have temporarily retreated, everyone needs to rest and regroup. Bao Gang replied with a worried expression. Casualties are up to 1/3. I'm afraid we can't withstand the next wave of attacks from the vicious blood wolves. His subordinates were over there, bandaging their wounds, their faces weary. Hearing those words, Lu Feng fell silent in deep thought, his expression calculating something. His steps were cold and steady as he walked towards the master's tent. As soon as he arrived, The guards immediately blocked Lu Feng. "You can't go in." Lu Feng's eyes turned sharp as ice, radiating an unshakable determination. He forcefully pushed the guards aside and strode straight inside. "Get out of my way." Huan was engrossed in a book. He was stunned to see Lu Feng approaching him. He roared in anger. "Who let you in? Aren't you supposed to be guarding the camp?" Huan hastily snatched up his book, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes, as if he were hiding something. He questioned, "Master Huan, what exactly are we escorting? Why has it driven the vicious blood wolves into such a frenzy?" He replied coldly, "I've already said everything that should be said. What shouldn't be said, I will not say." Bao Gang gritted his teeth. The Mercenary Association has a rule. If the mission issuer intentionally conceals information related to the mission, the mercenaries have the right to refuse to carry it out. Xuelang clenched his fist. "Old man, if you keep hiding things from us, don't blame us for being impolite." Huan slammed the table. "I haven't concealed anything. If you violate the contract, we will go to the Mercenary Association and report you, and have you kicked out of the mercenary world." Not to be outdone, Lu Feng slammed the table back. "Nothing to hide. Then is it just our bad luck to be besieged by so many vicious blood wolves on the border of the Beastman Prairie?" The words caught in his throat. He remained silent, unable to refute anything. He crossed his arms. "If that's the case, the Shiri Mercenary Corps wishes to withdraw from this mission." Bao Gang and Tu Xiao agreed. "We're withdrawing too." Xuelang pointed. "The Shui Mercenary Corps is also withdrawing from this mission." Huan trembled as he looked at the four people before him, his voice filled with anger. "You," he pointed, "even if you withdraw now, you won't escape the vicious blood wolves' pursuit." Xuelang immediately retorted, "It's better than waiting to die here. The vicious blood wolves around here are only increasing in number. Our small group won't be able to hold out for long." Bao Gang agreed. "That's right. We don't want our brothers to die here for nothing." Tu Xiao also concurred. Lu Feng analyzed. "The vicious blood wolves' goal is what we're transporting. If we leave the goods here and depart, I believe they won't stop us." Xuelang clenched his fist and shouted, "Old man, you can stay here and protect your precious treasure while you wait for the wolves to come." Huan frowned and asked cautiously, "Are you all really withdrawing?" Suddenly, Lu Feng spun around, his expression tense and vigilant. Lu Feng executed the swift wind step and slowly vanished from sight. Xuelang was confused. "What's going on? Is that a stealth technique?" Bao Gang admired. "This is even better than a stealth technique. It's as if Brother Lu has completely disappeared." Then, Lu Feng suddenly appeared. He quickly slammed enro to the ground. He cautiously held his sword, pointing it at her with full vigilance. Lu Feng questioned, "Master Huan, can you tell us what's going on?" Stunned, he stood there with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. After a moment of silence, Huan slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. Xuelang, still not understanding, asked, "Brother Lu, what's going on? Who is this person?" He pointed his sword at her. "A Bard assassin. Her stealth technique is extremely advanced. She's been hiding in the tent this whole time." Xuelang was surprised. "A Bard assassin? This old man has tricks like that up his sleeve." Bao Gang was stunned. "Did this woman just try to kill us?" Lu Feng coldly glanced at Hua and Master Huan. "Do you have anything to say?" His eyes were full of hesitation, as if he wanted to hide something. The sword was coldly withdrawn by him, his gaze remaining firm. Lu Feng turned to Xuelang and said, "Let's go. Get our men and leave this place immediately." Inger watched intently as the group turned their backs and left, their footsteps echoing on the cold ground. Lu Feng intuitively sensed something was wrong and quickly glanced around with high alert. Immediately, he reached out and tightly gripped Inger's weapon-wielding arm. Lu Feng said coldly, 3 strikes and you're out. Next time, I won't be so merciful." He kicked her far away. "Or maybe there won't be a next time. After we leave, you'll be torn apart by the vicious blood wolves." After a heavy sigh, Huan suddenly shouted, "Wait." His face darkened, revealing his exhaustion and tension. "I'll tell you." Afterward, the 4 of them decisively strode out of the tent, leaving Huan in the quiet space behind them. Tu Xiao glanced around. The assassin from just now has disappeared again. Xuelang was vigilant. "But I can feel that she's hiding nearby. We have to be careful." Lu Feng spoke up to reassure them. Don't worry. With me here, she won't be able to do anything. He suggested to Huan, Master Huan, if you don't want to lose your bodyguard, then advise her to come out. Don't make any rash moves. He commanded her in a heavy tone. Inger, stop causing trouble. In a flash, she was standing tall before the group. Inger had stopped causing trouble. However, Inger narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with unconcealable unwillingness. Lu Feng reminded him, Master Huan, let's go. We don't have much time left. Before him was a large horse-drawn carriage, completely covered by a thick cloth. Lu Feng placed his hand on his chin, speculating. This carriage seems a bit strange. I can't sense what's inside. Huan pointed at it. That's right. To be honest with you all, this carriage may look ordinary, but it's actually made entirely of star silver. Xuelang's eyes widened, his face filled with surprise. What? You're saying this carriage is made from the expensive star silver, which has the special effect of attracting magical beasts and is highly favored by mages. He looked up at the carriage. Using such a precious metal to make a carriage is truly too extravagant. He calmly turned back and replied, if you knew what was hidden in the carriage, you wouldn't feel it's extravagant anymore. After speaking, Huan turned and walked straight to the door of the large carriage. His hand gently reached out, holding the tarnished key, and he carefully opened the door before him. After opening the door, he turned back and gestured for the four of them to enter. Gentlemen, please follow me inside. The group entered one by one, their footsteps echoing softly on the floor. Inside, Huan slowly reached out and pulled back the brown cloth, revealing the secret beneath. Afterward, everyone was stunned to discover a small moon wolf cub lying still in an iron cage. It slept peacefully, unaware of what was happening outside. Xuelang pointed at it. Is this the thing we've been risking our lives to escort? What is this, a pet dog? Huan smiled and asked, what do you think could drive the vicious blood wolves into such a frenzy? Xuelang realized something and couldn't help but shout. Could it be? This is the Moon Wolf King's cub? Lu Feng frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. He asked again, Moon Wolf King? What's that? He explained, the hierarchy within the vicious blood wolf pack is very strict, and the one that commands all the blood wolves on the Great Prairie, the king of the wolf clan, is the Moon Wolf King. Lu Feng understood. No wonder those vicious blood wolves are so frantic. They want to rescue their royalty. Tu Sha shouted. No wonder your escort team withdrew. You wanted to gamble with our lives. Whether we could transport it or not, we would be the ones to die. Xuelang kicked Huan hard. We were almost tricked. You bastard, go to hell. He staggered and fell to the ground. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared from behind. Inger, holding a glittering weapon, stood like a rock in front of Huan, her aura immense. Lu Feng's hands lit up, a powerful force swirling within them, like a smoldering fire bursting into flame. He grabbed her by the neck, his grip tightening, causing her to stumble. Lu Feng said coldly, I've already said it. 3 strikes and you're out. If you don't want to die, then wait there quietly for me. Huan broke the atmosphere with a cutting remark. Now that you know what's being transported, he raised a hand to his stomach and asked gently, can the mission continue? Xuelang roared. You bastard, are you crazy? Continue the mission? Wouldn't we just be seeking death? Bao Gang added, I'm taking my men and leaving now. I don't even want the reward anymore. A sudden howl rang out, startling the entire group. This cry, it's a silver blood wolf. We're done for. Hearing this, Lu Feng cautiously asked in a serious tone, silver blood wolves. Xuelang explained to him, the silver blood wolves are the Moon Wolf King's personal guard. Each one is at the 7th rank. If the silver blood wolves have appeared, it means the Moon King has appeared as well. His voice choked, but he continued speaking in terror, they won't let us go. Lu Feng and his comrades stood behind a wooden fence, their eyes following the thundering footsteps of the silver blood wolves charging towards them at a terrifying speed. He turned to Su Fei and said, let's see how the situation develops. Yu Sei advanced with the silver blood wolves, every step filled with a murderous aura. Yu Sei slowly approached, her gaze as sharp and powerful as a blade. The mercenaries were stunned, their faces showing shock. The Moon King is really here. Lu Feng said coldly, his face grim, this is their king. Yu Sei's steps were sharp, as if wanting to cut through everything in her path. Seeing this, Xuelang's eyes were filled with questions. Why is the Moon Wolf King coming over alone? He gave a cold smile. Who cares? If it's like this, then let's take this opportunity to charge forward and destroy it. He imagined in his head, if the Big Moon King is dead and the Little Moon King is in our hands, then the wolf pack will have no choice but to obey us. Bao Gang, Tu Sha, and Huan also agreed. Yes, that's a great idea. Let's do it. Su Fei sighed. You guys have a great imagination. The Moon King is a 9th rank expert. Even if all of you went up together, you'd just be seeking death. Xuelang pointed back at Lu Feng. Of course we can't do it alone, but we still have our boss. He anxiously reminded them, don't be rash. If the Moon Wolf King dares to come here alone, it naturally has a plan. Let's just see what it wants to do first. Yusei's eyes were as cold as ice, carrying a sharp, authoritative chill. She warned coldly, humans, hand over the Little Moon Wolf. This king will allow you to leave. Otherwise, the group with Lu Feng became flustered. The Moon Wolf King can talk. A commanding female voice. Hearing an animal speak human language feels very strange. Humans, who gave you the right to decide? This king wishes to speak with him. They all pointed at him in unison. Him. Lu Feng started to worry. Why do I get the feeling you're all targeting me? If this isn't handled well, people could die. He spoke up. I say. Su Fei disagreed. Why should Lu Feng do something so dangerous? She pointed at Yusei. If you have something to say, just say it. We can hear you. She frowned, her face showing clear impatience. You humans are truly stubborn. A white, mist-like smoke gently enveloped her, creating a mysterious and elusive aura. Yusei emerged like a human figure from the hazy mist, full of enchantment. Xuelang was stunned. Is this the Wolf King from just now? Bao Gang blushed. She turned into a person? She's so beautiful. Su Fei reminded them coldly. Hey, she's the Moon Wolf King. Can you guys have a little human dignity? Bao Gang immediately regained his cool composure. The Moon Wolf King is truly beautiful today. Xuelang placed a hand on him. Brother Lu, this Moon King is extremely treacherous. Negotiating with her is very dangerous. Just let me handle this for you. Lu Feng was helpless. That's not what you were saying a moment ago. Yusei started to get annoyed. I've already transformed into human form, and you still don't dare to stand up and negotiate with me? Humans are such cowardly and despicable creatures. Lu Feng suggested. How about I go negotiate with her? If she suddenly turns hostile, I'm afraid you brothers won't be able to escape in time. Without waiting any longer, Su Fei quickly made a suggestion. I'll go with you. She stood with her hands on her hips. The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. I'm not comfortable letting you go see her alone. Or have you already fallen for her beauty? He immediately waved his hands, looking wronged. No. Let's go together. Watching her walk with such a strong stride, Lu Feng wondered. Su Fei, aren't you scared? The other party is the Moon Wolf King. Su Fei turned her face back, her eyes shining. What's there to be afraid of? Aren't you here? A confident smile appeared on his lips, exuding a powerful aura. I'm here. Lu Feng walked over and greeted her with a cupped fist. I am the representative of the Merchant Guild. I wonder what the Moon Wolf King wishes to discuss. Yusei sneered. Interesting. Sending out a weakling to negotiate. That group of people is truly shameless. My request is simple. Hand over the Little Moon Wolf and the thief. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences yourselves. A gentle breeze swept by, making her hair flow softly and causing him to blush in confusion. So beautiful. Suddenly, a soft but noticeable cough from Su Fei woke him from his reverie. Lu Feng scratched his face in embarrassment. What Little Moon Wolf? The goods we're transporting are just ordinary cargo. Yusei pointed coldly. Human, don't try to deceive me. The Wolf clan has its own unique tracking techniques. She glanced towards the large carriage. We can confirm that the Little Moon Wolf is in that carriage. Lu Feng couldn't contain his surprise, his mouth agape in astonishment. Yusei said coldly, hand over the Little Moon Wolf and the thief. This king will let you go and forget what happened. Her voice was full of power. If you don't hand them over, then this will be your grave. A thoughtful silence enveloped him, making the surrounding space quiet. After a moment of thought, Lu Feng spoke up. Your request. I cannot decide on it. But I have an idea. Yusei waved her hand. Enough. This king doesn't care what ideas you have. Hand over the little moon wolf and the thief now. She warned coldly. Otherwise, I won't mind attacking the human nation. Su Fei clenched her fist. If the wolf clan invades human territory, the saint-rank experts of humanity will wipe you all out. She laughed smugly. Do you really think only you humans have saint-rank experts? My wolf clan has existed for thousands of years. Do you think we survived on luck alone? Lu Feng spoke coldly. Don't be so arrogant. Although you are strong, we also have something that makes you hesitate. Yusei asked back, what do you mean by that? He immediately replied, what you want is a living little moon wolf, not a dead one, right? In a fit of rage, she hissed furiously, are you threatening me? He shrugged. Using a little wolf to threaten you is indeed a bit despicable, but for the sake of my comrades, I have no choice. Su Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Lu Feng, well done. You're right. Yusei sneered. Humans are indeed despicable. No matter how many years pass, you are still as shameless as ever. Lu Feng looked helpless. It's forced by the situation. I don't want to do this either. She spoke up. All right then. State your idea. This king will consider it. Yusei narrowed her eyes. Remember, this king is doing this for the safety of the little moon wolf, not because I'm afraid of you humans. Lu Feng smiled and replied, wouldn't it have been better to be like this from the start? Anything can be negotiated. He made a suggestion. You let us go, and we will release the little moon wolf at the border of the Great Prairie. How about that? Yusei immediately refused. Humans are known for their deceit. This king will not believe you. Su Fei retorted. Everyone knows the wolf clan is fierce and cruel. We can't trust you either. Their gazes met, as tense as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Unable to hide the helplessness in his eyes, Lu Feng asked again, then what do you want? She stood with her hands on her hips. Hand over the little moon wolf and the thief. This king can let you leave. He immediately objected. An empty promise is not trustworthy. We can return the little moon wolf to you, but we must wait until we are out of the Great Prairie. Otherwise, who can guarantee that we won't be retaliated against by the wolf pack later? Yusei turned around. If no one is willing to compromise, then there's nothing more to say. Let's just rely on our own abilities. Let's see how long you can hold out against the wolf pack. She glanced at him coldly, warning, but if you harm the little moon wolf, this king will not only slaughter all of you, but also make the Sun Never Set's fortress die with you. In the dead silent space, Yusei's back receded in a proud posture. Su Fei immediately chased after her. We can't let her go. He continued. The negotiations have failed. Then the only option is to capture the leader first. Lu Feng channeled blue magical power into his legs and leaped into the air. He charged towards her back, intending to launch a sneak attack on Yusei. Sorry about this. Yusei's eyes darkened, her disgust evident. As expected of treacherous humans. He leaped forward, the sword in his hand drawing a sharp arc towards Yusei. She remained unfazed, merely flicking her scarf lightly. The tip of his sword was immediately deflected, sent flying to the side. Lu Feng slid back, his sword still in a defensive posture. That scarf is amazing. Yusei smiled smugly. This scarf is transformed from this king's tail. Of course it's amazing. From behind her, Su Fei silently charged with her weapon, intending a surprise attack. Yusei glanced at her with contempt. A mere 7th rank dares to ambush me? Her leg shot up, a kick carrying terrifying power striking Su Fei squarely in the stomach. The force of the kick knocked her off balance, sending her flying away like a falling leaf. She showed no emotion, only coldly commanding the silver blood wolves, kill her. His voice, filled with anxiety, called her name amidst the chaos. Su Fei. In that moment of staggering, Su Fei turned back, calling his name with fragile hope. Lu Feng. The memory of Weir, tears streaming down her face as she called his name, flooded his mind. Lu Feng. Lu Feng focused all his internal energy, and his magical power erupted violently, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Yusei was confused. What's happening? How did this kid's power suddenly skyrocket? Su Fei lost her balance, falling straight into the encirclement of the silver blood wolves. Sharp fangs glinted in the light. They lunged, wanting to crush her. A sharp swish of a sword blade echoed, freezing the air. Lu Feng gently embraced her, bringing her a sense of peace amidst the storm. Yusei's eyes stared intently as the silver blood wolf's head rolled on the ground, separated from its body. She lost control, becoming frantic. Human, this king will chop you into 100 pieces. Yusei's sharp scream rang out, accompanied by a torrent of intense magical power. Howl at the moon and go berserk. Each of her teeth sharpened, like razor-sharp blades ready to tear apart the two people before her. Lu Feng was stunned. No way. She can still use howl at the moon and go berserk in human form. Su Fei said worriedly, this is bad. Her power is increasing extremely fast. She's almost at the saint rank now. His face suddenly darkened, his teeth clenched tightly. Looks like we really have to fight to the end. Yusei's fingernails began to grow long, their cold silver glinting in the darkness. With eyes blazing with anger, she gritted her teeth and charged towards Lu Feng, as if wanting to tear everything apart. He pushed Su Fei away. Go back to the camp. I can't use my full power with you here. Then, Lu Feng charged towards her. Su Fei dashed away. Lu Feng, you have to be careful. Shui Lang, seeing the two fighting, asked in confusion, why did they suddenly start fighting? Bao Gang also wondered. Weren't they supposed to be negotiating? Su Fei replied coldly. The Moon Wolf King's demands were too harsh. Negotiation was impossible. Huan suddenly spoke up. Brother Lu is still young and doesn't understand the art of negotiation. Even if the other party's demands are harsh, we can still talk things out slowly. Su Fei retorted angrily. Easy for you to say? The Moon Wolf King demanded we immediately hand over the Little Moon Wolf and the thief. How about we just hand them over now? He immediately flipped. The Moon King is too unreasonable. This is clearly not the attitude for negotiation. She needs to be taught a lesson. Shui Lang sighed helplessly. This old man flips faster than a pancake. Su Fei looked into the distance, where Lu Feng and Yusei were fighting fiercely. Lu Feng, now we can only rely on you. The sword in his hand clashed with her weapon, creating a sharp clang that seemed to tear through the tense atmosphere. Yusei's hair suddenly grew long, writhing like living ribbons of silk, ready to attack at any moment. Her hair wrapped tightly around Lu Feng's sword, as rigid as an immovable object. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free his sword from the tightly wound hair. How is it this strong? Yusei said coldly. This king's hair is as sturdy as steel. Let's see what you can do. She pressed her weapon towards Lu Feng, her sharp cry filled with vengeful intent. Go to hell. Without hesitation, he channeled his energy, deploying the mirror image clone technique rather than sitting still and waiting for death. In a flash, a clone of Lu Feng appeared, sword in hand, ready to fight. The clone quickly blocked her fierce attack. What? Immediately after, Lu Feng commanded his clone, cut it for me. The clone instantly brandished its sword. It decisively severed Yusei's hair. This is bad. Lu Feng and his clone simultaneously charged straight towards her, like an unstoppable whirlwind. Two swords were pointed at Yusei's face. She could only defend with the weapon in her hand. She quickly retreated further, preparing for her next counterattack. Yusei's eyes were filled with anger. She grimaced in anger, demanding, What? What kind of technique is this? He replied coldly, without a hint of emotion, mirror image clone. Yusei gritted her teeth, her brow furrowed as she shouted, Do you think this king is a fool? How can a clone have attack power? Lu Feng explained nonchalantly, Believe it or not, it's up to you. His face became serious, his voice loud enough for all to hear. When a man lies, a gullible woman believes him. But when a man tells the truth, a woman doesn't believe him. How ironic. She burst out in a scornful laugh, her eyes filled with interest. Human, this king is starting to like you. What's your name? He replied with a serious attitude, Lu Feng. A cunning look appeared on her face. This king will remember that. I'm very curious. I wonder which great expert is your master. Lu Feng fell into a quiet contemplation, his face showing clear confusion. She wants to find out my background and origins before deciding whether to act? Such a petty trick. Without hesitation, he spoke confidently. I am my master's most foolish disciple, so he despises me and forbids me from mentioning his name outside. If you kill me today, my dozen or so senior brothers will come looking for you to settle the score." With a smug look, Lu Feng said provocatively, "And if you kill all of them too, then of course, my master will come for you." Her face grim, Yusei was lost in thought. It's hard to tell if this person's words are true or false. I'm afraid I really can't kill him. But even if I can't kill him, I must teach him a lesson. She erupted with fierce power, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Lu Feng started to worry. Why has this woman gone crazy? Her power has reached the saint rank. Su Fei spoke grimly. The Moon King can still increase her power? Shui Lang was terrified, his voice trembling with anxiety. I'm telling you, let's just return the little moon wolf. Su Fei's gaze suddenly shifted to Huan, her heart filled with frustration. Damn it, this is all this old man's fault. In an instant, she drew her weapon and swung it, charging straight towards him. Huan's face was filled with fear. Immediately, Inger rushed out from nowhere to protect Huan, her eyes sharp and her body agile. Without hesitation, Shui Lang and Bao Gang quickly used their swords to block her in time. With sharp eyes, Su Fei pointed her knife at him and issued a stern warning. If Lu Feng is in danger, I will immediately hand you and the little moon wolf over. Huan was so scared he was covered in sweat. Huan was drenched in sweat, standing there helplessly, silently sending a desperate prayer. Brother Lu, you must win. On the other side, a deafening explosion shook the vast expanse of space. Yusei threw her head back and roared, the sound echoing throughout the space. The wind howled, and her eyes were sharp and fierce. With a cunning smile, she said, "Human, have you ever tasted the true power of a saint?" Lu Feng warned loudly, "Don't try to scare me. You only temporarily reach the saint rank by borrowing external power." Yusei gritted her teeth. He can tell that I borrowed the power of heaven and earth to reach the saint rank. His eyes were sharp. A casual remark, and I guessed right, just in time to scare her. Lu Feng's lips curled slightly, a smile that seemed to hide 1,000 thoughts. Yusei shouted angrily, "You human, you will definitely become a great disaster for my wolf clan. Today, I must destroy you." Flames of anger erupted, and she couldn't stop herself from charging at Lu Feng. He yelled out, his face showing unconcealed shock. "This is bad. I've overdone it." In an instant, Yusei was upon him, her blurred figure flashing past his vision. Then, Lu Feng immediately unleashed a move with lightning speed. Mirror image clone. She swung her weapon, but what she hit was only a clone. Lu Feng's body quickly retreated while the clone faded and disappeared. His body landed, planting him firmly amidst the dust. "Looks like you're also very good at sneak attacks." Yusei smugly licked the blood on her finger. "I'm teaching you how to launch a sneak attack without wasting effort." She began to gather all her strength, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. "The clone saved you once. You won't get another chance." Lu Feng began to hesitate. "I have to risk it all. Since things have come to this, I can only gamble once." He channeled his magical power, causing the air around him to become thick. Swift wind step. Lu Feng suddenly vanished, leaving her in utter astonishment. He disappeared again. For a moment, Yusei suddenly looked up, her eyes wide as she stared straight ahead. From above, he swooped down like a lightning bolt, heading straight for her. She quickly raised her hands to block the blow, while Lu Feng shouted with determination, 4 times attack. The ground then shook as if in an earthquake, quickly crumbling and shattering. She unleashed her full power, blasting him away with terrifying strength. Before he could even regain his senses, Yusei shot towards Lu Feng like a rocket. "This is bad." Yusei aimed her sharp, knife-like claws at Lu Feng, preparing to attack. A sharp sound echoed in the silent space, followed by a stream of dark red blood slowly flowing out. Lu Feng collapsed to the ground, panting for breath, each powerful exhale spraying out thick red blood. Yusei turned to leave. "Human, it's over. Your comrades will soon follow you." In a moment of silence, Lu Feng's eyes suddenly flew open, a strange glint flashing in his pupils. Yusei abruptly stopped, her cold gaze turning vigilant, as if she had a premonition of something unusual. She whipped her head around, her hair swinging lightly in the air, her eyes full of doubt. Lu Feng, his body tattered, slowly struggled to his feet. "You can still get up?" He shouted so loudly it echoed through the space. No one is allowed to harm my friends. No one. The air around him seemed to vibrate. Lu Feng charged like a flaming arrow, his blood-red eyes burning with killing intent. If you want to kill them, you'll have to kill me first. Yusei spoke calmly, not a hint of emotion in her voice. So fast. The sword in Lu Feng's hand suddenly glowed brilliantly. 8 times attack. Without flinching, she responded with a fierce technique, Moonlight Shield. The 2 streams of power collided violently. Lu Feng's and Yusei's techniques crashed into each other, creating an explosion that shook the entire space. Putting all his strength into it, he roared, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as he brought it down with force. Yusei stood frozen, her eyes wide as she watched the sword tip, emitting a brilliant blue light, hurtling straight towards her. In that brief moment, she seemed petrified, her eyes filled with astonishment. How could? Suddenly, a voice full of authority spoke up. Young friend, why must you be so ruthless? Yubai unexpectedly emerged, his majestic presence filling the entire space. He casually raised his hand, directly blocking the path of Lu Feng's descending sword, his gaze firm and unwavering. The blade lightly touched Yusei's forehead, a chilling sensation spreading through every fiber of her being. Yubai stood tall, his majestic gaze sweeping over the crowd, causing the atmosphere to feel heavy. Su Fei asked worriedly, "The Wolf Clan really has a Saint rank expert?" Huan was stunned. "We're done for. We're really done for." Yubai appeared, holding Lu Feng's sword tightly, his gaze firm. He gritted his teeth, his blood-red eyes radiating an uncontrollable anger. Glancing at Lu Feng, Yubai said coldly, "Indeed, a strange and powerful force. I wonder which great expert's disciple you are." However, a young man with insufficient self-control is easily manipulated by power. His 2 fingers lightly touched his face, his concentration intense, as his magical power gradually surged. Then he pressed his 2 fingers onto Lu Feng's forehead. Instantly, a dazzling light erupted. He gritted his teeth and endured it, then suddenly came to his senses. He immediately cried out, his breathing ragged and uncontrollable. With a look of doubt, Lu Feng asked as if seeking an answer, "What just happened to me?" Yubai slowly stroked his beard, his eyes deep, and he spoke softly. "You couldn't control your own power. You almost made a grave mistake." Yusei roared in anger, her voice like steel. "He did make a grave mistake. He scarred my face. I want to kill him." Then Yubai slowly approached while she was still growling angrily. Calm down. Just leave everything for Uncle Bai to handle." He scratched his head, his face full of questions. Just a moment ago, she was so fierce. Now it's like she's become a different person. No, a different wolf. She turned around, looked at him, and asked, "Uncle Bai, why are you here?" He calmly replied, "I sensed you using Howl at the Moon and go berserk, so I was worried and came to check." His eyes glanced behind him, a look of doubt on his face, and he asked softly, "Why have so many of the Wolf Clan been mobilized?" She roared angrily, pointing at the mercenaries, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Uncle Bai, they've captured the Little Moon Wolf. Please rescue him quickly." Then Yubai turned to Lu Feng, his eyes asking sternly, "You've captured the Little Moon Wolf?" Lu Feng cried out in protest, No, I didn't know they had captured the Little Moon Wolf. I'm innocent. I'm willing to hand over the Little Moon Wolf. I only hope you can let me and my comrades leave the prairie." Yubai lowered his voice. "As long as you hand over the Little Moon Wolf, this old man can guarantee your safety." Yusei shouted angrily, "Uncle Bai, make them hand over the person who captured the Little Moon Wolf. We can't let him go." He turned to her and said, "I'm the one making the decisions now. If you have any objections, we can talk about them later." She sat down and turned her face away, pouting. "I'm clearly the king, but you still treat me like a child." Yubai gently stroked his beard, his eyes filled with affection. "This child?" Then, he looked straight at Lu Feng. "Well then, hand over the Little Moon Wolf now." Lu Feng respectfully suggested, "Senior, could you have the wolf pack retreat first? Half an hour after the pack retreats, I will hand the Little Moon Wolf over to you." His gentle voice rang out, soft yet powerful. "That's easy enough." With a majestic posture, Yubai slowly raised his hand to his mouth and whistled. The sound carried far, like a summoning call. The silver blood wolves stopped abruptly upon hearing the signal, their bodies tense as bowstrings, awaiting the next command. Immediately, they and the vicious wolves turned and retreated, leaving in droves. Yubai paused, looked straight at Lu Feng, and asked again in a stern voice, "Is this acceptable now?" He immediately replied, "Thank you, Senior. I will hand over the little moon wolf in half an hour." He rushed quickly across the lush green grass, his steps light but filled with all his strength. Seeing him run over, Su Fei stepped forward and asked with concern, "Lu Feng, are you all right?" Huan approached, bowing. "Brother Lu, can we go now?" Lu Feng glanced around. "In half an hour, we hand over the little moon wolf, and the wolf clan will let us go." He was alarmed. "We still have to hand over the little moon wolf? Can't we not hand it over?" He said coldly, "You don't have to hand it over. You can stay here with the little moon wolf. We don't need the payment for this trip anymore." Then, Lu Feng raised his hand and gestured. "Everyone, pack your things quickly. We're leaving this place in half an hour." Huan sighed quietly, his expression twisted as if he was struggling with something in his heart. He raised his hands in a plea. "Brother Lu, I agree to hand over the little moon wolf. Please don't ignore me." After that, Lu Feng gently held the little wolf in his arms and slowly approached. He handed it to Yu Sei and announced, "Senior, the little moon wolf is safe and sound." She hugged the little moon wolf tightly, unwilling to be separated from it for even a second. With everything settled, Lu Feng let out a soft sigh of relief. It's finally resolved. Yubai quietly took something out of his pocket, creating a moment of tense silence. He handed the jade piece to him. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Carrying it will make your travels on this prairie much more convenient in the future." He quickly accepted it and bowed his head sincerely in thanks. "Thank you, Senior." He bid farewell to Lu Feng. "We'll part ways here. Lu Feng, if you have the chance, you must come to my wolf clan as a guest." Yu Sei shouted, "If you dare to come, I'll kill you." Lu Feng chuckled softly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. What a long memory. Shui Lang raised his hand to signal. "Is it all settled? Let's get ready to move out." He smiled and shook hands with Tu Sha. Today was really exciting. He smiled smugly. "The wolf clan is nothing special. I can now brag that I survived being besieged by the wolf clan." Lu Feng sighed softly, his heart filled with helplessness. This group of people, they're just too much. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared, swirling like a giant fan in the air. Yubai stepped out. "I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. I almost forgot I still have a score to settle." His finger moved slightly, and a ray of light as sharp as a blade shot through the air. Seeing this, Lu Feng gritted his teeth. He's not going back on his word, is he? Damn it. Before he could react, he saw a thin, sharp ray of light, like a silver sword, flash past him. The ray of light shot forward like a hurricane, striking straight at Huan, but Inger leaped out to block it. The fierce power sent her flying. The surrounding air suddenly became unusually still. Lu Feng turned his head. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from her mouth, staining the air before her red. Huan frantically called her name. "Inger! Inger!" He stared wide-eyed. "So fast I couldn't even see the attack's trajectory. Is this the power of a saint?" Yubai stepped into the spatial vortex. "This is a warning from the Wolf Clan. Take it to the master of your merchant guild." The entire space fell into absolute silence, as if time itself had stopped in that moment. Without hesitation, Lu Feng immediately gestured with his hand. "What are you standing there for? Let's go." The group of mercenaries hurriedly left. Let's go, let's go. I don't dare stay here any longer. Who knows if the Wolf Clan will suddenly go back on their word. Let's go." Early in the morning, under the gentle sunlight, the group of mercenaries moved to another location with Lu Feng. He sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. "My strength is still a certain distance from the saint rank. Although the power of the 8 times attack is very strong, I still can't fully control it. I must resolve this issue quickly." From above, a bird swooped down, flying back and forth right in front of Su Fei. It tilted its head, whispering something extremely urgent right next to her ear. The information was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Su Fei completely stunned. Her body suddenly stiffened. Lu Feng quickly asked, "What happened?" She replied, "There's been some trouble in the family. I have to go back immediately." He asked, "Do you need my help?" Su Fei gently refused. "I can handle it. For now, you don't need to do anything." She immediately stood up. "I have to leave right now. I'm going ahead." Seeing this, he quickly grabbed Su Fei's hand. "Wait, you're leaving right now?" She turned back, her smile as bright as the morning sun. "You'll hear news of me soon." Then she leaned in slightly and placed a gentle kiss on Lu Feng's cheek. "You have to miss me, okay?" In an instant, Su Fei turned, her body as light as a feather, and shot off like the wind. She left, leaving Lu Feng standing there with a hesitant, blushing face from embarrassment. A clear night, the stars twinkling like dancing lights against the dark canvas of the sky. Lu Feng sat cross-legged in the middle of a brightly glowing magic circle. A strange light enveloped his body like an invisible shield. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and focused all his will on awakening the internal power within. Right in the center of Lu Feng's abdomen, a white vortex erupted, swirling like a hazy, powerful whirlwind of light. Slowly, he opened his eyes, looking at the world outside with a newfound awareness. Looking at the small floating lights, he thought to himself, how magical. To the people of this continent, these white, attribute-less elements are the most useless. But to me, I can directly absorb these elements. Although I can also convert battle chi and magic elements for use, it takes a lot of effort. Lu Feng held out his hand. In that case, these attribute-less elements are like the heaven and earth primordial chi described in Huaxia internal arts. He pondered, my meridians are different from those in this world. The cultivation method Shui Lang taught me has no effect at all. I can't cultivate both magic and battle chi. Only Huaxiao internal arts are suitable for me. Lu Feng analyzed in his head. Right now, swift wind step, pure step, mirror image clone, and fatal aim are all skills I've comprehended from my internal arts. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. If I can cultivate Huaxiao internal arts to perfection, perhaps I will become the strongest person in this world. Lu Feng contemplated, slowly circulating his magical power and then executing a technique. Mirror image clone. Immediately, an identical clone appeared beside him. The sound of his and his clone's swords clashing rang out. During this period, I've been training with Shui Lang's group every day. I feel that my combat experience has become much richer. I also have a faint feeling that I'm about to break through. He gritted his teeth. Indeed, only real combat can improve one's strength. I must become stronger. In an instant, Lu Feng's clone transformed into Lei Ting. You piece of trash. Not only could you not protect your comrades, but you couldn't even protect Wei Er. Lu Feng swung his sword, a sharp slash cutting across, and the image of Lei Ting immediately vanished. He vowed to himself, I will definitely kill you with my own hands to avenge Wei Er. The scene changes. A figure in a dark cloak stands silently at the foot of a skyscraper, their form blending into the enveloping darkness. Lei Ting pulled back his cloak, revealing half of his face. The human world. I'm back. It's all the fault of those despicable people. In his mind, the scene of Shui holding Wei Er in her arms appeared, an aura of majesty and stability emanating from her every gesture. She asked contemptuously, who the hell are you to lay a hand on a saint of my Azure Star Academy? Lei Ting clenched his fist, roaring with indignation. Azure Star Academy. Nicola, this time, I will definitely make you all pay the price. 10 days later, in the peaceful little town, Shui Lang raised his hand in excitement. We're finally out of the prairie safely. Mission complete. We're alive. He grabbed Hua and shirt. Old man, hurry up and report the mission to the Mercenary Association. I'm still waiting to get paid so I can go have some fun. He laughed awkwardly. All right. Scene change. At the Mercenary Association, which was an incredibly beautiful and majestic building. Amidst the quiet scene, Chun Wang was deep in sleep after a strong cup of wine. A member of the Mercenary Association handed a document to Shui Lang. The documents are all done. You can go now. Huan suggested. Captains, come with me to the Merchant Guild to collect your payment. Shui Lang laughed heartily. Money time. In his drunken stupor, Chun Wang suddenly glanced towards Lu Feng and Shui Lang. The old man's eyes suddenly widened, his entire body freezing as if turned to stone. That kid. Chun Wang's eyes stared intently at him, filled with suspicion, as if trying to scrutinize something. A vague feeling crept into his subconscious. Lu Feng slowly turned, his eyes searching. Lu Feng paused, as if a piece of memory had suddenly flashed in his mind. This person is a Basha expert. Chun Wang gently shook the wine bottle, the dregs swirling inside. Kid, want a drink? He turned his head slightly, a gentle smile appearing. No need. You keep it and drink it yourself. Then, he suddenly spoke up. This cup of wine. Su Fei invited me to drink it. Hearing her name, Lu Feng froze for a moment, suspended in space. Without a moment's hesitation, he whipped back around. Old man, you have news of Su Fei? The old man calmly shook the wine bottle. My wine is almost gone, and there's no one to drink with me. An old man like me is so pitiful. He slammed the table. As long as you can tell me Su Fei's situation, I'll drink with you. I'll drink as much as you want. Immediately after, the two of them continuously chugged down bottle after bottle without stopping. Lu Feng looked up and asked, Old man, can you talk now? How is Su Fei doing? The old man slammed his wine glass on the table. Young man, you're so impatient. We've only had a few glasses. Then, Chun Wang lowered his voice. Forget it. Seeing as you're Su Fei's lover, I'll let it slide. Lu Feng blushed, his eyes avoiding Chun Wang's gaze. Lover? He looked straight at him. If not you, then who? Are you trying to eat and run after messing with Su Fei? Lu Feng blushed, his eyes avoiding Chun Wang's gaze. I didn't mess with her. Chun Wang suddenly lowered his voice. At the family meeting a few days ago, Su Fei used some tricks to harm her cousin and simultaneously took over all the branches under his control. He continued his story. She also announced to everyone that she already has someone she likes. A black-haired man, very young, and also a 9th rank expert. Hearing this, Lu Feng asked worriedly, She injured her cousin? If Su Fei does that, will the family blame and punish her? Chun Wang raised his eyes, hazy from the drink, to look at him. The elders were indeed preparing to punish her, but Su Fei took out a trump card. One move changed the entire situation. Lu Feng was surprised. What trump card? The old man replied. Su Fei said she found a way to cure the internal injuries. The patriarch checked Su Fei's body and confirmed that what she said was true. He suddenly remembered. I didn't expect that what was initially a coincidence could help her so much. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Chun Wang raised his wine glass towards him. The method Su Fei mentioned came from you. He pondered. Although I can only help Su Fei alleviate her internal injuries, if it can help her, then... Lu Feng replied decisively. I have a way to completely cure her lingering internal injuries. He shook his head and took a swig of wine. That girl Su Fei is truly formidable. Now she even has a future saint rank expert to help her. Chun Wang suddenly slammed the table. Excellent. Excellent. It seems this old man has to go prepare a bit. Not understanding, Lu Feng could only ask with a questioning look, What? The old man, dead drunk, replied. Of course, while I can still drink a lot, I'll just keep drinking. He watched as Chun Wang collapsed, too drunk to stand steady. Wait, Su Fei, where is she now? The old man suddenly said, Azure Star City in the Azure Star Empire. She's a big shot in the family now. She has to stay in Azure Star City. As Chun Wang finished speaking, he leaned against the door, as if trying to support himself. The old man turned back, probing cautiously. Young man, don't fail her. After speaking, Chun Wang raised his hand and waved a gentle goodbye. I'm off. His expression was grim, showing a steely determination. I will go find her. At night, the streetlights cast a glow into the tavern, creating a hazy and mysterious atmosphere. Lu Feng asked Xuelang's group, Why did you call me here? Tu Sha placed a hand on his back. Come, Brother Lu. Have a seat, have a seat. Brother Lu, Xuelang began. I have a big business deal here. An excited smile was clear on his face. Do you want to do it with me? Hearing this, he crossed his arms and looked up, asking with a serious expression, A business deal? Without blinking, he looked straight at Xuelang and asked, Tell me about it. What kind of business? He quickly glanced towards Bao Gang. Just a slight look from him was enough for Bao Gang to understand his intention. He kindly approached him. Come, let's talk while we eat. Tu Sha poured the wine. Have a glass of fine wine we specially prepared. Xuelang clasped his hands respectfully. Brother Lu, this matter is settled. The three of us plan to merge our mercenary corps. Would you like to join us, Brother Lu? Lu Feng asked back. Merge. He smiled expectantly. We are now a B rank mercenary corps. After merging, we will have a chance to advance to A rank. Xuelang smiled excitedly. The 4 captains of the A rank mercenary corps will be called the 4 mercenary heroes. With us, it will become the 8 mercenary heroes. Hearing this, he decisively refused. No need. I have no intention of changing corps for the time being. The 3 of them were immediately stunned. They said in unison, why refuse so decisively? Lu Feng asked back, didn't you say you have a chance to get promoted? Does that mean you can't get promoted without me? Xuelang sighed. To become A rank, reputation and strength are not enough. Then what does it depend on? He said softly. It depends on whether you have a backer in the mercenary guild. He was surprised. No way. This world also relies on connections. Then, he began to recount. Those 4 A-rank mercenary corps all have backers in the mercenary guild. You could even say they are the external forces of the mercenary guild. Bao Gang covered his face in disappointment. It's not wrong for us to rely on the mercenary guild. It's just that there are countless factions in the guild. We're afraid of siding with the wrong team. He stammered. We thought that if we had Brother Lu, no one would dare to mess with us. But now, he calmly asked back, right now, in the mercenary guild, how many major factions are there? He immediately replied, in the mercenary guild, there are mainly 3 powers. Moreover, 2 of them are the captains of the Kanshi mercenary corps and the Litian mercenary corps, both of which are A-rank corps. As for the last one, it's the girl who was just promoted to a high position a few days ago. Hearing this, Lu Feng seemed to realize something. The girl who was just promoted a few days ago? Xuelang continued his story. I heard that at the Mercenary Guild's family meeting that day, that girl directly defeated her competitor and won their position. However, among the 3 powers, she is also considered the weakest. After all, she still doesn't have any direct subordinates. The other 2 both have their own mercenary corps. Lu Feng smiled, his eyes holding a hint of mysterious unpredictability. What a coincidence! The other 3 asked in confusion. What coincidence? Could it be that you know that girl? He placed his hand on his heart. Captains, if you trust me, you can side with her. Bao Gang looked at Xuelang in embarrassment. Rely on her? Xuelang replied hesitantly. This. The next morning, the gentle morning sun shone down, bringing the warmth of a new day. Xuelang asked in surprise, Brother Lu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay here and rest for a few days. Lu Feng smiled and replied, I have something to attend to at the Sun Never Sets fortress. We'll drink together again when we have the chance. About what we discussed yesterday, I'll have to trouble you 3 captains. He clenched his fist, his face confident. Brother Lu, rest assured. With the approval of a saint rank like you, we will definitely cling tightly to Su Fei's big thigh. Then, before turning to leave, Lu Feng turned back and waved goodbye. See you again. Xuelang also bid him farewell. See you again. The sound of horse hooves echoed urgently as the horse galloped as if flying through space. Riding on the vast prairie, Lu Feng felt the resounding rhythm of the hooves beneath him. He slowly pulled the reins, and the horse came to a calm stop. I'm a bit hungry. Lu Feng's face was helpless. Why haven't I encountered any magical beasts along the way? I can't even go hunting. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze brightening as he realized something. Lu Feng took out the jade token Yu Bai had given him. Could it be because of this? Is the power of this token so great that all the magical beasts are avoiding me? He decided, well, I'll just have to endure it. I'll have a big meal when I get back to the Sun Never Sets fortress. Lu Feng suddenly glanced around vigilantly, not missing any movement around him. His gaze swept across the vast, empty space. It's quiet and deserted. I don't see anything. Lu Feng asked himself, was I mistaken? I clearly felt a murderous aura from that direction just now. He spurred his horse on. Let's continue on our way. I need to get back to the Sun Never Sets fortress in time for dinner. Behind him, a spatial circle gradually appeared, swirling gently in the air. From within the spatial circle, Yu Bai and Yusei slowly stepped out, their figures hazy in the faint light. She turned and questioned him. Uncle Bai, why didn't you let me attack him? Yusei gently explained. Little Yu, Remember this. Friends are always more valuable than enemies. He gently stroked his beard. Moreover, I suspect Lu Feng has a connection with the Dragon Clan. I can sense the aura of the Dragon Clan on him. Yusei paused, a look of shock evident in her eyes. The Dragon Clan? Yubai said gently. The Dragon Clan is not something our Wolf Clan can afford to provoke. He turned to her. Let's go back. If you want to defeat Lu Feng, you still have a lot of work to do. Yusei said with determination. I will not lose to him. Yubai asked thoughtfully. Lu Feng, the Beast Clan intends to bloodbath the Sun Never Sets fortress. Can you be safe? He suddenly lowered his voice. If you die, how will the Dragon Clan react? That has nothing to do with our Wolf Clan. The Sun Never Sets fortress, a place under strict guard by soldiers. From a distance, a horse's shadow flashed by like lightning. Lu Feng had galloped close. Guodong stood with his hands on his hips, asking in an arrogant tone, "Where are you from?" With a voice full of authority, he ordered his subordinate without a moment's hesitation. Stop for inspection. He stopped his horse. What's going on? Why the sudden inspection? He replied coldly. The decisive battle with the Beast Clan is approaching. To prevent spies from the Beast Clan from infiltrating the city lord has ordered strict inspections of everyone entering and leaving the city. Then, Guodong pointed at him. Where are you from? Lu Feng replied. The Beastman Prairie. Hearing this, he flashed a cunning smile. So you're a spy from the Beast Clan. He was stunned and pointed at himself. How did I suddenly become a spy? Guodong snapped his fingers, signaling for money. Whether you're a spy or not depends on how smart you are. Lu Feng rubbed his head. You want money, right? He was pleased. Looks like you're not stupid. Still smiling, he replied casually. I don't have any money. Hearing this, he roared in a fit of rage. No money? Then what do you have? He clenched his hand into a fist, his eyes blazing. I only have this fist. He drew his sword. Still want to resist? It seems you really are a spy from the Beast Clan. Guodong pointed his sword straight at Lu Feng. Charge. Arrest him. He glanced at the subordinates surrounding him and sneered. A fool who doesn't know how to live or die. With absolute composure, Lu Feng dealt with them one by one, gently. Guodong stood frozen to the spot, stunned, his eyes vacant at what was happening. As he backed away, he unexpectedly bumped into a figure standing silently there. Ao he stood behind him. What happened? Guodong stammered. Officer Ao. Immediately after, he pointed at Lu Feng. Officer Ao he. This man is a spy from the Beast Clan. I wanted to arrest him, but he resisted with violence. Guodong couldn't help but feel smug. You stinking brat. Officer Ao he is here. You're dead for sure. Unexpectedly, he immediately pushed his face away. Brother Lu, long time no see. Guodong was stunned. Brother Lu. Ao he suddenly spoke coldly. You useless piece of trash. You can't even tell who's a spy and who isn't. You're fired. His face turned pale. Fired? Does that mean I'll be like those commoners from now on? What on earth is happening? He placed his hand on his shoulder with kindness, like a long-lost brother. Ao he asked about the situation. Brother Lu, why are you back so quickly? Lu Feng smiled and replied. I promised Brother Ao he that I would participate in the decisive battle with the Beast Clan. I will definitely not break my promise. He suddenly moved closer to him. Brother Lu is indeed reliable. However, I heard that when Brother Lu was on a mission, he encountered the Moon Wolf King. Lu Feng asked back, so? Ao he pressed his hand firmly on his shoulder. Just asking about the outcome of the battle. Hearing this, without hesitation, he separated himself like a quick reflex. A draw. His eyes widened. A draw. He couldn't help but feel flustered. Fighting with the Moon Wolf King, this kid. Ao he smiled warmly. He approached and wanted to pat Lu Feng's shoulder. Brother Lu is truly formidable. Facing Ao he, whom he still didn't fully trust, Lu Feng slightly dodged his hand. Lu Feng walked straight past him, his voice cold as he spoke. I have to go back immediately. I'll be going first. Ao he, still surprised by the rejection, silently assessed him. Has this kid's strength improved again? At this moment, Ao he suddenly remembered something. He called out to Lu Feng. Wait, Brother Lu. I have something to discuss with you. The city lord wants to see you. Hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but be surprised. He turned his head back, his face full of doubt. The city lord wants to see me? The scene shifts to the outside of an ancient, quiet building bathed in the pale sunlight. In the office, Kong Si was handling documents, with Xiao Jin gnawing on meat beside him. He pouted, "Lu Feng still hasn't come back." Kong Si heard this and sighed, his face unconsciously wrinkling. "Brother Xiao Jin, if you really miss Lu Feng, you shouldn't have any appetite. If you keep eating this much, I really can't afford to feed you." But Xiao Jin refused. He puffed out his chest and shouted, "Kong Si, you're abusing me. I'm going on a hunger strike. When Lu Feng comes back, I'll tell him." Kong Si glanced at the pile of bones on the plate. He said helplessly, "You've already eaten everything. What's there to hunger strike about?" Just as the two were arguing, a voice suddenly cut in. "Brother Kong Si, Xiao Jin, I'm back." Seeing the person who had arrived, Xiao Jin cheered happily. "Lu Feng." Kong Si smiled in response. "Brother Lu." Then, Xiao Jin rushed into Lu Feng's arms. He sulked and punched Lu Feng's chest repeatedly. Invincible fire fist. "You bad boy, where have you been? I missed you to death." A moment later, Lu Feng, now with a mouthful of blood, stopped Xiao Jin. "Xiao Jin, go a little easier." He was still angry. "You bad boy." Not long after, a sumptuous meal was laid out before Lu Feng and Xiao Jin. The two of them dug in ravenously. Xiao Jin complained, "I'm starving. Lu Feng, these past few days I've missed you so much I couldn't eat or sleep well." Kong Si couldn't quite believe his ears. He rubbed his head, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "You couldn't eat or sleep well?" The meal lasted for an hour. The sky outside had already turned the color of sunset. Inside the dining room, the table was left with only bare bones and empty plates. Only now did the two of them stop eating. Lu Feng looked at the aftermath with satisfaction. Eating is such a happy thing. As for Xiao Jin, he had eaten so much his stomach was as round as a ball. "I'm 80% full. Feeling pretty healthy." Suddenly, Lu Feng looked up at the clock hanging in the corner of the room. Then, he stood up and said, "It's time. I have to go to the city lord's manor for the feast." Kong Si repeated in surprise, "To the city lord's manor?" Xiao Jin, the glutton, heard this and his eyes lit up. "A feast?" Lu Feng's face turned serious. He raised his hand to explain to the two of them. "I just met Ao He. He said the city lord's manor is hosting a feast and invited me to join. We'll also discuss the matter of the decisive battle with the Beast Clan." As soon as he finished, Xiao Jin jumped up and hugged Lu Feng's head tightly. He wailed, "I want to go too. Don't leave me behind." Lu Feng tried to pry Xiao Jin off, his face getting stretched out in the process. "Ao He only invited me. He didn't say I could bring others." Xiao Jin stubbornly refused to let go. "I don't care. I don't care." Suddenly, he stopped. An idea popped into Xiao Jin's head. He looked at Lu Feng with expectant eyes. Xiao Jin spoke obediently. He said, "You can't bring other people, not that you can't bring a pet." After getting ready, Lu Feng stepped outside, now wearing a dragon-shaped bracelet that wasn't there before. Xiao Jin was happy. "This way, you can take me with you, right?" Lu Feng looked at him, speechless. "You use all your intelligence on eating." At this point, Lu Feng warned with a serious face. "I'm telling you beforehand, you have to hide well. Don't let anyone find you." Xiao Jin was already too excited to care. He replied perfunctorily, got it, let's go, let's go." The scene shifts to a gilded banquet hall, exquisitely decorated all around. Sitting in the host's seat was the city lord of the Sun Never Sets fortress, Grand Duke Aote. Aote looked at Ao He curiously. "Is that brother Lu really as formidable as you say?" Hearing this, he replied firmly. Ao He's expression darkened slightly, and his voice deepened. "He is no weaker than me. In fact, I now suspect he is even stronger than me." Hearing him say this, Aote exclaimed in surprise, "Stronger than you? Then doesn't that mean?" Pausing for a moment, he looked at Ao He in confusion. "Second brother, what rank are you again? I forgot." Hearing Aote say this, he said sarcastically, "When will big brother's memory get better?" Although he said that, Ao He quickly took on the role of a teacher explaining to Aote, "There are now 11 ranks. Your little brother happens to be at the 9th rank. As for Lu Feng, I guess he's a bit stronger than me." Aote seemed to understand. He nodded in agreement. "So that's how it is. Then let's do as you say." Just then, a guard entered from outside. He reported respectfully, "Reporting to the city lord, There is a visitor outside named Lu Feng. As soon as the guard finished speaking, he volunteered. Big brother, let me go bring him in. Te replied politely. Thank you, second brother. And under he's guidance, the two figures quickly appeared inside the banquet hall. Te sat at one end of the banquet table, where maids were serving dishes one by one. Lu Feng looked around with unceasing interest. He sighed, as expected of the city lord's manor. It's truly magnificent. Seeing Lu Feng still dazed, he spoke up to introduce. Today's banquet was specially prepared for you by my big brother, Te. This also happened to answer Lu Feng's question. No wonder I don't see any other guests. Only then did Te slowly extend his hand. He spoke up. Second brother, is this the person you were talking about? Te paused mid-sentence. He rubbed his forehead in alarm. Oh, who was it again? Lu Feng was made awkward by the unexpected situation. He quickly patted his shoulder to reassure him. My big brother's memory isn't very good. Please forgive him, brother Lu. As soon as he finished, he reminded Te of the identity of the person standing next to him. Big brother, this is Lu Feng. At this point, Lu Feng also immediately put on a serious expression. He introduced himself again. I am Lu Feng, paying my respects to Grand Duke Te. The awkward situation was finally resolved. Te waved his hand. No need for formalities. I must also thank you on behalf of the Sun Never Sets Fortress for being willing to participate in the decisive battle with the Beast Clan. But Lu Feng didn't see it that way. He replied modestly, It is my honor to be able to fight for humanity. Just then, Xiao Jin on Lu Feng's hand suddenly rushed out. He ravenously grabbed the food on the table. So much delicious food. Te and he froze upon seeing Xiao Jin. They exclaimed almost in unison, This is... As for Lu Feng, his face showed clear despair. He silently exclaimed, It's over. Lu Feng reached out and grabbed Xiao Jin. He looked at the two of them in embarrassment. This is my pet. Greedy snake. But after a while of pulling, Xiao Jin still wouldn't let go of the piece of meat in his hand. Lu Feng reminded him in annoyance, Stop eating. It's so embarrassing. Opposite them, he was still surprised. Greedy snake. Te's eyes were still fixed on Xiao Jin. I've never heard of this type of magical beast. Seeing their curiosity, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand to explain. It's just a name I came up with randomly. It's normal that you don't know it. Te seemed to be quite fond of Xiao Jin. He gently waved his hand. It's all right. If it likes to eat, then let it eat. There's no shortage of food here. The banquet then awkwardly began. As soon as they sat down, Te asked, Brother Lu, I heard you fought the Moon Wolf King to a draw. Lu Feng raised the wine glass in his hand, his face exuding a confident demeanor. What about it? Hearing him confirm it, Te immediately praised him with a thumbs up. He complimented, Truly a hero. That year, the Moon Wolf King led a pack of wolves to besiege the Sun Never Sets Fortress for a whole month. But unfortunately, we never even saw the Moon Wolf King. As Te finished speaking, Lu Feng's face showed a clear look of doubt. You've never seen the Moon Wolf King? The other two remained silent as if in confirmation. He continued, his voice tinged with regret. Then you've really missed out. Besides being very strong, the Moon Wolf King's appearance is also not bad. He was startled upon hearing this. Her appearance is not bad? Could it be that the Moon Wolf King is female? Te also couldn't hide his surprise. What do you mean by this? Lu Feng's face showed clear sarcasm. He asked in a loud voice, City Lord Te, Brother you invited me here today not just to listen to my stories, right? Seeing that Lu Feng didn't want to reveal anything, Te tactfully changed the subject. I almost forgot the main business. Mr. Lu, I invited you here today to discuss the matter of the great decisive battle with the Beast Clan. Only then did he clearly state the purpose of today's banquet. The 4 great academies will send their elite students to participate. I hope you can be their instructor. Lu Feng thought he had misheard. He pointed at himself and asked doubtfully, Instructor? Me. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't seem to believe it, he quickly clarified his position. Brother Lu is young but has outstanding strength and a unique perspective on martial arts. You are the most suitable person for this instructor position. However, Lu Feng still hadn't agreed. He scratched the back of his neck in confusion. This, I've never taught anyone before. It's not very suitable. Hearing this, Aohi immediately reassured him. The students of the 4 great academies are all elites, intelligent, and eager to learn. Brother Lu only needs to give them a little guidance. Aote, sitting beside him, added, except for that crazy girl from the Nicola family. Just thinking about her gives me a headache. If anything goes wrong with her, it will be a big problem. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Aot's voice, Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder. That crazy girl from the Nicola family? Who is that? Aohi gave a wry smile. He didn't dare to tell the truth. She's just the daughter of a nobleman. Her temper isn't very good. It's best if you don't interact with her, Brother Lu. Seeing both of them with wrinkled faces, Lu Feng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. To be able to scare them like that, I'd better stay away from this person. After that, the banquet continued. Throughout the meal, Xiao Jin was probably the happiest. He contentedly patted his round belly and thought to himself, I can't eat anymore, but there's still so much delicious food. Thinking of that, Xiao Jin activated his power and his belly flattened again. He cheered silently. That's better. But that action was all seen by Aohi. He asked doubtfully, Brother Lu, what kind of magical beast is that exactly? Why do I feel a slight energy fluctuation of heaven and earth on it? He was caught off guard by the sudden question. Lu Feng was momentarily unable to explain. No way. He could even sense such a faint energy fluctuation. He hesitated. It's just a small snake I picked up in the wild. I don't know what kind of magical beast it is either. Aohi became more and more curious about Xiao Jin. He walked over to Xiao Jin. I find this pet of yours very interesting. Could you lend it to me to study for a bit? Seeing Aohi dare to approach him, Xiao Jin quickly arched his back and growled. Lu Feng was racking his brain for a way to deal with the situation. This is bad. Aohi has his eyes on him. I'm afraid Xiao Jin's identity is about to be exposed. Just in the nick of time, he grabbed the still-dazed Xiao Jin from the table. Then, Lu Feng made up a random excuse to take Xiao Jin and flee. Let me think about the instructor position again. I have something else to do. I'll be going first. Before the other two could say anything, the figures of Lu Feng and Xiao Jin had completely disappeared from the main hall. Seeing the banquet end in a hurry, Aote was displeased and scolded. Second brother, how could you take someone's magical beast to study? You've scared the guest away. Aohi explained. Big brother, you don't know. Just now, that magical beast. I suspect it's a saint-rank magical beast. Hearing this, Aote was so surprised his eyes went wide. He wondered, a saint-rank magical beast? Are you sure? At this point, Aohi scratched his head in slight confusion. He said hesitantly, not sure. This directly angered Aote. He shouted, you're not sure and you're still spouting nonsense here? At this moment, on Lu Feng's side, he was running while anxiously looking back. No one's chasing us, right? Xiao Jin was being held so tightly his eyes were bulging. Let me go. Once they reached a safe corner, Lu Feng dared to stop. He looked at Xiao Jin angrily. Didn't I say I would sneak you some food? Why did you run out? But not only was Xiao Jin not scared, he even had a greedy look on his face. Seeing so much delicious food, I couldn't help myself. At this point, Xiao Jin's eyes glazed over. He covered his mouth and yawned. Lu Feng, I'm drunk. I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jin was already snoring. Lu Feng looked at him, exasperated. All you know is eating and sleeping. I should just rename you Pig Dragon. Lu Feng tucked Xiao Jin inside his shirt. His eyes showed worry. I hope Aohi isn't suspicious. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, a cacophony of sounds came from somewhere. Beat him to death. Damn it. No wonder I'm so unlucky today. It's all because of you. Not far from where Lu Feng was standing, a group of people was surrounding something. The chaotic noise came from them. Look, that red-eyed demon is being beaten again. Why is that black-haired, red-eyed girl so persistent? His gaze pierced through the crowd. In the middle was Hong Yi, her hands over her head, enduring the blows. Seeing Hong Yi's red eyes, Lu Feng was also momentarily stunned. A red-eyed demoness. The group was surrounding Hong Yi, hurling insults at her. A rat from the gutter dares to run around on the streets. Blending into the crowd, Wenhao said loudly, someone cursed by a demon deserves to be beaten to death. Everyone agreed. Beat her to death. Wenhao crossed his arms contemptuously. Just looking at her dirties my eyes. Beat her to death. In the middle of the crowd, Guodong showed no mercy to Hong Yi. Encouraged by the cheers, he struck even harder. At the peak of his frenzy, Guodong raised a beer bottle in his hand. He roared, "You fatherless, motherless mongrel. It's all because I met you the other day that I've been so unlucky. Go to hell." Just as the bottle was about to fall on Hong Yi's head, a strong hand reached out and caught it. Guodong clearly didn't expect someone to dare to intervene. He glared to the side. It turned out to be Lu Feng. He couldn't watch any longer and stepped in to help. "That's enough. Are you going to scram on your own, or do I have to help you?" Guodong saw who it was and stammered, "It's you." The air suddenly fell silent. The beer bottle in their hands shattered on the ground from the struggle. Guodong fell to the ground in fear, looking utterly pathetic. "Why are you here?" Lu Feng paid no attention to Guodong. He walked over to help Hong Yi up. "Are you okay?" The onlookers in the crowd voiced their dissatisfaction. "Look, that man is actually concerned about that demoness. How disgusting." Another person waved his hand. "He must be a madman." Another was more venomous. "Are you sick? A demoness like that should just die quickly." The slanderous words kept ringing in Lu Feng's ears. He was suddenly stunned. Hong Yi looked up at Lu Feng with her red eyes. Her small body was covered in overlapping wounds. Looking deep into those blood-red eyes, Lu Feng suddenly felt a shiver. Such cold eyes. The feeling is so familiar. Lu Feng seemed to have returned to his childhood years, when he himself was the object of ostracism. The words surrounding him were always, "The jinx who caused his parents' death. So unlucky. I don't want to see him anymore. Look at his tattered clothes. Let's stay away from him." Lu Feng's eyes at that time. They were so similar to the emotion in the depths of Hong Yi's eyes right now. He looked at the little girl thoughtfully, a sudden pang of bitterness in his heart. Just like me when I was little. But Lu Feng had long since left that past behind. Right now, he only cared about the little girl in front of him. "Doesn't it hurt? Let me take you to a doctor, okay?" Seeing Hong Yi's shyness, Lu Feng smiled gently and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." As if realizing his slip of the tongue, Lu Feng awkwardly scratched his head. "It seems all bad people say that." Hong Yi looked at Lu Feng with wary eyes. The little girl slowly opened her mouth. "You don't hate me?" Lu Feng gently stroked Hong Yi's head. He comforted the little girl. "Why would I hate you? You're so cute." Just as the two were busy talking, Guodong had regained his composure. He grabbed the saber at his waist and charged forward. "I became like this all because of you. Go to hell." Just as Guodong thought he had a sure victory, another Lu Feng appeared from behind and grabbed his hand. Seeing the second him, Guodong was so terrified he froze. He shouted, "What is this?" Lu Feng didn't answer. He gently pressed Hong Yi's face into his chest. Kids shouldn't watch. Behind them, Lu Feng's clone quickly dealt with Guodong. Red blood splattered everywhere. The crowd of onlookers finally got scared and dispersed. Wen Hao was the first to run. He killed someone. "Quick, go inform the law enforcement department." At that moment, Hong Yi, who was in Lu Feng's arms, suddenly pushed him away with all her might. Just in time, a drop of hot blood landed on the little girl's innocent face. Hong Yi licked the drop of blood on her face. The little girl said calmly, "Is this the taste of someone else's fresh blood?" Lu Feng took in the whole scene. He was startled and thought to himself, "This kid." Then Lu Feng quickly regained his composure. He reached out his hand towards Hong Yi. "Come with me. I'll take you home." In response to Lu Feng's enthusiasm, the little girl only showed a cold expression. "I don't have a home." At this point, Hong Yi stood up. The little girl turned and walked straight away. Lu Feng watched her, stunned. He thought to himself, such a personality? Just when it seemed like it was all over, suddenly, Hong Yi swayed and collapsed before Lu Feng's eyes. Seeing the little girl's condition, Lu Feng had no choice but to pick Hong Yi up. He was worried. "This kid has fainted. I need to find a doctor quickly." In his haste, Lu Feng didn't notice that he had just passed by a strange, masked person. From under the hood, Lei Ting's hideous face was revealed. He gritted his teeth and watched Lu Feng. He's not dead. As for Lu Feng, he was still running around everywhere. He anxiously went through street after street. "I've been running for so long and still haven't seen a single pharmacy." Lu Feng looked at the unconscious Hong Yi in his arms. He thought to himself, "Before, I used my internal energy to heal Su Fei's internal injuries. Maybe it will work on her too. With that thought, Lu Feng used his hand to transfer internal energy into the little girl's body. But he very quickly noticed something unusual. Lu Feng looked down in surprise. How can this be? Seeing that Hong Yi still showed no signs of waking up, Lu Feng calmly thought. This little girl's meridians are similar to mine. But it's only a few important meridians that are the same. Otherwise, I would really suspect she's also a transmigrator. Just as he was lost in thought, Hong Yi's closed eyes suddenly fluttered open. Seeing that the little girl had woken up, Lu Feng exclaimed happily, "You're awake. I can't believe it actually worked." As soon as she woke up, Hong Yi showed her dislike by pushing his head to the side. Then, the little girl stubbornly jumped out of Lu Feng's arms. Her small feet landed on the cold ground just like that. At this point, the stubborn Hong Yi still wanted to leave. Lu Feng, from behind, hurriedly tried to stop her. "You have injuries on your body, don't run around." Unconsciously, his hand grabbed the shoulder of Hong Yi's clothes and accidentally tore it. The unexpected situation happened, causing Lu Feng, who was so embarrassed he froze, to stammer, "Sorry." The night grew later. The scene shifts to a clothing store, which mainly sells girls' clothes. Xiao Mei was the shopkeeper here. She happily took Lu Feng's money bag. "My lord is truly generous. Take whichever set you like." As for him, he was turning to coax Hong Yi. "Let me compensate you with a set of clothes. Is there any set you like? I'll get it for you." The little girl looked around the store and said, "You're compensating me, right? I don't owe you anything." Seeing that Hong Yi had calmed down a bit, Lu Feng affirmed, "Yes, I'm compensating you. I owe you." After a while of choosing, the little girl decisively pointed at a striking red dress. "I want that one." Lu Feng frowned, thinking, that set is way too red. Outwardly, he chose his words carefully to advise, "That one isn't pretty. Pick another one." With that, he casually picked up a simple blue dress next to it. Lu Feng suggested, "How about this one? It's pure and clean. A little lowly would definitely look cute in this." But Hong Yi didn't even glance at that dress. The little girl insisted, "I like that other one." Lu Feng acted as if he didn't hear and brought out all sorts of clothes in different colors. "How about this maid outfit? A high school girl's uniform? A school uniform?" Although Lu Feng tried his best, Hong Yi still paid no attention. The little girl turned her face away. Hong Yi's eyes were only focused on that striking red dress. She repeated, "I only want that one." In the end, Lu Feng had to give in. He brought the red dress to Xiao Mei and suggested, "Shopkeeper, considering the money I just paid, could you help my sister take a bath?" She frowned in confusion. What a strange person, picking up a beggar to be his sister. But on the surface, Xiao Mei still maintained her professionalism. "No problem, my lord. There's a bathroom in the back. Let me take your sister there." Next, Xiao Mei smiled brightly and gestured for Hong Yi to follow her to the next room. "Miss, please follow me." The little girl stood motionless, an endless coldness on her face. Xiao Mei looked into those red eyes and was startled. Her professionalism from before vanished completely. Seeing her fearful expression, Hong Yi immediately understood. The little girl snatched the red dress and went inside on her own. "I can bathe myself." The room door was opened and quickly closed again. Hong Yi's figure also disappeared behind the door. Only Lu Feng and Xiao Mei were left in the store. She was so scared she didn't dare to speak loudly. "My lord, this little girl is a demoness." Her eyes. Hearing this, Lu Feng's face immediately darkened. He warned with a serious face, "That little girl is my sister, not some demoness. Keep your mouth shut. Don't go spouting nonsense." An unknown amount of time passed. Lu Feng sat waiting, yawning from boredom. Just then, his eyes caught something outside the door. Lu Feng quickly rushed out to check. On the deserted street, Lu Feng vigilantly searched around. Could I have been mistaken? I clearly felt a murderous aura just now. While he was busy searching outside, a strange sound echoed from inside the store. Lu Feng immediately looked inside, a sense of unease rising in his heart. That's the little girl's voice. Xiao Mei had been standing in the same spot all this time. She waved her hands in fear. "It has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything." Of course, Lu Feng didn't suspect Xiao Mei. He quickly rushed towards the room where Hong Yi was changing. Could it be a diversion? "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Lu Feng hurriedly opened the room door. He asked anxiously. Are you okay? In front of Lu Feng was Hong Yi, sitting on the floor. The little girl was holding her arm, seemingly in pain. Hearing someone approach, Hong Yi looked up at the door with innocent eyes. A moment later, Lu Feng was drying the little girl's hair while letting out a soft sigh of relief. So you fell when you were climbing on the chair to reach the mirror. I thought you were in danger. Hong Yi sat obediently while Lu Feng helped dry her hair. Her voice was soft. Everyone is afraid of me. Why aren't you afraid of me? And you even saved me. Lu Feng was still smiling. He answered without thinking, You're just a child. Why should I be afraid of you? But Hong Yi didn't dare to believe it. The little girl recounted, I am cursed by a demon. Even my family wanted to kill me. They said I would bring disaster. Lu Feng caught the main point of Hong Yi's words. He looked at the little girl in surprise. Cursed by a demon? Hong Yi pointed to her eyes. Her voice deepened. These blood-colored pupils. This is the mark of a demon. Looking at them, don't you find it scary? Nauseating. To soothe Hong Yi's mood, Lu Feng gently stroked the little girl's head. His eyes were full of warmth. Not at all. On the contrary, I find you extremely cute, extremely dear. Hong Yi asked back, why? Hearing this, Lu Feng used his hand to ruffle his own hair. He joked, that hair color. Our hair color is exactly the same. Besides, I think your eyes are very beautiful. However, Hong Yi still didn't feel any better. The little girl mumbled, liar. At this point, Hong Yi seemed to have locked herself in her own darkness. The little girl asked herself, how can someone not be afraid of these eyes? How can someone like me? Even my family wanted to kill me. Why doesn't he hate me? Everything he said is a lie. At that point, Hong Yi's mood suddenly became agitated. The little girl shot up and shouted, You're lying to me. No one would sympathize with someone cursed by a demon. Even my own family doesn't like me. They're afraid of me. Hong Yi's eyes were filled with despair at her reality. The little girl screamed, I don't believe you would sympathize with me. Seeing that Hong Yi didn't believe him, Lu Feng felt helpless and sighed. Then, he took Hong Yi's small hands. Lu Feng looked straight into the little girl's eyes. Facing those innocent and self-conscious eyes, he spoke boldly. I sympathize with you. The words Lu Feng spoke momentarily stunned Hong Yi. The little girl whispered. Then, Lu Feng gently embraced Hong Yi's small body. He comforted her. I sympathize with you. I won't be afraid of your eyes. From now on, let me be your family. Hong Yi only focused on those few words. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. He's not afraid of my eyes. He sympathizes with me. At this point, seeing that Hong Yi had calmed down, Lu Feng let the little girl go and asked, That's right, I still don't know your name. Hong Yi was momentarily stunned. Her eyes glanced at the red dress on her body. A name immediately came out. Hong Yi. My name is Hong. Seeing that the little girl's condition was stable, Lu Feng led Hong Yi outside. Let's go. I'll take you home. Hearing that, Hong Yi's face showed clear surprise. The little girl repeated, Home? Realizing Hong Yi's doubt, Lu Feng replied in a firm voice, From now on, wherever I am, that's your home. As they walked, Lu Feng added, But Hong Yi, our house has rules too. Hong Yi asked back, Rules? Only then did he continue. Family rule number 1. Don't care about what other people think. As long as you live happily, that's all that matters. Hong Yi realized Lu Feng's good intentions. The little girl nodded in response, a faint smile on her face. In the store, Lu Feng continued to pick out a few more items for Hong Yi. He got himself all flustered. Wait, your clothes aren't tidy yet. Your hair should be cut a bit. And how do you tie a bow? The scene shifts to a large castle shrouded in the dark night. This is the ancient manor of Grand Duke Aote. In the main hall, he was talking with a figure in a black cloak. He praised, Your Excellency's strength is indeed extraordinary. With your help in this great beast duel, the human race's chances of victory will also increase by several folds. The mysterious figure in the black cloak was Lei Ting. He replied calmly, I have an irreconcilable feud with the Beast clan. Of course, I will fight for the human race. Hearing this, Aote clapped his hands. He praised with satisfaction. So the Sun Never Sets Fortress has 2 more 9th rank experts. This is a good thing for the human race. Noticing Lei Ting's confusion, he directly explained, Our human race has another 9th rank expert, named Lu Feng. Tomorrow, I will host a banquet for the two of you to get acquainted." But Lei Ting's face showed no emotion. He thought to himself, Lu Feng? He's already at the 9th rank. No wonder he could detect my killing intent. Thinking of that, Lei Ting waved his hand in a gesture of modesty. He cleared his throat. No need. During this time, I must focus on my cultivation and cannot be disturbed. I will naturally appear on the day of the decisive battle. Seeing Lei Ting acting so mysterious, Aote suggested, "How about your excellency stays at the city lord's manor? I can arrange the best cultivation place for you, and I guarantee no one will be able to disturb you." Lei Ting didn't need to think further. He turned and walked straight away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, "No need to go to such trouble. I only have one request, which is to represent the Sun Never Sets fortress in the great decisive battle. See you on the day of the duel. Farewell." Watching Lei Ting's retreating back, Aote was suspicious. "I feel like something's not right. This guy isn't a spy from the Beast clan, is he?" Aohe, at his side, reassured him. The Beast clan has never trusted the human race. Even if he were a spy, he wouldn't come to the human race. I have investigated. He is indeed human. Hearing this, Aote felt much more at ease. He was overjoyed. If that's the case, then in this decisive battle, our human race will definitely wash away our past shame. Under the night sky with 1,000 shining stars, a pair of feet were trudging along the road. Lei Ting had just left the city lord's manor when a black cat jumped out and blocked his path. Yaqin, in the form of a black cat, asked Lei Ting in a bewitching voice, "Did it go well, meow?" Lei Ting revealed a sinister face. He reported to Yaqin, "Please inform Lord Ng that I have gained the trust of the human race. The plan is going very smoothly." Receiving a satisfactory answer, she quickly jumped onto a high wall and left in the darkness. "Leave it to me, meow." In the empty space, only Lei Ting remained. He gritted his teeth, a vicious plan forming in his mind. "You made me lose everything. Then I will make the entire human race be buried with me." The scene shifts to Lu Feng's residence, the encampment of the Shi-Ri mercenary corps. Lu Feng and Hong Yi stood at the door of the room. Inside was a mess of clothes and various miscellaneous items thrown about chaotically. It looked truly chaotic. Hong Yi looked around the room. She really couldn't find anything to praise. "This is your house. It's not much different from the garbage dump I live in." Hearing this, Lu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. "Well, it's a place where several men live." At this point, his eyes lit up. "Wait a minute. Time to show off." Then, Lu Feng created a whirlwind that swept all the scattered items on the floor outside. At this moment, the room looked surprisingly clean. Lu Feng raised his hand excitedly. "Cleaning's done. Swift wind step is truly a divine skill for housework." The scene before her made Hong Yi's red eyes sparkle with a few glimmers of light. The little girl looked at him with admiration. Seemingly guessing Hong Yi's thoughts, Lu Feng said proudly, "Impressive, right? Want to learn?" The little girl quickly rushed over. "I want to learn. I want to become as amazing as you." Suddenly, Hong Yi's eyes drooped, and her voice became smaller. "But everyone else says I'm cursed by a demon and can't cultivate magic or battle chi." Hearing this, Lu Feng stroked the little girl's head. He comforted her. "Don't listen to their nonsense. As long as you listen to me, you can definitely learn." Just then, Lu Feng suddenly remembered something. He scratched the top of his head in confusion. "Where's Brother Kong Si? I need to ask him if there are any empty rooms." It didn't take long for Lu Feng to find Kong Si, dead drunk and lying on the floor. Found him. He was so drunk he was even saying, "Brother Xiao Jin, let's drink. There's still plenty of wine." Lu Feng looked at him, speechless. "So you're the one who taught Xiao Jin his drinking habit, right? Damn it." As for Kong Si, he was completely oblivious. He casually turned his face inward. Lu Feng couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Brother Kong Si, stop sleeping." The loud noise successfully woke Kong Si up. He opened his bleary eyes and mumbled, "Why do I hear Brother Lu's voice?" Seeing Lu Feng standing before him, Kong Si was so happy he sobered up completely. He immediately flipped the table and sat up. "Brother Lu, you're back." The table, which hadn't completely fallen over, quickly fell back, giving Kong Si a painful blow. The scene was so pathetic that Lu Feng couldn't bear to watch. He wearily covered his face. "I just finished cleaning." Kong Si was still as innocent as ever. He stood up and rubbed his head, wondering, I just bumped my head on the table. How did it get so messy? At this point, seeing that Kong Si was more sober, Lu Feng turned to introduce. Brother Kong Si, this is Hong Yi. From now on, she will be living here. Hearing the name Hong Yi, Kong Si's cheeks unconsciously flushed red. He looked over as if watching a fun show. Hong Yi? Who's that? In response to Kong Si's curious gaze was Hong Yi's small face. The curiosity on Kong Si's face was quickly replaced by terror. In his eyes, Hong Yi seemed to be carrying a demon on her back. He roared, It's you. Then Kong Si suddenly became serious again. His voice was slow as if he were telling a story. How could I not know? The red-eyed demoness. Everyone in the city knows. I heard that after she was born, her family members died one after another. Her father thought she brought disaster and tried to kill her. This was the first time Lu Feng had heard of this. He couldn't help but wonder. And then what? Standing in front of Hong Yi, Kong Si acted mysteriously and whispered to Lu Feng. Then her house mysteriously caught fire. Her father also died tragically. Only she survived. After that, she's been wandering around the city. After hearing the whole story, Lu Feng didn't feel scared or disgusted. On the contrary, he felt sympathy. So that's how it is. This child has had to endure so much suffering. Then, Kong Si whispered to Lu Feng, Brother Lu, you can't take her in. She's a demoness. She'll really bring disaster. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp noise came from under the large cabinet next to them. Then, it fell straight onto Kong Si's head. A little blood trickled down from the top of his head. Kong Si's face turned pale with pain. See? The disaster has come. Before he could finish, the large cabinet fell down, and his body was buried under its weight. Lu Feng didn't care about Kong Si's words. He skillfully resolved the situation. Brother Kong Si is so happy he fainted. We'll greet him again tomorrow. A night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lu Feng, as promised, taught Hong Yi martial arts. A large watermelon split into two halves. As he spoke, his hand moved in a circle. A stream of true qi was immediately created. One half for you, one half for him. Next, Lu Feng lowered his hands. He closed his eyes and exhaled. Seeing Lu Feng do this, Hong Yi quickly followed suit. After finishing the demonstration, Lu Feng explained to the little girl, learning martial arts must be done in order. If you want to learn swift wind step, you must first master the introductory Tai Chi Quan. Show me around. Then, under Lu Feng's guidance, Hong Yi diligently practiced Tai Chi Quan. A little lower, a little slower, right hand straight. Very quickly, an hour had passed. Lu Feng was surprised to find that the wind in the courtyard was gradually gathering and getting stronger. It turned out to be because of Hong Yi. The little girl had gathered a large ball of wind in her hand. Lu Feng stared without blinking. He thought to himself, this is... The wind in Hong Yi's hand was automatically rotating. It gradually formed two pieces of Tai Chi Yin and Yang. Then, the little girl relaxed and spread her hands to the sides. The wind dissipated accordingly. The scene before him quite surprised Lu Feng. He thought to himself, she's drawn out the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Could she be the legendary genius? Catching Lu Feng's slightly strange gaze, Hong Yi was bewildered. Did I practice something wrong? Lu Feng quickly regained his composure. He acted as if nothing had happened and waved his hand. No. Very good, very good. In fact, he was silently screaming in his heart. I haven't even taught her how to recognize acupuncture points and guide qi into her body, and she can already draw out the spiritual qi of heaven and earth on her own. How terrifying. Moreover, she learned the entire set of Tai Chi Quan in just 1 hour. Doesn't that make me, who took a whole week to learn it before, seem really bad? But what Hong Yi was thinking about was something else. The little girl looked at her two hands and asked doubtfully, what is this thing you taught me? It's as slow as a turtle. How can it kill people? Seeing that Hong Yi had misunderstood, Lu Feng explained. Who said being slow as a turtle isn't formidable? Besides, learning martial arts isn't for killing people. It's to protect yourself, and also to protect others. Just as the two were talking, Kong Si ran over, his head wrapped in bandages. Brother Lu. Seeing him arrive, Lu Feng waved a friendly greeting. Kong Si, you're awake. Kong Si's quick steps suddenly faltered. He was a little scared of Hong Yi. Then, Kong Si walked around to Lu Feng's side. He whispered, "Brother Lu, why is she still here?" He seemed to have noticed Kong Si's wary attitude. The little girl frowned slightly. Hearing Kong Si's question, Lu Feng immediately decided. "Brother Kong Si, don't get excited. How about you decide whether she gets to stay here or not?" Kong Si asked him in surprise. "What do you mean?" Lu Feng pointed at Hong Yi. He challenged, "Brother Kong Si, you fight her. If you win, I'll let her go. If she wins, she gets to stay. How about it?" As soon as the words were out, both Kong Si and Hong Yi couldn't hide their astonishment. What? However, a judgment suddenly formed in Kong Si's mind. It must be that Brother Lu is too embarrassed to directly kick this demoness out, so he's asking me to do it. This way, even if the demoness leaves, she won't have a reason to take revenge on us. It must be so. Thinking this, he didn't think any further and immediately accepted the offer. "Let's do it. But she doesn't have any battle chi. How can she fight me?" Lu Feng replied, "I don't have battle chi or magic either. Can you beat me?" At the same time, he also added a rule for Kong Si. However, when you fight her, you can't use battle chi. Moreover, you can only use 50% of your strength. He scratched his face, hesitating before answering. "Of course. I don't bully children." With Kong Si settled, Lu Feng went over to Hong Yi. He stroked the little girl's head and said, "Go on. Use the moves I just taught you to fight him. Then you'll know that even a move as slow as a turtle can be very formidable." Hong Yi's whole body was filled with fighting spirit. The little girl resolutely raised her two fists. The two quickly got into a ready stance. Kong Si looked at Hong Yi. "Are you ready?" The little girl replied forcefully, "Yes." Hearing this, Kong Si quickly entered a combat state. He charged forward with his fist. "I'm using this move. Be careful." In a flash, Kong Si's fist landed squarely on Hong Yi. The little girl raised her hands to cover her face and block the blow, but it didn't have much effect. Hong Yi momentarily lost her balance and fell backward. Fortunately, Lu Feng was there to catch her in time. He reminded her, "Be careful. Don't meet force with force." Lu Feng shouted, demanding fairness for Hong Yi. "Didn't you say you could only use 50% of your strength?" Kong Si scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. He smiled sheepishly and suggested, "That was 50%. If not, let's fight again." The battle started again. This time, Lu Feng, from behind, instructed Hong Yi, "Don't meet force with force. The essence of Tai Chi is to borrow force to strike." On the opposite side, Kong Si frowned slightly. He said to himself, "This time, I'll use 30% of my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Si once again raised his fist and aimed straight for Hong Yi. Seeing the powerful fist about to hit her face, Hong Yi was still dazed, silently repeating, "Borrow force to strike." At this moment, Hong Yi seemed to understand. The little girl pressed on Kong Si's hand to deflect the blow. Now it was his turn to lose his balance. Kong Si's entire body pitched forward. Hong Yi didn't give Kong Si another chance. The little girl used her two hands to gently push his back. Kong Si thus fell flat on his face on the ground. Lying on the ground for a long time, Kong Si was still in a state of shock. He mumbled, "Am I seeing things? How could I have fallen?" Lu Feng walked over to Hong Yi. He said happily, "So, is this slow as a turtle move formidable?" The little girl praised, "Very formidable." Now, the final result was decided. Lu Feng looked at Kong Si. "Brother Kong Si, you lost." Although he was dissatisfied, he had no choice but to reluctantly accept. A man of his word. "She can stay here." But Kong Si was still worried. Lu Feng affirmed, "Brother Kong Si, I'll stake my reputation on it. Hong Yi is really not some demoness." Hearing this, he rubbed his head and replied, "If you say she's not, then she's not." Just then, a warning sound suddenly rang out. "This is bad. A beastman spy is on a killing spree in the city. Quick, go inform Lord Aohi." Hearing this, Lu Feng gritted his teeth. He thought angrily, "A beastman spy is on a killing spree in the city." The city was now in chaos. Piercing screams rang out. "Run, run. It's a beastman." In the middle of the street, a ferocious minotaur was on a killing spree. The guards, following orders, surrounded him. The commander's voice rang out, "Stop him. Don't let him get into the crowd. Everyone stay calm. Reinforcements are on their way." In a position they couldn't see, A figure in a black cloak stood next to a cat, observing the whole scene. Lay Ting crossed his arms, looking down from above. It seems my guess was not wrong. With just one spy, we now know the defensive layout and the positions of the guards in the city. But Yachin didn't think so. She retorted, just one? To get him into the city, we had to pay a not-so-small price, meow. Lay Ting didn't care about that. His eyes showed clear sinister intent. The greater the price, the greater the reward. The longer he causes chaos, the more information we'll get. A moment later, more and more guards gathered. They formed circles within circles, surrounding the Minotaur. Seeing this, he seemed to become even more excited. The Minotaur threw his head back and let out a long howl. Then, he immediately charged and attacked the guards. Outside the encirclement, a grandmother and her grandson, being old and weak, couldn't escape in time. Suddenly, the grandmother's foot tripped on a stone by the roadside. Seeing his grandmother fall, the little boy knelt down beside her. This scene happened to catch the Minotaur's eye. Just as the grandmother realized something was wrong and turned her head, he had ferociously closed in on the grandmother and grandson. At the critical moment, Lu Feng managed to run over and block the two of them. Then, he stood up straight, his 2 feet planted firmly on the ground. Lu Feng channeled his power and said, Hong Yi, watch closely. This is the 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds of Tai Chi. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful stream of true Qi gathered, swirling in front of Lu Feng. Then, the power from Lu Feng's 2 hands wrapped around his horns. Tai Chi gives birth to the 2 polarities. At this moment, something miraculous happened. The entire massive body of the Minotaur was lifted up by Lu Feng. Before he could understand what was happening, he had been pulled into a dizzying spin by the Minotaur. Through the 2 polarities. Seeing the strange technique, everyone grimaced. Hong Yi's eyes, however, lit up. So amazing. Yachin, from above, was furious. Her voice was urgent. This idiot. Get out of the way. You're a bull, not a stupid donkey. Only Lay Ting, beside her, understood. He frowned and replied. It's not that he doesn't want to get out of the way, but that he can't. Yachin looked at him in surprise. He can't. Only then did Lay Ting explain. Lu Feng's technique is very strange. The stronger the Minotaur is, the less he can escape. At this point, Lay Ting's gaze on Lu Feng became even more intense. He thought, it's not magic, nor does it look like a martial skill. What kind of technique is this? After being forced to play the spinning game for a while, the Minotaur couldn't take it anymore. He staggered like a drunkard. Then, not surprisingly, the Minotaur fell to the ground, with 10,000 stars spinning above his head. Seeing that the threat had been perfectly neutralized, Lu Feng satisfactorily rubbed his hands. On the opposite side, Hong Yi happily ran over to him. So that technique is that formidable. Hearing this, Lu Feng's confidence soared. He boasted proudly, of course. Tai Chi is the essence of Chinese martial arts. Hong Yi imitated Lu Feng's earlier movement. The little girl raised her hand and spun herself. How do you use this move? I want to learn. But the result was a dizzy spell. Lu Feng saw this and said softly, I'll teach you when we get back. A moment later, he helped the fallen old woman up. Lu Feng asked with concern, Ma'am, are you all right? The old woman looked at him with grateful eyes. Her voice, old but kind, spoke up. My lords, thank you. Lu Feng replied modestly. You don't have to be so polite, ma'am. While they were busy talking, the Minotaur had recovered. He let out a roar. Then, the Minotaur's eyes, veined with blood, widened. He charged towards Hong Yi. Red. Only then did Lu Feng realize something was wrong. He thought to himself, oh no, are the bulls here like the bulls on Earth? They go crazy when they see red. Everything happened too fast. Lu Feng only had time to shout a warning. Hong Yi, get out of the way. Before the little girl's eyes, the Minotaur's huge body had enveloped her small frame. Then, Lu Feng quickly rushed towards Hong Yi, who was terrified by the scene before her. The little girl stood frozen, not moving. At the very moment the Minotaur's claws were about to reach Hong Yi, Lu Feng managed to grab the little girl and use swift wind step to quickly get out of there. Seeing the prey that was right at his mouth slip away, the Minotaur was furious. He growled and watched Lu Feng's figure. Then, the Minotaur charged towards the two of them. He calmly stroked Hong Yi's head. Wait here obediently for me. Then Lu Feng turned back. His eyes changed from gentle to sharp in an instant. Lu Feng summoned his sword. He growled, I was originally going to spare your life and hand you over to brother Aoe, but you dared to lay a hand on a little lowly. At this moment, Lu Feng's face showed clear anger. He frowned. Now I've changed my mind. As soon as he finished, Lu Feng jumped up. He decisively slashed at the Minotaur. After landing on the ground, Lu Feng calmly sheathed his sword, leaving behind the lifeless face of the Minotaur. The slash had cut straight through him. But Lu Feng was suddenly startled. He looked at the body with hot blood splattering everywhere and cried out in alarm. Hong Yi, stay away. Then, Lu Feng quickly jumped over and pulled Hong Yi out of there. The Minotaur's stiff body fell down just in time. Once they reached a safe corner, Lu Feng slowly landed on the ground with Hong Yi. He held the little girl with both hands, his gentle eyes scanning her all over. Just in time. Otherwise, your clothes would have gotten dirty. It's very hard to wash. But Lu Feng's action had angered someone. Yaqin scratched 3 long marks on the wall. She raised her sharp claws, her voice filled with indignation. I'm so mad, meow meow. Who is that human? I want to kill him. As for Lei Ting beside her, he was much calmer. He confidently told Yaqin, no need for you to act. I want to kill him myself. Hearing this, Yaqin asked in surprise, you know him? But Lei Ting didn't answer. Instead, he urged, Ao, he is coming. We have to go. Instantly, the figures of 1 person and 1 cat vanished without a trace into the air. Down below, the guard team had just arrived. They rushed over to check the Minotaur's body. Lu Feng asked Hong Yi with concern, were you scared just now? The little girl's blank expression was her only reply. No. Lu Feng heard Hong Yi's words and smiled brightly. He praised, Hong Yi is so brave. Not far from the two of them, Aohe's stern voice suddenly rang out. Investigate the entire city. Find out how this spy managed to sneak in. The guards below immediately shouted, yes, sir. Then, Aohe turned to the two of them, his voice friendly. Brother Lu, we were lucky to have you this time. Seeing Aohe, Lu Feng thought to himself, in the movies, the police are always the last to arrive. I didn't expect it to be the same here. There was a hint of reproach in his voice. Brother Aohe, you're really slow. Aohe didn't argue. He explained softly, there was no other way. The students of the 4 great academies have arrived. I had to go and receive them. Lu Feng caught the main point of that sentence. The people from the 4 great academies have arrived. Aohe calmly recounted. Yes. The original plan was for them to arrive a few days later, but they came earlier than planned. As he spoke, Aohe's gaze suddenly shifted downwards. His eyes met Hong Yi, who was standing beside him. Seeing the little girl, a flash of panic crossed Aohe's face. He stammered, this is a duh. Before Aohe could finish his sentence, Lu Feng nudged him hard in the chest. He interjected, this is my little sister. Her name is Hong Yi. Enduring the pain, Aohe finally became more tactful. He quickly praised, your sister is so cute. In fact, he was thinking something else entirely. Taking a demoness as a sister. Brother Lu is really something. Then, Lu Feng intimately put his arm around Aohe's shoulder. He winked at him and said, this is brother Ao, he my friend. He provided us with the place we're staying at. Hearing this, Hong Yi didn't suspect anything. The little girl obediently said, hello, brother. Facing Hong Yi's innocent face, Aohe thought to himself, forget it. As long as brother Lu is happy. Thinking this, he forced a smile and replied, hello. Then Aohe turned back to Lu Feng. He suggested, that's right, brother Lu. Now is a good time. How about you come with me to check out the strength of this group from the academy? Hearing this, he was a little curious. Don't you already know all about their strength? Aohe's face showed an inscrutable expression. He replied mysteriously, it's better to see with your own eyes. Besides, you'll have to be their instructor. It's a good chance to meet them. But Lu Feng was not so easily fooled. He rubbed the back of his neck and refused. I haven't agreed to be the instructor yet. Seeing this, Aohe put on a pleading face with sparkling eyes that he thought were cute. Aren't we good friends? Our bond is so strong. How can you be so heartless? Lu Feng knew Ao. He was using his own words from earlier to pressure him. Lu Feng paused his finger in embarrassment. Stop. All right, I agree. Having achieved his goal, Aohe smiled, and led the way for Lu Feng. Brother Lu is indeed straightforward. Then let's go. Before leaving, he even turned to invite Hong Yi. Little sister, you should come along too. Seeing that the little girl had agreed, Lu Feng didn't say anything more. He thought to himself, all right, I'll go see what the students of the 4 great academies are like. If Wei were still alive, she would definitely represent Azure Star Academy in the battle. The scene shifts to a wide arena. A large number of people were gathered in the middle of the field. At this moment, he slowly approached them with Lu Feng and Hong Yi. A person wearing a brown cloth band on his forehead quickly noticed. Isn't that Lord He? Who's that with him? He looks so weak. The person next to him also wondered, why did he bring a child along? As they got closer to them, Lu Feng let go of Hong Yi's hand. He instructed, you stand on the side and watch. Don't run around. I've already asked He to get you a chair and some snacks. Then, Lu Feng continued to walk with He towards the group. He briefly introduced. They are the students of the 4 great academies. But the most difficult girl to deal with isn't here. Lu Feng was surprised. Not here. He grimaced as if remembering something terrible. She said training is a waste of time, so she's not participating. Hearing this, Lu Feng praised. She's certainly a straightforward person. Very quickly, the two of them arrived in front of the group. He solemnly announced, everyone, this is the instructor in charge of your training, Lu Feng. He greeted them politely. First time meeting you all. Please take care of me. But Shizhan was the first to object. Lord he's about the same age as us. Why can he be our instructor? The person next to him also agreed. That's right. I can't sense the aura of an expert on him. Faced with this unexpected situation, he was momentarily speechless. You guys. As for Lu Feng, he remained calm. You all think I'm not worthy of being your instructor, right? Just as they were about to respond, a young girl's voice rang out. Of course. Of course. Someone with no magic and no battle chi wants to be our instructor? How ridiculous. He immediately recognized that voice. He had a pained expression and said, didn't she say she wasn't coming? Why did she show up? That voice belonged to Shui. She appeared last, brazenly. If you want to be our instructor, you have to beat me first. Seeing Shui, Lu Feng whispered, Brother He, is she the most difficult one you mentioned? He immediately confirmed, that's her. The genius girl of Azure Star Academy, the eldest daughter of the Nicola family, Nicola Shui. Facing the two of them, Shui spoke first. Lord He, the person you've arranged. In her eyes, Lu Feng was just a weakling. No battle chi, no magic. Shui was contemptuous. Someone with no magic wants to be our instructor? At this point, Shui's eyes suddenly became sharp. She spoke as if threatening. Are you insulting our 4 great academies? Hearing this, Lu Feng pouted. He thought arrogantly to himself, if Brother he hadn't invited me, I wouldn't even bother. Just then, a pair of red shoes appeared in everyone's sight. Hong Yi shouted angrily. Don't you dare talk about Lu Feng like that. Seeing the energy radiating from the little girl's body, the whole group was momentarily stunned. Hong Yi's red pupils widened to their fullest, a clear threat within them. Meeting that gaze, Shui's imposing aura also diminished by several degrees. This gaze such heavy killing intent. As for Lu Feng behind them, he was moved beyond words. He praised, Hong Yi is so good. She's even protecting me. Then, Lu Feng gently stroked Hong Yi's head. On the opposite side, Shui put on a cold expression again. But this gaze is only a little intimidating. It's not like a cripple. Soothed by Lu Feng's warm hand, Hong Yi also stopped frowning. Seeing that Shui dared to look down on him and Hong Yi, Lu Feng spoke up in rebuttal. Miss Shui, do you know what it means to be a frog in a well? Don't use your knowledge from the 4 great academies to judge us. His expression was still friendly, but every word he spoke was like a provocation. No matter what kind of genius you are at the academy, in my eyes you all are nothing. Realizing the mockery in Lu Feng's voice, the whole group immediately became agitated. You cripple with no magic dare to speak so rudely? Are you crazy? You really don't know how to live or die. Captain, let me teach this uneducated brat a lesson. Then, Lu Feng specially emphasized Shui's name. Especially you, Miss Nicola. Seeing that Lu Feng dared to target her, Shui immediately drew her sword. Her voice was full of anger. You will pay the price for your words. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth lifted slightly. He knew his intention had been achieved. Then, Lu Feng gestured for the two people beside him to step back. He explained, Brother Aohe, I also want to have a good exchange with them. You take Hong Yi to the side to rest. Aohe took the worried Hong Yi. He reminded softly, don't overdo it. Before leaving, Lu Feng discreetly winked at Hong Yi. He reassured her, trust your brother. Hearing this, Hong Yi also felt more at ease. The little girl steadfastly followed Lu Feng's back with her eyes. Lu Feng walked to the opposite side of Shui. He said in a loud voice, starting with you first. Just then, a voice rang out. Wait. Shizhan slammed his two fists together. He looked at him contemptuously. A piece of trash like you is not worthy of Miss Shui's attention. I'll fight you. Lanning heard this and laughed loudly. He was also in the same boat as the others. How dare you be so rude to a lady? How about you kneel on the ground and beg, shouting, I am a piece of trash 3 times, and we'll let you go. From within the crowd, Gangs was stepped out forcefully. He put on a gallant air and looked towards Shui. Miss Shui, please wait a moment. This kind of scum, leave it to us to deal with. But the imposing aura of the 3 men in front of him, Lu Feng keenly noticed. So it's these 3 foolish kids who want to show off in front of a woman. Then he closed his eyes. Lu Feng shook his head, his face full of disgust. Never been beaten by society before. No wonder you don't respect anyone. Then, Lu Feng beckoned with his hand. He made a suggestion. All right then. You 3, come at me together. Shui heard this and was surprised. What? The crowd behind them immediately started buzzing. Is this piece of trash scared silly? He's in such a hurry to die. He's not right in the head, is he? Shizhan didn't want to waste any more words. He immediately raised his fist and charged towards Lu Feng. Stop posturing. 1 punch from me is enough to make you kneel and call me daddy. Towards a brave man like Shizhan, Lu Feng showed no fear at all. Seeing that he had closed in, Lu Feng timed his punch perfectly and struck Shizhan. Gangzhou and Lanning stared in disbelief. Gangzhou exclaimed in surprise, his timing is so precise. At this point, Shui couldn't maintain her cold expression either. She said softly, such strange power. Lu Feng still knew to hold back. His hand was placed horizontally at Shizhan's neck. Lu Feng said, if I wanted to, you'd be dead by now. Shizhan looked at Lu Feng's hand. He was still stubborn. How is that possible? It must be because of your good luck. I can't be defeated by a cripple with no magic. Hearing this, Lu Feng decided to play a little bigger. He pushed Shizhan with his hand. Shizhan's mighty body, under Lu Feng's hand, was like a ball being pushed away. He said calmly, fine, I'll give you another chance. However, this time, Lu Feng made a request that no one expected. All of you, come at me together. I guess, you're all the same as him. Weaklings. Lanning and Gangzhou grew more and more annoyed. The 2 of them cursed silently, this piece of scum. Gangzhou quickly couldn't take it anymore and raised his sword. He shouted, I've never shown mercy before. If you've said such arrogant words, I will sew your mouth shut, stitch by stitch. Lanning, beside him, quickly summoned his magic staff. His face was gloomy. The consequences of provoking me are not something a piece of trash like you can bear. Even if you kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness now, it will be useless. A more intense battle was about to begin. This time, all 3 of them charged towards Lu Feng simultaneously. Go to hell. Among the 3, Gangzhou was probably in charge of the initial attack. He pointed his sword at Lu Feng and quickly charged forward. Towards a sword strike that could be considered lightning fast, Lu Feng was not flustered at all. He lightly jumped to the side to dodge the sword. At this moment, from behind, it was Lan Ying's turn to act. He raised the scepter in his hand and activated his magic. This move was quite effective. Instantly, Lu Feng's feet were frozen in place. But he wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, a hint of interest flashed across his face. Instant ice magic. A bit interesting. And without making Lu Feng wait long, Gangzhou charged forward with a decisive sword strike. This time, Lu Feng didn't even bother to dodge. He directly used his sword to block Gangzhou's sword. Although Lu Feng's feet were locked, Gangzhou still couldn't gain any advantage at all. Just then, Shizhan jumped up. He raised his fiery fist and shot forward. With his feet locked by magic and his hands busy dealing with Gang's sword, Lu Feng could only watch as Shi Zhan's fist sparked with fire in front of him. The crowd, seeing him motionless, laughed loudly. He's won. They gloated and mocked Lu Feng. Still trying to act tough. Let's see how he acts tough now. Begging now might still save his pathetic life. However, Lu Feng didn't show any fear as they expected. In this moment, he even taunted his opponent. Your coordination is not bad. As soon as he finished, a huge amount of energy radiated from Lu Feng's body. 4 times attack. First, the terrifying power easily sent Gang's flying in front of him. As for Lanning behind him, his face turned pale with fear because he couldn't avoid the black shadow in front of him. Gang's fell on top of Lanning. His entire body, with its heavy armor, directly knocked Lanning unconscious. Finally, it was Shi Zhan. He was still charging towards Lu Feng, who was waiting with his sword ready. And nothing else happened. Lu Feng slashed his sword across his neck. But in the end, Lu Feng still held back. The sword in his hand was only held close to Shi Zhan's neck. He clearly couldn't have expected this situation. Shi Zhan trembled as he looked at the sword on his neck. A moment later, Shi Zhan regained his composure. He let his arm hang limp and said in a low voice, "I lost." The crowd of onlookers heard this and immediately started buzzing. Yu Qing spoke up. Shi Zhan admitted defeat. Another person was just as dazed. What just happened? How did he turn the situation around in an instant? Am I blind? At this moment, on Lan Ying's side, he had woken up but didn't seem to be doing well at all. Gangzhua, get up for me. Are you trying to crush me to death? Someone come and get this idiot off of me. Shui saw the situation and frowned. She said in annoyance, "What a disgrace." As for the winner, Lu Feng, he turned around and showed off to Hong Yi. Am I amazing? The little girl replied with an admiring gaze, very amazing. The group of Shi Zhan, Lan Ying, and Gangzhua suffered a humiliating defeat. The whole group hung their heads in dejection amidst a series of discussions. Shi Zhan and the others lost. So what if they lost? If you're so good, you go up. But the battle wasn't over yet. Lu Feng calmly looked at Shui. Miss Shui, it's your turn. As for her, she was still full of confidence. Less nonsense. Then, another dramatic competition took place. Shui raised her sword and charged towards Lu Feng at the same time. Just as she thought she had stabbed Lu Feng, all that was left in front of her was a cloud of black smoke that was slowly dissipating. In a flash, Lu Feng's voice was heard from behind Shui. Is your sword that slow? Shui thought to herself, how is that possible? How can his reaction be so fast? Although surprised, Shui reacted very quickly. She turned around and continuously swung her sword, attacking straight towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng glanced at the ground full of slash marks while he himself was completely unharmed. He mocked, as expected of a little friend who has never experienced real combat. You're so weak it's indescribable. Your sword strikes are superficial. The ground has no grudge against you. Why are you slashing it? Being ridiculed, Shui was so angry her eyes went wide. Her voice also broke. Then, she put all her strength into her arm, fiercely striking Lu Feng with a blow while shouting, "Shut up." The blow looked powerful, but Lu Feng only needed 2 fingers to block it. He was still as calm as ever. What's wrong? Angry. Seeing that her sword had been caught, Shui tried to pull it out while saying as if giving an order, "Let go." Lu Feng didn't even bother to look at her. He frankly commented, "Your sword strike is too slow, your grip on the sword is weak, your sword path is flashy and empty, and your steps are chaotic." After finishing, Lu Feng forcefully swiped the sword to the side, pulling Shui along with it. With this level of strength, you're worthy of being called a genius? Do you even know how to use a sword? At this point, Shui had been provoked to the point of losing all reason. She immediately channeled her strength into the hand holding the sword. I have to kill you. Immediately after, Shui slashed out yellow sword chi towards Lu Feng. He was momentarily caught off guard and had to continuously dodge. Suddenly, Lu Feng froze. He looked at the yellow sword chi beside him and thought to himself, this sword chi is strange. These sword strikes can even condense into a physical form in the air. While Lu Feng was lost in thought, a sharp sword strike grazed his shoulder. The armor on Lu Feng's shoulder was thus torn a small bit. He silently exclaimed, "How is it so sharp?" The crowd around them saw this and cheered. That's the Nicola family's ultimate sword technique, the full moon dance slash. Miss Xue has never been defeated when using that move. Another person commented, as long as she draws a full moon shape, he will definitely lose. Although Lu Feng knew the name of the technique, for now, he could only retreat and defend. He calculated in his head, to suppress her arrogance, I have to break this technique and make her lose convincingly. As for now, on the opposite side, Xue was almost ready for the decisive sword strike. Then, she swung the sword in her hand, her eyes sharp. Full moon dance slash. As for Lu Feng, he seemed to have found a way to resolve it. He directly used his sword to block Xue's sword. Under the collision of the two streams of sword qi, a shocking explosion occurred. Everyone around was also sent flying by its shockwave. From within that giant fireball, Xue was also sent flying backward. The sword in her hand flew off in another direction. Xue slid across the ground, her face pale from having to withstand the terrifying pressure. A while later, Xue regained her senses. She grimaced and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. In front of Xue, Lu Feng strode forward majestically. He said in a loud voice, "You lost." Hearing this, Xue's eyes became vacant. She questioned herself in her heart. Impossible. How could I lose to a magic and martial arts cripple? The students beside them were like adding fuel to the fire. One said, Miss Xue's invincible technique was broken by that magic and martial arts cripple. Another person shook his head slightly. Azure Star Academy has lost face this time. If this gets out, the discussions all reached Xue's ears. Her whole body trembled. I can't lose. I can't bring shame to the Nicola family. At this point, Xue's eyes became unusually determined again. She placed 2 fingers to her mouth. A powerful energy immediately radiated out. Forbidden technique. Just as Xue was about to use that power, a hand grabbed her wrist. She followed the direction of the arm. It turned out to be Lu Feng. All right. Let's stop here. But Xue didn't seem to hear. She reached her 2 hands towards Lu Feng. He struggled to grab Xue's wrist. Lu Feng's face wrinkled. What a bad-tempered young lady. Xue heard this and became irritable. What did you say? At this point, Lu Feng didn't want to say much more. He immediately warned, I still have to give everyone instructions. I don't have time to entertain you. If you want everyone to see you throw a young lady's tantrum, then go ahead. After all, it's your family's face that will be lost. Hearing this, Xue finally calmed down. She seemed to have accepted it and turned her face away. Then, Xue pulled her hand from Lu Feng's. She turned away in a huff. Let go. I want to see what you have to say. After that, Lu Feng turned to look at the students. Now, does anyone else feel that I'm not worthy of being your instructor? Gangzhou spoke up first. Instructor, the Dragon God Empire's Knight Academy is willing to accept your guidance. Next was Lan Ying. The Tianhai Empire's Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy is willing to accept your guidance. Even Shizhan bowed his head. The Zhongxiao Wonderful Moon Academy is willing to accept your guidance. As for the stubborn Xue, she of course refused to speak. However, this was also a pretty good result. Lu Feng thought with satisfaction. As expected, you have to beat them into submission before they'll listen. Seeing that only Xue was left, Xia Xian looked over and called softly, Miss Xue. She finally opened her mouth, but not a single word expressed acceptance. You want me to agree to you being the instructor? In your dreams. This temper was too much even for Lu Feng. He had a helpless expression. As you wish. Then, Lu Feng turned to the crowd of students below to give instructions. Starting tomorrow, training begins. Everyone else, gather here early tomorrow morning. Everyone replied, Yes, instructor. Then, Lu Feng raised his hand. He gave the first command in a stern voice. All right, dismiss. Xue, beside him, heard this and was surprised. Her voice was full of doubt. Is this what you wanted to instruct us on? But Lu Feng only replied with a calm expression. He nodded. That's right. What about it? It's not early anymore. If you still want to compete with me, we can schedule another time. Right now, I have to take my little sister home. As he spoke, Lu Feng led Hong Yi away. However, I advise you to give up. You're no match for me. Let's go. Then, he looked at the little girl gently. Hong Yi, let's go home. Seeing Lu Feng so nonchalant, Xue's indignation flared up again. Lu Feng, I'll remember you. In a flash, The two of them had arrived back at the Shi-Ri Mercenary Corps. Lu Feng mumbled, "By now, that drunkard should be awake." Then he looked down at Hong Yi. "Just in time to introduce you." The little girl was still dazed. "The drunkard?" Lu Feng smiled happily. The two of them walked and talked and arrived at the door in a flash. Just when it seemed like everything was normal, something unexpected happened. From inside the house, a giant vortex of fire charged straight towards Lu Feng and Hong Yi. Facing the giant fireball, Lu Feng instinctively retreated. Then, he sat down, and the fireball flew straight over Lu Feng's head. It even managed to singe a bit of his hair. Lu Feng, with his head smoking, quickly instructed Hong Yi, "You wait here. I'll go inside and see." Then, he quickly rushed inside the house, which had been heated to a scorching temperature by the fire's heat. In front of Lu Feng, Xiao Jin was continuously breathing fire. The terrifying flame from just now also came from his mouth. Thinking someone was attacking him, it turned out to be an acquaintance. Lu Feng shouted angrily, "Xiao Jin, what are you doing?" Xiao Jin, who was engrossed in breathing fire, stopped upon hearing his voice. The fire that had reached his mouth was sucked back in by him. Then, Xiao Jin returned to his aggrieved look. He held his round belly and tried to hold back a mouthful of fire. Lu Feng, seeing that Xiao Jin didn't answer, walked over and lifted him up. "Are you crazy?" Being questioned repeatedly, Xiao Jin could no longer hold back his tears. He burst out crying. "Kong Si wants to leave. I won't let him go." Lu Feng asked in surprise. "Brother Kong Si wants to leave?" Kong Si spread his hands to the sides. He tried to explain, "You want to participate in the great decisive battle with the Beast Clan. My staying here won't help at all. Coincidentally, my father sent a letter saying they've accepted a commission in Azure Star City. As the core leader, I naturally have to go there." After hearing this, Lu Feng was even more surprised. He asked doubtfully, "Azure Star City?" Seeing Lu Feng's confusion, Kong Si affirmed, "Azure Star City, the capital of the Azure Star Empire." Xiao Jin on Lu Feng's shoulder immediately burst into tears. "No, I won't let you go. What if Lu Feng leaves me behind again? Won't I become an orphan then?" Hearing this, he quickly corrected him. "At most, you'll just become an abandoned child. I'm not dead. How can you become an orphan?" Then, Lu Feng turned around. His words implied he had already agreed. "Brother Kong Si, I also want to go to Azure Star City. It's a good thing you're going to scout the way first. After I finish this decisive battle, I'll come find you." Kong Si slung a cloth bag over his shoulder. Xiao Jin waved a handkerchief at him reluctantly. "Be careful on your way. I'll miss you." Just then, Hong Yi curiously peeked her head inside. Seeing the little girl, Lu Feng waved his hand. "Come in. What are you doing standing at the door?" Taking this opportunity, Lu Feng pushed Hong Yi in front of Xiao Jin. "Come here. Let me introduce you." Seeing a stranger, Xiao Jin immediately became vigilant. He asked with wide eyes, "Who is that?" At this moment, the entire space fell silent. Xiao Jin's and Hong Yi's eyes met as if sparks were flying. Lu Feng quickly stepped between the two. He grabbed Xiao Jin and introduced, "Xiao Jin, she is my little sister, Hong Yi." Then he turned to the little girl. "Hong Yi, this is Xiao Jin." But what Xiao Jin was paying attention to was something else. He covered his mouth, his face pale with comparison. He introduced her with 5 more words than he introduced me. A terrible scenario suddenly popped into Xiao Jin's head. Could it be that my position will be replaced by her? Lu Feng, in his thoughts, would say, "Xiao Jin, from now on, she will be my family. You are not. You can go." Thinking this, Xiao Jin burst into tears again. He ran away in self-pity. "You've changed your heart. You don't treat me well anymore." Then, Xiao Jin closed his eyes and threw himself at Kong Si's bag, hugging it tightly. His voice was sobbing. "Brother Kong Si, take me with you. Lu Feng doesn't want me anymore." Contrary to Xiao Jin's expectations, Kong Si directly showed a difficult expression. "Please don't. I can't afford to feed you." Just then, a thought flashed through Xiao Jin's mind. "No, I'm a man. How can I give up so easily?" Thinking this, he turned to Hong Yi. Xiao Jin threatened fiercely, "I won't give Lu Feng to you. I'm not afraid of you." Hearing this, Hong Yi was utterly surprised. The little girl pointed at herself and asked doubtfully, "You're not afraid of me?" As if to confirm it, Xiao Jin decisively jumped down. "I'm not going anymore. I won't let anyone else take my place." Then, without letting the other three say anything, Xiao Jin angrily went upstairs. Kongxi looked on, stunned. What on earth is going on? Even Lu Feng scratched his head in confusion. What is this? In a corner that Lu Feng didn't notice, Hong Yi was staring at him intently. The little girl thought to herself, Xiao Jin, is Lu Feng's friend? Then it was time for Kongxi to leave. He raised his hand to wave at Lu Feng. All right, there's not much time left. I'm going, he replied. Let me see you off. But Kongxi walked straight out the door. His voice rang out. No need to see me off. My carriage is already waiting at the gate. In a flash, the next day had arrived. Under the clear blue sky, an intricately carved decoration appeared. In the middle of the courtyard, the group of students stood seriously in front of Lu Feng and Aohe. It was now time for roll call. Lu Feng walked while mumbling 4. He counted 9. Just as he counted to the stubborn Shui who was intentionally not looking at him. Lu Feng smiled to himself. She said she wouldn't come, but her body is more honest. But Lu Feng didn't want to cause trouble. He continued his work. Forget it. It's better not to bully a little friend. Thinking this, Lu Feng said in a loud voice, All right, everyone is here. I'm very satisfied. He stood majestically before the students. Lu Feng reminded them, and also warned them, no need for unnecessary words. The first lesson is to resolve all of your weaknesses. At this point, Lu Feng frowned slightly. He frankly commented, Your biggest weakness is the lack of life or death battles, without the absolute belief that you will kill the enemy. Hearing this, Shizhan boldly made a judgment. So how does the instructor want to train us? Does he want us to kill each other? In response to his question, Lu Feng neither denied nor confirmed. Your idea is not bad. I'll consider it. Shizhan heard this and was stunned. 2 students behind him whispered, No way. Is he really a demon? Making us kill each other. The other person heard this and turned pale. This method is so cruel. As for Shui, she glared angrily. She cursed Lu Feng in a cold voice. Pervert. Lu Feng quickly stabilized the situation. That's enough joking. I will take you to a place where you can directly engage in life or death combat. Lanning said in surprise, Where is that? Lu Feng didn't need to be secretive with them. He replied with a serious face, The deathmatch arena. Shizhan was startled upon hearing that name. He exclaimed in surprise, The deathmatch arena? Facing the doubtful gazes of the students, Lu Feng remained calm. What? Is there a problem? Shui, who was in a confrontational mood with Lu Feng, criticized, Is this your training method? Making us fight with slaves in the arena? I thought you had some brilliant method. Lanning, who had been silent, couldn't take it anymore. He spoke up. Instructor, that's a place for nobles to find entertainment. We are all nobles. How can we be put on display for others like slaves? Lu Feng's eyes showed determination. He explained seriously, Is the face of a noble more important than life? If you don't learn how to fight with your life on the line, how can you win in the decisive battle? Lanning still refused. But we don't need to go there. I can arrange for some expert bodyguards to train with us. In his heart, he was screaming incessantly, I will definitely not go to that filthy place. Lu Feng frowned at Lanning. His voice was cold. Only in the moment of life and death can you break through your own limits. Playing house with bodyguards, can that improve your strength? If you don't want to go, I won't force you. You don't have to participate in the decisive battle either. At this point, Lu Feng shifted his gaze from Lan Ying's face as he spoke. To avoid bringing shame to your family, and also losing your own life. Frightened by his gaze, Lanning clutched his chest and thought, Why are you being so fierce with me? This isn't just my idea. Facing the stubbornness of Shui's group, Lu Feng didn't want to drag it out any longer. He gave an ultimatum. I'll give you 3 minutes to think. If you want to go, come with me. If you don't, you can go back to the academy. Then, without letting them argue any further, Lu Feng decisively left with Aohe. Just then, Shui's voice cut through their footsteps. Can you guarantee that we will really become stronger if we go there? Lu Feng turned his head slightly to look back. He affirmed in a firm voice, Whether you can become stronger or not depends on your own determination. Receiving Lu Feng's affirmation, Shui surprisingly took the lead and walked forward. Then I'll go. In her place, Shizhan was no longer stubborn. He expressed, If Miss Shui goes, then we'll go too. Lan Ying's group still stood stubbornly in place. No way. The arena is such a filthy place, and you guys still want to go? Shizhan walked away without even turning his head back. Whoever is stronger, we listen to them. If you were as strong as the instructor, I would listen to you. Gangswa even directly mocked. You soft-skinned young master. You should just go home. From behind, Lanning watched in disbelief. He cursed silently. You despicable bastards. The student behind him even urged, Captain. Seeing the figures about to disappear in the distance, Lanning had no choice but to signal, follow them. In fact, he was silently screaming in his heart, I'm so mad. Before them, a vast arena, surrounded by a mysterious black color, appeared in their sight. The students immediately exclaimed in admiration. So big, so tall. It's much bigger than the arena in Azure Star City. Lu Feng praised. Indeed, not bad. Beside him, the owner of the arena, Ma A, approached. Mr. Lu, this is the largest arena in the Sun Never Sets fortress, and also the largest in the several nearby cities, Dark Hell. Ma A bowed slightly. He respectfully placed his hand across his chest and said, Lord Ao, he has already instructed us. We will follow your arrangements. You can just call me Ma A, my lord. Lu Feng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. We need an empty arena. Is there one available now? Ma A replied enthusiastically. Of course. I will go and arrange it immediately. Hearing this, a look of anticipation flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. He said with satisfaction, let them feel the taste of death. Then, Ma quickly led the way for everyone. This way, please. Upon arriving, Shizhan curiously looked around. This is my first time in a place like this. I've only heard about it before. As for Lanning, he had a disgusted look on his face. This place seems to have a very strong smell of blood. Suddenly, Shui noticed something strange and spoke up. Instructor, where's Lu Feng? As for the person she was looking for, Lu Feng was currently standing on the arena floor. Seeing him, Shui asked, what exactly did you bring us here to do? But Lu Feng was in no hurry to answer. What's the rush? The good show is about to begin. Then, Lu Feng turned and asked, Arena Master Mai, where are the guests? He heard this and waved his hand. Rest assured, my lord. You will definitely be satisfied. Immediately after, Mai put 2 fingers to his mouth in an arc. He whistled. A loud noise immediately echoed in response. In the darkness, a large foot with an iron shackle was moving. Appearing before them now was a group of death row inmates led by the trio of Bao Te, Bao Air, and Bao Wu. Seeing them, the students were so surprised they couldn't speak. In contrast to them, Lu Feng was unusually excited. Not bad. They have the look of warriors. Mai smiled brightly. He flattered. As long as you are satisfied, my lord. These are all death row inmates that I have carefully selected. However, Lu Feng unexpectedly said something incomprehensible. However, I still have to reselect. Mai was surprised. What do you mean, my lord? Seeing that he still didn't understand, Lu Feng bluntly requested, take off all their leg cuffs. I'll fight them. The crowd above cried out in alarm. This is too dangerous. Bao Te and Bao Wu, being aggressive, heard this and gritted their teeth. They glanced at each other, signaling. This guy is looking for death. Before anyone could react, Lu Feng beckoned to the death row inmates, provoking them. Did you hear that? You big guys. As long as you can beat me, you'll have a chance at freedom. The heavy leg cuffs were quickly unlocked. The mighty death row inmates all charged towards Lu Feng at once. Facing them, Lu Feng felt a strange excitement. When I used to watch movies, I always thought fighting in an arena was so cool. Then, he immediately got into a stance and charged towards the death row inmates. Now I can finally try it for myself. The dramatic battle began. At the start, Lu Feng was quickly surrounded by the death row inmates. Among the burly men, Lu Feng used swift wind step, nimbly weaving through each one. In the stance, Lanning was so surprised his mouth hung open. Shui, beside him, silently exclaimed, his movement technique is so good. What kind of martial skill is this? As for Lu Feng, after a while of running back and forth, he finally made his move. Your punch is too slow. Then a series of sounds from Lu Feng's fists rang out. With every word he spoke, another man fell. Not up to par. Too ugly. Not strong enough. Before long, there weren't many men left on the arena floor. Lu Feng calmly stood and and looked at them. Only now could the battle be considered temporarily over. He satisfactorily pointed at each man. "All right, you six go." Bao Er looked at the unconscious death row inmate on the ground. He exclaimed in terror, "So strong." Bao Te also couldn't maintain his initial aggressive look. How could he do that? Lan Ying's group was no different. He was surprised. Is he a demon? So strong. Gangs was speculated. I'm afraid he wasn't even using his full strength when he fought us. Although Shui didn't want to, she had to secretly admit it. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Thinking this, her eyes revealed a renewed determination. This makes him worth defeating. I will definitely defeat you. Down below, Lu Feng, who was just mentioned, sneezed. He rubbed his nose, his eyes scanning the group of students. Who's talking about me behind my back? Then, Lu Feng turned to face the death row inmates. He pointed a thumb behind him and said, "See those weaklings in the stands? As long as you can defeat all of them, I'll grant you your freedom." Bao De was stunned when he heard this. Are you serious? Bao Er next to him also had a look of disbelief. Seeing their suspicion, Lu Feng calmly replied, "I'm not in the mood to joke with you. If you want freedom, this is your only chance." At this point, Bao De had nothing more to say. He quickly agreed, "I'm in." Seeing that Bao De seemed to be the leader of the inmates, Lu Feng asked curiously, "Looks like you're the boss. What's your name?" He answered succinctly, "Bao De." Next, Lu Feng asked the group behind him, "What about you guys?" They introduced themselves one by one. "I'm Delati. Beta Lut. Ben Bino. Lucy Hen. I'm Katawa. Hanto Kuda. Minaluka. Baki Bakin. I'm Huang Cca. Kukyo." The long names gave Lu Feng a headache. He rubbed the back of his neck. What kind of bizarre names are these? An idea suddenly struck Lu Feng. He rubbed his chin and suggested, "Since the boss is named Bao De, let's just call you guys Bao Er, Bao San, Bao Si, Bao Wu, and Bao Lu. Let's go with that." After settling things with the inmates, Lu Feng returned to the student group. "Well, are you ready? You can still back out now if you want." Shui didn't want to waste time. She directly requested, "Cut the crap. Let's start the special training." Faced with her unpleasant attitude, Lu Feng still gave a friendly thumbs up. So brave. Next, Lu Feng quickly divided the students into groups. He explained, "Now, the 8 of you, excluding the 4 captains, will form pairs to deal with Bao San through Bao Lu." Shizhan, standing on a pillar above, cupped his hands around his mouth and cheered loudly, "Fight well. You can do it." Lanning shouted just as loudly, "Don't embarrass me." Seeing that everyone was in position, Lu Feng put his fingers to his lips and whistled. "Begin." The match hadn't been going on for long, when the student groups were already defeated by the inmates. Shui's eyes couldn't hide her astonishment. She exclaimed, "How could this be?" Lu Feng laughed mockingly. "Scared already? I told you that you were weak." On the other side, Shizhan shouted in confusion, "Impossible. How did they lose so quickly?" Lanning immediately placed the blame. "There must be some trickery involved. I suspect they're cheating." But Lu Feng didn't bother to explain. He calmly announced, "Next match, Shizhan versus Bao Er." Shizhan quickly got into position. He laughed loudly, his tone a bit condescending. "I'm an 8th rank, and you're a 7th rank. Looks like you're guaranteed to lose." Bao Er gritted his teeth, a murderous glint in his eyes. "It's not like I haven't killed an 8th rank opponent before." From the sidelines, Lan Ying, with a look of someone who had seen it all, said to Lu Feng, "Instructor, Shizhan's level clearly overpowers his opponent. No matter how you look at it, Shizhan's chances of winning are higher. Looks like there's no need to fight, right?" In response to his excited expression, Lu Feng delivered his conclusion in a low voice. "You're wrong. Shizhan will definitely lose." The battle unfolded quickly. Shizhan took the initiative, attacking Bao Er. Facing Shizhan's flaming fist, Bao Er decided to defend. He tensed up, his muscles bulging. Bao Er's arm took the full force of Shizhan's punch. The bones inside cracked under the immense pressure. However, the pain barely affected Bao Er. He swung his fist straight into Shizhan's face. He was completely unable to block the punch. His entire body immediately lost balance and slid backward. But Bao Er had no intention of stopping. He walked straight to Shizhan and raised his muscular arm. Just then, a hand reached out in time to stop him. Lu Feng pushed Bao Er's hand away and said, "Stop." Only then did Bao Er lower his hand, but his expression remained as fierce as ever. As for Shizhan, who was lying on the ground, he was in a state of shock. He couldn't believe he had been defeated so easily. To make matters worse, Lu Feng, standing beside him, added, "If I hadn't stepped in just now, you'd probably be dead by now." Hearing this, Shizhan closed his eyes. Although he didn't want to, he had to admit, "I lost." Lu Feng asked sternly, "Do you know why you lost? Your strength is a level higher than Bao Er's." Shizhan's voice faltered. "I lost because..." He paused for a moment, rubbing his forehead, and answered awkwardly, "I don't know why I lost either." At this, Lu Feng pointed at Bao Er. He explained loudly, "It's simple. You lost because you didn't dare to risk your life. Bao Er was willing to take an injury to avoid death, but you weren't as decisive." Then, Lu Feng turned to look at the students. He emphasized, "This is what you're here to learn. In a duel with the Beast Clan, it's either you live or I die. If you don't dare to risk your life, you'll only lose it." Shui disliked Lu Feng, but she couldn't deny what he said. He does have a point. Lu Feng continued in his role as a strict instructor. He laid out the training plan for them. "We will train here for 5 days. I hope that after 5 days, you will have learned how to fight with your lives on the line." Shui replied with a hint of coldness, "Understood." The others shouted in unison, "Instructor." Seeing that Lanning wouldn't open his mouth, Lu Feng shouted, "Lanning, did you hear me?" He was startled and quickly replied, "Instructor." But inside, Lanning was crying his heart out. He bit the scarf around his neck to suppress his emotions. "My life is so hard. How will I survive?" And so, the special training began. Lu Feng first taught them about the key differences between humans and beastmen. After that was an endurance exercise. Each student had a heavy object tied to their hands while having to hold a horse stance for hours. Everyone was working very hard, except for Lan Ying, who dared to use magic to slack off. "I'm so smart." His actions didn't escape Lu Feng's eyes. He threatened, "If you slack off again, I'll burn all your clothes. Do you believe me?" Seeing this, Lan Ying didn't dare to cheat anymore. He hugged Lu Feng's leg and begged, "Instructor, please don't. I was wrong. I won't do it again." In addition to theory and practice, Lu Feng also had them participate in actual combat with the inmates. Of course, he monitored them very closely. "Don't just dodge like that. Find an opportunity to attack. You're faster than him." Heeding Lu Feng's reminder, Shui, who was fighting in the arena, immediately leaped high into the air. After a beautiful somersault, her sword was at Bao Er's neck. The crowd watching from a distance raised their hands and cheered. "Miss Shui is amazing." Although she was quite tired, Shui's eyes were full of pride as she looked at Lu Feng. "I won." Meeting her gaze, Lu Feng didn't hold back his praise. "Well done." As if realizing her actions were a bit out of character, Shui immediately turned her head away arrogantly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Now, in a match, Bao Er was taking a punch to the face. Bao Er next to him was no better off. Shizhan only needed one punch to send him flying. Hit by the blow, Bao Er fell backward, his face contorted in pain. After a moment, Bao Er managed to sit up. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "I lost." Hearing that, despite the wounds on his face, Shizhan's face was unusually radiant. "I finally beat you once." Just then, Lu Feng's voice rang out. "Very good. The special training ends here. Everyone is dismissed. Assemble at the martial arts training ground tomorrow." The students and Shizhan, without planning it, said in unison, "Thank you for your hard work, instructor. We'll take our leave now." Among all the students, Lanning was probably the happiest. He excitedly raised his hand. "Let's go? I'm definitely going to have 18 girls massage my feet." Only Shui's group of students remained standing still. Lu Feng asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" "Can't bear to part." Hearing this, Shui frowned. Her lips pursed as if she wanted to say something. Then, she turned and urged her companions, "You guys go on ahead. I have something to say to him." Sensing the slightly unusual atmosphere, Lu Feng teased, "How strange. You want to talk to me alone? Could it be that you've fallen for my good looks and want to confess?" At that, he pretended to think, placing a hand on his chin. "No way. Don't confess. We're not a good match." All this time, Shui had let Lu Feng have his monologue. She thought to herself, "This guy really can't say a single nice thing." But pausing for a moment, Shui still seemed unsure of where to start. She only uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Those 2 words entered Lu Feng's ears, surprising him greatly. He was momentarily stunned. After speaking, Shui turned and walked away, leaving Lu Feng with a confused expression behind her. How reluctant. I've met so many girls, but only Wei is the most straightforward. Hearing that name, Shui's steps suddenly halted. She asked in astonishment, "You know Wei?" But her reaction also surprised Lu Feng just as much. He asked back, "You know Wei too?" However, Lu Feng was still cautious and didn't dare to confirm. He was suspicious. "Wait, are we talking about the same Wei?" Hearing this, Shui didn't beat around the bush and answered directly, "From the small adventurer town, a saint of Azure Star Academy. Is that the Wei you know?" Lu Feng's expression changed with every word Shui spoke. He unconsciously widened his eyes. At this point, Lu Feng no longer had any doubts. A hint of sorrow flashed in the depths of his eyes. "She is my family. However, she has passed away." Hearing this, Shui also seemed to have a vague realization. She thought to herself, so the person Wei often mentioned is him. Does he not know that Wei is still alive? Thinking this, Shui was about to reveal it. Actually, suddenly, Aohe appeared out of nowhere. "Brother Lu, you have a letter. It's from the Mercenary Guild in Azure Star City." He quickly approached the 2 of them. "Miss Shui is here too." Shui replied coldly, "Hello, Lord Aohe." Lu Feng took the letter. He couldn't wait and quickly opened it to read. As he read, Lu Feng smiled brightly. It's a letter from Su Fei. She successfully seized power. She's now the president of the Mercenary Guild. Aohe, beside him, was just as happy. He praised. Miss Su Fei was originally the most overlooked, yet she ended up becoming the president. She's truly amazing. As soon as he finished, Aohe turned and gave Lu Feng a nudge. He teased, "Brother Lu, is there something going on between you and her? I'm an experienced person. You can't hide this from me." Being suspected, Lu Feng's face suddenly turned bright red. He waved his hands in embarrassment and denied. "Our relationship is not like that. Brother Aohe, don't talk nonsense." But Aohe acted as if he understood everything. He patted Lu Feng's shoulder and encouraged. "You too, a talented man and a beautiful woman, are a perfect match. You have to seize the opportunity." He grimaced. "Brother Aohe, you're really nosy." After delivering the letter, he also had to leave. "I've delivered the letter. I'm going back on patrol." At this point, Lu Feng turned back to Shui. He wondered, "What did you want to say just now?" But she didn't want to say it anymore. Shui turned and walked away. "Nothing. I'm going back now." Lu Feng was left scratching his head. What's going on? So confusing. As for Shui, she was very angry. She gritted her teeth and cursed silently. "Wei misses you so much, and you've already found someone new." As expected, no man is good. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Shui looked at Lu Feng with indignation and exclaimed, "You stinking man." Seeing her attitude, Lu Feng was bewildered. "What's this? Why are you cursing me? Weren't things fine just now? I really don't understand women." The scene shifts to outside Lu Feng's residence. The sky was gradually getting dark. Inside the house, a round Xiao Jin was lying on the dining table. He mumbled in his dream, "Lu Feng, come back soon." Suddenly, a hand reached out and gently placed a thin blanket over Xiao Jin. Seeing Xiao Jin just eating and sleeping in place like that, Lu Feng was worried. "Just eating and sleeping. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Pausing for a moment, he turned his head, his eyes searching around. "Where's Hong Yi?" At the same time, Hong Yi was in a closed room, concentrating on her training alone. Seeing the little girl's serious attitude, Lu Feng praised. "Hong Yi is so hardworking." Just then, Hong Yi's expression suddenly turned pale. The little girl let out a painful cry. A strange energy radiated from around Hong Yi. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Realizing this, Lu Feng rushed over in a panic. "This is bad. Hong Yi's condition is not good. I have to quickly control the true qi in the little girl's body." Then, Lu Feng pressed his hand firmly on Hong Yi's back. He was helping the little girl control the chaotic true qi in her body. But it seemed to be beyond Lu Feng's control. The true qi in Hong Yi's body was more chaotic than he had imagined. Even Lu Feng couldn't understand this. He thought to himself, What's going on? Why can't I calm the scattered true chi in her body? Then, Lu Feng put even more strength into his hand. He gritted his teeth. I don't believe it. At this moment, the chi around Hong Yi's body grew redder. Strange blood-red veins appeared on her face and around her neck. It didn't stop there. The red color in the true chi radiating from Hong Yi's body was spreading to Lu Feng's true chi. The unexpected situation caught him off guard. Lu Feng thought in terror, what's happening? Hong Yi's true chi is devouring my true chi. At this point, Lu Feng couldn't think of a solution. He temporarily withdrew his true chi. Lu Feng rubbed his wrist. He carefully observed the red substance. Strange. Logically speaking, our true chi has the same origin. Why can Hong Yi's true chi devour my true chi? Looking through the layer of red chi, Lu Feng seemed to discover something. He asked himself in surprise, wait, what is that? Within that red, true chi, the shadow of a large black thing was faintly rising. Seeing it, Lu Feng was so scared he fell backward. He speculated, a demon, and appearing before Lu Feng's eyes now was a demon with a grotesque body. It was growling at him. Facing the demon's ferocity, Lu Feng was dazed as if his soul had left his body, while it was still relentlessly baring its teeth at him. It slowly advanced towards him. Seeing the demon about to close in on him, Lu Feng quickly regained his senses. He assumed a defensive stance. Then, Lu Feng drew the sword on his shoulder without hesitation. He decided to confront the demon head-on. And then, Lu Feng decisively plunged his sword straight into its massive body. The demon's body slowly dissipated into the air. Lu Feng looked around vigilantly. It's gone. Lu Feng looked towards Hong Yi, his heart full of doubt. What was that thing just now? Could there really be a demon's curse? Or is that this child's innate talent? On Hong Yi's side, there was a sudden movement. The little girl slowly opened her eyes. Although Hong Yi was awake, Lu Feng still didn't dare to get close. He cautiously probed Hong Yi. Recognizing Lu Feng, Hong Yi's eyes were filled with only joy. The little girl cheered excitedly. You're back. At this point, Lu Feng approached Hong Yi. He probed the little girl. Hong Yi, are you all right? What happened just now? But Hong Yi had a bewildered expression. What's wrong? I don't know. Lu Feng pressed. You don't know anything? Seeing Hong Yi still looking so dazed, Lu Feng grew impatient and took the little girl's hand, transferring a bit of power to investigate. Let me see. The stream of chi quickly helped him search for traces of that strange thing. Suddenly, Lu Feng cried out, There's a chi vortex in your dantian. However, Hong Yi had no idea what he was talking about. A chi vortex? What's a chi vortex? Hearing the little girl's question, Lu Feng explained, When you cultivate Huaxiao internal arts to a certain level, a chi vortex will form in your body. With a chi vortex, your strength will increase greatly. But what was bothering Lu Feng was not this issue. He was puzzled. But why is your chi vortex red? As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, Hong Yi's face changed. The little girl recounted worriedly. Is red not good? I don't know either. I just cultivated seriously, and then it became like this. Seeing Hong Yi so anxious, Lu Feng gently reassured her. It's okay. Maybe this is even more formidable. I haven't even been able to condense a chi vortex yet, and my disciple has already succeeded. So amazing. Despite the praise, Hong Yi's expression didn't improve. The little girl whispered, Sorry. Did I do something wrong? Lu Feng looked at Hong Yi with a fond gaze. He said softly, You didn't do anything wrong. I was just worried you'd run into trouble with your cultivation. It seems everything is normal. So it's okay. Only then could the little girl feel at ease. Hong Yi let out a breath and said, You scared me for a moment. As soon as she finished, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Hong Yi showed off. That's right. I've come up with a special move myself. Hearing this, Lu Feng asked back, What kind of move? Hong Yi didn't answer. The little girl was busy searching for some items that looked old or broken. After a while, Hong Yi threw the pile of collected items in front of Lu Feng. Her face exuded confidence. Lu Feng stared until he was dazed and still didn't understand. He scratched his head and said, Hong Yi, what do you want to do? But Hong Yi continued to not answer. The little girl channeled her power. The objects on the ground were immediately swept up and floated around Hong Yi. Then, a red vortex appeared from the little girl's stomach. Those items were quickly sucked into the vortex. Lu Feng's face contorted with every move Hong Yi made. He was bewildered. A human-shaped vacuum cleaner? At this point, Hong Yi's performance had come to an end. The little girl opened her eyes wide. Hong Yi excitedly showed off her research results to Lu Feng. Look, it sucked up all the trash. I came up with this move while doing housework. With this move, housework is even simpler. His face grew paler and paler. Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise. You're using such a formidable move just for housework. But the move just now also helped him understand a bit more. Lu Feng patted Hong Yi's shoulder. Hong Yi, if I'm not mistaken, your ability is devouring. This is an extremely formidable ability. The little girl asked happily, really? Hearing this, Lu Feng affirmed in a firm voice, of course. Why would I lie to Hong Yi? Besides, it just so happens that there's someone outside for you to practice on. Next, Lu Feng looked towards the door, a sharp glint in his eyes. He ordered the person outside in a cold voice, come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Outside the door, a chaotic sound erupted. Oh no, the instructor found us. Lan Ning, it's all your terrible idea. Lu Feng reminded them sternly. Stop wasting your breath. Get out here now. The group had no choice but to enter. Shizhan was quick to shift the blame. Instructor, it was all Lan Ying's idea. He told us to hide outside the door to see how long it would take for you to notice us. The other student chimed in. We were all forced by Lan Ning. Lan Ning, of course, refused to take all the blame. He got angry. You two bastards. You change your tune faster than flipping a book. You clearly wanted to know how long it would take for the instructor to notice too. Seeing them busy arguing, Lu Feng cut them off. You guys are like a bunch of stalking addicts. What are you doing sneaking around my door? The three of them suddenly became unusually obedient. Lan Ning answered on their behalf. Instructor, you've taught us for so long. Of course, we can't let your hard work go unappreciated. We brought a thank you gift for you. But Lu Feng wasn't easily fooled by such nonsense. He continued to question them. A thank you gift? How come I didn't hear a single word of thanks from you three before? Lu Feng didn't even need to think to guess. He directly exposed them. I see. The thanks are fake, but the real intention is to recruit me, isn't it? Seeing their shocked expressions, he became even more certain. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Before Hong Yi's admiring gaze, Lu Feng frankly stated his position. I don't need gifts. I won't let any faction recruit me. Don't do this again in the future. Although he refused the gift, Lu Feng asked about something else. But since you're already here, you can help me with something. He was secretly calculating in his mind. Hong Yi's strength has probably reached the 8th rank by now. I can use Lan Ning to test just how strong she is. Lan Ning smiled on the outside and replied, I wonder what the instructor wants our help with. In reality, he was screaming internally. Oh heavens, I beg you. Let the instructor pick Shizhan. Don't call my name. Hearing this, Lu Feng didn't hold back. He called out, Lan Ning. Hearing his name, he immediately froze. Lu Feng didn't seem to notice Lan Ying's attitude. He gently pushed Hong Yi forward. Use your magic to fight my little sister. Seeing the small girl in front of him, Lan Ning backed away in shock. What? This little lowly is so tiny. How can a gentleman like me lay a hand on her? Moreover, Lan Ning was mainly worried about another issue. Besides, if I make her cry, will you skin me alive? Thinking this, Lan Ning walked over to Lu Feng's side. He whispered a suggestion. Instructor, look. I just got my hair done today, and my clothes are new too. A handsome guy like me isn't really suited for fighting. How about you let Shizhan go up instead? The only reply was a flick on the forehead from Lu Feng. He reminded him with disgust. Just do as you're told. Stop with the excuses. Lan Ning clutched his forehead. He stumbled back dizzily, then cried out in pain. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Seeing Lan Ying's predicament, the other two came closer. Shizhan suggested. This little girl doesn't seem to have any fighting strength. Just use a random spell to beat her, and you'll be fine. To make matters worse, the other one urged, whether you can build a good relationship with the instructor depends on you. Seeing that Lan Ning seemed to have agreed, Lu Feng turned to his side. Hong Yi, are you scared to fight him? A determined look appeared in Hong Yi's eyes. The brave little girl raised her fist. I'm not scared. Next, Hong Yi looked at Lan Ning. Their eyes met as if a spark of electricity passed between them. Hong Yi made up her mind. This person laughed at me before. I must teach him a lesson. Lu Feng patted Hong Yi's head. He encouraged her, go on. Use the move you use for housework to deal with him. You're stronger than him. Don't be afraid. Beat him up. The little girl replied softly. The two sides quickly moved to an empty courtyard. In the strong wind, Hong Yi stood opposite Lan Ning. The match began. Hong Yi decided to strike first. The little girl channeled her energy, creating a vortex around her body. Shizhan now felt uneasy. He broke out in a cold sweat and said softly, there's something strange about this vortex. Facing it, Lan Ning was also a bit surprised. This vortex has a suction force. What kind of strange technique is this? But he quickly regained his confidence. However, the technique is a bit strange, but it's just child's play. I can easily make her kneel and call me daddy. Next, Lan Ning flicked his finger, sending a bit of magic forward. A block of ice immediately appeared on Lan Ying's hand. He gave a smug smile. The block of ice was almost as big as Hong Yi. It was flying straight towards the little girl. Although the final result was not yet decided, Lan Ning was already looking at Lu Feng smugly. Instructor, I've already shown mercy. Being frozen for 3 seconds can be undone. It won't hurt her. Just then, Shizhan's stuttering voice suddenly cut in. Lan Ning. Hearing that, Lan Ning turned his head. Before his eyes, the huge block of ice had vanished without a trace. Lan Ning searched around in shock. He exclaimed in surprise, where did that big block of ice go? Why is it gone? Hearing this, Shizhan, with a look of disbelief, said, after the ice drill was sucked into that vortex, it disappeared. The other student next to him was also so shocked that his eyes widened. I didn't feel any magic power at all. It's as if the ice drill was directly devoured. In contrast to them, Lu Feng happily gave a thumbs up and praised, Hong Yi not bad. As for Lan Ning, he was still frozen in place. He muttered to himself in a daze, it's gone? Impossible. Seeing Lan Ying's reaction, Lu Feng kindly reminded him, Lan Ning, get serious. Otherwise, you're going to lose. Those words seemed to speak Hong Yi's thoughts. The little girl's eyes became even more confident. Weakling. Hearing Lu Feng's reminder, Lan Ning finally decided to get serious. If that's the case. In reality, he was screaming internally. I can't believe I'm being looked down on by this little brat. This is infuriating. Immediately after, Lan Ning summoned his ice magic staff. He majestically swiped the staff across the ground. Then I'll get serious. To protect my dignity. Shizhan shouted in shock, Lan Ning, are you crazy? You're using a 7th rank spell. The other student turned to advise Lu Feng. Instructor, be careful. But his expression didn't change. Lu Feng raised his hand to signal. Don't worry. I'm here. Next, he looked at Hong Yi. The little girl immediately understood Lu Feng's meaning. Hong Yi instantly entered a combat state. She continued to pour her strength into the vortex in front of her stomach. And this time, it was Lan Ying's turn to attack first. He charged forward powerfully. 7th rank magic, Snow Dragon Fist. Next, Lan Ning used his staff to create a huge vortex. It continuously moved towards Hong Yi. Wherever it went, the vortex froze the ground beneath it. Although Lu Feng trusted Hong Yi, he was also a bit nervous. The Snow Dragon Fist is charging over. Can Hong Yi withstand it? Lan Ying's eyes caught Lu Feng's expression. He thought arrogantly to himself, the instructor seems very worried about his little sister. Looks like I've already won. Facing the strange vortex, Hong Yi seemed calmer than everyone else. At this moment, the power of the vortex in front of the little girl's stomach was growing stronger and stronger. Then, the vortex quickly expanded. Hong Yi controlled it to directly suck in Lan Ying's vortex. Although nothing happened at first, after a while, Lan Ying's vortex was gradually pulled in by Hong Yi's vortex. Seeing this, the little girl continued to pour her strength into her vortex, and its suction power became stronger. On the opposite side, Lan Ying's eyes widened. He exclaimed, what? He began to feel anxious. What kind of demonic technique is this? How can it suck in everything? Before everyone's eyes, Hong Yi's vortex expanded at a dizzying speed. It had almost completely absorbed Lan Ying's technique. But for Hong Yi, this was also a bad sign. The little girl gritted her teeth, trying to control the vortex. I'm about to lose control. Before she truly lost control, Hong Yi gritted her teeth. The little girl shouted, take it back. Immediately after, Hong Yi's vortex flew back towards Lan Ying, who was still in a daze. Behind them, Lu Feng, who was observing, couldn't hide his surprise. Is this still the Tai Chi I taught her? Why is it getting stranger and stranger? Fortunately, Shizhan had realized the danger in time. He shouted a warning. Lan Ying, that vortex is too bizarre. Get out of the way. But Lan Ying refused to move. He stubbornly continued to use his power. I am a dignified 8th rank mage. How can I be scared away? For the glory of a nobleman, I must face this head on. Then, Lan Ying raised the staff in his hand. He shouted with great authority, now, frost ice gun. Immediately after, a shiny, large block of ice in the shape of a gun enveloped Lan Ying's hand. The shape of that ice block was something Lu Feng had never seen before. He wondered, what is that? That thing looks a bit like a Gatling gun. Hearing this, Shizhan explained to Lu Feng, this is an 8th rank spell that Lan Ying created himself based on a flintlock rifle. It's also his signature move. As for Lan Ying, Hong Yi's terrifying vortex was gradually closing in. Timing it perfectly, he decisively poured all his strength into one arm and gave the command. Then, from the barrels, a barrage of ice bullets was fired simultaneously. However, those ice bullets couldn't stop the vortex at all. On the contrary, they were easily devoured by it. This was clearly beyond Shizhan's imagination. His voice was full of panic. That vortex can still devour things after leaving her hand. This technique is too terrifying. But Lan Ying was not fazed at all. He continuously fired bullets into the vortex. Let's see how much more you can devour. Lan Ying's actions didn't stop it. In fact, it seemed to help the vortex grow even larger. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shizhan looked at Lu Feng worriedly. Instructor, that vortex is getting bigger and bigger. The other student beside him was just as scared. It's not going to explode, is it? Lu Feng didn't react. His eyes were still fixed on the vortex. Wait a little longer. At this moment, Hong Yi's vortex in the air seemed to have reached its maximum size. It was strangely taut. Seeing this, Lu Feng's expression gradually changed. He exclaimed, this is not good. And just as he predicted, after there was nothing left to devour, it seemed to be pulling everything around it towards itself. Realizing this, Lu Feng swiftly moved underneath the vortex. Then, he channeled his qi. A yin-yang circle appeared in Lu Feng's hand. He threw it into the vortex. Unsurprisingly, the strange vortex continued to suck it in and devour it. But this time, the vortex changed shape. Then, right after, Hong Yi's vortex suddenly exploded in the sky. A loud noise echoed through the space. The twilight sky was no longer clear. The yellow clouds were gradually being invaded by dark clouds. A sudden snowstorm began to pour down. Inside the house, Xiao Jin was wandering around the hallway with a bored expression. What's going on in the courtyard? It's so noisy. Can't you let me sleep? Then, he rested his face against the window, his eyes gazing blankly outside. The snow was falling continuously, forming large, messy piles outside. Xiao Jin let out a soft puff of air and said, it's already winter. Then, he suddenly looked up, foolishly recalling the recent past. He wondered, it was still summer before I went to sleep. Have I been asleep for half a year? The feeling of unreality lingered. So, Xiao Jin slapped himself hard across the face, making his cheek turn red. It's not a dream, is it? Let me hit myself to see if it hurts. In the end, because he hit himself too hard, he fell backward onto the floor, dizzy. His eyes were spinning. It's not a dream. The scene changes. At the same time, in another place not inside the house, a cold air enveloped the entire space. From within the white snow, thump, a hand in a black glove suddenly stuck out. Then, Lu Feng and Hong Yi suddenly sat up from under the snow. Although there was still snow on their heads and shoulders, he quickly asked about the little girl's condition first. Hong Yi, are you okay? The little girl quickly replied, I'm fine. Lu Feng still didn't quite believe it. He confirmed again with a worried expression. Really? You absorbed so much magic energy just now. Is your body uncomfortable? To prove that she was really okay, Hong Yi left his arms, stood up, and jumped a few times. Look, I'm really fine. Lu Feng was helpless, his eyes full of doting affection. This little girl. Immediately after, Shizhan, the other student, and Lan Ying all rose up from the snow at the same time. He hugged his shivering body and complained, it's so cold. Wanning, are you okay? He held his head and grunted in reply. Seeing that Shizhan's condition was quite serious, the other student took out a fiery red gem. This is a fire crystal stone. Take it to warm up. After that, he turned to ask Lu Feng, Instructor, what kind of technique did your sister use? Shizhan was also curious. We've never heard of such a technique before. His expression was calm as he explained it based on his judgment. Hong Yi's power attribute is probably devour. The vortex just now devoured the matter and energy it came into contact with. But when the absorbed power exceeds a certain level, the vortex will explode. Hearing this, the little girl's face immediately became worried. She quickly asked timidly, My vortex is different from what you taught me. Did I do it wrong? Lu Feng didn't want Hong Yi to worry. He just raised his hand to pat her head and gave a gentle smile, reassuring her. It could be that because you cultivate a different technique, the effect is also different. Just keep practicing like this. He bent down to her eye level, gently tapping her nose, and added a special reminder. But you have to be careful. If anything feels wrong, you must tell me immediately. Got it. Those words really worked on the little girl. Her worried expression immediately disappeared, replaced by an obedient and lovely smile as she softly replied with a yes. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the other side of the castle. Brother Lu, what are you guys doing? He and Shui leaped down from the castle, rushing over to ask what was happening. Seeing the two of them, Lu Feng gave a sincere smile and confessed, Hello, big brother Aoi. Sorry about that. We were just sparring and made a bit of a commotion. Then he turned to wave at Shui, but she turned her head and ignored him. This evening, he put his hands on his hips, looked at the mess they made, and immediately understood everything. Such a strong magic fluctuation, and you call it just sparring? I'm afraid even the beastmen outside the city could sense it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng was the first to react. He asked in surprise, Beastmen outside the city? Seeing this, Aohi's face turned serious as he began to recount the whole story and the reason for his appearance here. We received intelligence that a team of beastmen appeared outside the city. But when we arrived, the beastmen were gone. At that time, he had led a group to track them, giving direct orders for every action. You too, go out and search. Search meticulously. Don't miss any spot. We've thoroughly searched the surrounding area, but we haven't found any beastmen. It's as if that group of beastmen vanished without a trace. The other student was also shocked after hearing this, posing a difficult question. There's basically no place to hide outside the city. How could they have disappeared as if nothing happened? Lu Feng immediately caught the key point in his words. He quickly cut in, not outside the city, but there is inside the city. That guess was both reasonable and uncertain. So both Shizhan and the other student were stunned. Instructor, you mean they've infiltrated the city? Unless there's a beastman spy inside the city. It wasn't just him. Even he had anticipated this situation. I thought so too. The group of beastmen that suddenly appeared in the city a few days ago, we still haven't figured out how they got in. And there's more important news. According to reports, a large beastman army has started to gather on the northern beastman plains. As soon as he said that, both Lu Feng and he were shocked for a second time. A dangerous aura emanated from him. His face darkened as he asked a clear question. Could it be that the beastmen have finished their preparations for war? Are they certain they will win the duel? Although he didn't confirm it immediately, he still acted according to his plan with a cautious mindset. It's unclear. For now, we can only observe quietly. In a few days, we will participate in the great duel. The unknown whereabouts of that group of beastmen is a hidden danger. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lu Feng's mind. His golden eyes lit up. In that case, I have an idea. The scene changes. It was now completely dark. Outside the house, Lei Ting was standing among several large monsters. A gloomy aura emanated from his entire body. His face was extremely confident. He crossed his arms arrogantly and said to the black cat on the ground, Very good. The manpower is all here. Then, Lei Ting's expression changed. His sharp eyes carried an immense hatred. The ox-headed and horse-faced monsters roared fiercely, as if to show off their strength. Now, Yachin took a few steps forward, softly interrupting him to ask, The great duel is about to begin. Are you sure this will succeed? As soon as this was mentioned, Lei Ting became even more smug. declaring with extreme confidence, "Of course. The only variable is Lu Feng, and I will personally take care of him." Outside the Sunless Citadel, Shue's team, along with the other student, Lan Ying, and Shi Zhan, rode horses clad in shining armor, setting out with a powerful and solemn aura. Behind them, another group on horseback followed. It was Ao He and Lu Feng, who was also carrying Hong Yi. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Shue spoke up, breaking the silence. "Big brother Ao He, wasn't the plan to set out in 3 days? Why are we leaving early?" Being called out, Ao He raised his hand to cover his mouth and pretended to cough, but he was actually signaling for Lu Feng to help him out. Seeing the situation, he immediately turned his head back, patiently explaining the reason to her. The location of this duel is the City of Warriors, at the border between the human and beast races. The reason Lu Feng gave was very convincing, making it difficult for anyone to refute or doubt. "This is our first time going there. We're leaving a few days early to get acclimated." Shi Zhan, who was beside him, smiled faintly upon hearing this and praised him, as expected of the instructor. So thoughtful. Meanwhile, Lan Ying's inner state was the complete opposite. His face was dejected as he collapsed. "I thought I could stay in the city and enjoy myself for a few days. But in the end..." After there were no more questions, Lu Feng raised his hand to signal. "It's getting late. Let's set out." After speaking, he bent down and carefully instructed the little girl, "Hong Yi, hold on tight. We're leaving." The little girl obediently gripped the reins, softly replying with a yes. Immediately after, the team spurred their horses and set off. The speed at which they galloped tore through the wind, stirring up the sand below and trampling over the green grasslands. Shue's gaze suddenly stopped on Ao He's back, as if with a special, hard-to-describe attention. Her expression became tense, her eyes fixed on him with suspicion and caution. She wondered to herself, "Am I being too sensitive? I feel like Ao He is acting a bit strange." The scene changes. On the tall city wall, Lei Ting and Yaqin stood looking down at the massive army galloping away. She spoke first. "They've set out, and they took half of the city's garrison with them. Something strange." But he didn't show the slightest bit of worry. He calmly crossed his arms and instructed her, "I'll go keep an eye on them. You stay in the city and act according to the plan." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Ting stomped his foot hard to gain momentum, quickly leaping down from the city wall. Time passed just like that. At the residence of Grand Duke Aoda, it was now completely dark. The grand and magnificent castle still had its lights on, welcoming mysterious figures in black cloaks. Most of them were members of the beast race, all looking very fierce and terrifying. They stood to one side, watching Yaqin in her small black cat form talking to Lei Ting through a magic orb. "How's the situation, Meow?" On the other end, he held the orb in his hand, the purple light illuminating his smug and cunning face. "They've set up camp. Ao He and Lu Feng are both here. We can make our move." Hearing the news, after ending the communication, she turned back to inform the beast race group. "The city lord's manor is loosely guarded. This is our chance. The patrol team has left. We can make our move." As soon as she finished speaking, Yaqin squeezed her eyes shut and puffed out her cheeks, her whole body tensing as if something was about to happen. Less than a few seconds later, she transformed back into her human girl form. Yaqin gave an excited smile, her sharp claws flashing. She ordered loudly, "All of you, charge with me. Kill Aoda." Immediately, the entire beast race group charged towards a single guard. Leading them was Yaqin. The scene immediately became chaotic. The soldiers, seeing the beast race arrive, rushed to fight, calling for reinforcements. "Danger! Beastmen are attacking. Guard team, assemble." However, because half of the army had left 3 days ago, the situation quickly became disadvantageous. Yaqin fiercely tossed aside all who stood in her way, heading straight for the throne. Aoda looked at her in panic as she gradually approached, his whole body trembling uncontrollably from fear. His face was ashen, without a drop of blood. Sweat poured down his forehead. He tried to question her loudly. "How did you get in here? So there really is a beastman spy in the city. Someone, help!" Seeing his helpless state, Yaqin couldn't help but burst out laughing in delight, mocking him at the same time. I never thought the renowned Aoda would be a fat coward who's afraid of death. She leaned in close to Aoda, boasting about the false reputation she used as a reason to attack tonight. You killed so many of my beastman compatriots. I'm going to rip out your stomach and slowly torture you to death. Hearing this, he became even more terrified. His wrinkled, distorted face reflected Yachin's image. No. She raised her arm, planning to finish him off with her claws, her expression extremely excited. Scream in despair. But ironically, the moment she brought her hand down, cotton balls suddenly appeared from nowhere, stopping her in her tracks. On the throne, Aoda's eyes were squeezed shut as if he had fainted. But where his stomach had been swiped by the claws, there was no flesh. Instead, only a pile of cotton was sticking out everywhere. Immediately after, Aoda's eyes snapped open. He no longer had the appearance of a turtle hiding in its shell. Instead, his eyes were stern and calm. Following that, he tore off his outer robe. The last of the cotton fell out. His voice was a bit smug. Turns out my acting skills are quite good. Then, Aoda's face gradually disappeared, replaced by he with a triumphant smile on his lips. Only then did Yachin realize in shock that she had been tricked. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Transformation technique." Her momentum was immediately extinguished. All her previous arrogance vanished. Now, only a fearful and confused expression remained. Impossible. Weren't you supposed to have left the city with Lu Feng? In response to that question, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from somewhere in the luxurious and noble room. I think I heard someone call my name. Surprisingly, right after that, Lu Feng jumped down from the ceiling, landing with an extremely smug look. In the spacious room, the Beast Race group and Yachin all turned their attention to Lu Feng's appearance. He, standing on the opposite side, smiled faintly. I thought you wouldn't dare to come back. He smirked, holding his forehead and sighing. I rushed back without stopping. I'm dead tired. In his heart, he was silently thanking his lucky stars. Thank goodness for the strong wind that helped me travel faster. Seeing him here at this moment, a series of question marks appeared in her head. Her expression became even more confused. Lu Feng, weren't you supposed to be in the camp? One of you is a fake. Little kitty, you must have a lot of questions, right? He's face turned serious, his voice carrying an invisible weight that made his opponent wary. You people really did have someone monitoring the duel team. Lu Feng looked at her, who still didn't understand what was happening, and kindly explained, helping her understand. Are you very curious why Big Brother he is here? It's very simple. Because Grand Duke Aoda and he switched identities. He winked, giving a mischievous smile as if showing off his intelligence. Well? Surprised? Unexpected? Hearing this, even he had to admire him, not holding back his praise for him. Brother Lu's plan, though simple, was surprisingly effective. It lured you all here so easily. With the momentum, Lu Feng became even more at ease. After showing off his achievements a bit, he casually threw in a few jabs. Your assassination plan is too crude. Who came up with it? Do they have no brain? As soon as he said that, Yachin felt as if she had been hit without being touched, receiving the 3 words, no brain, for herself. Immediately after, the situation was brought under control. She and the Beast Race group were surrounded by soldiers who rushed in. Knowing that she had been played for a fool, Yachin angrily gritted her teeth. Since there was no way out, a dark aura emanated from her entire body. She decided to risk it all. Beast men will never surrender. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire Beast Race group immediately rose up, charging forward to fight back against the surrounding soldiers. Yachin took advantage of the chaos to pull out her magic orb, wanting to contact Lei Ting. She urgently ordered, "The he outside the city is actually Aoda? Kill him." Her eyes were filled with anger, her killing intent unconcealed as she stared straight at her opponent. Lu Feng decided to handle this nuisance himself. He turned to he and said, "Big brother he, you go deal with these beast men. Leave this black cat to me." He gave a meaningful smile, his face full of anticipation for the show ahead, agreeing with his plan. "Then I'll leave her to you, Brother Lu." After that, he split off, leaving him alone to face Yachin, who was desperately charging at him. Lu Feng's golden eyes were full of determination, his brows furrowed slightly, showing his focus on the fight. She rushed forward, swiping with her sharp claws, deliberately provoking him. Aren't you worried about Aoda? Do you really think that guard team can protect him? But Lu Feng was not easily tricked. He raised his sword to block, creating a clanging sound. I know you've arranged for experts to monitor the duel team, but I also have a super trump card. Hearing this, Yachin became even more agitated, anxiously trying to pounce forward. Who would have thought I'd miss? You're lying. Besides you and Aohe, what other trump card could you possibly have? He dodged her sharp claws that swiped across his chest, a smug smile on his face. You'll soon have your eyes opened. At the same time, on the other end, Lei Ting was extremely angry and bitter. He squeezed the magic orb in his hand, hissing through his teeth. I was tricked by Lu Feng again. When did he leave? A self-posed question suddenly made him realize another possibility. That's right. Lu Feng's move was made in secret. He must have snuck away from the tent. His expression darkened, and then a horrifying smile appeared. His words were arrogant. So you think you're so smart. Right now, Aoda is as good as dead. Immediately after, Lei Ting took off, running like the wind, muttering a declaration as if he was very certain. His life is mine to decide. At the same time, all four of them, Shui, Shizhan, Lan Ying, and the other student, were startled, sensing something. A strange aura is approaching. Shui was the first to speak, asking about Lu Feng and Aohe. Where are the instructor and Lord Aohe? He was somewhat confused. They're not testing us, are they? Suddenly, Lei Ting appeared out of nowhere. His body, enveloped in power, continuously knocked down several soldiers to infiltrate the camp. Everyone immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight. She gave a stern command. This person has ill intentions. Stop him first, then we'll talk. As soon as she finished speaking, the other three, the student, Shizhan, and Lan Ying, charged forward to attack at the same time. Knight's twin lances. Frozen ice seal. Fierce lion's twin lances. Lei Ting dodged to the side, letting his other clones deal with them. Just then, Shui suddenly appeared in front of him with her sword, preparing to strike down. Surprisingly, in the next second, he used his bare hand, wrapped in white gauze, to directly grab the sharp tip of the sword that was rushing towards him. With her sword held tightly by the opponent, she was a bit flustered. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to summon another power orb. Next, Lei Ting threw it hard at her, forcing Shui to drop her sword and retreat to find a way to escape. After dealing with one person, he turned sharply to the side, his face contorted in anger. His entire body radiated a murderous aura. Without hesitation, Lei Ting threw the sword in his hand straight at the tent right next to him. The sharp tip, combined with the powerful force, allowed the sword to pierce through the canvas in one go. Even the wooden support pole was snapped. When the tent completely collapsed, the panicked and frightened face of the fake Aohe was immediately revealed. Lei Ting gave a victorious smile, his hand summoning another power orb. He quickly advanced towards his opponent, roaring, "Aoda, die!" In that moment of danger, Xiao Jin suddenly appeared from nowhere. His body, in its original form, coiled up and moved to block in front of the fake Aohe. He opened his mouth wide, and waves of fierce fire were spewed towards Lei Ting. I'll burn you to death. Faced with the giant fireball before him, he immediately panicked, his previous confident and arrogant demeanor gone. The fire blazed fiercely, its flames rising as if to burn up the entire space. Everyone hurriedly dodged to avoid being hit. Lan Ying's surprised voice exclaimed, "What kind of demonic beast is this? It's so strong." Seeing the scene, its creator, Xiao Jin, became even more smug. He snorted, "My fire-breathing skill." Suddenly, from within the smoke and fire, a mysterious figure in a black cloak rushed out. It reached out its hand, carrying a type of attack magic, aiming to strangle the fake Aohe. Seeing this, she was terrified and scared, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just as the hand was about to reach its goal, Xiao Jin turned and swung his tail hard at him. He was knocked off course, but because he was still trying to reach out to destroy the fake Aohe, he was still hit in the face. Immediately after, the true face of the fake Aohe was revealed. Seeing this, Lei Ting became even more furious. His face contorted as he questioned loudly, "Who are you?" Since he couldn't hide it anymore, Zaylin snorted smugly and said directly, "You've been tricked." Grand Duke Ao he never left the city. At the same time, the other four had already dealt with the others. The student shouted, "Surround him. Don't let him escape." Lei Ting's face was covered in soot from the fire. He gritted his teeth in extreme anger. In his heart, he was cursing wildly. That bastard Lu Feng was lying. He deliberately lured me out. He was surrounded on all sides. Lei Ting cautiously raised his guard, not daring to show any weakness. After calculating his options, he finally had to accept that he was at a disadvantage and couldn't turn the tables. He decided to make a run for it. I have to get out of here quickly, or I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. But before he could act, Xiao Jin struck first, directly spewing a large amount of fire straight into his face. Lei Ting's entire body was engulfed in a sea of red fire, so fierce that his figure seemed to be overwhelmed and hard to see. After a while, the fire died down, but on the ground, only a scorched crater remained. As for Lei Ting, he was nowhere to be seen. Witnessing that scene, Lanning couldn't help but be amazed. What a powerful blast. Shizhan, however, noticed another issue. Where's the assassin? Did they get burned to a crisp? The three of them stared intently at Xiao Jin, who was puffing out the remaining smoke. This is a 9th-tier magic fluctuation. How can there be a 9th-tier demonic beast in the Ribuluo fortress? How is that possible? Why is it here? It feels like it's protecting something. But standing around wondering wouldn't give them any answers. So, Shui suggested, let's go over and ask it directly. Saying that, she slowly approached the little guy step by step. Her actions made Xiao Jin startle slightly. Right after, his obsession with pretty girls immediately flared up. With heart-shaped eyes, he happily called out, "Pretty big sister." Before Shui could even get acquainted, Xiao Jin eagerly lunged forward, wrapping around her neck and affectionately rubbing his cheek against hers. Shui reached up to pull him off her and focused on her questions. "Why are you here? Did someone send you? You knew assassins were coming to attack the camp, didn't you?" His tail wagged as he openly recounted the day's events. "Lu Feng told me to come. He said if any idiot tried to attack this place, I should just blast them." Zealand, who was disguised as Aoha, scratched his head awkwardly and spoke up. "I didn't know someone would actually attack either. Captain Aoha just told me to disguise myself as him." Having grasped the gist of the situation, she turned to Lan Ying and Shizhan. "It seems we can only wait until the instructor and Lord Aoha return to ask them for the full story." For a moment, Shui fell silent, deep in thought, her gaze drifting into the distance. The instructor and Lord Aoha, they're probably at Ribuluo right now. Scene transition. Meanwhile, inside the city, in the room where the chaotic battle had initially broken out, a cold wind blew through. On the ground, beastmen lay scattered everywhere, their blood staining the floor. By now, after fighting alone for a while, Yakin had sustained quite a few injuries herself. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Feng kindly advised her, "Don't throw your life away. Surrender. You've already lost." But the inherent pride of the beastmen wouldn't allow Yakin to submit. "I may have failed, but Aoha will die? That person will absolutely not miss." Suddenly, she burst into maniacal laughter, delusional enough to think she still had the upper hand. "Having Aoha buried with us is enough." Hearing this, he just chuckled, patiently updating her on the current situation. "Sorry to burst your bubble. Actually, Grand Duke Aoha has been in the City Lord's mansion this whole time. The one in the camp was just a body double." Those words struck like a bolt of lightning. Yakin couldn't hide her panic. "What?" Suddenly, the heavy thud of footsteps echoed, interrupting their conversation. Even more shocking was that the person arriving was none other than Aoha, her target for tonight. He walked over unhurriedly. "Brother Lu, they fell for it. That was fun." Yakin's worldview collapsed in that instant, her mouth muttering in denial of reality. "Impossible. This is all a trap you set up." Then, the resentment in her heart erupted. She lunged forward to risk it all against him. "I'll kill you." But in that very moment, a sword pierced right through her, blood instantly splattering. Yakin stared in shock at Lu Feng, who was holding the sword that impaled her. Blood welled up in her mouth. To the bitter end, she clung to her hatred, leaving her final words before closing her eyes. "Humans, despicable." Breathing her last, Yakin lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Aoha smiled and turned to Lu Feng. "Brother Lu, The beastmen spies in the city have all been wiped out. There's nothing left to worry about. He stood looking at her corpse and softly replied, I hope so. Lu Feng's gaze drifted outside, as if looking toward the distant camp. He wondered to himself, I wonder if Xiao Jin has finished dealing with the attackers over there. At the same time, far away, a heavily injured body was trembling, struggling to take each step. Sure enough, Lei Tang was still alive, clutching his chest in pain, his face contorted with deep resentment. Lu Feng, I absolutely will not give up. A cool breeze blew through the dark night. The camp stood silent under the starry sky and moonlight. Inside the tent, a meeting with all members present was underway. Shui was the first to stand up and question him, her reaction quite fierce. Is this your plan? Sending someone to disguise as Outa to lure out the beastmen spies for an assassination? This is basically risking all of our lives. Seeing this, Shizhan hurriedly tried to defuse the situation with a gentle tone. Miss Shui, don't be rash. The instructor surely has his reasons for doing this. Gangzhou also chimed in. We should trust the instructor. Lanning outwardly played the mediator. That's right, Miss Shui, don't get worked up. But inwardly, he was absolutely thrilled by her questioning. Great scolding, Miss Shui. The instructor's plan isn't reliable at all. Scold him to death. Lu Feng knew Shui was extremely agitated, so he simply analyzed it calmly. I admit it was a bit of a gamble, but I had considered all the factors. He laughed cheerfully, wanting to dispel the tense atmosphere, and brought up today's achievements. Isn't the final result perfect? We didn't even suffer a single scratch. However, Shui couldn't quell her anger and pointed out another serious issue. And what if the enemy who came was a Saint Tier? What then? Lu Feng casually shrugged, acting helpless. Then even if Brother Aoha and I were there, it would be useless. Aoha, sitting next to him, agreed. A Saint Tier isn't someone we can deal with. She crossed her arms, snorted coldly, and declared her next move. I will report the truth of this incident to the academy. But that didn't intimidate Lu Feng. He stood up and said, Suit yourself. It's getting late. Everyone, get some rest. Tomorrow we head to the City of Braves. Xiao Jin, let's go. Hearing this, Xiao Jin, who had been quietly perched on Shui's shoulder, immediately spoke up resolutely. I want to sleep with the pretty big sister. That single sentence made him jolt as he realized the problem. He groaned inwardly, I'm doomed. Suddenly, Lu Feng slowly leaned in close to Shui's face, leaving her confused. Right after, he unexpectedly grabbed Xiao Jin, yanked him down, and loudly lectured him. Sleep my foot. You're so young. How can you be so shameless? The little guy stubbornly refused. I don't care. I have to sleep with the big sister. The chaotic scene made Aoha burst into hearty laughter. Then he advised, everyone did great today. Hurry up and get some sleep. We still have to hit the road tomorrow. Lanning stood up and shrugged indifferently. Meeting adjourned, let's go. Shui, however, harbored a strange feeling. Lu Feng, what kind of person are you really? Outside, he and Xiao Jin walked back together, but they didn't stop bickering along the way. The night passed just like that. The next morning, the group mounted their horses, ready to set off. Seeing Hongyi staring blankly in one direction, Lu Feng leaned down and softly called, Hongyi, what's wrong? The little girl pointed a finger at the sky, her childish voice ringing out. There are some birds up there. They keep staring at us. Hearing that, he also looked up, trying to spot the flock of birds. Birds? I don't see any. Suddenly, Aoha beside him startled, his eyes widening. Then, he handed Lu Feng a pair of binoculars and said in a serious tone, Use this and take a look. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he took it, brought it to his face, and squinted up at the sky. Through the binoculars, Lu Feng's vision was magnified. Sure enough, he saw two birds soaring around. They were two bizarre-looking eagles. Aoha smiled at Hongyi, unable to help but praise her far sight. Those are demon eagles. It seems the City of Braves has already spotted us. But your sister is really something. We need tools to see the demon eagles. How did she spot them? Perhaps they hadn't clicked yet, or there was some misunderstanding, because upon hearing that, the little girl immediately turned her face away, leaving him scratching his head with an awkward smile. Lu Feng didn't hide anything, but simply replied modestly, Hongyi just has pretty good eyesight. Aoha immediately retorted in astonishment, No way. How can a normal person's eyesight be as good as clairvoyance? At this point, he unexpectedly shifted to another topic. Brother Alha, what are demon eagles? He explained, demon eagles are a type of demonic beast. Everything they see can be projected onto a special eagle stone. They're usually used for remote surveillance. An excited smile appeared on Alha's face, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Since the city of Braves has spotted us, they must be preparing a special welcome for us. Then he turned his head and carefully warned the people behind him. We're almost at the city of Braves. Prepare yourselves mentally. Don't get scared into fainting. Those words piqued his curiosity as well. Brother Allah, how will the city of Braves welcome us? But he just chuckled and kept it a secret. You'll know when we get there. After a cheerful chat, the group immediately resumed their journey. This time, their pace wasn't as rushed as before, but rather leisurely. Finally, they were only a high hillside away from the city of Braves. Lu Feng paused slightly to observe from above. The city gates here were a bit special. Skulls and bones hung right on the walls, giving off a somewhat terrifying vibe. Seeing the group approach, the gates slowly lifted, clearing the way for them to enter. Just as they barely stepped inside the city, the beastmen were already in an uproar. Beat them! Beat them! They were held back by iron chains, but their mouths couldn't be locked. They still shouted crudely. Humans, prepare to die here. I'll use your heads to decorate my toilet. I'm gonna drink all your blood. Shui swept her gaze around, silently assessing the situation, and gave a cold snort. Alho walked in front, looking calm as if he had seen this scene too many times. He softly reassured them. Everyone, don't be afraid. They look intimidating, but they wouldn't dare actually do it. Laning was still the most stubborn. Outwardly, he acted disdainful. Who's afraid? This kind of stuff is nothing. But inwardly, he had already breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought we were going to war the moment we entered the city. Scared me to death. Feeling the boiling atmosphere of the massive stands, Lu Feng chuckled inwardly. So lively. Reminds me of the first time I went to watch a football game. Only this time, I'm not a spectator anymore. Right at that moment, someone outside the perimeter suddenly threw a brick flying towards Shui, cursing, Human, go to hell. A massive iron hammer suddenly flew towards Shui, leaving her no time to react. She froze. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Feng turned his head and spotted it just in time. Next, he waved his hand, and a magic orb quickly shot forward. Just as the hammer was about to hit Shui, the orb intercepted it in the nick of time, deflecting it in another direction. To everyone's astonishment, the hammer looped back and smashed heavily into the head of an unfortunate beast man. Lu Feng's eyes were sharp. He frowned and directly questioned the crowd. Is this how the city of Braves treats its guests? The immense force, combined with the fact that the hammer was incredibly heavy, made his head spin. Immediately after, he face-planted into the ground. Seeing this, the others immediately applied double standards, aggressively trying to jump the barricades. The humans dared to strike, beat them to death. As soon as those words were spoken, a whole bunch of other unruly beastmen clamored to fight. Laning couldn't help but ask Alha anxiously, Captain Alha, didn't you say the beastmen wouldn't dare attack us? Inwardly, he was starting to panic. Why are your words so unreliable? I wasted my trust on you. Even Alha didn't understand the current situation, looking extremely puzzled. It's usually like that. What's going on today? Shui, on the other hand, who had just narrowly avoided getting hammered, was fired up. She angrily declared, Who's afraid? Perfect for a warm-up before the duel. Seeing the situation getting tense, Lu Feng quickly raised his hand to stop them. Everyone, don't be nervous. A fight won't break out. Both Alha and Laning were equally confused, exclaiming at the same time, What? He pulled his horse aside to dodge a beast man charging at him with a blade and asked, Brother Lu, they're already charging right at my face. How can we not fight? Lu Feng suddenly lowered his voice, replying with a vigilant attitude, his sharp eyes looking forward. Because beastmen aren't idiots. Just as the iron chains were about to fail at holding back the frenzied beastmen, a loud voice suddenly shouted, Stop! An arm suddenly appeared, wielding a massive, sturdy axe. Seeing this, Lu Feng gave a soft snort, as if he had already predicted it. Sure enough, it was all arranged. Right after that voice, his group finally stabilized and continued moving inside. Alger, dressed in a seductive red outfit, stood waiting for them, flanked by several beastmen bodyguards. She greeted them. "Welcome to the City of Braves. My apologies for startling you all. Men, help our esteemed guests with their horses." As soon as he saw her appear, Alha paused slightly, calling her name in surprise. "Alger." She also flashed a beautiful smile, sweetly replying to him. "Lord Alha, it's been a while." Lan Ying, however, couldn't contain himself, his eyes turning into hearts. "I think I've been struck by love." Shizhan beside him shared the sentiment. "Me too." Seeing her teammates' reactions, Shui immediately snorted in annoyance, cursing inwardly, "A bunch of idiots." Lu Feng didn't know her identity, so he turned and asked him, "Brother Alha, who is she?" He introduced her to him. "She's the boss of the Riot Tavern in the city." Her words carry a lot of weight among the beastmen. Hearing this, he gave a mocking smile, his sharp eyes offering a subtle reminder. It's a good thing Miss Alger arrived just in time. A little later, and I'm afraid rivers of blood would have flowed here. Seeing Lu Feng, Alger also felt he was unfamiliar, certain she had never met him anywhere. "This lord looks quite unfamiliar." Hearing that, he took the hint and politely introduced himself first. "My name is Lu Feng. I'm the leader of the human team this time." She raised her hand and gave a slight wave in return, opening with a compliment. "It seems Lord Lu Feng is even more formidable than Lord Alha. Please forgive my disrespect." Next, Alger brought up the earlier scuffle, her sweet voice tactfully making excuses. "However, Lord Lu Feng has wronged me. I came here the moment I heard the news." He stepped down from his horse and joked, though his words carried a hint of underlying meaning. "Is that so? I thought this conflict was intentionally arranged by Miss Alger." Knowing her plan had been seen through, she changed the subject, shifting the focus to Hongi. "Lord Lu Feng sure knows how to joke. Who is this adorable little girl? Could she be Lord Lu Feng's daughter?" Hearing Lu Feng's introduction, the little girl shot her an unfriendly glare. "She's my younger sister." After everyone had dismounted, Alger stepped forward to begin her role as a guide. "You all must be tired from the long journey. Why not head to my tavern for a drink first?" Everyone readily agreed. "No problem. Miss Alger, please lead the way." On the way, Alha whispered to him, "Brother Lu, how did you know earlier that a fight wouldn't break out?" Lu Feng smiled and explained, "Our strength is far beyond those troublemaking beastmen. They pose absolutely no threat to us." He glanced at the beastmen who hadn't stopped scrutinizing them and repeated what he said earlier. "Beastmen aren't idiots. They wouldn't foolishly seek death. Of course, they have an ulterior motive." Lu Feng stated with certainty. "It's obvious these beastmen were trying to show off their might, wanting to rely on numbers to gain the upper hand and suppress us." Now he finally understood. No wonder they were all just standing there yelling so loudly. They just wanted to scare the students participating in the duel for the first time. Alha looked at Alger's back as she walked ahead, certain in his mind. 80% chance this vixen is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Her leading us to the tavern is definitely up to no good. He carefully warned, "Alger is from the fox tribe among the beastmen, the most sinister and cunning. We absolutely must be careful." Lu Feng already had a plan in mind, but first, he had to ensure they didn't alert the enemy. That was just the beginning. "The real test will be when we get to the tavern." He agreed. "Let's first see what she's really up to." After walking quite a distance, Alger's heels finally stopped at a closed building named the Riot Tavern. She turned around and pointed inside, confidently and proudly introducing her brand. "Welcome to the most riotous, craziest tavern in the City of Braves." Lan Ying looked at the tavern with a slightly disappointed expression. "Is this the rumored Riot Tavern? It looks pretty shabby." Shizhan felt the same. "I don't see anything crazy or riotous about it." But as soon as they finished speaking, they were slapped in the face by reality. The sound of shattering glass rang out. Then, to everyone's shock, two young men were suddenly thrown out of the tavern, sporting fresh injuries. Alger's subordinate raised his voice. "If you don't have the skills, don't expect to drink here. Go back and drink your mother's milk. We've booked this whole place." Shizhan looked stunned. Damn. One disagreement, and they trashed the tavern. Lan Ying's eyes widened. "What the hell? Is this a tavern or a fight club? I don't want to go in." Alger held out her hand and said calmly, "How unfortunate. It's fully booked today. It seems I can't treat you to a drink after all." Lu Feng's voice turned cold. "You invite us for a drink, then tell us there's no room. If you wanted to treat guests, shouldn't you have cleared the tavern beforehand? Otherwise, isn't that a lack of sincerity?" Hearing him say that, she feigned innocence. In the city of braves, strength is everything. Who would listen to a weak woman like me? Besides, how could I possibly drive away my own customers? Alger suddenly leaned in close and whispered into Lu Feng's ear, "If my lord wants to drink, why not just go in and kick them out? Then there will be room." She looked at him with hidden meaning. "If Lord Lu Feng is afraid, you can wait until the tavern is empty and sneak over later." Shui spoke up impulsively. "I actually want to see what kind of customers are in here." He stopped her. "You wait here. I'll go." Shui narrowed her eyes at Lu Feng, as if trying to read what lay behind that calm expression. Right after, she turned and walked away. Before leaving, she warned him, "Don't embarrass the human race." Alha was worried. "Brother Lu, there's an 80% chance this is a trap. You can't go in." He was resolute. "Fearing before the battle even begins damages our morale. I have to go." Then, Lu Feng turned back and said to him, "Brother Alha, you stay out here and protect everyone. I'll go in and take a look." Alha replied with a firm expression, "Brother Lu, be careful." He turned around, waved to Hongi, and told her, "Wait for me to come back." The little girl didn't want Lu Feng to go in, but reluctantly agreed. He boldly pushed the doors wide open. "Let me see just how crazy this riot tavern can be." The doors slammed shut behind him. Lu Feng strolled forward unhurriedly, every step exuding confidence. The beastmen who were drinking all turned around to stare at him, making the atmosphere unusually quiet. One of them raised his glass and slowly walked over. "A human is worthy of drinking here?" Lu Feng looked at him. "You guys aren't here to drink either. Cut the useless talk." He didn't bother with pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. "Come at me together. I don't have time." Alger smiled with interest. 1 9th tier, 3 8th tiers, 8 7th tiers. Perfect to see just how capable this Lu Feng is. The space seemed to shatter in a violent tremor, everything shaking wildly. In the blink of an eye, a beast man was struck down by an invisible force, flying backward like a thrown sandbag. In just a moment, the entire tavern turned into a battlefield. Countless beast men were knocked back one after another, their bodies scattering like straw in the wind. Filled with shock, Alger looked at the defeated thugs lying haphazardly on the floor. The doors suddenly burst open with a deafening crash. Lu Feng casually grabbed the arm of the guy who had just despised him, dragging him out along the ground, every step filled with humiliation. Lu Feng let go of his hand. "This kind of weakling counts as a 9th tier? Stop embarrassing yourselves. Or should I say, embarrassing the beasts." Faced with this scene, Alger felt completely powerless, her expression frozen. He signaled to everyone. "All right, there's room for everyone now. We can go in and drink." Lu Feng shifted his gaze to Alger. "I trust Miss Alger is still willing to treat us to a drink, right?" She smiled sweetly. "Of course I am. Having a guest like Lord Lu Feng is an honor for the Riot Tavern." Shizhan walked in. "The most riotous tavern in the city of braves, my foot." Couldn't even hold off the instructor for a minute. Lanning laughed excitedly. "We've booked the Riot Tavern today? Since someone's treating, we're not leaving until we're drunk." He looked at her. "Then, thank you in advance, Miss Alger." Alger smiled gently. "Lord Lu Feng is too polite." Suddenly, Meower appeared behind her, making the atmosphere tense. She suddenly spoke up. "Lord Alger, all the moves Lu Feng just used have been recorded." Alger flashed a sinister smile. "Very good. My arrangements weren't in vain." She immediately ordered her. "Meower, go spread the news. The human team has arrived in the city of braves, and this time, their team is very strong." She obeyed swiftly, replying without hesitation, "Yes, Lord Alger." Alger smiled craftily and gave another order. "Also, deliver the intel on that Lu Feng to that person." A malicious smile bloomed on Alger's lips. "Force him to eliminate Lu Feng." In the human courtyard, a mansion was heavily guarded by sentries. Under the dim moonlight, Lu Feng watched Xiao Jin sleeping soundly, his gentle breaths like a lullaby. He lightly tapped his finger on his head. "You came back that night, and said you wanted to sleep to level up. As a result, you've been sleeping straight through until now. Lu Feng picked Xiao Jin up and shook him hard, but he didn't react at all, not even breaking his cultivation posture. Sleeping like a wet noodle can really make you level up? Who are you kidding? He suddenly froze, his eyes flashing as he noticed something. What's that sound? Scene transition. At a massive stone slab, its surface rough and uneven, covered in a spiderweb of cracks. Alha held his sword, looking at the stone slab. A normal slash isn't strong enough. He stared intently at the glowing sword in front of him. If that's the case, Alha's hand tightened around the hilt. Dashing toward the target like a bolt of lightning, Alha swung the brilliantly glowing sword with all his might. The light flashed and slammed heavily into the stone slab, creating a deafening boom. Lu Feng walked over. Good swordsmanship. Brother Alha, your strength has improved again. Congratulations. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. I have to thank you for your guidance earlier, which gave me this epiphany. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, his voice somewhat astonished. Epiphany? He said softly. After sparring with you, Brother Lu, I've been constantly searching for a new attack method. I thought, if battle chi can materialize into armor, then why can't it coat the blade of a sword? That way, the power of the strike is greater and the energy consumption is smaller. Alha smiled smugly. I named this move the Alha's original invincible battle chi armor sword. Lu Feng felt helpless. In my hometown, this move is called sword aura. I know it too. He suddenly stiffened, falling silent out of sheer awkwardness, unable to speak. Right after, Alha put his hand behind his head and scratched it. Forget it. I can't compare to you. He threw an arm around his shoulder. Then Brother Lu, give me some more pointers. Who knows, I might be able to improve a little more. Lu Feng was in a tight spot. This is a bit awkward. I was just spouting nonsense earlier. How am I supposed to make something up now? He forcefully changed the subject. Speaking of which, what's with this huge rock? It actually took a full power strike from you, Brother Alha. Alha lowered his voice. This is a training stone owned by the human kingdom, Black Ironstone. Its volume, this massive block is enough to withstand a 9th tier attack. Lu Feng was surprised. It's that amazing? Then isn't it even better than a punching bag? He gestured. Brother Lu, you should give it a try too. He smiled in satisfaction. Perfect, I needed something to practice on. Why don't I also figure out a new move? Using a sword to condense sword aura for an attack has great power, but it's too obvious. It's too obvious, so the opponent can easily defend against it. He raised his hand. The light of magic power flashed, spreading powerfully. If I can condense my inner force onto my hand. Right after, Lu Feng's hand glowed with concentrated blue magic power, aimed straight ahead. Alha stood frozen, his wide eyes clearly showing his astonishment. A blue scar flared up and spread as fast as lightning, running along the stone slab. Alha asked, Brother Lu, what move is this? Hand blade aura. He replied, his voice filled with disappointment. The power isn't as strong as I thought. A cracking sound echoed as the stone slab suddenly fractured slightly, making the atmosphere tense. Right after, the stone slab collapsed with a deafening crash, sending dust flying everywhere. Alha yelled, shattering a black ironstone with one strike. Only a Saint Tier could do that. He turned to ask Lu Feng, Brother Lu, you're not already at the Saint Tier, are you? He rubbed his head and laughed. Brother Alha, you must be joking. This stone has been used for training constantly. It was probably on the verge of breaking anyway. I just happened to land the final blow. He spoke up. Brother Lu's words make sense. This black ironstone breaking definitely has some credit from my strike earlier too. Alha put his hand on his shoulder. Then let's say we join forces to shatter this black ironstone. Rounding it up, I basically have the strength of a Saint Tier now. He smiled awkwardly. All right, as long as you're happy. Then, Lu Feng smiled smugly, looking at his hand. The power of this move is extraordinary. Now I have one more trick up my sleeve. I really am a genius. Suddenly, a subordinate ran over from afar. Lord Alha, urgent news from the Ribuluo fortress. Hearing that, he turned around. What? Could it be a demonic beast squad attacking the fortress? In front of the heavy iron gates of an ancient castle, the area was eerily quiet. From a hidden corner, Alha and Lu Feng directed their gazes toward it. Alha gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger. If we hadn't received the news yesterday, we wouldn't even have known the Beastmen team was coming today. He asked seriously, his eyes full of suspicion. They arrived so early. It feels a bit strange. A group of people riding roaring demonic beasts charged out, creating a deafening noise across the area. He said, "They're here." Two masked figures led the way, riding on the backs of giant demonic beasts, bursting forth like thunder in a clear sky. Unable to hide his displeasure, Alha spoke with deep frustration. "I lost to those two last time, which led to the humans' miserable defeat." He paused slightly, his eyes showing confusion, and asked, "Did you challenge the two of them alone, Brother Alha?" Closing his eyes, he slowly recounted everything. The brothers, Hu Shi and Hu Yin, have always fought their enemies together. People call them the two-man tiger. In a duel, they're only counted as one person. Lu Feng frowned, muttering curses. "Bastards. Using numbers to bully the few. That's too shameless." A triumphant smile appeared on Alha's face. He said confidently, "It's fine. The humiliation from last time, we will definitely pay them back this time." He clenched his fists, his eyes resolute, and spoke up. "This time we have 3 ninth tiers. I want to crush them." Lu Feng asked blankly, "Is this third ninth tier the mysterious person you mentioned before, Brother Alha?" Alha's face turned serious, his voice dropping. "That gentleman will arrive on the day of the duel." Lu Feng asked anxiously, "Do you really feel that this mysterious person is trustworthy?" Alha said with a cold face, "I've investigated him." Then, he continued, "His background is clean, and he is indeed human. It's just that experts are all eccentric. That expert doesn't like interacting with others." He said, relieved. "If that's the case, then that's great." On the back of the demonic beast was the figure of Hu Shi, his cold eyes full of authority. Suddenly, he caught a strange scent, sniffing repeatedly. "I smell something very familiar. It seems our old human friend is hiding nearby." Unexpectedly, he flew into a rage and roared, sneaking around and hiding. Pathetic. Hu Shi swung his arm, throwing his sword straight toward Alha, and shouted, "Alha, stop hiding." Alha didn't hesitate, dashing forward and drawing his sword to block the strike. "That tiger nose of yours is pretty sharp." His eyes were like solid rock, resolute and unflinching. Lu Feng and Alha immediately stepped out together, walking straight forward. Hu Shi retracted his sword, a mocking smile appearing on his lips, and spoke up. "Alha, is the human race sending you to lead the team again this time?" Hu Yin chimed in, mocking, "It seems the humans still think they didn't lose miserably enough last time." Hearing this, the subordinates of Hu Shi and Hu Yin suddenly burst into loud laughter in unison. Suddenly, a figure flashed past Alha like lightning, making him freeze. Hu Yin frowned slightly. His eyes widened as if he sensed something. With lightning speed, he decisively drew his sword from its sheath. Hu Yin spun around, maintaining a ready stance, and shouted, "You dare sneak attack?" He sneered, his eyes full of smugness, and confidently said, "I just happened to learn a new move. I'll use you for practice." The light from his arm flared intensely, spreading as it touched his arm. Hu Yan's face showed clear panic. Suddenly, Hu Yan's arm shattered. He fell to the ground, screaming in agonizing pain. Hu Shi stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide, unable to believe what he had just seen. He heard Hu Yan's piercing screams. "What? Hu Yan has a body of iron and bronze. Normal swords and blades can't even scratch him. How could his arm be severed by a mere hand chop?" Joy was evident on Alha's face. His shout rang out with excitement. "Brother Lu, take his life while he's injured. Kill him." Lu Feng clenched his fist, channeling all his strength into the next strike, preparing to deliver another fatal blow. A strange sensation washed over him, suddenly jolting him awake to the reality. Such heavy killing intent. After a moment of shock, Lu Feng immediately retreated backward, his eyes full of vigilance. A foot slowly stepped forward, making the ground tremble slightly with each pace. Alger walked over, unable to hide her admiration. "Lord Lu has excellent skills. You've truly opened my eyes." Lu Feng flashed a smug smile and spoke up. "Miss Alger always shows up right on time, doesn't she?" She gently pleaded, her voice like honey. "Lord Lu, for the sake of the drink I treated you to, please spare this ignorant tiger." He stared intently, his voice serious. No problem. I'll give Miss Alger face. Alger said gratefully. Then thank you very much, Lord Lu Feng. She then turned and scolded them. Why aren't you leaving? Immediately, they panicked and hurriedly fled in different directions. Then, she turned around, her voice full of arrogance. Lord Lu, we'll meet again at the duel. With a sorrowful expression, Alha said, Brother Lu, that was a perfect opportunity to kill Hu Yan. Why did you hold back? His face grew heavy, his eyes exuding seriousness. Just now, I felt a Saint Tier killing intent. Could it be that the beast men have a Saint Tier fighting this time? He exclaimed in panic, Saint Tier. Alha placed a hand on his chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. The human race has 3 gods and 4 saints standing guard. If the beast men deploy a Saint Tier, the 3 gods and 4 saints won't just sit back and watch. Then he punched his hand, his voice ringing out sternly. Whether it's a Saint Tier or not, I'm afraid we have to go verify it. Alha asked anxiously. Brother Lu, you mean? Lu Feng said in a firm and decisive tone. Tonight, we're going to scout the beastmen's camp. Under the bright, full moon, a massive building stood tall. Outside the city of Braves, 2 figures swooped down. Lu Feng skillfully adjusted the hood on his head and asked, Brother Alha, can this thing really fool the beastmen? Alha replied with a confident expression. It's pitch black. As long as they don't catch our scent, they won't discover us. Then he quickly took out a small jar and sprinkled it over Lu Feng. His voice was full of pride. Just add this. Alha pinched his nose, his face showing clear panic. His face turned pale as he pinched his nose and yelled, What the hell is this? He calmly explained, scent masking powder extracted from the skin of a beast man who hasn't bathed in 800 years. Bear with it a bit, Brother Lu. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned his head away without hesitation. Lu Feng pinched his nose, turned around, and asked in confusion, Brother Alha, didn't the Beastmen team enter the city during the day? Why is their camp outside the city? Alha pinched his nose, trying his best to endure it, and spoke up. Our spies sent word, saying they secretly withdrew to the outskirts because they were wary of your strength. I don't think it's that simple. He turned around and said seriously, All right, let's go. Both Alha and he charged in silently, as quietly as possible. In the dim darkness, the 2 of them hid discreetly behind a tent. Then they walked as lightly as possible, continuing to sneak into the inner area. Lu Feng and Alha looked carefully, observing every corner around them. Alha suddenly noticed something, clenching his jaw in tension. He quickly waved his hand, signaling Lu Feng to come over. As soon as the signal was given, he lightly dashed toward him. Amidst the flickering firelight, the beastmen were drinking and feasting, wine spilling down their chins. Lu Feng whispered, What's that? Alha replied, Wolf Cavalry. But the Wolf Cavalry is the beastmen's most elite force. In the past, they were only deployed when launching a war. Then, Alha couldn't hide his confusion. Why are they here now? Lu Feng replied anxiously. Could it be that the beastmen are already certain they can win the grand duel? There's definitely a twist in this duel. He offered his speculation. Their trump card is probably in that large tent over there. Lu Feng quietly sneaked over, stealthily and carefully observing the guard on duty. Magic power compressed intensely on his 2 fingers, radiating a strange, powerful aura. The 2 of them simultaneously directed their gazes toward the tent, where he had skillfully created a peephole using magic. Inside, Alger and a group of beastmen were sitting in silence, focused on doing something. A beastman suddenly grew a terrifying extra arm, brilliant purple magic light radiating from it. Bai Qi rested his chin on his hand, sitting quietly in the silent space, his gaze carrying a hint of pressure. Lu Feng looked at him. Such a terrifying, oppressive feeling. The killing intent from earlier today was him. The beast man who had just grown an arm spoke up. The spell is complete. In one day, General Hu Yan's arm will be fully restored. Alger raised her hand, replying with a satisfied expression, Good work. Go down and collect your reward. Hu Yan grumbled. Consider me unlucky this time. During the duel, I will definitely chop that Lu Feng into pieces. She smiled lightly. Someone will naturally deal with Lu Feng. Your brother's mission is to deal with Alha. Hearing this, he started to worry. The beastmen have arranged someone specifically to deal with me. Could it be that guy in the cloak? Bai Qi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Alger, in the plan you arranged, where do I fit in? His entire body emitted killing intent. I agreed to His Majesty's request to come down the mountain and participate in this duel, not to come here and be a spectator. Lu Feng suddenly felt a chill of fear run down his spine as he realized. He's actually a saint tier. Without hesitation, Hu Shi and Hu Yin quickly moved to the bottom row to hide themselves from Bai Qi's attention. Alger calmly and gracefully stood up. Sir, there's no need to be angry. She stayed close to him. This duel is a matter of great importance. His Majesty asked you to come just in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Alger's hands gently rubbed Bai Qi's body, her sparkling eyes full of unspoken hidden meaning. She smiled sweetly. If you are actively willing to fight, that's naturally wonderful. But the commander of this match is still me. Both Hu Yin and Hu Shi blushed, exchanging awkward glances. So white. Bai Qi tilted his head. Hu Yin, how did that Lu Feng injure you? I'm a bit interested in him. His gaze locked onto Hu Yin, suddenly making the surrounding atmosphere heavy. He raised his hand. Reporting to my lord, that Lu Feng's battle chi is extremely bizarre. Extremely sharp. Hearing this, Bai Qi couldn't help but be surprised, immediately repeating the word, sharp? He gritted his teeth. His hand just made a chopping motion, and my arm was severed. Bai Qi twitched his finger slightly. The human race has this kind of martial art? I've never heard of it before. He shifted his gaze. Alger, I know you've been plotting for this duel for a long time. If I casually interfere, it would show disrespect to His Majesty the Dragon God. Bai Qi continued. So I'll take a step back. If the person you arranged can't deal with Lu Feng within 10 moves, then I will step in. Alger immediately replied. Then everything will be according to my lord's arrangement. Alha abruptly stood up. The beastmen actually deployed a saint tier. I have to quickly report this to my big brother. Seriousness was evident on his face. To have him invite the 4 saints to take action. Bai Qi suddenly raised his voice. You two outside, you've been eavesdropping for so long. Why not come in and chat? Lu Feng stood there, his eyes wide, his whole body stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Without a word, he and Alha turned and fled. Run, he quickly ordered. Let's split up. Suddenly, Lu Feng froze. He felt a strange sensation brush past his spine. Bai Qi swung his arm, shattering all obstacles in front of him, and quickly dashed straight outside. He whipped around, shouting furiously, drawing his sword with his hand. Quadruple attack. He gently blocked the strike as if it were just a passing breeze. Lu Feng's expression was one of disbelief. What? The quadruple attack had no effect. The corners of Bai Qi's lips curled into a malicious smile. He raised his hand, and immediately, his arm glowed brightly. In the blink of an eye, he swung his arm, unleashing a brilliant purple beam of magic power straight ahead. The purple magic power shrieked as it shot forward. Lu Feng reacted with extreme speed, his figure instantly vanishing from the attack's trajectory. Everyone inside quickly ran out. Hu Yin said in disappointment. He escaped. Everything around them was suddenly empty. He smirked slightly, confident to the point of arrogance, his voice ringing out clearly. Trying to run? How could you? In a split second, he had teleported like an arrow, darting away too fast to be intercepted. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, his whole body tense in the effort to run as fast as possible. This movement speed is already the absolute limit of the wind escape technique. He suddenly glanced back, his eyes burning red, his teeth clenched. I should have escaped, right? A saint tier really isn't easy to deal with. In that moment, Lu Feng sensed something abnormal. His face was dotted with sweat. A fierce surge of power radiated out, making the ground beneath his feet crack and crumble, causing him to fall. He looked at that surge of power, unable to hide his astonishment. The attack speed is too fast. Lu Feng braced himself, trying to dodge every strike that seemed intent on crushing him. From the thick, obscuring smoke, he slowly stepped out, appearing clearly in front of Lu Feng. Bai Qi crossed his arms, his stern voice ringing out with authority. So you're that Lu Feng? He was momentarily stunned, his eyes full of incomprehensible confusion. What? How could he recognize me? He raised his hand, and 4 dark purple magic orbs slowly appeared, swirling and hovering around his fingers. Quick as lightning, Lu Feng dodged the treacherous attack. He thought to himself, damn it. Within his sensing range, even if I use the wind escape technique, I can't get away. I have to think of another way to escape. Lu Feng's face suddenly froze, his eyes deep in thought. Wait a minute. Something doesn't seem right. His face hardened, his eyes sharp as he began to figure out a countermeasure. If he really is a Saint Tier, he could have stopped me back at the camp. There's no way he would have let me run this far. Lu Feng turned his head, a firm decision forming in his heart. Let's fight. He accelerated fiercely, darting toward Bai Qi like a raging storm. Bai Qi smiled disdainfully, his face calm as he said, seeking your own death? He stood watching, his eyes tracking him as he gradually vanished into thin air. Bai Qi smiled with interest. This move of yours that can make your body disappear is actually quite interesting. Right after, he threw a heavy punch into Lu Feng's stomach. It's a pity that in my eyes, you have nowhere to hide. He was hurled to the ground by Bai Qi, causing the earth to crack under the impact. After the collision, Lu Feng quickly jumped up and fled from him. Bai Qi calmly put his hands behind his back and pursued closely. Do you think you can escape like this? Scene transitioned to amidst a pile of ruins. The darkness of the night covered everything. Right after, a weak hand slowly emerged, slowly crawling out of the rubble. Lu Feng, his body battered, slowly propped himself up to sit. Good thing my mirror clone led him away. He smiled smugly. I guessed right. A true Saint Tier only needs to use spatial power, and even if I grew wings, I'd hardly escape. Why would he have to go through so much trouble? Lu Feng immediately stood up and concentrated his magic power. I was almost scared to death. I have to quickly return to the City of Braves and inform Brother Aoha. Scene change. A tightly clenched fist slammed heavily onto the table, making the space seem to hold its breath. I'm so pissed. Lu Feng was stunned, his voice full of surprise as he asked, Brother Aoha, what happened? He smiled in relief. Thank goodness. Brother Lu, you made it back safely. Then, Aoha lowered his voice. I just contacted my big brother, but he said that according to intel, the Beastman Saint Tier hasn't been deployed. The four saints won't take action. He nodded firmly. The intel is indeed correct. He turned around in shock. What? Then that guy we just met. His expression turned completely serious. I tested him. He's only a quasi-Saint Tier. He's still one big step away from the true Saint Tier. Lu Feng smiled confidently and clenched his fist. As long as he's not a Saint Tier, I'm confident I can beat him. 3 days later, at the dueling arena, the battle between the human race and the Beastmen was taking place. They screamed frantically, Beastmen will win. The Beastmen sitting in the stands constantly cheered for their race. Kill all the humans. Representing the human side, Lu Feng and Aoha observed their belligerence. Glory to the Beastmen. Seeing the expressions of the Beastmen, he was quite bewildered. They're really hyped up, aren't they? As for him, he wasn't very surprised and explained, Beastmen are warlike. When it comes to duels, their fanaticism is unmatched. Lu Feng said as he glanced back. In comparison, our side. Both of them seemed to freeze, as there wasn't a single person on the human side to cheer for them. Afraid that Lu Feng would get discouraged and back out, Aoha smiled awkwardly and explained, It's fine. The humans in the City of Braves are basically all fleeing criminals. They probably don't even want the human race to win. He didn't say much, just slightly bowed his head, looking into the distance. All right, we're on a way turf anyway. Lu Feng seemed to remember something and reached out to touch the outfit he was wearing. Brother Aoha, besides looking good, does this new outfit have any hidden functions? Like that spatial sword scabbard you gave me. But he only received a pat on the shoulder and a perfectly ordinary reply from him. Looking handsome is its greatest function. Ignoring the clothing issue, he looked at Aoha and continued to ask, Right, where are Shui and Shizhan? Hearing that, he pointed toward a nearby area. They went to the preparation area. They're up first in the opening match. While they were chatting, a subordinate of his suddenly approached from afar to report. Hearing the information from the subordinate, Aoha waved his hand and ordered, No problem. Just do as Mr. Leitang wishes. Seeing his expression suddenly change, Lu Feng was puzzled. What's wrong? Aoha immediately announced joyfully. Our reinforcements have arrived. Not far from them, a few steps away, sat a masked young man in silence. To give him a better understanding of this mysterious figure, Alha introduced him. Mr. Latang's personality is a bit eccentric. He recently injured his face due to a cultivation mishap. Please don't mind him, Brother Lu. Lu Feng nodded, but in his subconscious, he couldn't stop thinking. I keep feeling like this person is very familiar. Could I have met him before? Seeing that their team's combat power was sufficient, he happily announced. This time, our human race's combat power is enough. According to the rules of this match, in the final duel between the humans and the beastmen, each side will send 3 people for a melee. For the beastmen, besides that quasi-Saint Tier and the Hu brothers, we don't know who the third person is. After a moment of careful thought, Lu Feng deduced, the beastmen arranged a third person specifically to deal with me. I'm afraid their strength won't be low. Alha was also full of confusion, interlacing his fingers and resting his chin on them as he recounted. According to the intel sent by our spies, besides the Tiger brothers, there are no other 9th tier experts in the Beastmen team. As for who the third person is, we have absolutely no clues. Not wanting to dwell on it too much, he chuckled and said, if we have no clues, then there's no need to worry about the Beastmen's arrangements. Leave that quasi-Saint Tier to me. As for the other opponents, I'll have to trouble you, Brother Alha and Mr. Latang. Lu Feng raised his hand, clenching it into a fist, and boldly declared, as long as Brother Alha and Mr. Latang can defeat your opponents, the 3 of us joining forces can definitely take down that quasi-Saint Tier. Over at the dueling arena, colorful confetti began to shoot into the air. From inside the gate, a Beastman woman appeared, walking with an imposing stride. Her appearance made the Beastmen in the stands cheer wildly. Lord Alger, I love you. Lord Alger, you're so beautiful. Alger simply blew a light kiss, making them blush furiously, unable to contain their emotions. She didn't hesitate, holding her head high, and addressed everyone present. The grand duel everyone has been waiting for finally begins today. I believe you all can't wait any longer. Alger, acting as both host and referee, raised her hand to signal. Then next, let's begin the first clash of the grand duel, the Duel of Honor. Will the contestants from the Beastmen and human races please enter the arena? The signal was given. From within the 2 teams, the Beastmen on one side and the humans on the other marched into the arena. A Beastman in the stands clearly showed his aggression, screaming to boost his race's morale. Long live the Beastmen. Kill those humans. Every step taken by the human group, led by Shui, made the Beastmen scream, kill, kill. Seeing the aura of his students in the arena, Lu Feng was quite satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Their current momentum is completely different from the beginning. The hard work these past few days really wasn't in vain. Alger began to signal to both sides. Next, will the representatives from both sides please step up to roll the points? He was extremely surprised by the information. Why do we have to roll points? Alha was taken aback by his reaction. Brother Lu, wasn't it all written in the participant handbook given to you? But a few seconds later, he suddenly startled, sheepishly remembering, I was drinking so much that night, I forgot to give it to you. Alha slightly bowed his head, explaining the rules to Lu Feng. The Duel of Honor involves both sides sending out 12 contestants below the 9th tier to compete. Representatives from both sides will roll the points. Whatever number they roll, that's how many people their side sends out to fight. He broke a sweat out of frustration upon hearing the rule. This competition rule is a bit unfair, isn't it? He kept his head down and explained further to Lu Feng. Luck is also a type of strength. The Duel of Honor is just a warm-up match. It doesn't affect the final victory or defeat. They just do whatever makes it more exciting. Suddenly, Alha sprang up, patted his shoulder, and offered, I'm an expert at this kind of point rolling. Let me do it. Just like that, all alone, Alha swiftly dashed down to the rolling area. He didn't forget to taunt a beastman opposite him. Has your arm recovered already? Alha's provocation made Hu Yin grit his teeth and declare, Alha, today I will definitely chop you into 10,000 pieces. Not wanting to waste time, Alger, standing on the side, signaled, all right, the 2 representatives may begin rolling the dice. Looking at the 2 large dice, Lu Feng was extremely worried for the human team. With dice this big, the usual techniques for controlling the roll are useless. We can only rely on luck. Following the order, the representatives for both the human and beast races took the dice in their hands. They both threw the dice hard onto the dueling ground at the same time and waited for the result. The dice kept spinning round and round, with no specific stopping point. After a while, the two dice finally came to a stop. The human side had 4, the beast side had 12. What? Huyen saw the result and burst out laughing. Looks like my luck isn't bad. 12 points. Outside, Shizhan saw the number on the dice, shook his head, and sighed. We're done for. Lord Ao, he rolled a 4. Alger, the referee, crossed his arms and looked at the stunned Ao he. It seems Lord Ao he's luck isn't too good. Based on the dice roll, the beast race will send out 12 combatants, while the human race will send out 4. Lu Feng heard the news and broke into a light sweat. He was stunned and worried. 12 against 4. This is going to be troublesome. Hearing the result announced, the entire beast race group cheered with excitement. 12 against 4. Crush them. Kill all the humans. Only Ao he was extremely dejected, raising the hand that brought bad luck to the entire human race. This damn luck. I clearly washed my hands. Huyan's joy was evident on his face. He spoke with a proud tone. You should be happy. The human race only has to lose 4 people. Which unlucky ones do you want to send out to die first? Lan Ying, standing among the human ranks, was now quite silent. But deep down, he was furious. What are we going to do this time? If you don't know how to roll dice, you shouldn't have gone up. This is infuriating. A surprise occurred. Shui, Shizhan, and the other student all bravely accepted the challenge to fight. I'll fight. Seeing Lan Ying standing there without moving, they stared at him and shouted, You dare not go out and try? Not wanting to lose face or honor, he trembled and agreed. I'll fight. But inside, he was panicking. We're screwed. We're definitely dead. Seeing that both sides had sent out their representatives, Alger announced, Since the participants have been decided, I ask that everyone else please step back. And so, the confrontation between the 12 beast men and the 4 humans began. The duel begins. Shizhan channeled his internal energy, observed the situation, and laid out a plan. Charge. Each of us just needs to deal with 3 of them. Understanding the plan, Shui, her body blazing with internal energy, proposed, These 3 werewolves are mine. On the other side, a group of beastmen surrounded the other student and Lan Ying. You humans chose to come here so happily. Then you two can play with us. He stood back to back with him and ordered, Lan Ying, I'll support you. Receiving support from his comrade, Lan Ying raised his multi-barreled, gun-like weapon. Then I'll be counting on you. Over here, Shizhan used his steel-like fists to make a beastman spit blood. Shui, on the other hand, used her sharp silver blade to lightly slice across a beastman's neck, causing another one to fall backward. Back with the other 2, thanks to his friend's support, he had neatly frozen 2 beastmen with his gun. In the observation stance, Ao he saw that the humans had the upper hand and was overjoyed, shadowboxing the air. A great fight. 4 against 12, and we still have the advantage. We can win. Although the situation looked good, Lu Feng was cautious and reminded him, Don't celebrate too early. They just happened to be able to counter their opponents. Once, seeing that things were not going well, he immediately executed his next plan. This is not good. Switch opponents. I'll deal with that woman. The werewolves will deal with those 2. The tiger-headed man will deal with that dragon-armored guy. Receiving the order, the tiger-headed man threw a punch, fearlessly confronting Shizhan. He was sent flying by the immense force. Fortunately, he managed to regain his footing and didn't fall. How is this possible? The tiger-headed man's strength is so great. Over here, Shui used her sharp sword to slash at the stone man's chest. But it seemed to have no effect. She looked on in disbelief. What? I can't even cut him. Huyen saw Shui's expression and was delighted. You think you can break my stone armor technique? Delusional. Back with the other 2, the student was supporting Lan Ying. He constantly reminded him, You need to aim better. Lan Ying saw that his attacks were having no effect and complained, The werewolves are moving too fast. I can't keep up. Lan Ying was now like an emotionless person, crying without being able to shed tears. And they didn't even train us for a 4-on-12 fight during special training. As expected, Lu Feng stood up and looked at the dueling ground. The situation is not good. Big brother Aohe, you just said that the honor duel doesn't affect the final outcome, right? He nodded in agreement. The honor duel was originally a segment arranged to showcase the talents of both sides. But reality was like a slap in the face to Aohe. He was sweating profusely. It's just that every time, it turns into a graveyard for geniuses. Whether it's the human race or the beast race, countless geniuses have died here. Over at Shue's side, she had been caught by the stone man. He held her tightly and wouldn't let go. Shue was extremely shocked. This is not good. The stone man, holding her with both hands, said smugly, "Got you." He created a sharp stone spike and placed it at her chest, declaring, "I'm going to pierce you through." Suddenly, from a distance, someone used a weapon. A slash of spiritual energy flew by, aiming straight for the stone man's body and passing through it. He split into two separate pieces. What? Just like that, in a few short seconds, the stone man was finished, his body shattered all over the ground. Seeing that Lu Feng was the one who had acted, Shui angrily reiterated the rule. "This is our fight. We don't need you to interfere." He emphasized each word with a serious gaze. "I can't watch my student die in this meaningless match." Alger, the referee outside, saw the untimely interference from the human side and raised his arm to signal. She walked towards Lu Feng, re-emphasizing the rules. "Lord Lu, your actions are against the rules." He heard this and smirked. Rules? Rules are made by the strong. Whoever is strong, they are the rules. Not wanting his students to get hurt for something useless, Lu Feng decided, there's no need to continue fighting. The human race forfeits the honor duel. As soon as he finished speaking, the four human representatives all disagreed. "We haven't lost. We can still fight. Instructor, we can still fight." Lu Feng saw their stubbornness and tried to suppress his emotions to explain. "The honor duel doesn't decide victory or defeat. Your lives are more important than the outcome of this matter." Then he turned his head, looked at Alger standing opposite him, and made a request. "Let's not waste any more time. Let's start the final duel." Although she was quite annoyed, she still agreed with his decision. "Very well. In the honor duel, the human race forfeits." She said this, but in her heart, Alger was seething. Damn it. I wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate some of the human race's geniuses, but that Lu Feng ruined it. Aohe, along with Lu Feng and a masked person beside him, stood to arrange the formation. Seeing that the human side had 3 people, Alger announced, "The final duel will now begin." The beast race stepped out, 2 pairs of feet walking confidently towards the dueling ground. The members consisted of a guard, Hu Yan, and a figure behind them whose identity was unclear, walking with their face covered. Seeing only those 3, he was stunned for a few seconds, his eyes wide. Only the tiger-headed brother and the cloaked man? So where's the beast man meant to deal with me? Lu Feng couldn't hide his curiosity and turned to the person next to him. "Big brother Aohe, aren't both sides supposed to send out 3 people? What's with the beast race?" Aohe, after hearing the question, also found it hard to give a complete answer. "I don't know. Could it be that the beast race has started to feel ashamed? The tiger-headed brothers count as 2 people." Ignoring the issue, he smiled faintly and suggested to Lu Feng, "Why bother? Anyway, once the duel starts, the beast race's 3rd person won't have a chance to get on stage." Although he didn't mention it again, he still bowed his head in thought. So the person they were talking about is... The image of Alger flashed back with her emphatic statement. Lu Feng has someone to deal with him. Then Baiku's voice echoed. "Then I'll take a step back. If the person you arranged in the 10 million can't solve Lu Feng, then I will act." She saw that both sides were stable and walked parallel to the gong beside her. "Are you ready?" After the gong sounded, the duel began. Lu Feng, afraid that the lack of a person would interrupt the match, immediately looked at Alger. "Miss Alger, the beast race only has 2 people up. Is there a problem?" Hearing the question, suddenly, she smirked, a smile hiding a scheme. "Of course, there's no problem. Because the beast race's 3rd person is already here." As soon as she finished speaking, Alger's hand gripped the gong mallet tightly and struck it hard. A sound signaling the start echoed. As if he had a 3rd sense, Lu Feng suddenly glanced back. Before he could do anything, He was attacked by someone from the beast race, a long gash bleeding from his chest. The person who attacked Lu Feng didn't flee. Instead, they stood tall, raising their sword and looking at him. The masked person who was an ally just moments ago had become an enemy in just a few seconds. Surprised? I am the beast race's third person. He was tricked by that person and was so angry he gritted his teeth and grimaced. To think I trusted you so much. You turned out to be a spy for the beast race. It didn't stop there. The masked person seemed to have a long-standing grudge, his tone filled with resentment. This is my revenge on the human race. The human race brought me to this point. Today you all must die. Holding his sword forward, he spoke with an extremely sarcastic tone. I despise being a human who sells their life to the beast race. I'll kill you scum first. Lu Feng held the wound on his chest, trying to stop him. The situation is not in our favor. Don't act rashly. He went crazy. Damn it, I really was blind. Outside, in the stands, the 4 human representatives were shouting for fairness. The beastmen cheated. The duel is unfair. Too despicable. Rematch. Rematch. But they were silenced when Alger spoke up from below. The duel rules don't state that cheating is forbidden. The beastmen's actions are all within the permitted scope of the rules. She spoke while turning and walking arrogantly forward. You fell for the trap simply because you are stupid. Leaving his students to hear the insult, anger flared up behind them. What did you say? You're the stupid one. Lanning still couldn't believe it. He rummaged through the rulebook. The rules indeed don't say betrayal is forbidden. The beastmen aren't considered to have broken the rules. What kind of bullshit rule is this? Shui looked down at Lu Feng and rallied the team's spirit. The instructor hasn't lost yet. Show the spirit of the human race. Standing behind the masked man, Bai Qi emphasized, you have 10 moves. More than enough. Not wanting to give Alha a chance to assist him, Hu Shi and Hu Yin immediately attacked. Your opponents are us. Let's catch up on old times, shall we? Seeing the situation, he had no choice but to split up with Lu Feng to handle them. Brother Lu, I'll go deal with these 2 sick cats first. The masked man looked at him opposite him and continued. It seems you were already on guard against me. Did you guess I was a spy? Lu Feng suppressed the pain, wiped his mouth, and gave a slight nod of confirmation. That's right. You were the most suspicious target. Seeing this, the other side didn't want to hide anymore and slowly took off his mask. You only guessed I was a spy, but you definitely couldn't guess. None other than Lei Tang had been behind the mask the whole time. Who am I? Seeing that he still existed in this world, he was startled, his eyes wide. Lei Tang, you're dead. Shui in the stands was also incredibly shocked. She even leaned forward to get a better look. It's him. With a confident face, Lei Tang gleefully brought up the past. Dead? Did you think a single Saint Tier attack sealed in a scroll could kill me? As he recalled the past, his face darkened imperceptibly. I merely faked my death. Otherwise, how could I have escaped the Star Blue Academy's warrants and pursuit? At that time, I was heavily injured, running around like a stray dog. I could only seek refuge with the beastmen to preserve my life. Lei Tang stood in the middle of the arena, gripping his sword as he vented his frustration. My reputation was ruined, and I lost everything, all because of you and that wretched girl. That girl blew herself up and died. That was too easy on her. It didn't stop there. To provoke Lu Feng, Lei Tang smirked and mentioned Wei'er. What was her name again? Wei'er. She looked quite pretty. Too bad she died such a miserable death. Just as he deduced, when her name was spoken, he couldn't control his emotions. Gripping his blade, he charged forward. You don't deserve to mention Wei'er's name. I'll kill you. Lei Tang seemed to have prepared for this. Instead of running, he stood waiting for Lu Feng's attack. He lightly parried the attack from his blade, his mouth constantly mocking. Look at you losing your mind. You're both ugly and stupid. Over here, understanding Lu Feng's state of mind, Alha immediately shouted a warning. Lu Feng, calm down. Acting like this will only give him a chance to exploit you. The blade in his hand was actually lightly knocked away by his sword. Lu Feng's chest suffered another injury, a long blade stabbing straight into it. Fortunately, at that moment, he also launched an attack, a slash of spiritual energy flying toward Lei Tang. Trying to regain his composure, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and listened to Alha. I have to calm down. Anger will only make people lose their reason. He grunted, using his bare hands to forcefully pull the sword out of his chest in an instant. In just a few seconds, the sharp blade was neatly in Lu Feng's hand. Wayer, watch from heaven. Watch how I personally butcher Lei Tang to avenge you. Taking advantage of Lu Feng being unprepared, Lei Tang unleashed his ultimate move. A purple aura appeared. Die! He stepped back slightly, dodging the vicious attack, and began his counterattack. TCH. The sharp blade was gripped tightly by Lu Feng, charging straight at Lei Tang in front of him. A surprise struck, making his eyes widen in panic. He actually blocked it. His arm had actually neatly blocked the powerful attack from his blade. Flash! Lei Tang lightly knocked Lu Feng away. Luckily, he braced himself and stood firm. Come here. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you staying so far away? Not giving up, he lifted his feet off the ground, darting forward like an arrow. Just as he was about to clash with him, Lu Feng used his ultimate skill. Mirror clone. Seeing two copies of him opposite him, Lei Tang wasn't afraid but smiled brightly. Opening his palms, a purple aura appeared. This is the real body. An attack aimed straight at Lu Feng, who was using his blade to defend. How could he see through it? Damn it, the wound from the sneak attack tore open again. Suppressing the pain, Lu Feng raised his blade, and a slash of spiritual energy appeared. Lei Tang was slightly injured by the powerful slash, but because he used an aura shield to protect himself, he seemed fine. He charged from behind, delivering a slash straight to Lei Tang's unguarded shoulder. Even though blood was flowing, he still smiled as if nothing happened. The clone's power is indeed very weak, so this one sword strike is probably enough to decide the winner. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Tang turned around, rubbing his palms together to use spiritual energy to attack Lu Feng. Hit directly on his wound, he clutched his chest in pain. He seems to have a clear grasp of my moves. What? Lanning watched the scene in astonishment. The instructor is clearly more formidable than that spy. Why does it look like he's being completely suppressed during the fight? Shui was equally bewildered. His speed suddenly increased. It didn't stop there. He lifted his feet, moving his body to fly up into the air. From above, Lei Tang dove down rapidly toward the injured Lu Feng below. Struggling to raise his blade, a surprise occurred. Lei Tang disappeared. Where is he? Suddenly, Lu Feng was struck by a palm right on his bleeding chest. A light push from that hand sent him falling backward, his face flying up into the air. The person who attacked Lu Feng was Lei Tang. He crashed heavily into the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Lu Feng used what little strength he had to slowly sit up. What's going on? How did his speed increase so drastically? His mouth full of scratches, he stared blankly ahead, his face full of confusion. Your appearance. Divine blessing. Lei Tang had transformed into a beastman form, a werewolf. This is the beastification secret technique I obtained after undergoing grueling modifications in the beast tribe. Seeing the situation before him, Aoha immediately called out Lu Feng's name. Brother Lu. But as soon as he spoke, he was pressed closely by Hu Shi and Hu Yan's weapons. Aoha, your opponents are us. Very soon, you'll go down to hell to keep him company. Back to him, he slowly walked over, his face full of excitement. Get ready to welcome the Grim Reaper. His face covered in scratches from the fight, Lu Feng was confused. How can you have such a clear grasp of my moves? Lei Tang didn't hide anything, opening his eyes wide as he recounted the past. Then let me let you die with a clear understanding. Do you remember when you fought a bunch of beastmen at the riot tavern? With a respectful attitude, he turned toward Alger and gave a slight bow to greet her. Did you think that was Lord Alger showing off her might to you? Wrong. That was just a trap Lord Alger set specifically for you. He was taken aback by the statement. A trap set for me? Without a second thought, she immediately nodded in response. That's right. Every move you used then was recorded by us. Meower beside her spoke up angrily. You bastard who killed my sister. Go to hell. Lei Tang looked at Lu Feng's miserable state, making him unable to shut his mouth. In order to find the flaws in your moves, we spent quite a bit of effort. As he spoke, he channeled his energy, purple spiritual energy blazing in his palms, making him freeze for a few seconds. We've already studied you thoroughly. You're dead meat. Now, go down there and keep your good friend company. After I kill you, I'll go find the people from Star Blue Academy to settle the score. Lei Tang didn't delay, raising his fist and charging straight at his opponent. Before Lu Feng could recover, the spiritual energy was pressed close to his head. Am I going to die? His face darkened, his mind constantly racing with all sorts of thoughts. I haven't even avenged Weier yet. I can't die? I can't die. At that moment, Lu Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Dantian Qi warms, refining Qi to complete the cycle. His body had actually opened all its acupoints. 6 meridians circulate, the heavenly cycle completes. Surviving near death, achieving enlightenment through emptiness. Ren Meridian. Back to Lei Tang, the punch he threw hit the ground hard, sending rocks flying everywhere. Watching from outside all this time, Bai Qi offered a bit of praise. Quite interesting. But Lu Feng wasn't hurt at all. On the contrary, he managed to escape, standing behind Lei Tang. With his body radiating blue energy, Lu Feng lowered his voice and spoke. Thanks for the explanation. Sure enough, villains talk too much. Seeing his figure, Lei Tang couldn't believe his eyes, sweating profusely. Impossible. That attack clearly hit. Lu Feng didn't stop, using his energy to summon the blade stuck deep in the ground. Gripping the hilt, he asked him, "Didn't your intel tell you I have a lot of trump cards? What does this little scratch amount to?" As he moved closer to Lei Tang, Lu Feng felt grateful. My Huaxia inner energy just had a breakthrough. I'm afraid I still have to thank you. The unexpected statement made him freeze. Thank me. Combined with the exponentially increased breakthrough power from earlier, he raised his blade high into the air. In my hometown, there's a saying, on the verge of death, one will surely break through. Failing to kill me will only make me stronger. Not wanting to beat around the bush and waste time, Lu Feng lifted his foot slightly, shattering the rocks. He gripped his blade and charged rapidly at him, roaring to the heavens. Lei Tang, it all ends here. Seeing Lu Feng approaching with his blade, Lei Tang was furious. Do you think you can beat me? Refusing to yield, he raised his palms, and the purple aura appeared again. This time, the purple aura split into multiple small zones, hovering in the air above Lei Tang's head. The time had come. He waved his hand, ordering, the aura zones take turns attacking forward. But Lu Feng dodged them neatly. He was no longer the same as before. Seeing Lu Feng's speed, Lei Tang was dead silent, muttering constantly, he's too fast. While he was lost in thought, he was already right beside him, raising his blade and slashing down. Die! A single slash caused Lei Tang's left arm to bleed profusely, his pain clearly visible. Suddenly, Lu Feng's legs trembled, and he dropped to his knees on the ground, using the blade for support. Fresh blood poured from his mouth. I just broke through my meridians. My inner energy is unstable. I must quickly regulate my breathing, or else I'm afraid I'll suffer qi deviation. Lei Tang clutched the bleeding wound on his body. It seems your condition isn't so good either. His body emitted white smoke that spread over his wounds. He smiled and spoke, but after my beastification, this little injury is absolutely nothing. After a moment of consideration, he secretly made a decision. Before my inner energy loses control, I can still unleash one more move. With his body slightly injured by Lu Feng, Lei Tang boldly declared, the final victory will still belong to me. Without any hesitation, acting on his thoughts, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly for everyone to hear. Let's risk it. At this moment, Lu Feng used his old trick, creating 2 copies, one real and one fake. Mirror clone. He didn't say anything, just gently opened his palms before his eyes. 2 massive streams of purple spiritual energy, formed by Lei Tang, fell above his head. Trying to use the same move twice? How naive. Without hesitation, he launched the devastatingly powerful streams of energy toward both of them. Lu Feng and his clone didn't flee. Instead, they stood still and waited. The purple spiritual energy finally approached his raised blade, which was in a defensive stance. It seemed Lei Tang's power was nothing to Lu Feng this time. Both of them used their swords to neatly neutralize it. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as he realized a problem. Both are the real body. How is that possible? The power of the spiritual energy was decreasing at an alarming rate. Lu Feng and his clone were getting closer. Lei Tang decided to use his final ultimate skill, a protective barrier surrounding him. Divine blessing. On the ground, two plumes of white smoke suddenly appeared, pressing down slightly, their origin unknown. It turned out to be the smoke from the high jump of him and his clone. Both raised their blades and advanced toward Lay Tang. Octopole attack. The overlapping X-shaped slashes charged straight ahead to attack. Just a few seconds later, both of them had lightly dashed past Lay Tang, dropping to their knees and looking toward the stands. Lu Feng's clone, having helped him complete the task, also vanished with the smoke. As for him, an X-shaped slash was imprinted on his chest, bleeding profusely. Standing up from behind, he stretched his neck slightly and announced, "You lose." This left Lay Tang stunned. How could this be? He reverted to his human form in an instant. Divine blessing can block a Saint tier attack. How could you break it? Clutching his bleeding chest, Lay Tang looked back at Lu Feng in agony. Why? Why did you suddenly become so strong? Holding the blade in one hand, he stood up straight and explained, "The stronger the clone's power, the shorter the duration it can be maintained. That's all." Hearing this, Lay Tang clutched his bleeding chest and sighed in contemplation. "After the beastification is undone, I will lose all my power. I can't fight anymore." He cast a pleading look at Alger outside. Lord Alger. But he only received her disdain. Useless. Lay Tang continued to endure the humiliation, looking toward Bai Qi nearby. Throwing away his dignity, he crawled and kowtowed, begging for his help. "Lord Bai Qi, save me." Lay Tang's appearance at this moment was incredibly pathetic, his whole body trembling nonstop. But in the end, Bai Qi showed no mercy, even giving him a kick that sent him falling backward. Being trampled on like that, Lay Tang lowered his head, gritting his teeth as if memorizing the grudge. Suddenly, his expression changed, becoming more terrified than ever, his mouth still bleeding slightly as he looked up. It turned out Lu Feng hadn't left. He was still standing there, observing Lay Tang the whole time. Seeing him, he crawled on the ground, fleeing while looking back. "Lu Feng, I was wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Lightly drawing the blade from his back, Lu Feng muttered, "Save those words to say to Weir down there." Just like that, his sharp blade plunged into Lay Tang's back, blood splattering everywhere. A fatal slash to the spine killed him instantly, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Seeing that his enemy was dead and his revenge was fulfilled, Lu Feng felt incredibly relieved. "Weir, I've finally avenged you." Continuing from afar, the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the arena. None other than Bai Qi looked at him with great interest and proposed, "Lu Feng, it's time for us to exchange blows." After challenging Lu Feng, Bai Qi waved his hand and ordered, "You guys step down." This startled all the beastmen in the arena, including his group, freezing them for a few seconds. Hu Yan and Hu Shi couldn't believe their eyes. Both stammered and asked again, "Lord Bai Qi, we're still in the middle of a duel." Seeing that they refused to leave and asked for a reason, he frowned in annoyance and lowered his voice. "This is my match now. Don't be an eyesore." Referee Alger saw this and immediately raised her hand to signal. "Step down." They didn't dare disobey her for a second and immediately turned to leave, considering themselves lucky. Over here, Ao was quite worried about Lu Feng. "Brother Lu, are you still okay?" He nodded from behind and replied, "My inner energy is a bit chaotic, but I can still fight." Seeing that Lu Feng was still fine, he raised his sword high toward Bai Qi in the distance. "Then I'll stall for time so you can quickly regulate your inner energy." Hearing Ao say that, he immediately opened his hand to warn him. "Brother Ao, wait." But he couldn't stop his decision. "You are our last hope. Say no more." Despite a bit of fear, Ao gripped his sword hilt tightly and challenged, "Come on. Your opponent is me." His attitude made him incredibly excited, smirking slightly. "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Without hesitation, sword in hand, Ao charged forward like an arrow. "Brother Lu, seize the time. This is all I can do." Lu Feng widened his eyes, watching him. He had an idea. "I must quickly regulate my inner energy and adapt to my state after leveling up." Just like that, Lu Feng entered a meditative state, his power radiating continuously. "I can't let down Brother Ao's trust in me." Back to this side, Ao only had a sword in his hand. He risked his life to attack Bai Qi. Conversely, he didn't hold a weapon. only raising an arm radiating purple spiritual energy. The spiritual energy headed straight for Aoha. Fortunately, he quickly twisted his body to dodge in time. But unexpectedly, Baiqi's arm was quite flexible, smoothly grabbing Aoha's shoulder. Gripping his shoulder tightly, his face was completely devoid of emotion. "Where is your battle chi? Why aren't you using it? Do you really want to die?" Aoha, on the other hand, was different. Even though he was being controlled, he still smiled quite brightly. "Because I want to use my battle chi somewhere more important." As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped the hilt and swung the sword down hard. Sword aura. The unexpected counterattack from Aoha made Baiqi sweat, his teeth clenched tight. He only managed to neatly dodge his arm to avoid injury, but couldn't dodge the rest in time. Damn rat. Just like that, the sword smashed straight into Baiqi's hood, shattering it in an instant. His entire face was revealed in a split second, one half covered in protruding dragon scales. He was startled by Baiqi's face, unable to believe his eyes. "He's from the dragon tribe?" Lanning watched from outside and marveled. "Are those massive scales from the dragon tribe?" Shui shook her head and explained, "No, his appearance doesn't quite match the dragon tribe. Looking at his features, there's an 80% chance he's a half-dragon, a hybrid of human and dragon." Her words made him even more confused. A hybrid of human and dragon? Does the dragon tribe not care about bloodlines? The words of those two annoyed Baiqi. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. Without another word, Baiqi raised his hand, and a purple beam of spiritual energy shot out. "You mere ants dare to discuss me?" The beam of energy followed his hand to attack the two of them. Fortunately, both reacted quickly and dodged neatly. After giving them a light warning, Baiqi turned to look at Aoha, who was kneeling on the ground. Like a gust of wind, he raised his hand and charged straight at him. "Go to hell." Aoha was completely powerless. He could only fall backward, waiting for the imminent danger. But a surprise occurred. Lu Feng appeared out of nowhere. He used his blade to save Aoha's life. His appearance made him overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Lu, you're okay." Lu Feng looked back at Aoha and smiled, assuring him, "I've finished regulating my energy. My combat strength has mostly returned." He gripped the blade tightly in his hand, bringing up the past. "Brother Aoha saved me just now. Now, it's my turn to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng channeled his energy. The released power blew his hair back. Octuple attack. His strength had increased significantly. A single slash from Lu Feng caused Baiqi's body to bleed. Beaten until his body was covered in wounds, his eyes turned bloodshot, his voice full of resentment. "You dare injure me?" Baiqi, carrying his anger, transformed into his half-dragon form. His entire body was now covered in dragon scales, surrounded by thick purple spiritual energy. Baiqi opened his mouth wide, muttering constantly, "All of you must die today." Lu Feng was stunned by his appearance, sweating profusely. "I didn't expect him to level up to the saint tier." Not far away, in the place where the humans lived, the city of braves, the human courtyard. Inside a small room, Xiao Jin sat next to a plate, munching on a pile of chicken drumsticks. Hongi, on the other hand, was meditating. Pulling a chicken bone from his mouth, he spoke up. "Lu Feng is really something. Saying it's for safety, he made us wait here. Hongi, stop practicing and play with me. I'm bored to death." The little girl didn't care much, keeping her eyes closed and refusing flatly. "I have to cultivate. I have to get stronger." Hearing this, Xiao Jin sprang up, moving away from the table. "I told you earlier, I'll teach you how to get stronger just by sleeping." As he spoke, he flexed both arms, revealing bulging muscles. "Look at me. I woke up from a nap, and I'm much stronger." Suddenly, as if possessing a third sense, Hongi opened her eyes wide, looking into the distance. Through the window glass, looking at the faint smoke, Xiao Jin guessed, this is the aura of a saint tier. Why did a saint tier suddenly pop up in the city? Could Lu Feng have broken through? But he was interrupted by the little girl standing up straight and declaring, "This aura isn't Lu Feng's. It's definitely Lu Feng's enemy." He seemed to understand. Then isn't Lu Feng in great danger? He's so weak. With Lu Feng threatened, Hongi couldn't control her emotions. She raised her head and declared, "Whoever dares to harm Lu Feng, I will definitely kill him." Without hesitation, Hongyi dashed out of the room like a gust of wind, leaving Xiao Jin behind. Not wanting to lose track of her, he transformed into a golden dragon and darted forward. Wait for me. I'll use spatial magic to take you. Back at the arena, the sun was high in the sky, beating down harsher than ever. In the stands, one of Lu Feng's 4 students spoke up anxiously. That big guy actually turned into a saint tier. What do we do? The instructor is going to lose. Hu Shi was quite surprised and asked, Lord Baiqi actually advanced to the saint tier? Alger beside him declared, looking extremely certain, we've definitely won this duel. She didn't forget to order Meower, standing behind her. Pass down the order. The wolf cavalry is to set out immediately and attack the Ribuluo fortress. The war has begun. She immediately nodded and accepted the order. Yes, Lord Alger. With the massive power brought by his transformation, Baiqi laughed nonstop. This is the power of a saint tier. But seeing that Lu Feng wasn't afraid, he asked in astonishment, why is there no fear in your eyes? Could it be you're not afraid of dying here? He, standing opposite him, his entire body radiating blue spiritual energy, replied, why should I be afraid? My strength is indeed inferior to yours, but so what? Gripping the blade tightly in his hand, Lu Feng was no longer afraid and roared, I am the last hope of the human race. Even if you are a saint tier, I must fight. His attitude made Baiqi incredibly excited, clearly showing in his eyes. You have some skills. Without hesitation, he channeled his inner energy, teleporting instantly without a trace. Just like that, the two clashed, fighting fiercely, with no clear winner. The power of both was terrifyingly immense, causing the rocks and dirt around the arena to explode everywhere. Alha, standing outside, was also hit. Fortunately, he twisted his body and dodged in time. Damn it! But it wasn't just one strike. Multiple attacks came rushing in. Alha ran for his life. As he ran, he cried out, tears welling in his eyes, I'm so miserable. The attacks with terrifying destructive power continuously sent dirt and rocks flying across the arena. The battle was far from over. Neither yielded to the other. It was incredibly intense. A new development occurred. He suddenly widened his eyes, muttering constantly, caught you. Baiqi started to gather red fire into a ball, slowly growing larger and larger. Lu Feng was frozen by the action before him, his face dripping with sweat, panicking. After enough fire was gathered, flames spewed out in all directions. Every surface around that area was engulfed by the fierce flames from Baiqi's mouth. Even though he dodged easily, he was still full of panic. Are you kidding me? I'm a dual magic and martial arts cripple, and you're a dual magic and martial arts cultivator? A surprise occurred. Behind Lu Feng's back, streams of fire rushed in. He was still unaware, only realizing it when one of the flames came close to his face. When Lu Feng tried to jump high, one of the flames had already stuck to his leg. Lu Feng panicked to the point of gritting his teeth, sweating profusely as he thought. What? The flame was like a dragon, wrapping tightly around his leg, almost constricting it. It didn't stop there. Not only his leg, but Lu Feng's arms were also tightly bound, preventing him from flying away to escape. Bound by a bunch of flames, Lu Feng was utterly panicked. Why did my movements suddenly stall just now? His expression made Baiqi extremely delighted. The spatial power of a saint tier is indeed formidable. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to catch you. Lu Feng tried again, struggling violently, but to no avail. I'm doomed. I can't break free. Over here, Baiqi clasped his hands together, performing hand seals to gather the fire. With enough power in his hands, Baiqi boldly declared, lowly insect, go to hell. Lu Feng could no longer escape, only able to face Baiqi head-on. He opened his mouth wide, issuing commands in the blink of an eye. Demon-destroying fire lotus. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive ball of fire slowly moved forward, as if wanting to swallow everything in its path. In an instant, that power was closing in on him, who was tightly bound. Alha watched the scene and screamed Lu Feng's name nonstop. Lu Feng, over here, his student, Shui, was also worried but didn't know what to do. Instructor. Seeing the fireball getting closer, Lu Feng gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. I'm doomed. I'm not going to die here, am I? A surprise occurred. A strange blue circle appeared in front of him. It was actually spatial magic. From within that circle, Hongyi and Xiao Jin broke the barrier. Flying out, arriving here. Her presence startled him, unable to believe his eyes. Hongyi, with serious eyes, stood out to protect Lu Feng and demanded, "You are not allowed to hurt Lu Feng." From that tiny body, a massive red spiritual energy radiated. The energy protected him from the giant fireball that had just descended. Seeing Hongyi interfering, Bai Qi was visibly furious. Where did this bastard come from to cause trouble? Over here, Xiao Jin took the opportunity to wrap around and rescue Lu Feng. "Lu Feng, I'm here to save you." He used his sharp teeth to chew on a fire lotus nearby. Seeing Xiao Jin eating so deliciously, he was also startled and amazed. "No way, you can even eat this fire lotus?" He replied innocently, "Yeah, this is tasty." Just like that, with Xiao Jin's help, the pile of fire lotuses slowly disappeared in a flash. In a few short seconds, all the flames vanished. He accidentally bit Lu Feng's hand. "Ouch, ouch. Are you trying to murder your father?" Using a bit of his own energy, he and Xiao Jin slowly landed. "Did we escape?" Looking at Bai Qi using golden fire to attack Hongyi, his eyes lit up. "That looks even tastier." He was still unaware that someone was eyeing him, continuously forming hand seals. "Let's see how long you can block this." The massive power from Bai Qi struck directly at the top of Hongyi's head. Lu Feng saw the situation was bad and shouted a warning. "Hongyi, get out of the way." But it was too late. She took the full brunt of his attack alone. Seeing Hongyi unconscious and falling freely, he rushed over and caught her in his arms. Over here, Xiao Jin was the one who counterattacked Bai Qi in Hongyi's place. He just opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the fire lotuses Bai Qi created. Setting the little girl down on the ground, Lu Feng scolded, "You silly girl, you're too reckless." Hongyi didn't hide anything, confiding, "You are my only family. I won't allow anyone to hurt you." Touched by Hongyi, he wondered about one thing. "What's with this power of yours?" But the little girl herself shook her head at the question. "I don't know either. I wanted to save you, and the power just came to me on its own. It seems this power has always been hidden inside my body. Tens of thousands of miles away, under the night sky with the bright moon high above. At a massive building, deep inside, a coffin sat in the middle of a dusty room. A surprise occurred. The coffin moved, opening halfway, accompanied by eerie red smoke billowing out. Sanqiong appeared from that eerie smoke. "I sense it. The profound Fiend star has finally appeared." He suddenly looked up and declared loudly, "My good disciple, your master has waited for you for hundreds of years. This time, I will definitely bring you back." All the fire lotuses Bai Qi produced were burned clean by Xiao Jin, not leaving a single flame. He was stunned by the scene before him, not knowing what to do. What? He didn't care much about Bai Qi's expression, just enjoying the fire he created. Seeing the fire was gone, Xiao Jin let out a long, bored sigh. "Hey, got any more?" "I'm not full yet." He was completely frozen by his words. My fire lotuses were swallowed. Damn it. Bai Qi suddenly stomped his foot hard on the ground. "I'm so pissed. I'm going to tear all of you to pieces." He went crazy, roaring and making the little Xiao Jin slightly panicked. Bai Qi, like a tiger craving prey, approached him. Lu Feng saw the danger approaching Xiao Jin and warned anxiously, "Xiao Jin, be careful." But over here, he wasn't afraid of Bai Qi's power, but of his appearance. "So ugly. Don't come over here. If you come any closer, I'll hit you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jin flicked his tail lightly, sending him flying far away. Lu Feng, holding Hongyi, was speechless at his method. Oh God! Seeing Bai Qi beaten so miserably, Alger was dumbfounded. Lord Bai Qi was actually sent flying in an instant. Hushur, standing nearby, was also stunned. What exactly is the background of that weird snake? Looking at Bai Qi's current situation, Xiao Jin mocked. "So you're actually that weak?" Seeing he had a way to punish him, Lu Feng suggested, "Xiao Jin, take him down, and I'll treat you to a barbecue buffet. You can eat as much as you want." Hearing about the food, his eyes lit up. "Really? You have to keep your word." Xiao Jin, with sparkling eyes, charged forward. "Barbecue buffet, here I come." Before Bai Qi could mentally prepare, he raised his hand and yelled, "Wait." But he was ignored, taking a fierce bite right on his arm. A light bite was enough to numb him, writhing on the ground. A moment later, feeling bored, Xiao Jin released Bai Qi's arm. What he did made him feel incredibly comfortable, his face falling into a daze. Then, unable to keep his balance, Bai Qi let his massive body collapse onto the ground. Xiao Jin's head was spinning from fighting Bai Qi. I spun so much my head is dizzy too. His face swollen with lumps, he shook his head and decided, I'm not fighting anymore. I yield. But he didn't care, still stubbornly refusing. No. If you don't fight anymore, what about my barbecue? Unable to use words, Bai Qi lowered his voice and resorted to bribery. I'll treat you. You can eat as much as you want. Xiao Jin outwardly mocked him, but inwardly he was thrilled. So big yet so weak. Trash. Alger was stunned by the situation before her. Who am I? Where am I? I must be dreaming. Carrying Hongyi, Lu Feng stood on the dueling platform and asked Alger loudly. Miss Alger, the human race won this duel, right? Alger suppressed her emotions and calmly explained. Lord Lu, according to the rules, once the match begins, no one else is allowed to enter the arena. She still stubbornly insisted. Lord Bai Qi yielded to this strange snake. Not to you. Hu Shi beside her chimed in to cover for her. That's right. You didn't defeat Lord Bai Qi either. Knowing they were prone to going back on their word, Lu Feng smiled and introduced. Xiao Jin is my magic pet. The rules allow the use of magic pets. Xiao Jin on his shoulder spoke up. That's right. I am Lu Feng's magic pet. As soon as he finished speaking, he touched his chin in confusion. Say, what's a magic pet? Carrying Hongyi, having enough grounds to conclude, he emphasized. As for being shameless, didn't you win the last duel by relying on numbers? What right do you have to lecture me? Alger was humiliated by Lu Feng's words and had to grit her teeth and accept it. Forget it. Consider yourselves lucky to win this duel. She was too humiliated and turned to leave. I hope you humans can be this lucky in the next duel. The two beastmen saw this and hurried after her. Lord Alger, wait for us. With the results in, Lu Feng's students stretched happily. We won. The human race won a complete victory. That's great. Shui remained silent, but she secretly praised him endlessly. Lu Feng, you really created a miracle. Wei would be so happy if she knew. Lu Feng didn't forget to show off his achievement to Alha opposite him. Brother Alha, we won. He smiled at him cheerfully. Seeing the beastman's expressions, Xiao Jin thought differently. He proudly declared, wasn't it all thanks to me? I'm the best. Suddenly, a voice appeared in the sky. My good disciple, your master is here to take you back. Out of habit, Lu Feng immediately turned his head to look for the source. In an instant, the red smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a tall figure. Sanxiong appeared. His aura made him grit his teeth, his face dripping with sweat. Such a dangerous aura. When did he appear? Sanxiong's face was incredibly stern at this moment, his brows furrowed. His presence startled Bai Qi, his eyes wide in confusion. Why is he here? He quickly knelt down, clasping his hands to greet Sanxiong respectfully. Bai Qi greets blood-venerable Sanxiong. Glancing at the person kneeling before him, he recognized him immediately. Bai Qi is it? This made him even more overjoyed. The blood-venerable still remembers this junior. It is this junior's honor. Sanxiong didn't care much, walking while granting permission. If you feel honored, then keep kneeling. Seeing this, Bai Qi obediently complied. Lu Feng watched the scene in the background of the person he just greeted, his face suddenly dripping with sweat. Blood-venerable Sanxiong, a supreme-tier expert. Xiao Jin cowered on his shoulder, more terrified than ever. That old man looks really scary. Lu Feng, carrying the unconscious Hongyi, quickly noticed something and looked around. Wait, it's too quiet around here. His group of students had actually been frozen in place. The Beastmen group over there wasn't doing much better, also frozen unconsciously. Lu Feng was stunned by Sanxiong's move, muttering constantly, this is. He seemed to read his mind and slowly explained the reason. I have always been low-key and don't like attracting others' attention. So I froze time around these bugs. Walking toward Lu Feng, Sanxiong saw his panic and reassured him, don't be alarmed. It's just a little trick. The more he heard him speak, the more suspicious he became. A supreme-tier expert, so terrifying. He can actually freeze time. Alha, Afraid Sanxiong would violate the rules, immediately reminded him. Lord Blood Venerable, according to the agreement, Supreme Tiers are not allowed to interfere in the duel. But his expression contradicted everyone's thoughts, looking completely calm. You guys are just having a normal duel. I have no interest in interfering. But when mentioning the next issue, Sanxiong's eyes were filled with resentment. I came here today to see my disciple. Lu Feng, Xiao Jin, and Hongyi were slightly worried by his attitude. Sensing that spiritual energy, he bared his teeth, smiling schemingly. Not only is it the profound Fiend star, but it's also the most mysterious black fiend. As he spoke, Sanxiong laughed incredibly gleefully, because he was about to have a successor. My temple can finally have an heir with even more power than that old pope. Regaining his composure, he quickly asked about Hongyi's background. Little girl, what is your name? Having just settled down, she was frightened again. That person is so scary. Fortunately, Lu Feng hugged her and reassured her immediately. Don't be afraid. I'm here. With a resilient gaze, Lu Feng looked forward. Is this the oppressive feeling of a Supreme Tier expert? It's clearly 100 times stronger than a Saint Tier. He tried to suppress his fear and boldly asked Sanxiong's purpose. Senior, what do you want with my sister? Hearing about their relationship, his face darkened, his eyes widening. Your sister? As soon as he finished speaking, a red spiritual energy appeared, surrounding Lu Feng and Hongyi standing together. He was visibly annoyed by Sanxiong's action. Senior, what did you just do? After probing with the red energy, he boldly declared, You and this little girl are not blood-related. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Then Sanxiong furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly channeling his inner energy to do something. An accident occurred. Lu Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain, spewing out fresh blood from his mouth. Seeing him like that, Hongyi was incredibly worried. She reached out to gently touch Lu Feng's chest and asked, What's wrong? He was still in shock, his mind racing. Too strange. A single glance can make me spit blood? Without hesitation, Hongyi turned her angry face to look at Sanxiong and accused him. It was you. You dared to hurt brother Lu Feng. Afraid Hongyi would impulsively cause a disaster, Lu Feng reassured her immediately. Be good. I'm fine. The little girl obediently listened. Seeing how the two talked to each other, Sanxiong was the most surprised. The profound Fiend star is bloodthirsty by nature, in charge of slaughter, endowed by the Earth Mother, fearing not even the gods. Why does she listen to this young man? He didn't want to argue or drag things out, directly ordering, I don't care what relationship you have with her. Within 10 breaths, hand her over to me, and I will spare you. Lu Feng didn't think so. He set Hongyi down on the ground, his face darkening. It won't take that long. Lu Feng's attitude made Sanxiong quite pleased. He smiled, revealing his teeth. A smart kid. The blade that accompanied him everywhere was summoned immediately. Holding the sharp blade in his hand, radiating blue spiritual energy, Lu Feng pointed it straight at Sanxiong and declared, If you have the ability, kill me now. Otherwise, don't even think about taking her anywhere. Sanxiong closed his eyes, a look of dilemma appearing on his face. He walked and said, Although it's a bit of a pity to kill a young man with such potential, since you requested it. Finishing his sentence, Sanxiong opened his eyes wide, his voice becoming urgent. Then I will satisfy you. At the same time, he charged toward Lu Feng. Facing Sanxiong, Lu Feng quickly raised his sword. Both his body and the blade were enveloped in a layer of blue power. Octuple attack. However, Sanxiong didn't flinch at all. Not bad power, but too slow. Right after, his figure vanished before Lu Feng's sword tip. While he was still dazed, Sanxiong's figure appeared right behind Lu Feng. Fortunately, Xiao Jin, who was on Lu Feng's shoulder, spotted him in time. He shouted and swung his dragon tail hard. Get away. After that tail swipe, the ground behind them was suddenly cut by flames. Lu Feng also took the opportunity to run to another spot. This made Sanxiong somewhat surprised as well. In front of him, Lu Feng planted his sword into the ground, looking a bit battered. At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly coughed, a few drops of blood splattering from his mouth. Seeing this, Hongyi hurriedly ran over, her voice full of worry. Are you okay? Lu Feng replied softly, I'm fine. Just a small scratch. Next, Lu Feng touched his chin, looked toward Sanxiong, and asked, Xiao Jin, Did you block his attack just now? Xiao Jin's voice carried a hint of pride. Of course. Lu Feng calmed down to face Sangqiu. He probed. Which venerable took action just now? Please show yourself. Hearing this, Xiao Jin on Lu Feng's shoulder directly showed himself. He replied, Are you calling me? Seeing Xiao Jin's true form clearly, Sangqiu fell into deep thought. The one who blocked me just now was actually just a small snake? Thinking this, he spoke up. I wonder which tribe this venerable belongs to. Alha, observing from afar, exclaimed in shock, Venerable? Brother Lu's magic pet is actually a supreme tier expert. Bai Qi beside him grumbled. Otherwise, why do you think I lost? On the other side, Xiao Jin glared at Sangqiu. He was visibly arrogant. Who are you? I don't need to tell you. Sangqiu narrowed his eyes, his face showing a profound and unfathomable coldness. No wonder you have such power. So you have a supreme tier backing you. Suddenly, turning around, a red energy flared up around him. Sangqiu growled, but the profound Enfeen star is very important to me. Even if I offend a supreme tier, I must take her away. Hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes became vigilant. Sangqiu continued to entice. If she comes with me, she will receive the benefits of a genius. If you truly want what's best for her, then hand her over to me. Hearing this, Hongyi froze, her eyes wide. Sangqiu continued, a thick killing intent hidden in the depths of his eyes. Out of respect for this venerable, I'll give you one more chance. You must think carefully. Faced with this situation, Lu Feng looked at Xiao Jin. He asked for his opinion. Xiao Jin, can you beat him? Xiao Jin raised his claws. He wasn't entirely sure, but still tried to reassure him. Probably. I feel like he's only a tiny bit stronger than me. Noticing the hesitation in Xiao Jin's voice, Lu Feng grew even more worried. What do I do? Even Xiao Jin isn't sure if he can beat him. Do I really have to hand Hongyi over to this old man from the Beastman Empire? Right then, Hongyi grabbed tightly onto Lu Feng's clothes. She made her stance clear. I don't need any benefits. I'm not going with him. I want to stay with you. Those words rekindled the confidence in his eyes. Lu Feng stated resolutely. If Hongyi doesn't agree, then she stays with me. He made a firm resolution in his heart. Even if I have to risk my life, I absolutely won't let anyone take you away. Knowing the answer, Sangqiu closed his eyes, a hint of regret in his voice. A waste of time. I should just do it myself. Noticing the power around Sangqiu expanding rapidly, Lu Feng was so shocked he froze. He quickly reacted and pulled Hongyi back. From Lu Feng's shoulder, Xiao Jin jumped down to face Sangqiu. He shouted, You guys go first. I'll find you later. Lu Feng didn't expect Xiao Jin to be so reckless. He wanted to lunge forward. Xiao Jin, come back. But Alha pulled him away. Seeing Lu Feng refusing to leave, Alha had to carry Hongyi with one arm and pull him with the other. Brother Lu, a battle between supreme tiers isn't something we can interfere with. You still have to protect Hongyi. Listen to Xiao Jin. They had reached Shue's group, but Lu Feng's eyes never left Xiao Jin. Alha advised, Xiao Jin is so strong. Even if he can't win, he can definitely escape. Let's not hold him back. Before Lu Feng could think further, a massive explosion occurred on the arena. Lu Feng raised his arm to shield his face from the flying debris and dust, but it couldn't hide the worried look in his eyes. From behind, Shizhan called out loudly to Lu Feng, Instructor. In his hand was a golden orb. Shizhan asked in confusion, What's going on? Shui beside him boldly guessed, That's a supreme tier. Lu Feng seemed to understand Xiao Jin's intention. He gritted his teeth and ordered, Run. At the same time, below the stands, from the roaring flames, smaller fireballs continuously shot out. Those fireballs headed straight for Lu Feng's group. Wherever they hit, the ground immediately cracked open, looking terrifying. In the thick smoke and dust, Alha, Shizhan, and Shui led the way. Lu Feng carried Hongyi, with Gangzhou and Lanning following behind. Meanwhile, amidst the massive flames erupting in the air, a fierce confrontation between two faintly visible figures was taking place. As the battle intensified, more and more dirt and rocks were sucked up. The sky was also enveloped by black smoke, turning pitch dark. Lu Feng's group had now escaped the arena, leaving behind the massive flames and rumbling thunder in the sky. Suddenly, Lu Feng turned his head. That's Xiao Jin's voice. Alha, leading the way, loudly reminded everyone, "Don't look back. Keep moving forward." He continued running forward. Alha said awkwardly, "Brother Lu, don't look anymore. The cavalry is waiting to receive us not far ahead. Once we reach the Ribuluo fortress, we'll be safe." Right then, Alha suddenly stopped. He seemed to have noticed something. Even Lu Feng vaguely realized it, silently wondering, "What's that sound?" Before Lu Feng's eyes, a ferocious army was approaching. He guessed, "That's the wolf cavalry." Their figures gradually became clear. The cavalrymen, wielding weapons, rode their wolves and charged toward Lu Feng's group. Beside Hu Shi, Hu Yin pointed his blade forward. He shouted, "Lord Alger was indeed right." After Lord Sangqiong took action, they could only run away. Next, Hu Shi raised his sword high, ordering the subordinates behind him, "Charge. Kill them. Then go capture Ribuluo." Seeing their determination, Lu Feng turned to Shui and said, "You guys keep running. We'll cover the rear." Alha stood firmly in front of the wolf cavalry. He questioned loudly, "The human race won the grand duel. Do you want to tear up the treaty?" Hu Yin replied, "As long as we keep you here, no one will know we tore up the treaty." The sinister Hu Shi had already calculated everything. He added confidently, "We'll tell the outside world that you were caught in the crossfire of the two great supreme tiers and died." Hearing this, Lu Feng said firmly, "Brother, we'll buy time for the students." Hearing that, Alha immediately activated his golden armor to cover his body. "Today, we'll fight to our heart's content." Then, Lu Feng shifted Hongyi onto his back. He reminded her, "Hongyi, hold on tight to me." The little girl obediently wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's neck. What followed would likely be an incredibly fierce battle. Lu Feng and Alha seemed ready. The two calmly faced the beastman's massive army. The battle quickly unfolded. Lu Feng and Alha stood back to back, each taking one side. Lu Feng's sharp sword strikes quickly dispatched the enemies in front of him. Behind him, Alha had also just sent another one flying. Seeing the battle situation failing to gain an advantage, Hu Shi yelled in frustration, "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even beat two people." Unable to stand still any longer, he and Hu Yin decided to enter the fray themselves. "Get out of the way." Right then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Step down. Leave this to me." Hu Shi and Hu Yin called out in surprise, Lord Sangqiong." Lu Feng quickly recognized the voice. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" In front of Lu Feng, Sangqiong, with a smug expression, slowly descended to the ground. Seeing him, Lu Feng immediately felt uneasy. His voice was full of panic. "Where's Xiao Jin? What did you do to Xiao Jin?" As if answering Lu Feng's question, a glowing golden object fell toward him. Lu Feng reached out and caught the golden object. He asked softly, "Xiao Jin, is that you?" Hearing his voice, Xiao Jin struggled to speak. "Lu Feng, it seems I won't be able to eat that barbecue buffet you promised me." "What a pity," Lu Feng asked anxiously. "Xiao Jin, how are you?" But Xiao Jin didn't answer Lu Feng's question. He said sadly, "I couldn't beat that smelly old man. Hongyi, sleeping really can't make you stronger. I'm leaving Lu Feng to you from now on. If I hadn't thought you were cute at first, I wouldn't have let you in the door." Hongyi called out softly, "Xiao Jin." Then, Xiao Jin transferred a surge of golden power into Lu Feng's body. He said tiredly, "Lu Feng, I'm so sleepy. This is my last bit of power." Lu Feng watched the golden power gradually merge with the true qi inside his body. He muttered, This time, Xiao Jin's voice carried an unusual hint of reluctance. He flew out of Lu Feng's hand, saying at the same time, "Lu Feng, goodbye." On the opposite side, Sangqiong looked at Xiao Jin with a disdainful gaze. "Knowing you couldn't beat me, yet still fighting to the death. Truly seeking your own demise." At this point, Lu Feng finally reacted. He roared in agony, "Xiao Jin!" The grief transformed into power. With the resonance from Xiao Jin's energy, the meridians in Lu Feng's body were instantly cleared. Meridians cleared. Alha rushed over to catch Hongyi, who was knocked back by Lu Feng's power. In Lu Feng's mind, lines of a cultivation method suddenly appeared. Blade Storm. Heaven-defying, ultimate art. Sword Chi runs wild. Heaven-defying, explosive blade. Wind stops, clouds clear. Shaking heaven and earth. After receiving that cultivation method, Lu Feng's strength multiplied. The aura radiating from him overwhelmed the entire space. That's... Lu Feng calmly turned to Aoha and Hongyi. Brother Aoha, leave this place to me. Take Hongyi and go. Hearing this, Aoha understood Lu Feng's intention. He quickly replied, got it. Lying in Aoha's arms, Hongyi's aura suddenly radiated intensely into the space. A demon also appeared within that red aura. She threatened, if you dare kill Lu Feng, I will definitely slaughter all the beastmen to bury with him. Seeing this, Sanxiong frowned. The beastmen around him were terrified by Hongyi's aura. Right after, Aoha also had to leave. His eyes still held a hint of reluctance. Lu Feng. Although he didn't want to leave, he couldn't stay either. Aoha had to carry Hongyi and quickly run to a safe place. Seeing that the two had left the affected area, Lu Feng made his move. Take this move of mine. Blade Storm. In the sky surrounded by dark clouds, the thunder grew stronger by the minute. On the ground, Lu Feng's eyes were full of determination. He decided to take the initiative and attacked Sanxiong, who sure was so frightened by Lu Feng's aura that he backed away. Such terrifying talent. Did Lu Feng do this? Hu Yin was equally terrified. He clearly hasn't even advanced to the Saint tier. Why does he have such powerful pressure? Even Sanxiong was quite surprised by Lu Feng's power. He hasn't even entered the Saint realm, yet he can unleash magic no different from a forbidden spell. On the opposite side, as his power increased, Lu Feng's face grew sterner. He roared, Storm. Following Lu Feng's roar, a terrifying surge of power was instantly unleashed. That power quickly transformed into a massive vortex. It violently swept away everything around it. Hu Yin watched in shock. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates, retreat. Fall back quickly. Lu Feng's vortex grew at a dizzying speed. It quickly reached the sky. Connect to the heavens. Behind Lu Feng appeared a blue figure. He muttered, Blade Storm. The storm is formed. Next, only the blades remain. As soon as he finished speaking, the veins on Lu Feng's forehead bulged. He growled, I am the blade. Then, Lu Feng rode the power forward. At the same time, he swung his arm forcefully. The power around Lu Feng became more intense than ever. He shouted powerfully. Instantly, countless sword blades shot out from the massive vortex. Under the impact of the powerful swirling force, the flying blades immediately attacked the surroundings. The beastmen of the wolf cavalry could hardly dodge this attack. In just the blink of an eye, many fell. Amidst the rain of swords, Sanxiong merely created a sphere to protect himself. Caught in the vortex, Hu Shi cried out helplessly, Lord Sanxiong, save me. Hu Yin shouted in despair, My lord, stop him quickly. Otherwise, the wolf cavalry will be wiped out. Hearing the cries for help, Sanxiong's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Although I don't want to save these useless fools, they are the beastmen's elite after all. It would be a pity if they died like this. Then, he placed 2 fingers to his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. To make me get serious, this kid has some skills. Then Sanxiong waved his sleeve. Red magic spread out around him from his arm. Blood Realm Domain. In the sky, that magic quickly gathered. The thick red almost obscured everything. Then, it flew toward the towering vortex. The red magic quickly spread out, surrounding Lu Feng's vortex. It tightly enclosed the vortex within itself. In just a split second, only the red magic remained in the sky. A moment later, that red color also vanished before everyone's eyes. The vortex also disappeared without a trace. Vanished. Hu Shi and Hu Yin, who were being swept away, fell to the ground. Both their faces contorted in pain. Hu Yin sat up. He rubbed his head and asked, Where is Lord Sanxiong? Hu Shi had already gotten on his wolf. He urged, Don't worry about it, just run. With the disappearance of those 2 types of magic, the sky cleared up again. Aoha's footsteps halted. He searched around. Lu Feng's aura disappeared. Hongyi guessed anxiously. Could it be that brother was killed by that old man? Aoha frowned. He offered a guess. Brother Lu probably entered Sanxiong's domain. A supreme tier's strength multiplies within their domain. Inside their domain, they can even be called. Hearing this, Hongyi panicked even more. She wanted to go back to where they were. I have to go back. Aoha immediately objected. No. Hongyi, don't forget what Brother Lu told you. The little girl clearly still remembered. so Hongyi could only shed tears in helplessness. At the same time, in a space covered in red, Lu Feng's vortex appeared once again. From within the vortex, Lu Feng gripped the sword in his hand tightly and charged toward Sanqiong. "Old man, go to hell." Facing him, Sanqiong still showed no emotion. He spoke slowly. "Brat, today I'll let you experience why a supreme tier inside their domain is revered as a god." Finishing his sentence, Sanqiong clasped his hands together. A source of red magic appeared following that action. The current below the two also reacted. It immediately swirled and boiled. Domain, blood-devouring magic spell. At the same time, the sky above Lu Feng's head sprouted rows of sharp spikes. Amidst this, Sanqiong decisively raised an arm high with authority. Following that action, the spikes in the sky quickly shot down to tear apart Lu Feng's vortex. That attack also affected Lu Feng. He painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He knew to himself, Blade Storm won't last much longer. My inner core can only be used for one more quadruple attack. However, that didn't diminish the willpower within Lu Feng. His eyes radiated determination. "I don't care anymore. Even if I have to risk all my inner core, I must stop this damn bastard." Thinking this, Lu Feng channeled his power into the sword strike. Quadruple attack. Under the sharp sword strike, the released sword aura instantly transformed into a sword, shooting straight toward Sanqiong. At this moment, his eyes finally showed a slight change. Sanqiong agilely jumped high. Then, he used magic to create a red barrier in front of him. Blood wall. Behind the blood wall, Sanqiong continued to condense magic from his surroundings. Rise. Just as the sword created from Lu Feng's power was about to hit the magic wall, Sanqiong also managed to create a magic orb. Before long, the sword gradually pierced through the magic wall. It continued to shoot toward him. Right as the sword tip slowly tore through the magic wall, Sanqiong chanted a spell. Domain, blood protection heavenly sphere. Then, he raised both hands high. The magic orb quickly moved according to Sanqiong's command. The orb carried a massive amount of magic power. It immediately rushed to meet the tip of Lu Feng's sword. In just a split second, the two powers collided. Then, they simultaneously exploded into pieces in midair. The scenery changed once again. This time, it was a lush green prairie. In the clear sky, a large orb appeared. From within the red magic, Lu Feng was dropped onto the ground. He lay injured on the green grass. In his heart were screams of frustration. If I still had an inner core to use an octuple attack, I definitely could have beaten that damn bastard. The voice in Lu Feng's heart faded and then stopped completely. He wearily slipped into a coma. At this point, Sanqiong finally appeared. He clutched one shoulder, thinking to himself, "This kid is too dangerous. If I didn't have my domain, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to beat him." Thinking of this, Sanqiong's eyes radiated killing intent. He spoke gloomily. "This brat cannot be left alive." True to his word, Sanqiong pointed the magic blade in his hand toward the unconscious Lu Feng. Suddenly, Hongyi's eyes and words flashed in his mind. "If you dare kill Lu Feng, I will definitely slaughter all the beastmen to bury with him." Recalling that moment, Sanqiong's action abruptly stopped. The blade formed from magic dissipated. At this moment, he also felt a bit apprehensive in his heart. If I kill him, the profound Fiend star will probably. Thinking so, Sanqiong decided to transfer a bit of magic into Lu Feng's body. Forget it. His meridians are severely injured. His body is ruined. I just need to add one more strike. That red magic immediately burned on Lu Feng's body. Sanqiong looked at the scene with satisfaction. A useless person who can only live like a bug. Why should I kill him? Having dealt with Lu Feng, he walked away excitedly. The profound Fiend star is mine. Seeing Sanqiong leave, a sparkling spherical object suddenly emerged from Lu Feng's body. Then, it quickly used its power to dispel Sanqiong's magic around Lu Feng's body. After finishing, the object continued to emit a gentle golden light to heal Lu Feng. At the same time, on Aoha's side, he was hurriedly carrying Hongyi and running away. Suddenly, Aoha's footsteps stopped completely. His entire body involuntarily stiffened. Seeing Aoha suddenly freeze, Hongyi spoke up in surprise. "Uncle Aoha?" Sanqiong's voice rang out as if answering Hongyi's question. He won't react. Then, Sanxiong slowly approached the little girl while saying, "Little girl, we meet again." Seeing him, Hongyi only had a vigilant expression. She demanded, "What did you do to my brother?" Hearing this, Sanxiong looked at his hand. He replied smugly, "Don't worry, he's not dead yet. But if you don't come with me." At this moment, Hongyi seemed to have made a decision in her heart. She asked back, "If I go with you, can I become stronger than you?" Seeing his goal about to be achieved, Sanxiong laughed heartily. "Of course. With your talent and aptitude, you will absolutely surpass me. You even have the hope of reaching a realm above supreme tier, the divine tier." Receiving his confirmation, Hongyi decisively jumped down from Ao's arms. "I'll go with you." Sanxiong was so overjoyed that his face lit up. Truly a smart child. He gloated inwardly. The profound Fiend star is mine. He happily watched Hongyi walking toward him. Taking in such a good disciple, that Tianxiong will definitely die of jealousy. In reality, Hongyi only had one thought in her mind. The day I surpass you will be the day I kill you to avenge my brother. Meanwhile, on Lu Feng's side, the golden energy was traveling through his acupoints to heal him. Heart nourishes the mind. Qi gathers at Dantian. Tiantu, Tanzhong, Tianshu, Dantian. After infusing power into Lu Feng's blood vessels, the golden light continued to condense. Power penetrates the 8 meridians, transcending the mortal to enter the saintly. Following the acupoints, it found its way to the most important acupoint on Lu Feng's body, the Dantian area. Inside, the golden light continued to envelop something that looked like a pearl. Outside Lu Feng's body, a pair of armored legs had appeared beside him at some point. It turned out to be Aota. He sat down next to Lu Feng, his voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. "Brother, why did you let yourself get so battered?" Scene transitioned to another part of the sky. Sanxiong was leading Hongyi, flying to an unfamiliar place. Hongyi was supported by Sanxiong's magic. She watched his every move. After traveling for a long time, Hongyi felt a bit bored. She spoke up, "Smelly old man, you said I'm the profound Fiend star. What is that?" Hearing Hongyi dare to call him that, Sanxiong felt quite annoyed. Ignorant junior, daring to be so disrespectful. However, outwardly he still appeared calm. Sanxiong replied, "Since you sincerely asked, I will mercifully tell you." His voice was slow, deliberately emphasizing the last few words. The profound Fiend star is the Fiend Qi condensed in heaven and earth, combining into spiritual power to form a human. Their abilities are astonishing. From ancient times to the present, over tens of thousands of years, only 2 have ever appeared. Hearing this, Hongyi was a bit curious. She looked at him questioningly. 2. Who are they? Sanxiong continued to explain. The first profound Fiend star was born in the era of the gods, where saint tiers were everywhere and supreme tiers were worse than beasts. Her name was Zuinf. In just 100 years, she ascended to the divine tier. 200 years later, she ascended to the chief god tier, shocking the entire continent. From his narration, an ancient painting suddenly appeared. Next was another ancient painting depicting that goddess. Sanxiong continued. Later, Zuinf and the god of the dragon tribe got together. The dragon god was ambushed and his cultivation plummeted. Zuinf used the star pearl to help the dragon god heal, and helped him ascend to the chief god realm in 200 years. At this point, Hongyi still had questions in her heart. She asked, "Star pearl? What is that?" Sanxiong answered vaguely. "The star pearl is a treasure only Zuinf possessed. Not only can it save lives, but it can also elevate cultivation." In reality, his greedy eyes had long been fixed on Hongyi. The most valuable part of the profound Fiend star is that during the ascension to the saint tier, the spiritual power in the body condenses into a star pearl. Zuinf was only a relatively high-grade purple fiend among the profound Fiend stars. The dragon god was able to rely on Zuinf to condense the star pearl and ascend to the chief god realm. Thinking of this, he calculated inwardly. The black fiend is even more powerful and rare than the purple fiend. If I can obtain the star pearl of a black fiend. Hongyi suddenly spoke up, interrupting him. And then what? Sanxiong withdrew his gaze. He slowly recounted. The dragon god's swordsmanship was peerless, but he was extremely arrogant. Later, he and Zuin joined forces to declare war on several chief gods. The War of the Gods started because of that. As he spoke, he thought to himself, that star pearl of Zuin's, which allowed someone to ascend to chief god, was the true cause of the War of the Gods. But there's no need to tell my good disciple this. Hearing this, Hongyi's eyes lit up. She suddenly made a connection. Brother Lu Feng is like the dragon god, with peerless swordsmanship. I can also be like Sister Zuin, condensing a star pearl to protect Brother Lu Feng. Outwardly, Hongyi probed, who won in the end? At this moment, Sangqiong's voice held a hint of regret. He said in a low voice, although Zuin and the dragon god both had peerless strength, they were ultimately outnumbered. In the end, the dragon god was struck down, and Zuin blew herself up. Hongyi didn't expect their tragic end. She cried out in shock, "What?" Sangqiong acted as if he didn't notice Hongyi's expression. He continued, Zuin's self-destruction destroyed heaven and earth. All the chief gods present were annihilated. 70% of the experts at the 10th tier divine level and below were killed in the explosion. Since then, the divine tier and chief god tier have vanished without a trace. The era of the gods disappeared from then on. As soon as he finished speaking, Sangqiong suddenly stopped. He seemed to have discovered something. In front of him were several ferocious black dragons. They bared their teeth, blocking Sangqiong's path. Seeing them, he was slightly surprised. Sangqiong asked suspiciously, "Friends of the Black Dragon tribe, I wonder why you are surrounding me." The leading black dragon spoke up, "Blood Venerable Sangqiong, let that little girl go, and we will let you leave." Sangqiong felt a bit panicked in his heart. He looked back suspiciously. How did the Black Dragon tribe know I took a little girl? Being questioned, Sangqiong paused for a moment before explaining. She is a disciple I just took in. You Dragon tribe have no right to interfere. If you know what's good for you, step aside. Hearing that, the Black Dragon threatened loudly. Blood Venerable Sangqiong, are you trying to start a war with the Black Dragon tribe? He remained calm with his hands clasped behind his back. The elders of the Black Dragon clan are indeed not to be trifled with. But as for you lot, this venerable one has yet to take you seriously. As soon as he finished, a majestic voice rang out. Old man Sangqiong, you talk big. That voice belonged to Aoda. He appeared majestically on the head of a black dragon. Aoda asked in a loud voice. Then I wonder, am I worthy of your attention? Aoda looked at Sangqiong, his voice tinged with a bit of sarcasm. If it weren't for having to come and save someone, I wouldn't have known you were so impolite to the dragon clan. At that, his dangerous aura spread throughout the space. Aoda roared, Old man, if you don't hand her over, I will tear down your so-called blood god temple. Faced with Aoda and the massive army of black dragons, Sangqiong secretly considered 2 saint ranks, 6 ninth ranks. Not that scary. However, he was also a bit wary. But Aoda himself is difficult to deal with. It seems the only way is. Thinking this, Sangqiong said, All right. Then, he waved his hand, unhesitatingly presenting Hongyi. I don't want to be an enemy of the Black Dragon clan either. So, I'll hand her over to you. Seeing Hongyi being brought to him, Aoda laughed heartily. Excellent. Little sister, come with me. Aoda's overly joyous smile made Hongyi wary. The little girl's eyes widened as she hugged her shoulders. While Aoda's attention was elsewhere, Sangqiong calculated in his mind, naive. I won't hand over the mysterious killing ghost star so easily. Thinking this, he secretly created an arc-shaped spell. Then, Sangqiong threw the magic arc straight at the black dragon waiting for Aoda. But before the magic could even reach Aoda, it shattered. A stern voice rang out. Sangqiong, you dare to harm a member of my dragon clan? You're looking for death. Then, from the spatial ring above, a red dragon slowly flew out. Not only that, from the magic circles above Sangqiong's head, several other colored dragons appeared one by one. Seeing their presence, Sangqiong was filled with doubt. What's going on? Weren't the red dragons exiled from the dragon clan? What? Hongyi looked at the dragons in surprise. The little girl said softly, These dragons look different from Xiaojin. However, it didn't stop there. A 2-headed dragon slowly appeared last. Seeing Jingguo arrive, the other dragons immediately bowed their heads. They spoke respectfully. Greetings, Dragon Emperor. Seeing that he had arrived, Aoda went over to tattle on Song Qiong. Dragon Emperor, that rotten old man is bullying me. You have to stand up for me. As for Song Qiong, he was still frozen in place. He stared at the scene before him. Even the Dragon Emperor is involved? What? Guo approached Song Qiong. He spoke majestically, as if giving an order. Song Qiong, hand over the mysterious killing ghost star. This emperor can let you leave. Hearing this, Song Qiong became suspicious. Dragon Emperor, the Blood God Temple, and the Dragon Clan have always stayed out of each other's way. Why do you want to interfere in this matter today? As he finished, smoke came out of Guo's nostrils. He loudly recited an ancient message. In the eternal age, the mysterious maiden was the wife of the dragon god. The dragon god left a secret order. If a mysterious killing ghost star ever descends again and is in trouble, the Dragon Clan must provide full assistance. Today, a golden light descended upon the dragon god's altar, and the altar once again issued a secret order, commanding the Dragon Clan to rescue the mysterious killing ghost star. With the help of the Dragon Clan, Aoda confidently stepped forward. Old man Song Qiong, if you don't leave her, today will be the day you die. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Song Qiong secretly calculated. A wise man knows when to retreat. I should temporarily withdraw and think of another way. Faced with the might of the Dragon Clan, he had no choice but to take a step back. You have so many dragons. This venerable one will concede today. But the mysterious killing ghost star is yours. With that, Song Qiong, though unwilling, had to turn and leave. After dealing with him, Guo turned to look at Hong Yi. He spoke, mysterious killing ghost star, this emperor has something to say to you. What was said after that, perhaps only Guo and Hong Yi know. This may forever remain a secret. The scene changes to a neatly arranged room. Lu Feng showed signs of waking up. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing the unfamiliar surroundings. Lu Feng immediately sat up. He rubbed his head, trying to remember. Wasn't I on the Great Plains? Why am I back in Sunless City? As he spoke, Lu Feng noticed the sound of crying in the corner of the room. It turned out to be Baiku crying. He held a storybook in his hand, wiping his tears with the other. His voice was choked with sobs. So touching. Recognizing Baiku, Lu Feng quickly got into a sword-wielding stance. You. Only then did he notice his empty hand. Where's my sword? Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Baiku finally looked up from his book. You're awake. Lu Feng questioned loudly. Why are you here? Has the beast race already invaded Sunless City? Noticing his defensive posture, Baiku raised both his hands and explained, Lu Feng, calm down. We're in the same boat now. But Lu Feng didn't listen. He immediately denied it. Who's in the same boat as you? I will never rely on the beast race. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't believe him, Baiku took out a blue crystal. I've already reformed. The red dragons have returned to the Dragon Clan. I don't need to live in the beast race anymore. You'll understand when you see this. The Black Dragon King, Lord Aoda, told me to bring this to you. That name finally calmed Lu Feng down. He exclaimed in surprise, Aoda? At this point, Baiku threw the crystal. He said, see for yourself. As soon as the crystal hit the ground, a blue figure appeared in the middle of the room. The figure gradually became clearer. Aoda explained the situation to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, long time no see. I've returned to the Black Dragon Clan. Baiku is now my subordinate. From now on, he'll be with you. Hearing him speak, Lu Feng's mind was in a jumble for a moment. So we've become friends this quickly? Meanwhile, the image of Aoda was still excitedly telling his story. I encountered countless difficulties and dangers along the way. Fortunately, I was smart and resourceful enough to turn danger into safety. For example, the ghost demons of the Demon Lake almost ate me alive. A long time later, Aoda was still engrossed in his story. Baiku had fallen asleep long ago. Lu Feng, bored, said, Are you done yet? Fortunately, at this moment, Aoda finally got to the main point. The energy of the crystal is about to run out. There are still some important things I haven't said. The mysterious killing ghost star has been rescued by the Dragon Clan. Xiao Jin is also fine. Don't worry. This news came too suddenly for Lu Feng. He exclaimed in shock, What? But before Aoda could say anything more, the crystal returned to its original state. Lu Feng roared in anger. Damn it. How could you save such important news for last? You knew the crystal's energy was limited, yet you wasted so much time talking. Why didn't you just start from the creation of the world? The loud noise happened to wake up Baiku. He woke up with a dazed look and asked the furious Lu Feng, "Is Lord Aoda done talking?" At this, Lu Feng turned sharply to Baiku. "Do you know why the Dragon Clan rescued Hong Yi? Where is Xiao Jin now?" Baiku slowly recalled. That day, a golden light descended upon the dragon god's altar. The altar then issued a secret order to rescue the mysterious killing ghost star. "The Xiao Jin you mentioned, who is Xiao Jin?" Hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. A golden light descended upon the dragon god's altar. It must be Xiao Jin. That's great. Thinking this, he continued to ask, "Then what about Hong, the mysterious killing ghost star? Why did the Black Dragon Clan suddenly return to the Dragon Clan?" Baiku answered Lu Feng's question. The Dragon Clan's altar issued another secret order for the Black Dragon Clan to return. As for the mysterious killing ghost star, she was taken away by Tian Xiong. Hearing this, a look of panic appeared on Lu Feng's face. He exclaimed, "What?" Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Baiku tried to calm him down. "Don't get excited. That girl went with Heavenly Venerate Tian Xiong willingly. No one forced her. As for Heavenly Venerate Song Xiong, he was already chased away by our Dragon Clan." But Lu Feng became even more agitated. He forcefully grabbed Baiku's collar. "Heavenly Venerate Tian Xiong? Heavenly Venerate Song Xiong? I'll give you 1 minute to explain. Your Dragon Clan has so many dragons. Why did you let Hong Yi go with a stranger?" Baiku's voice was strained. Let go first." Lu Feng didn't listen. He gripped Baiku's collar so tightly that he couldn't breathe. Just then, a blue messenger dragon slowly approached the two of them. Baiku exclaimed, "It's a messenger dragon from the Dragon Clan." It then stopped in front of Lu Feng. The messenger dragon dropped a blue crystal into Lu Feng's hand. Baiku saw it and got excited. This must contain Lord Aoda's explanation. Lu Feng gave Baiku a warning look. "You'd better be right." A moment later, the crystal was thrown onto the ground. The image of Aoda appeared again. "Lu Feng, I forgot to tell you earlier. Hong Yi has been accepted as a disciple by Heavenly Venerate Tian Xiong. Heavenly Venerate Tian Xiong is not that perverted old man." Then, Aoda explained. "The one who kidnapped her before was the leader of the West Temple, Heavenly Venerate Song Xiong. And Heavenly Venerate Tian Xiong is the leader of the East Temple. Although they both belong to the Blood God Temple, they are like fire and water." The images of the two, as described by Aoda, naturally appeared. Song Xiong is cunning, while Tian Xiong is righteous. Both want to unify the temple, but they constantly clash due to their different beliefs. The mysterious killing ghost star is most suited to cultivate the Blood God Temple's techniques. Hong Yi wants to become stronger, so going with Tian Xiong is absolutely the best choice. Pausing for a moment, Aoda affirmed with a confident tone, "The Dragon Emperor has specifically entrusted her to Heavenly Venerate Tian Xiong. You don't have to worry. However, the Blood God Temple is located in the Beastman Empire. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to visit Hong Yi in the future." At this point, Lu Feng felt more at ease. He let out a soft sigh. As long as Hong Yi is okay. Baiku poured a bag of gold into the messenger dragon's mouth. At the same time, he added, "Don't worry. With the Dragon Emperor there, Hong Yi won't be mistreated." Lu Feng placed a hand on his chin, his eyes filled with deep thought. Hong Yi going with Tian Xiong is probably also because she doesn't want to involve me. And Xiao Jin will be safer in the Dragon Clan. Just then, Aoda's voice interrupted Lu Feng's thoughts. "Now that the little girl's matter is settled, let's continue talking about my adventure at that time." In response, Lu Feng decisively shattered the crystal. Baiku couldn't help but breathe fire. During the sudden movement, Lu Feng was surprised to notice something strange in his body. This feeling, a faint blue aura, suddenly emanated from around him. Lu Feng stared at his hand. "This is spatial condensation, which can only be used at the saint level. Could it be that I've advanced?" On the side, Baiku had a look of envy. He said in a sour tone, "When Lord Aoda brought you here, you had already advanced to the saint level. Damn it, comparing a person to a dragon really pisses a dragon off." A realization dawned on Lu Feng. He recalled, "I remember when I was fighting Song Qiong, I pushed my internal energy to the limit for a life-or-death strike. I thought my meridians would be destroyed, but I unexpectedly found a blessing in disguise. Thinking of that, Lu Feng turned to Baiku. By the way, how long was I unconscious? He calculated in his head. About 6 or 7 days. The number stunned Lu Feng. He asked in shock, what? So what about the beastmen? Did they retreat? Baiku put his hands on his hips. He explained helplessly. The beast race lost the duel and retreated to a truce. The students who participated in the duel also received orders from the academy to return. Next, Baiku took out a letter. He handed it to Lu Feng. However, there are still some beast race tribes with ill intentions. He took his troops to teach them a lesson. Before he left, he told me to give this letter to you. Lu Feng looked at the letter in his hand in surprise. He guessed. It definitely wasn't he who wrote this. Shizhan and the others. Could it be Shui? Immediately after, Lu Feng quickly opened the letter. As he read, his expression changed. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Baiku curiously leaned in. What does it say? Su Fei is being forced into an engagement? Who's Su Fei? Lu Feng frowned. The paper in his hand was unconsciously crumpled. She's my most important friend. I have to go help her. After that, Lu Feng quickly walked over to get the sword hanging on the wall. He looked at Baiku, trying to call his name. Lu Feng called out a name, Heko Bo? Hey Boko, but Baiku still didn't react. He repeated his name. It's Haboko. Finding it difficult, Lu Feng directly suggested, forget it. I'll call you Dehi. Putting that aside, the two quickly walked to the door. Lu Feng urged, let's go, Dehi. We're leaving. Baiku asked, now? Where are we going? Hearing him ask, a determined look appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. He replied, Azure Star City. The scene changes to a prosperous and bustling city. This is Azure Star City. Lu Feng and Baiku quickly arrived outside Azure Star City. Lu Feng looked up at the city wall curiously. Dehi, is that the legendary magic cannon that can deal with saint-level experts? It looks quite formidable. Baiku didn't think so. He pointed at it and explained, that thing is no threat to you. As long as you're not stupid enough to block it with your body, that toy can't hurt you. Hearing this, Lu Feng let out a sigh. His voice was full of nostalgia. When I first transmigrated, even a small magic beast could take my life. Now, even the magic cannon can't threaten me. Remembering this, Lu Feng suddenly burst out laughing. He praised himself with satisfaction, as expected of me. Then, Lu Feng walked straight through the wide city gate. Into the city. Lu Feng walked alongside Baiku. He reminded him in a low voice. Azure Star City is the capital of the empire. It's full of hidden masters. Since we're new here, we should suppress our auras and act with humility. Next, Lu Feng suggested, suppress your fighting spirit to the 5th level. Don't attract attention. Baiku looked annoyed but still did as Lu Feng said, shrinking himself. What a hassle. A moment later, the two walked up to a guard who was dozing off. Noticing the sound, the guard woke up from his dream. Seeing the two of them, he shouted an alarm to the patrol team behind him. Beastman. A beastman is here. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The entire squad of soldiers quickly surrounded Lu Feng and Baiku. They shouted, don't move. At this moment, someone who looked like a commander appeared. He pointed the meat leg in his hand at the two of them. Where did this beastman come from? How dare you come to Azure Star City to cause trouble? That person was the head of the guards, Chuzhan. Baiku was annoyed at being associated with beastmen. He shouted, your sister is the beastman. I am a half-dragon man recognized by the Black Dragon King. A half-dragon man. Chuzhan heard this and laughed contemptuously. He sneered, a man? You have scales on your face like a snake man, and you call yourself a half-dragon man? Then I'm the dragon god. At this point, Baiku couldn't take it anymore. He immediately rushed towards Chuzhan. You dare to look down on the dragon god? Let me teach you a lesson. Lu Feng quickly called out, Dehi, don't hurt anyone. Seeing Baiku dare to make a move, Chuzhan got into a fighting stance. A 5th-level beastman dares to make a move? You think I'm afraid of you? A mere beastman dares to challenge a human warrior. The soldiers behind him shouted, get him. Lord Chuzhan, charge. Next, a fight broke out. The two sides officially started talking with their fists. But it didn't last long. Chuzhan was knocked backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Two soldiers quickly ran to Chuzhan's side. Their voices were full of panic. My lord. Witnessing the lightning-fast fight, Lu Feng said mockingly, fighting a saint-level expert head-on. What an idiot. The other two soldiers were still shaking Chu Zhan. Lord Chu Zhan, what happened? The brown-haired soldier called out worriedly. Lord Chu Zhan, wake up. Lu Feng quickly urged Bai Ku. We can't stay here long. Let's get into the city. Bai Ku gritted his teeth. I'll spare his life. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of the two quickly disappeared into thin air. A moment later, Chu Zhan woke up. He rubbed his head and wondered. I wasn't killed by that guy's punch. The purple-haired soldier quickly reported. Lord Chu, those two took the opportunity to escape. The brown-haired soldier then suggested. A beast man has entered the city. My lord, should we report it? Hearing him say that, Chu Zhan slapped him on the head. He said irritably. Report my ass. No one is to speak of what just happened. Chu Zhan left the soldiers behind. He walked and muttered. A half-dragon man. Isn't that a dragon man? I must report this to the third prince immediately. As for Lu Feng and Bai Ku, they had successfully infiltrated the city. Bai Ku asked, why did you tell me to cover my face? I'm not a freak. Lu Feng explained, this is the human world. Your appearance is too conspicuous. It's easy to cause trouble. Hearing this, Bai Ku said unhappily, humans are so troublesome. Just then, Lu Feng's footsteps suddenly stopped. We're here. Appearing before the two of them was the Mercenary Guild, a rather important area of Azure Star City. Just then, the tightly closed door of the guild suddenly swung open. Just as Lu Feng and Bai Ku were dazedly walking in, a wooden chair flew from inside and landed between them. Lu Feng said in surprise, the Mercenary Guild of Azure Star City, is this wild? But Bai Ku looked excited. Oh, someone's fighting. Interesting. Inside, a big guy was shouting. Li, you're looking for death. The smaller-looking one replied. Others may be afraid of you, Scarface, but Lita is not. Lu Feng looked around curiously. Why isn't anyone stopping them? What are they waiting for? But Bai Ku beside him was unusually excited. Hit his nose. Haven't you eaten? Use some strength. Just then, a voice full of authority and presence rang out. It seems you're all having a great time fighting. The person who arrived was Su Fei. She sternly issued a punishment. Today, two mercenary groups fought. Each side will have 1,000 points deducted. Recognizing Su Fei's voice, the two tense sides quickly stopped fighting. Hearing this, the big guy was not convinced and argued. President Su Fei, it was Li who stole my business. At this point, Li didn't even bother to explain and directly admitted, I stole it. So what? Seeing him act so brazenly, Su Fei questioned loudly. Have you forgotten the rule that strictly prohibits using force to snatch commissions within the guild? But he didn't show any fear. On the contrary, he mocked Su Fei. President Su Fei, you've set so many random rules. Who can remember them all? Next, a roguish look appeared on Li's face. He smiled slyly. President Su Ke didn't have so many ridiculous rules before. You're not fit to be president at all. I heard the second prince is pursuing you. Why don't you just marry him? These harsh words immediately reached her ears. She rushed forward angrily. Your mouth is full of filth. I'll kill you. Li didn't even bother to dodge. He directly used his background to threaten her. I am the nephew of Lego, an elder of the Thieves Guild. You dare to kill me. Seeing that Su Fei's sword didn't stop, Li broke out in a cold sweat, but still maintained a tough front. You might be able to avoid assassination, but what about your mother? This hit Su Fei's weak spot. She gritted her teeth and cursed. So that assassination attempt was your doing, and you dare to threaten me with my mother? Li gently pushed Su Fei's blade away with his hand. His voice was full of pride. Offending someone from our Thieves Guild will not end well. I'll be leaving now. Seeing Li act so brazenly, Su Fei, though angry, could do nothing. Li walked past Lu Feng without a care, a smug smile on his face. Seeing Li's annoying smile, Lu Feng quickly placed his sword at his neck. He ordered Li in a stern voice, You want to leave? Kneel down and beg Su Fei for forgiveness. Otherwise, leave your life behind. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Su Fei happily turned around. She asked, Lu Feng. In response to Su Fei's smile, Lu Feng said excitedly, Su Fei, I'm here. At this moment, Su Fei arrogantly turned her head away. She reminded him in a loud voice, Don't be so familiar. We're not close. While the two were catching up, Lee interrupted. His voice was full of sarcasm. Kid, trying to show off in front of a beauty, huh? Too bad the beauty doesn't need it. His every word made Lu Feng frown in annoyance. He was momentarily stunned. To make matters worse, a subordinate standing in the corner chimed in, mocking Lu Feng. He doesn't even look at himself. Does he think a swan would fall for him? A man in a green coat was just as obnoxious. From the looks of it, this poor kid is from out of town. Even my dog is nobler than him. Surrounded by these discussions, Lu Feng didn't bother to respond and walked straight to Su Fei. A man laughed loudly. He's going over there? How shameless. Just wait and see how the goddess rejects him. At this point, Li also turned around with interest. He put on a look of anticipation. All right, I'm not leaving anymore. I want to see you try to get close to Su Fei. Arriving in front of the pouting Su Fei, Lu Feng just gently said, Su Fei, don't be angry. Before he could finish, Li had already started mocking. I told you he was a toad. As soon as he finished, Su Fei spoke up. I've been writing to you for so long. Why haven't you replied to a single letter? Every word, every syllable uttered by Su Fei immediately shocked the entire room. One person exclaimed in disbelief, What? My goddess took the initiative to write to him. The person next to him cried out, Oh my God! And she's so close to him. The goddess has fallen. I don't believe it. That man must have used dark magic to bewitch Su Fei. But Su Fei and Lu Feng seemed to be in their own world. She questioned, Tell me, do you have someone else outside? At this, the loving hearts of the young men in the room shattered. The whole group, as if they had lost their souls, cried out, My goddess! My heart is about to break. Hearing Su Fei's questioning, Lu Feng lowered his head, looking guilty. I had to participate in a duel, so I didn't have time to reply to your letters. Then I was injured and fell into a coma. As soon as I woke up, I rushed here to find you. Lu Feng looked at Su Fei with a loving gaze. He said softly, All right. Behind them, Baiko looked at the affectionate couple with envy. He pouted. And you said you were just ordinary friends. As for the other two, Su Fei was anxiously pulling at Lu Feng's clothes. You were injured? Where? Let me see. Lu Feng quickly covered his chest with his hand, reminding her, Slow down. We're in public. We can't do this here. The crowd saw this and cried their hearts out, their hands holding their broken hearts. Even Li was confused. Su Fei doesn't even give the second prince a pleasant look, yet she takes the initiative to write to this man, and they're so close. Thinking of this, a sinister look appeared on his face. Li secretly plotted, I must report this to the second prince immediately. I'll definitely be rewarded handsomely. Then, while no one was paying attention to him, Li left with a gloating face. Su Fei had been placated by Lu Feng's sweet words. She turned her head and said, I'll believe you this once. Don't you dare not reply next time. After dealing with Su Fei, Lu Feng noticed Li running away. Did I say you could leave? Knowing Lu Feng was calling him, Li turned his head, a look of annoyance on his face. What do you want? Lu Feng looked at him calmly. He ordered Li in a loud voice. You, kneel down and apologize. But Su Fei spoke up to stop him. Forget it. Let him go. He's the nephew of an elder of the Thieves' Guild. Lu Feng refused to stop. The Thieves' Guild dared to assassinate you, and now they dare to show off here? If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't remember. Hearing this, Li decisively turned around. He gathered a dark aura around him and shouted, Teach me a lesson? Just you. Just then, Baiko walked out. He said, No need for the boss to act. For a small matter like this, it's better to let me handle it. The aura from Baiko immediately frightened the crowd. They whispered, Such a powerful aura. Could he be the legendary 9th level expert? Who is that person? Even a 9th level expert is just his subordinate. At this point, Li started to feel guilty. He used magic to escape. Invisibility. This little trick was completely useless against Baiko. He walked up to Li. Then, Baiko opened his mouth. A fireball quickly formed in his mouth. At this point, Li was trembling so much he couldn't walk. He tried to threaten him. You dare to kill me? My grandfather won't let you go. Baiko's eyes were full of arrogance. He said to his opponent, Then you can dream about him coming for revenge. Knowing things were not good, Li quickly turned and ran from Baiko's fire, which was chasing him from behind. In an instant, the large flame reached Li. His body became visible. Grandpa, help! Before Li could cry out another word, His body was engulfed by the fierce flames. Looking at the remaining ashes of Li falling to the ground, Baika said coldly, "Hitting you would only dirty my fists." The crowd that had been watching all this time was in an uproar. "He killed Li. That's the nephew of Elder Lego." Another person screamed, "He's crazy. They're all crazy." Baiku, annoyed, was about to act again, but fortunately, Lu Feng stopped him. That's enough." Baika had to stop. "Boring. A bunch of weaklings. Can't even take a mouthful of fire." Baika suddenly looked warily in one direction. He growled fiercely. "On this side," Su Fei said worriedly. "Lu Feng, the Thieves' Guild." Lu Feng reassured her, "Don't worry." The crowd was pale with fear. One of them was so scared he fell to the ground. Just then, Adi's voice rang out from the doorway. "My dearest Su Fei, I heard someone was causing trouble for you here." As he walked in, Atis put on a gentlemanly air, gesturing forward. "Su Fei, why didn't you tell me?" Seeing him, Su Fei turned her head away in disgust. Atis. Lu Feng was curious. "He's your fiancé?" Su Fei didn't say much and directly approached him. "If you're a friend, then help me." Lu Feng was confused. "What?" Then, Su Fei didn't explain further and leaned directly into Lu Feng's sturdy chest. She sobbed, "You scared me to death." After speaking, Su Fei looked up at Lu Feng with teary eyes. Her voice was full of sweetness. "Thank goodness you were here, so no one could hurt me." Meeting Su Fei's beautiful face, Lu Feng unconsciously stuttered, I will definitely protect you." In reality, he was screaming internally. She got into character so quickly. She should have at least shouted action before starting. Seeing the two of them being so intimate, Atis pointed at them angrily. "Let her go. Who the hell are you to dare to hug my dearest Su Fei?" In response to his unpleasant expression, Lu Feng directly retorted, "Then who the hell are you to dare to call her your dearest Su Fei?" Provoked, Atis clenched his teeth. He introduced himself. "I am Atis, the second prince of the Azure Star Empire. Su Fei is my fiancée. I call her my dearest. Do I need a commoner like you to agree?" Just then, the silent Su Fei spoke up to object. "Enough, Atis. I've already said it. I am not your fiancé." Hearing her say that, Atis questioned, "The engagement was agreed upon by your father. Do you intend to disobey?" Su Fei answered frankly. He was the one who agreed. "If you want to marry someone, go marry him." Then, she turned to Lu Feng. Su Fei gently caressed his cheek and explained, "Lu Feng, the engagement was my father's own decision. I don't want it. Don't misunderstand." Seeing Su Fei's acting, Lu Feng almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. An award-winning actress. Truly an award-winning actress. On the outside, however, he continued to play along with Su Fei. Lu Feng gently wiped away her tears. "I believe you." Witnessing this cheesy scene, Baiko almost wanted to throw up everything in his stomach. Only Atis, who thought it was real, was angry. He shouted, "How dare you flirt in front of me?" Atis still tried to hold on. "What's so great about this commoner that you like him? Can he help you win the position of president?" But Su Fei didn't even bother to look at him. "I like everything about him. It's a feeling you wouldn't understand." At this point, Atis seemed to have gone mad. He held out his hand as if he had made up his mind. "I don't understand. I'll kill him, and you'll naturally come back to me." Following that, Atis glanced behind him. He ordered the people hiding in the shadows, "Guards, kill that commoner." As soon as he finished speaking, several sharp blades flew straight at Lu Feng. He remained as calm as ever. Lu Feng blocked all of them with just one hand. Su Fei, beside him, couldn't take it anymore. She questioned sharply, "Atis, you dare to deploy the royal guards in my mercenary guild?" But Atis acted as if it were a matter of course. He boasted, "I am the second prince of the empire. I can deploy the guards wherever I want. It's my freedom." Next, from the walls, from behind the pillars, faint purple shadows appeared one by one. The guards quickly surrounded Lu Feng. The surrounding crowd drew their weapons. "Get back. The guards are here. I don't want to get caught in the crossfire." No one has ever escaped from the hands of the guards. "That guy is dead for sure." Baika stood to one side, his face showing no emotion. He sneered, "A few rats have scared you like this?" Facing the guards, Su Fei was also a bit worried. She warned in a low voice, "Lu Feng, be careful. The guards are the strongest protectors of the royal family. They are skilled in assassination and stealth. They are very difficult to deal with. Atis, seeing that Lu Feng said nothing, thought he was scared. He laughed smugly. Scared now? It's too late. Get him for me. Don't let him die too easily. Before he could finish speaking, a look of panic appeared in Atis's eyes. He exclaimed, what? It turned out that Lu Feng was holding a guard by the collar, his foot on two others. Lu Feng looked at Atis. What did you just say? It's too windy in here. I couldn't hear clearly. The tragic scene before him was something Atis couldn't accept. He exclaimed in shock, impossible. This can't be. 3 guards were taken down. The surrounding crowd was just as surprised. One person said, the invincible guards were defeated in a second? The person next to him said in a daze, just how strong is that person? After dealing with the 3 guards, Lu Feng turned back to reassure Su Fei. Don't worry. They alone can't hurt me. Lu Feng raised his hand, pulling an unconscious guard towards him. You call me a commoner just now? Lu Feng slowly walked forward, his voice laced with sarcasm. A prince of the empire, yet so uneducated? Seeing him dare to approach, Atis was so scared he had to back away. Don't come over here. I am the 2nd prince of the empire. The future king. Just then, a hand reached out and grabbed Lu Feng's wrist. Su Fei stopped him. All right. He's already learned his lesson. Lu Feng still had issues he wanted to resolve. But, seeing him hesitate, Su Fei laid out the pros and cons of the matter. He is the 2nd prince, after all. Do we really have to be enemies with the entire Azure Star Empire? Those words finally convinced Lu Feng. He said in a stern voice, I don't want to see you again. Atis didn't dare to stay a moment longer. Before leaving, he even threatened, don't think this is over. Su Fei, don't think you can get out of the engagement. Arriving at his carriage, Atis urgently ordered the driver. Go quickly. Contact Eldering. I want to make that commoner regret ever coming into this world. Faced with someone like Atis, Lu Feng didn't even take him seriously. On the contrary, he was even looking forward to it. I'll be waiting for you. Just then, the elder of the Thieves Guild, Lego, stormed in angrily. He pointed and shouted, that bitch Su Fei. Inform all members of the Dark Shadow Squad. Tonight, I will kill Su Fei and wash the Mercenary Guild in blood. Jia Xian reminded him worriedly. Elder Lego, the Dark Shadow Squad requires the approval of at least 2 elders to be deployed. Jing Rui, standing beside him, expressed his agreement. What you're doing is against the rules. Lego angrily kicked over a wooden table. He opened his mouth and roared. Damn it. What I say goes. My nephew is dead. Why should I care about your damn rules? Jia Xian and Jing Rui heard this and bowed their heads in helplessness. His anger was far from appeased. Lego's voice grew louder and louder. Just 2 9th-level experts dare to be so arrogant? Haven't enough 9th-level experts died at the hands of the Dark Shadow Squad? Wherever the Dark Shadow Squad passes, not even weeds can grow. Su Fei, you just wait.